Chapter 1 System arrives. Chen Shen looked at the so-called freshman campus beauty in front of him. He felt the undisguised disdain in her eyes as she looked at him. This situation made Chen Shen, who was forced to accompany his brother's girlfriend shopping, feel helpless. His thoughts couldn't help but go back to half an hour ago. Ding, a suitable host has been detected, the urban godly rich system has been successfully bound. Chen Shen, who had just traveled through time, was integrating the memories of the original owner of the body. Suddenly, a mechanical ding sound exploded in my mind. Chen Shen traveled through time and his soul was transferred to the body of a college student also named Chen Shen. He was originally an ordinary employee of a company, living a 996 office worker life. On his way home from get off work, he rescued a child who fell into the water, but he himself sank to the bottom of the water and was unable to come out. In the last moments of my consciousness, I thought it was worth it, at least I saved a future flower of the motherland. However, he didn't expect that when he opened his eyes again, he had traveled through time and space to the body of a person with the same name and surname, also called Chen Shen. Learned from fused memories. The original owner of this body was a college student, majoring in finance at Magic City University, and had just started school. It was also the original owner's bad luck. He was just taking a shower, and then he accidentally fell, and then his head accidentally hit the sink, and then he ascended to heaven without any accident. Then, Chen Shen unexpectedly took over the original owner's body. Chen Shen shook his head, feeling a little painful and dizzy. But he was in no mood to pay attention to this little problem right now. Before he came through, he was a novel fan and a regular reader of tomato novels. I am naturally familiar with the system. I also know what kind of existence this is, like the sky, the earth, and the air. Chen Shen's voice was trembling with excitement. System. System, no, that's not right, it's Brother Tongzi. Brother Tongzi, is that you? Are you still there? Host, I am here. The mechanical electronic synthesized sounds sounded again. This made Chen Shen unable to suppress his excitement any longer. The body is shaking slightly. He twisted his arm hard. The pain confirmed to him that he was not dreaming. Host, you don't need to make any sound, you can communicate with me normally by reciting silently in your heart. In addition, the system function has been activated. Do you want to view the personal panel? Open the personal panel. Chen Shen responded to the system in his mind with an excited and even stuttering voice. Host, Chen Shen. Age, 19. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 72 kilograms. Appearance, 82. Charm, 67. Cash balance, 5,525 renminbi and 39 cents. Current consumption cashback rate, 15 times. Current task, none. Brother Tongzi, can you please give us a detailed introduction to the cashback multiples of 15 times? Are there any restrictions? Chen Shen took a few deep breaths, barely suppressed his excitement, and asked the system for function details. Host, any of your current consumption will have a random chance of being returned with a minimum of 1x and a maximum of 5x, without any restrictions. Don't you need to bind your consumption with beautiful women? There is no restriction that the refund can only be made to girls? There is no special consumption refund? Yes, as long as the host successfully consumes, the money can be returned. However, if you consume money for a good-looking person of the opposite sex, the chance of triggering a high multiplier return will increase. Take off, Chen Shen knew he was about to take off. What a simple and unpretentious system. The godly rich system. Just give money. Just be rich. Just spend money and you will have more money. Especially when spending on beautiful women, you will pay even more at a higher rate. The system wants me to be the king of the sea. He. The most important thing is that there is no restriction on consumption. In the novel that Chen Shen had read before, they all say that you either have to bind yourself to someone or spend money on the bound person in order to get money. Or they are just licking dog gold or something, which is not as powerful as my brother Tongzi. He. Brother Tongzi, what is this task? Chen Shen continued to ask the system. The task triggering conditions are random, the host does not need to pay attention to it, and the host will be reminded when the task is released. Okay, I understand. After seeing the system's reply, Chen Shen no longer worried about the task system. Then why is my appearance over 80 points, but my charm is only 67? Charm value is affected by the host's appearance, temperament, outfit, etc. The charm value is a comprehensive score based on the host's daily status. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the welfare task. Change your own appearance and enhance your own charm. Mission reward, based on the host's comprehensive score of charm upon completion. The higher the score, the higher the reward. Just mention the mission, and here it is. And this task is pretty good, it is worthy of being a welfare task. Chen is 1.8 meters tall and has a handsome appearance, as evidenced by the system's score. Although it is still a little bit worse than what you readers have. But it is not an exaggeration to say that he is handsome. However, his system score was lowered a lot because of his messy hair and the clothes he wore on Taobao for 9.9 yuan with free shipping. Chen decided to start with clothes and hairstyle to improve his charm score. After calming down his emotions, Chen put on his clothes and prepared to walk out of the bathroom. But suddenly I remembered something important. Brother Tonzi, do we have any novice gift packs or something? I saw in novels that other people's systems have them. There is no gift package for beginners, but there is 10 million renminbi in newbie support funds. Do you want to claim it now? The system's heavenly sound made Chen feel overjoyed. There were so many zeros. He counted silently in his mind. 10 million. A full 10 million. He just wanted to shout out loud, Brother Tonzi is so generous, Brother Tonzi is awesome. With 10 million, what else do you need? A bicycle or a gift package? This is the biggest gift package. 10 million, many families cannot earn this much money in their entire lifetime. Brother Tonzi directly gave the funds to help the novice. The smile on Chen face couldn't be suppressed even with an AK. Receive. Boom boom boom. The text message alert sounded immediately. Your ICBC account with the last number 8069 received a transfer of 10 million renminbi at 1326 on September 13th, and the available balance is 10,005,525 renminbi and 39 cents. Ding, the amount provided by the system is from a legal and formal source, please feel free to use it. He had no classes in the afternoon, so he decided to complete the system task now. When Chen walked out of the bathroom, he saw a man rushing out with a cell phone in his hand. He immediately recognized that it was Zhang Yu, who lived in the same dormitory with him and was a few months older than Chen. He is a native of Shanghai, his family is well off and he can be considered a wealthy second generation. He is a carefree person with a good personality. He doesn't have the arrogance to look down on others, and it's pretty good to get along with him. When Zhang Yu was about to step out of the door, he saw Chen coming out of the bathroom from the corner of his eye. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, Chen, do you have anything to do this afternoon? Hearing this, Chen looked puzzled. Instead of answering, he asked, what's wrong? Then he answered, I'm going to find a place to get a haircut and buy some clothes this afternoon. What's going on? Do you want to talk to me about something? Chapter 2 School Beauty Su Chua. When Zhang Yu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. A smirk appeared on his face. Oh, isn't this a coincidence? We can go together. My girlfriend asked me to go shopping with her. When Chen heard this, his expression instantly became a little strange. He looked at Zhang Yu and raised his voice, are you okay? You and your girlfriend are shopping, and you want to take me with you? Zhang Yu quickly put on a flattering smile and explained. Brother, listen to me. She's not dating me alone. There are 2 other girls in her dormitory who want to go out together. If they drag me along, I'll be a laborer. I'm the only man here, and we're not that close, so I thought of inviting you along. It'll be more lively with more people. And... Having said this, Zhang Yu deliberately paused. Then he continued with a smirk, the girl who came out with Jia seemed to be very pretty, and you just happen to be single. Maybe they will fall in love with each other, and if Jia can act as a middleman, maybe it will work out. What do you think, brother, is this nice of you? Chen thought about it for a moment. According to the system's cashback regulations, any consumption can be rebated. But the system also said that the chances of getting a cashback multiplier are higher when spending on beautiful women. The system is encouraging me to get in touch with beautiful girls, and he is also looking forward to meeting pretty girls. After all, from all aspects, the girl is still very fragrant, hee. Okay, let's go. Chen agreed to Zhang Yu's invitation. Zhang Yu put his arm around Chen's shoulders. Okay? Ai Xiao, from your tone, you seem quite reluctant. This is something that others can't even ask for. If I didn't have a good relationship with you, I wouldn't take you with me. I walked all the way to the school parking lot and came to Zhang Yu's car. Zhang Yu is a freshman like Chen Chen, but he is also a rich second generation. Not long after he started school, his family bought him a BMW 3 Series. In today's society, let alone being a college student, how many families can afford to spend 300,000 yuan to buy a car? Using 300,000 yuan to buy a car and having 300,000 yuan in savings are completely different concepts. After getting in the car, Chen Chen fastened his seatbelt and then looked at the interior of the vehicle with curiosity. Zhang Yu could see that Chen Chen was curious, but just curious. From Chen Chen's expression, it can be seen that he did not feel envious, which made him a little confused. Although Zhang Yu has no intention of pretending to be smart, his family conditions are good enough, so he usually feels a little superior. He didn't understand why Chen Chen, whose living conditions seemed quite ordinary, seemed so calm at this moment. He could sense that Chen Chen's expression was not just pretended calmness, but genuine calmness. Zhang Yu felt that if Chen Chen wanted, he could always buy a better car. How would Zhang Yu know, and how could Chen Chen possibly envy this? The current Chen Chen is not the previous Chen Chen. With the system, he can't even drive a BMW 3 Series. It's just a better car. With the 10 million given by the card system, Chen Chen can get it easily. The car was driven very fast and they soon arrived at the girls' dormitory. Zhang Yu took out his cell phone and called his girlfriend. Then, in less than 3 minutes, 3 girls walked out of the girls' dormitory building together. Chen Chen and Zhang Yu also got out of the car at this time and waited for the 3 people to come over. As the people got closer, Chen Chen could see the faces of the 3 people clearly. Walking in the middle is Zhang Yu's girlfriend Li Jiejia. She had come to see Zhang Yu before. Chen Chen had met her before. She had a pretty face and was a little beauty. The girl walking on Li Jiejia's left has an average appearance and is a little chubby. The girl on Li Jiejia's right was the one that attracted Chen Chen's attention the most. The slender eyebrows, the dark and clear pupils, the straight nose bridge, the soft and plump lips and the smooth and bright cheeks, coupled with the high ponytail, are so beautiful that one can't take their eyes away at first sight. Chen Chen lowered his eyes and saw that she was wearing a white short-sleeved top and a black pleated skirt, revealing 2 long, white legs. She exuded the youthful vitality of a young girl. Ding, a good-looking person of the opposite sex has been detected. Do you want to view their personal information? At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chen Chen's mind. Chen Chen was startled by the sudden sound, and was immediately surprised after he reacted. He was originally wondering what kind of girl could be considered a good-looking opposite sex as indicated by the system prompt, and the system gave him the answer directly. He immediately said silently in his mind, check the information. Name, Su Chua. Age, 19. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 89. Body size, 85 centimeters. Overall score, 87. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 0. Number of drivers? What is this? Chen Chen was a little confused. If you have any questions, just ask Brother Tonzi. Brother Tonzi, what is the number of drivers? Also, how many points can be considered as a good-looking person of the opposite sex? The number of drivers represents purity. The value represents how many people of the opposite sex have had in-depth communication with him/her. 0 represents physical purity. If the overall score of the opposite sex reaches 80 or above, it can be evaluated as a high-value opposite sex. Wow, 80 points is considered high appearance, then this Su Chua's score is not low, no wonder she is so beautiful and has such a good figure. Chen Chen curiously asked the system again, Brother Tonzi, what is Li Jiejia's score? Li Jiejia's overall score is 72 points, which does not meet the criteria for high-value opposite sex. The system's answer made Chen Chen more clearly understand the strictness of the scoring. In fact, Li Jiejia is considered a little beauty in terms of both figure and appearance. If it were in the class, there would probably be a lot of people pursuing me. However, the system only gave him a score of 72, which was 15 points less than Su Chua. It seems that it is not easy to meet a girl with good looks. Li Jiejia had also met Chen Chen, and Zhang Yu had also told her on WeChat that Chen Chen would come. Therefore, when she saw Chen Chen, there was no expression of surprise on her face. Li Jiejia smiled and introduced her 2 roommates to Chen Chen and Zhang Yu. Come, let me introduce you. This is Wang Ling, and that one over there is Su Chua. Hearing this, Zhang Yu and Chen Chen nodded politely and introduced themselves one by one. We greeted each other and got to know each other. Suddenly, Wang Ling spoke with a smile. You know, Su Chua is the campus beauty of our school. She doesn't have a boyfriend, so today I'm relying on you to be her protector. Although Wang Ling's appearance is ordinary, her voice is quite pleasant. And from the way she speaks, we can tell that she is a lively girl. After Zhang Yu heard this, without hesitation, he put on a serious look and responded, "Don't worry, I will always be Princess Jia Jia's most loyal knight." After saying this, he pretended to hit his chest twice with his right hand, as if to prove that what he said was true. Before Chen Chen could say anything, he heard the system voice ringing in his mind. Ding, Su Chua's favorability 10. P.S. The author has something to say about Su Chua's pictures. Chapter 3, Hairstyle Change, Image Improvement. Chen Chen was confused and puzzled at the moment. What exactly happened? I didn't say anything. Why did Su Chua's favorability suddenly drop to negative? With full of doubts, he looked at Su Chua in front of him. I saw Su Chua also looking me up and down inconspicuously. She frowned slightly, with a hint of disgust on her face. After a brief thought, Chen Chen guessed the reason for the decline in favorability. Su Chua has an extremely high appearance value. Not long after the school started, she became the campus belle of Shanghai University. There must be a lot of young men pursuing her. As for me now, the only acceptable thing about me is my appearance. He was wearing ordinary, cheap clothes and his hair was not well groomed. The whole person looks rustic, and his charm value has dropped to only 67 points. How could I possibly please such a beautiful lady if I look like this now? The reason he didn't show his displeasure was probably because of Li Jiejia's consideration. They were in the same dormitory and he didn't want to make things too awkward. Su Chua also changed the subject. Didn't you say you wanted to go out and play? It's too hot today, let's go. After saying that, he took a step forward, opened the car door and got in. Zhang Yu should have noticed that the atmosphere was a little off, so he smiled and tried to smooth things over. Right, let's get in the car first. Chen Chen didn't care about Su Chua's attitude, but smiled meaningfully. Zhang Yu drove the car, Chen Chen sat in the passenger seat, and the three girls sat in the back seat. Chen Chen, I heard from Zhang Yu that you want to buy clothes. Where are you going? After getting in the car, Li Jiejia asked Chen Chen. Chen Chen turned around with some confusion. Didn't Zhang Yu say that you guys were going to Tycoon to go shopping? Want to change places? No, I just feel that things in Tycoon are quite expensive. We are just shopping for fun, we probably won't buy anything. Li Jiejia spoke very tactfully, but Chen Chen understood what she meant. She was reminding him that things in Tycoon were expensive. But now Chen Chen doesn't care about the price of things, as long as they are suitable. It's okay, as long as we have the same purpose. I'll go get a haircut before buying clothes. Chen Chen's tone was quite flat. Zhang Yu turned around and looked at Li Jiejia, but didn't say anything and drove away. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at Qiantan Taikuli and found a place to park the car. Chen Chen unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. He had chosen the target barbershop in advance, so he didn't hesitate and prepared to go there directly. I'm going to get a haircut, you guys play first? Let's go together. We have nothing to do anyway. After discussing it, they felt that it would be fun wherever they went, so why not go with Chen Chen? Chen Chen didn't care and went straight to his goal. Li Jiejia was a little surprised when she saw the simple hair corner sign at the door of the store. No? Chen Chen, are you getting your hair cut here? Well, what's wrong? Is this store bad? It's not that it's bad. I saw this place online. It's excellent except for being expensive. I heard that just a haircut costs more than 1,000. Li Jiejia clicked her tongue. That's good. The four of them looked at each other, no one spoke, and followed Chen Chen into the store. The store is decorated in a simple and modern style, with soft lighting and local lighting, which gives a warm feeling while ensuring a clear view when cutting hair. The semi-open design ensures privacy without appearing crowded. There are green plants everywhere, and there are photos left by guests on the walls, ensuring that the place is full of vitality and artistic atmosphere. Seeing Chen Chen and his group coming in, the front desk immediately greeted them. Hello, sir and madam, do you have an appointment with a hairdresser? Very good attitude and sweet smile. No, help me find a hairdresser and take my friend to a place to rest. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The girl at the front desk didn't diminish her smile even though she heard that Chen Chen was the only one getting a haircut. She quickly arranged a hairstylist for Chen Chen, who was very young and trendy. After the hairdresser arrived, the receptionist led the 4 people to the rest area to wait and thoughtfully prepared tea and candies. The hairstylist here was also communicating with Chen Chen to understand his requirements for the hairstyle. Chen Chen only said one sentence, "I leave it to you. Just look at my face shape and make the arrangements." The hairstylist grinned, he just liked such straightforward clients. Okay, sir, just leave it to me, Tony. Hearing the name, Chen Chen looked back at the hairdresser in surprise and said jokingly, sure enough, professional hairdressers are all called Tony. Chen Chen's joke also made the hairstylist chuckle. Based on Chen Chen's face shape, Teacher Tony offered his own advice. Chen Chen felt it was a good fit, and Teacher Tony was indeed very professional. Determine the plan and arrange for a shampooer to clean Chen Chen's hair and do scalp care. Then it officially begins. Half an hour later, the haircut was completed, and Chen Chen's face was shaved and his eyebrows were trimmed. Tony's craftsmanship is really great. Chen Chen felt that Teacher Tony had at least helped him increase his charm by 10 points. Sure enough, the saying that hairstyle is no less important than plastic surgery is not just a saying. He felt very satisfied and simply scanned the code to pay 1,288 yuan. The payment was successful and his phone immediately received a text message notification sound. Boom boom boom. Your ICBC card account with the last number 8069 received a deposit of 3,864 renminbi at 1451 on September 13th. Awesome. Chen Chen just felt extremely refreshed all over. He got a haircut for 1,288 yuan, which triggered a triple cashback, and he earned 3,864 yuan directly, which was equivalent to earning 2,576 yuan from a free haircut. After it was over, Chen Chen came to the rest area and found the 4 people who were waiting. When Wang Ling saw Chen Chen's current appearance, she exclaimed, "So handsome, such a big change." Zhang Yu also agreed, "Brother, you cut your hair and it's like you went to Korea for a plastic surgery. The change is really huge. If your face hadn't changed, I wouldn't believe you are Chen Chen." Even Su Chua and Li Jiajia looked at Chen Chen with surprise. Su Chuxia's favorability +5. The system prompt sound made Chen Chen glance at Su Chua. It seems that all women are potential face lovers. Alas, this is a society that values appearance. It's okay, I'm just too lazy to take care of it. The feeling of being recognized still made Chen Chen secretly happy. I still want to buy clothes. Do you want to join me? Chen Chen continued walking forward. This time, no one said anything against it. They just nodded and followed Chen Chen. Chen Chen doesn't know much about high-end clothing brands. Given his past experience, he is not qualified to come into contact with things on this level. The brand he knows a little about is LV. This understanding is not something I have ever bought. But he had heard of this brand before, from TV, movies, and novels. Sure enough, LV did not disappoint him. In the indoor street, he looked up and looked forward. The LV flagship store occupies 2 floors, exuding a sense of luxury as a whole. He is simply the coolest guy on this street. Just as Chen Chen was about to enter the store, Zhang Yu quickly stopped him. Based on my previous impression of Chen Chen, I felt that he was not a child from a wealthy family. Brother, are you here to buy clothes? Of course, otherwise why would I be here? Chen Chen's face was full of helplessness. Think carefully, the things here are not cheap. Zhang Yu wanted to persuade him, but the next second he was pulled into the store by Chen Chen. Zhang Yu, who was pulled into the store, stopped trying to persuade them and instead looked surprised. Brother, I don't see you spending a lot of money normally, what's wrong? Are you pretending to be poor? Not really. Chen Chen shook his head and denied Zhang Yu's guess. I'm not a rich second generation. Chapter 4, Couple Outfits? Zhang Yu didn't believe what Chen Chen said, and was sure that Chen Chen must be a rich second generation who was experiencing life. She curled her lips and entered the store with Chen Chen, and the 3 girls followed closely behind them. When Su Chua saw that Chen Chen was actually going to buy clothes at LV, she was a little surprised, and her curiosity about Chen Chen increased. She could see that Chen Chen's clothes were indeed very ordinary, but his expression revealed an inexplicable confidence and composure. Ding, Su Chuxia's favorability +5. When Chen Chen heard the system prompt, his footsteps paused slightly, but he did not pay too much attention and continued to walk inside. The sales consultant at the door saw a customer coming in and hurried forward to greet him. With just one glance, those experienced eyes could tell that the person coming in was most likely a student. Although I feel that I come to the store just to see the luxury goods and broaden my horizons, the chances of making a deal are not high. But her good professional ethics still kept the smile on her face. Welcome to the LV flagship store, what can I do for you? I'll just take a look. Chen waved his hand, indicating that he would just take a look and told the sales consultant not to bother him. The salesperson tactfully stepped back a few steps, but did not go away. Instead, he stood aside, ready to serve at any time. Chen thought angrily in his heart, sure enough, many things in novels are lies. In the novel, the plot at this time should be that the waiter looks down on the poor student, and then the poor student directly swipes the card to pay for the store and starts to show off and slap his face. Chen Shendong didn't quite know how to match them, so he pointed at a few pieces and asked the sales consultant to help him take them down. Seeing Chen picking up clothes and trying them on, Li Jiajia took the initiative to step forward and stop him. Chen, what kind are you going to buy? What's your budget? It's fine for everyday wear, but if you're talking about a budget, there's no budget. No budget? What does that mean? Li Jiajia was a little puzzled. Any amount is fine, as long as it's appropriate. Chen's tone was very casual. It's like I'm shopping at a $2 store instead of LV. The corners of Li Jiajia's mouth twitched slightly twice. You don't know much about matching, how about we help you choose? You probably don't have a clear goal, and Su Chua is a fashion blogger, so she will definitely be more suitable than you choose yourself. Chen looked back at Su Chua with some surprise, then nodded in agreement. Then I'm sorry to bother you. I really don't know how to match it. Su Chua was shocked when she heard Chen say that there was no budget and any amount of money would be fine. Now when she heard Chen asking her to help choose clothes, her eyes immediately showed excitement. Su Chuxiao's family conditions are average, and she doesn't normally come into contact with these things. As the campus belle of Shanghai University, she has many suitors and receives many gifts. But she accepted none of them, and she had no intention of opening a fish pond. Influenced by her family, she was well aware of the fact that poor couples have many sorrows. The difficulties of daily life and the helplessness of getting angry and quarreling over money. So her plan was to find a boyfriend in college who came from a wealthy family and who liked her. Then after graduation, I will get married and live the life of a rich housewife. Su Chua is very beautiful, and she knows that this is her advantage. As long as she is clean, she has this confidence, at least during college. The rich second generation are much more innocent during college, and they still believe in love. Su Chua couldn't help but smack her tongue when she saw that the cheapest piece of clothing cost $78.88. She has always been particularly interested in dressing and has browsed various luxury goods online. But this is the first time in reality that I have a legitimate reason to make any choice I want. Although I didn't choose it for myself, it still made me feel excited. I couldn't help but feel more favorable towards Chen. Su Chuxiao's favorability +3. A professional person does professional things. Su Chua is worthy of being a fashion blogger. After a while, Su Chua brought out the clothes, pants, and shoes she had selected and handed them to Chen. Well, try this. Chen didn't hesitate too much. He picked up his clothes and shoes, turned around and walked into the fitting room and changed into them immediately. When Su Chua saw Chen changed his clothes, she felt that he was handsome at first sight. This outfit is perfect for Chen. Chen was wearing a polo shirt, black casual pants, and a pair of casual sneakers. The complementary colors made him look cleaner and more upscale. Now Chen is simply a handsome and elegant gentleman. Su Chuxiao's favorability +10. Wang Ling quietly walked to Li Jiajia's side and leaned over to whisper in her ear. Jiajia, do the clothes these two are wearing look like couple outfits? The man is handsome and the woman is pretty, they are a perfect match. However, Wang Ling's whisper was not low. In this quiet environment, and with everyone not far away from each other, everyone could hear it clearly. It was visibly that Su Chuxiao's ears turned red. She took a few quick steps, came to Wang Ling's side, and reached out to scratch the soft flesh on Wang Ling's waist. I'm going to kill you, how dare you say anything? Wang Ling quickly dodged, surrendered and admitted her mistake. I was wrong, Xia, I was wrong, please forgive me. I was also looking at the same color clothes and shoes you two wore. You are so beautiful, and Chen is so handsome, I really feel like you two are a perfect match. Su Chuxiao's face started to turn red. Perhaps it was influenced by Chen Chen's appearance at that time. It may also be that he was influenced by Chen Chen's confident and calm temperament in the luxury store. Or maybe it was both. Su Chua didn't mind Wang Ling's teasing at this time. But her girlish heart got in the way, and she was still a little embarrassed and angry and said, "You still say that? I'll teach you a lesson if you talk nonsense." The two fought for a while, and Wang Ling kept begging for mercy and promised not to say anything nonsense again. Only then did Su Chua let her go. The blush on Su Chua's face had not yet faded, and she glanced at Chen Chen secretly with an evasive look. He found that Chen Chen was also staring at him, with an inexplicable smile on his face, so he quickly lowered his head again. Su Chua's favorability plus 10. Chen Chen checked Su Chua's panel and found that her favorability had increased to 23 points. Chen Chen was a little surprised. The favorability level went from 10 at the beginning to 23 now. It's only been a short time, the growth rate is a bit too fast. Especially just now, it can almost be said that 20 points of favorability were added continuously. Based on this short period of contact, when I pay the bill and show my financial resources, Su Chua should be able to show some favorability to me. Putting aside the messy thoughts in his mind, Chen Chen felt that Su Chua was quite good at choosing and matching clothes, so he wanted her to help choose a few more sets. Just as I was about to speak, I heard Su Chua ask in an expectant tone, "How about it, does this suit you?" "Well, it's pretty good. You are worthy of being a fashion blogger. The clothes suit me very well, much better than if I choose them myself. Could you please help me choose a few more sets? I also need to have some clothes to change into on a regular basis." Chen Chen was generous with his praise and asked Su Chua to help him choose again. Okay, no problem, leave it to me." Su Chua glanced at the price tag on the clothes and her eyes brightened a little. But he didn't say anything, and he and Li Jiejia and Wang Ling continued to choose matching clothes for Chen Chen. "Brother Tonzi, what is my current charm score?" Chen Chen called the system in his heart. Chapter 5, A Watch Worth 13 Million. Host's current comprehensive charm value is 80. Submit the task. Chen Chen remembered it very clearly. The system said at the time that it would look at the comprehensive charm score when submitting the task. The higher the score, the better the reward. So when I finished trimming my hair, I didn't submit the task reward directly. Instead, wait until all the combinations are completed before submitting the task and receiving the reward. The overall score has now reached 80 points, which is not low. According to the system's definition of a beautiful woman with high looks, Chen Chen has now reached the passing line of high looks. Ding, it is detected that the host currently has unsettled goods. The task submitted now will not be calculated in the comprehensive score. Do you want to continue submitting the task? Don't submit, don't submit. Chen Chen quickly spoke out to stop him. Originally, Chen Chen thought that he could submit the task as long as he put on the clothes. I didn't expect that I would have to check out and buy the product before it could be calculated into the overall score. But it makes sense if you think about it. If all of this can be submitted, wouldn't that be exploiting a system loophole? If you don't check out, then the items are not yours, and you certainly can't increase your score. Soon, Su Chua and the other two selected 3 sets of clothes and shoes for Chen Chen. After trying them on, Chen Chen felt very satisfied. Pay directly at checkout. Ding, the host successfully spent 160,000 yuan, triggering 2x cashback amount 320,000. The phone message notification sound also sounded. Boom boom boom. Your ICBC card account with the last number 8069 received 320,000 renminbi at 15:37 on September 13th. The sales consultant was there to provide service throughout the process, and she admitted that she had made a mistake. At the same time, she was also glad that her good professional ethics did not allow her to show any impatience in front of them. This is a high-quality customer. Thinking of Chen Chen's casual attitude when paying the bill. Then watch the receipt print out slowly with a click. Then think about the consumption of more than 100,000 yuan, you can get a commission of nearly 10,000 yuan. Her smile became more genuine. Su Chua's favorability plus 10. Chen Chen didn't care about Su Chua's increased favorability, as he had expected this. He could sense that Su Chua was not the so-called aloof goddess. She looks down upon all the suitors, probably because none of them meet her requirements. It can be seen from the disgust she showed when she first met Chen Chen to her increased favorability towards him now. Her so-called coolness on the surface should be just a disguise. The system prompts that the increase in favorability cannot be faked. But the zero driving number also proves that this is a pure girl who has never been in love with anyone, and not the kind of person who simply worships money. When Chen saw that he got another 320,000 back, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. It was free shopping again, and he made an extra 160,000 yuan. And he did not forget that there was still a mission reward that he had not claimed. Brother Tonzi, submit the task and receive the task reward. Ding, the host's current comprehensive charm score is 80 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the welfare task. Change your own appearance, improve your own charm, and be rewarded with a Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 1018 watch. After hearing about the system reward, Chen quickly took out his phone and searched for the price of the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 1018 watch. He had heard a saying before. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, and the losers play with computers at home. In addition, he had also heard of Patek Philippe. The cheapest watch of this brand seems to cost more than 300,000 yuan. But when he found out the price of this watch, he was still shocked and his heart was pounding. 13 million. He couldn't believe his eyes. Even if the watch was made of gold, it shouldn't be so expensive. If it's a car worth 13 million or a house worth 13 million, he can accept it. But now it's 13 million for a watch. If this happened before the system was bound, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Even if it is not this Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 1018. It would have been almost impossible for him to own even the cheapest Patek Philippe watch before. But now, just by completing a task, the system directly rewarded him. This made Chen shout in his heart, Ai Xiao. Ai Xiao. Ai Xiao. Brother Tonzi, I love you, I really love you to death. Host, do you want to collect the reward now? The system's voice was still that cold mechanical sound, but to Chen ears, it sounded like nature's music. Withdraw the reward. The mission reward has been successfully received. The relevant certificates are temporarily stored in the system space. You can receive them at any time if needed. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen felt a slight heaviness on his left wrist, and then a slightly cold touch came from his wrist. Chen looked closely and saw that the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 1018 was already worn on his wrist. Its case is made of stainless steel, and the approximately 40 mm dial is paired with a large three-hand design. The top of the plate is signed by Patek Philippe and the bottom is signed by Tiffany. It is really simple and attractive. The more Chen looks at it, the more he likes it. It is really hard to put it down. Zhang Yu noticed something unusual about Chen. Chen thought that the price of the clothes was too high and he couldn't accept it. He quickly stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Brother, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with your clothes?" Chen quickly put his hand down and continued, "It's okay, the clothes are fine, there's no problem, let's go." Zhang Yu also inadvertently saw Chen wrist that was put down. I saw the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 1018 on Chen's wrist. He was a little confused, but he didn't recognize what kind of watch it was, he just thought it was pretty. "When did you buy a watch?" "It's pretty nice." "How much did it cost?" "I'll buy one later. I bought it in a small shop a while ago." "It's not worth much. I just brought it with me. Maybe you didn't notice it." Chen was a little vague. He smiled but did not tell the price of the watch. He is not the kind of person who likes to show off. Su Chua also looked at the watch. She was sure that Chen was not wearing anything on his wrist just now. And based on her experience of frequently browsing luxury goods online, Chen's watch should not be cheap. But Su Chua didn't say anything extra, considering that Chen had just spent more than 100,000 yuan on clothes without blinking an eye. Chen's family should be quite wealthy, so it's normal for such a person to have a high-value watch. Maybe I was just keeping a low profile or experiencing life before. Maybe I left my watch in my pocket when I wasn't wearing it, and I just put it on when I changed my clothes. All I can say is that Su Chua was lucky that she didn't know the price of this watch, otherwise she wouldn't have been so calm. After leaving the LV flagship store, Chen expressed his gratitude to Su Chua and others for helping him choose clothes. "I took the initiative to treat myself to handmade milk tea and triggered the 2x consumption refund again." Ding, the host successfully spent 150 yuan, triggering a 2x cashback, with a cashback amount of 300 yuan. A man was holding a cup of milk tea and wandering around aimlessly. Chen asked several people if they wanted to buy anything. But they all said they were just here to go shopping and have fun, because things here were too expensive and there was nothing to buy. Chen didn't care. He had achieved his purpose and continued to stroll around with the crowd. Inadvertently, he saw out of the corner of his eye that there was a vehicle display stand in an area ahead. The three-pointed star Mercedes-Benz logo is extremely eye-catching. Chapter 6 Dream Car. Zhang Yu saw that Chen was attracted by the Mercedes-Benz vehicle display area, and this time he learned his lesson and did not try to stop him. Chen had previously set an example by spending more than 100,000 yuan on several pieces of clothing. He knew that his classmate was a hidden talent and was probably a low-key rich second generation. Moreover, he is not like someone like him whose family has some money and can barely be considered a second generation rich. After all, given his financial situation, he couldn't afford to spend more than 100,000 yuan on clothes. His family only gives him 20,000 yuan in pocket money a month. 20,000 is actually not a small amount. After all, the average monthly living expenses for college students nowadays are only 2,000 to 3,000. But what can I say about this? If you compare yourself to others, you will die. If you compare goods to others, you will throw them away. Zhang Yu originally thought that his family in the dormitory was Nan Bowen, but what happened? He sat up in shock from his dying illness and found that the clown was himself. There are not many cars, but there are quite a few people. But Chen felt that most of the people who came here were probably here to see the car models. Yes, although there are only 3 cars, we still invited 3 car models to the exhibition area, 1 for each car. The 3 car models are not particularly beautiful in terms of appearance, they can only be described as pretty girls next door. But she has a good figure and her clothes are cool, which is very eye-catching. Chen eyes swept back and forth over the 3 car models fiercely, leaving none of them alone. Su Chua noticed that Chen eyes were always on the car model. I lowered my head to look at my body, well, I couldn't see my toes. He looked up at the car model's pitifully small amount of clothes and couldn't help but think angrily, humph, pervert. Ding, Su Chua's favorability won. This doesn't mean that Su Chua has fallen in love with Chen and is now jealous. A favorability of 33 points has not reached the level of liking, but there is still a certain degree of favorability. After all, after cleaning up, Chen can be considered a handsome guy, which fits Su Chua's aesthetic taste. Besides, after what happened with the LV flagship store, the sense of identification I felt in Chen and the financial ability to spend more than 100,000 yuan on clothes. Otherwise, the favorability wouldn't have increased by 43 points in just a few hours. But she compared the car models with her own figure and appearance, and she was far better than them. Su Chua now simply feels unwilling to accept the feeling of being outdone by someone inferior to her. When Chen heard the notification tone indicating that his favorability had decreased, he reflexively looked towards Su Chua. What did this girl do to offend her? Why did her favorability drop by 1 again? When he looked at Su Chua, he found that Su Chua was also staring at him with those big watery eyes. But when she saw Chen looking at her, she immediately looked away. Chen was a little puzzled, but he didn't care about Su Chua and looked in the direction of the vehicle. He didn't come here just to see the car models. Because he saw a car, the Mercedes-Benz G63. This vehicle was his dream car before. The square and tough style and the lines of the car body are very powerful and elegant. This is the dream of many men. But the price of this car also wakes 99% of people up from their dreams. Just suppress your thoughts and watch from a distance. The bare car price is 2.554 million and the landing price is 3.168 million. TSK. If I didn't have the system, I would never have any contact with this car in my life. Chen heart was filled with sighs, but he was even more grateful that the system chose him. Zhang Yu was also beside Chen, looking at the Mercedes-Benz G63 with Chen. How domineering. This car is so cool, but the price is really damn expensive. You like it too? Chen joked. Zhao, which man wouldn't like this car? But there's no point in liking it, just take a look at it. Chen smiled but didn't respond. I saw a woman sitting next to the display stand. She was pretty, but her dress was a little too seductive, especially with 3 buttons of her shirt undone. She was looking down at her phone at this moment, and the nail polish on her fingers was frighteningly long. Chen looked at her and found that there seemed to be no trace of nail polish on her middle finger. He didn't know why. Seeing that the woman was wearing the work uniform of the Mercedes-Benz flagship store, I thought she was just a normal vehicle salesperson, so I didn't think much about it and just walked over. Is this car for sale now? The salesperson glanced at Chen Shen sideways, did not answer, and lowered his head again. Chen Shen thought the salesperson didn't hear clearly, so he asked again, "Hello, is this car for sale now?" The salesperson suddenly raised his head, with obvious impatience on his face, and said loudly in a bad tone, "The car is on display for sale, otherwise why put it out there? You can't afford it, so why ask so many questions? Do you know what kind of car it is? Do you know how much it costs?" Chen Shen was stunned for a moment, then he came to his senses immediately and then secretly complained in his heart. It seems that not all novels are lies. He was complaining about not having a good experience at the LV store before, and now Chow Chow has arrived so quickly. Ding, it was detected that the host intended to buy a car but was insulted by the car salesperson. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, the host cannot be insulted. Please buy a Mercedes-Benz G63 to slap the car salesman in the face and make him face the reality. Mission rewards: 1. Vehicle license plate ACC 666, 2. 1 Jiangwan Hanlin Villa. Chen Shen knew the generosity of his own system. But I never expected that in order to protect the host, he would directly buy a car and slap himself in the face. By the way, I'll give you a license plate and a villa as a gift. This is Jiangwan Hanlin's villa, which is worth at least tens of millions. Chen Shen was not angry because of the salesperson's attitude. Instead, he was somewhat grateful to the salesperson. Zhang Yu walked over immediately after hearing the salesperson's voice. He heard the entire conversation between the two. Although he thought that Chen Shen came forward just to understand the detailed performance of the car. But I didn't expect the salesperson's attitude to be so bad. He directly launched a verbal attack on Chen Shen. Just when he was about to argue and fight back with the salesperson, Chen Shen held him back and did not let him go forward. Zhang Yu looked at Chen Shen with some confusion, but Chen Shen shook his head at him, suggesting that he calm down and not be impulsive. Although Chen Shen is not the kind of person who likes to be high profile, he is not the kind of person who would endure being wronged. He has his own plans. However, just as he was about to say something, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, a good-looking person of the opposite sex has been detected. Do you want to view their personal information? He looked to the side and saw a girl wearing the same clothes for sale jogging towards him from the backstage. Check the information. Name: Ai Xiaoing. Age: 25. Height: 166 centimeters. Weight: 53 kilograms. Appearance: 82. Body size: 95. Overall score: 89. Number of drivers: 0. Favorability: 0. The girl, who should also be a car salesperson, bowed to Chen Shen and the others and said sorry. Then he hurriedly asked what happened. Chen Shen did not use any exaggerated rhetoric, but told the story truthfully. After hearing what happened, Ai Xiaoing saw that the woman behind her did not refute, which confirmed that Chen Shen did not lie or exaggerate. Glancing at the woman behind him, he complained in his heart, "Ah, how annoying. This is the nth time this has happened." Ding, Ai Xiaoing's favorability plus 10. Looking directly at Chen Shen again, she spoke very straightforwardly with a smile. "Hello, sir. My name is Ai Xiaoing. I am the sales manager of the Mercedes-Benz flagship store. Thank you for consulting us about Mercedes-Benz cars. I am also very sorry that you had a bad experience because of us. I apologize to you on behalf of my colleagues. I'll answer any questions you have next, is that okay with you? P.S. Ai Xiaoing has something to say to the author. Chapter 7 Sales Manager Ai Xiaoing. I didn't say anything wrong. It was the truth. He just came here to ask. He doesn't look like he can afford it. Why should he apologize on my behalf? Who do you think you are?" Before Chen Shen could say anything, he heard the salesperson next to him mumbling. After hearing this, Chen Shen was still not angry. He said to Ai Xiaoing in a very calm tone, "No need to introduce. See, I told you I just can't afford it, why are you asking me?" This time, before the salesperson could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chen Shen's voice. "Just open the order." As soon as he finished speaking, the salesperson was like a chicken with its neck strangled. He could no longer finish the words he had just said, and could only hear a gurgling sound coming from his throat. Ai Xiaoing, Zhang Yu, Su Chua and others also stared at Chen Shen in a daze. For a moment, the scene was surprisingly quiet. 10 seconds later, Ai Xiaoing came back to her senses first, and she spoke to Chen Chen in a stuttering voice. Sir, I didn't hear you clearly just now, could you please repeat it again? Chen Chen was somewhat helpless and could only say again, just take the contract and issue the order. Ding, Ai Xiaoying's favorability plus 10. Chen Chen turned his head and looked at the salesperson from before, wanting to see her reaction. It turned out that she was on the phone, her voice was very low, and I could vaguely hear part of what she said, grabbing the order, being bullied. This was his original plan, he must buy the car. But he didn't intend to let the salesperson take on the responsibility of buying the car. I originally planned to find another salesperson to sign the contract. Let her not get the commission for signing the order and make her regret it. What Chen Chen didn't expect was that he accidentally discovered a beautiful girl. Although Ai Xiaoying's appearance score is not as high as Su Chua's, she is also pretty and charming. After all, her appearance score is 82. What is more striking is her figure. Her figure that scores 95 points can almost completely make people ignore her appearance. Judging from her weight, she should be a girl with a slim figure from head to toe. However, the thin branches bear great fruits, with that slender waist and straight and plump ribs. TSK TSK TSK. Not to mention that Ai Xiaoying's appearance is not bad either. This resulted in Ai Xiaoying's overall score reaching 89 points, 2 points higher than Su Chua. What is more important is that Ai Xiaoing is 25 years old and has 0 driving license. She is still a pure girl. Chen Chen said he really found a treasure. Just then, Ai Xiaoing also ran over to get the car purchase contract. Mr. Chen, the price of this Mercedes-Benz G63 is 3.168 million yuan, and the down payment is 800,000 yuan. Do you think you can accept it? Down payment? I don't want a down payment. That clown salesperson popped up again. Ha, you can't even afford the down payment, and you still want to buy a car, I'm afraid. Full payment. The salesperson choked back his words halfway through his speech and closed his mouth again. Swipe the card. Chen Chen directly handed the ID card and bank card to Ai Xiaoing. Ai Xiaoing was completely overwhelmed by Chen Chen's behavior. She took Chen Chen's ID card and bank card in a daze. Ding, Ai Xiaoying's favorability plus 20. Ding, Su Chua's favorability plus 10. As a sales manager, Ai Xiaoing has seen people coming to buy luxury cars. But who were those people in the past? Basically, they were greasy uncles in their 40s or 50s. He is so hesitant when buying a car, wants to get this and that as gifts, and always wants to take advantage of me. Unlike Chen Chen, who is so young, handsome, and pays so quickly and readily. The favorability level is rising rapidly. Ai Xiaoing is already 25 years old, and her family has urged her to find a partner more than once or twice. She was also arranged to go on a blind date, but as a Mercedes-Benz salesperson, Ai Xiaoing had high standards. She simply looked down upon the so-called blind dates introduced to her by her family, so every time she went on a date, it failed. But if you say that she is materialistic, Ai Xiaoing is not the kind of girl who is willing to give anything for money. She still hopes that she can have a sweet love, that's why her virginity is still there. Because of her outstanding figure and good looks, many bosses came to see her cars. And their manager has also proposed to support her. Some people were even willing to offer 100,000 yuan a month, but she rejected them all without hesitation. Ai Xiaoing was able to become a sales manager because of her real talents. So if she doesn't want to, no one can force her. And Su Chua had an even better impression of Chen Chen. From the haircut that cost over 1,000, the clothes that cost 160,000, plus the car that cost over 3 million. And this is obviously not Chen Chen's limit. In Su Chua's opinion, Chen Chen is only a freshman, and he has so much disposable money, so his family must be super rich. His face is so handsome. For her, it is perfect to find Chen Chen to realize her dream of becoming a rich wife and making a living. Ai Xiaoing held Chen Chen's bank card and ID card in a daze. Just as I was about to swipe my card to register, I heard a clear sound of someone trying to block it. Brother, someone is bullying me. That bitch Ai Xiaoing is stealing my orders. You have to take care of it for me. Woo woo woo. Everyone turned to look over, wanting to see what the salesperson was doing. She just threw herself into the arms of the person who came in and hugged him tightly. She rubbed her body against him vigorously, pretending to cry as she did so. Ai Xiaoing saw the person coming and introduced him to Chen Chen helplessly. This is our manager, Xiao Xian. He is, Chang Yuanyuan's brother, right? Chang Yuanyuan is the salesperson from before. Chen Shen heard Ai Xiaoing say brother in a somewhat strange tone. I understood instantly that this was definitely not a real brother. Xiao Xian comforted Chang Yuanyuan with a few words and pulled her off him. Yes, he pulled her off. He had already seen Chen Shen's youthful appearance and the Mercedes-Benz G63 he wanted to buy. Being young is not scary, and buying a 3 million car is no problem. But when the two are combined, this kind of person is not someone you can afford to offend. Chang Yuanyuan did not explain the situation truthfully to Xiao Xian on the phone. Chang Yuanyuan told him that someone bullied her and scolded her. Ai Xiaoing did not help her, and even joined others in bullying her in order to steal her car sales orders. Anyone who can become the manager of a Mercedes-Benz store is certainly not a fool. Xiao Xian knows what kind of person Ai Xiaoing is, and he also knows what kind of person Chang Yuanyuan is. He did not believe Chang Yuanyuan's one-sided statement and came here to understand the situation first. After all, Ai Xiaoing is capable, but Chang Yuanyuan's kung fu is also very powerful. He had originally planned to just muddle through if it wasn't a big deal. But after arriving at the scene, I suddenly felt that things were getting difficult. He still walked up to him and prepared to discuss it with Chen Shen. See if we can give Chen Shen some discounts on the car purchase, and then let him stop caring about this matter. Talk to Ai Xiaoing again and tell her that this order should be put on Chang Yuanyuan's head, and give Ai Xiaoing some compensation in private. This way, we have the best of all worlds and it benefits everyone. The distance was quite far just now, so Xiao Xian didn't see carefully, he just knew that Chen Shen was young. As he got closer, he saw the watch on Chen Shen's wrist. Others may not know him, but as a sales manager of Mercedes-Benz, he naturally has some vision. Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018. 1300W. His pupils suddenly contracted, he recognized this watch. Chapter 8: The Contrasting Sales Manager. This was the first time Xiao Xian saw the true appearance of this watch, but he did not doubt its authenticity at all. He still has this judgment. The reason I know about this watch is because I saw someone wearing the same model in the news. There are only 170 limited editions worldwide, with a price tag of 13 million. How could a small sales manager like him mess with the identity and background of someone who could afford to wear this watch? Cold sweat was visibly breaking out on Xiao Xian's forehead. He couldn't help but curse Chang Yuanyuan in his heart for almost killing him. But while secretly cursing Chang Yuanyuan, he was also complaining about Chen Shen in his heart. You are a rich young man who can afford a $13 million watch. If you want to buy a car, go buy a supercar. Why are you joining in the fun in our small Mercedes-Benz store? He doesn't think that people who can afford a Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018 watch can't afford a supercar. For someone who is willing to spend 13 million on a watch, wouldn't it be easy for him to spend tens of millions on a car? Xiao Xian knew that this matter had to be handled properly and he couldn't compromise. We must make this young master satisfied. Otherwise, if this young master got angry, his end would be extremely miserable. His forehead was covered with sweat, his waist was bent almost 90 degrees, and he said in an extremely flattering tone. Hello, young master, what should I call you? Chen Shen originally thought that this manager came to support Chang Yuanyuan. After coming over, there will be a lot of blah blah. But I didn't expect that his behavior and tone would be so different after he came here. So he looked at Xiao Xian in a daze and did not respond to him. Xiao Xian looked up with some trepidation and saw the young master in front of him looking at him. But he ignored me, and my heart sank even more. At this time, Ai Xiaoing, who was standing nearby, hurriedly tried to smooth things over with the contract documents in her hand. Manager Xiao, this is Mr. Chen. Xiao Xian looked at Ai Xiaoing with gratitude, and then he was about to say something to Chen Shen. Mr. Chen, you. But unexpectedly, Chang Yuanyuan was unwilling. I saw Xiao Xian treating Chen Shen with a humble and flattering attitude. She was very unconvinced. She called Xiao Xian over to support her, so what was going on now? So she interrupted Xiao Xian and said in a pretentious voice. Brother, isn't it just that he can afford a car? Why are you trying to please him so much? When Xiao Xian heard what Chang Yuanyuan said, he was so angry that his hands were shaking. Chang Yuanyuan didn't notice Xiao Xian's reaction and kept muttering. Brother, they were the ones who bullied me just now, you have to help me vent my anger. Chen Shen said with a strange look on his face, this brother, how are you going to help your sister vent her anger? Xiao Xian was sweating profusely at this moment, and he even wanted to eat Chang Yuanyuan. He quickly turned around and yelled to Cheng Yuan. "Shut up! Get out of here! If you say another word, I'll show you how I'll punish you. You clearly said you loved me and protected me and everything, but you yelled at me? And told me to get out?" Cheng Yuan looked incredulous. "Is it because of Ai Xiaoing, the vixen, that you..." Without waiting for Cheng Yuan to finish her words, Xiao Xian slapped Cheng Yuan in the face, interrupting her voice. Then, he came up to Cheng Yuan and said with gritted teeth, "If you want to kill me, I will definitely make you live a life worse than death." Although Cheng Yuan still didn't understand what was going on, why did he want to harm Xiao Xian? Although she didn't understand, she was still a little afraid of Xiao Xian. She was just a canary raised by Xiao Xian, and she usually relied on Xiao Xian to bully others. But if Xiao Xian wanted to deal with her, it would be absolutely easy. Seeing that Cheng Yuan stopped acting up, he turned around and unconsciously glanced at the watch on Chen Chen's wrist. Then he continued to speak to Chen Chen in a flattering tone. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry for not disciplining you strictly. Don't worry, I will discipline you strictly when I get back. You can ask for anything you want, and I will definitely satisfy you, as long as I can get your forgiveness." Chen Chen has also figured it out. When Xiao Xian first came, although he was not here to show off his power, he also wanted to support Cheng Yuan. All the changes should have started when Xiao Xian approached her, and his attitude changed drastically after he saw her wrist. He must have recognized the watch he was wearing and thought of himself as a rich second generation with a strong background. But think about it, if you are not a rich second generation with a strong family background and powerful financial situation, how many people can wear a 13 million watch at Chen Chen's age? Chen Chen didn't explain either. After having the system, although he did not spend money deliberately to make money, his money would only increase in the future. When you have too much money, it is just a string of cold numbers lying in your bank card. Don't underestimate this string of numbers. Rich people have more than just money. Although Chen Chen has no background now, he himself has a powerful background. In other words, the system is his powerful background, and he firmly believes that his background is no weaker than anyone else's. Chen Chen is not a person who shows off in a high-profile manner, but he is not the kind of person who deliberately pretends to be poor and wants to eat the tiger. He likes to let nature take its course. Chen Chen raised his wrist and said in a calm and steady tone, "Did you recognize me?" Xiao Xian's eyes couldn't help but follow Chen Chen's raised wrist, and he could see more clearly. Although he had never seen this watch in person before. However, the first impression of the Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111018 was low-key and luxurious, which made him more convinced that this watch was absolutely authentic. He lowered his waist even lower, and his tone became more respectful. "Yes, Mr. Chen, this is the Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111018. This watch is so suitable for your wrist and matches your temperament so well. So can I buy a car now?" No, Mr. Chen, do you like this G63? I'll give it to you. It's really a great honor for me to have you come to my place to look at cars. How can I let you spend any more money?" Xiao Xian gritted his teeth. Although he had some money, the price of a G63 was not a small amount. From these few short sentences, he had already sensed that this young Master Chen did not care about what had just happened. In other people's eyes, this may just be a little fun. But he still has to show his attitude and treat it as an investment. Although 3 million is not a small sum, it can still be taken out if you grit your teeth. If I can get close to Mr. Chen, my life will definitely be prosperous in the future. Do you think I need your money? Chen Chen didn't want to accept Xiao Xian's flattery. He didn't need the more than 3 million. He didn't spend money on purpose, otherwise it wouldn't be 3 million. Even if it's 30 million, 300 million, or 3 billion, he can get it in minutes. Besides, buying a car also involves your own system tasks, as well as the delicious task rewards. If it was not bought with my own money but given to me by Xiao Xian, who knows whether Brother Tongzi would recognize it. The clothes I bought before almost didn't count. All he wants now is to pay for the car quickly. Ding, Ai Xiaoing's favorability plus 20. Ding, Su Chua's favorability plus 15. Chapter 9. Let Ai Xiaoing deliver the car to your door. When Zhang Yu and the other girls heard the brand and model of Chen Chen's watch from Xiao Xian, they were all shocked. Patek Philippe, the worst watches cost more than 300,000 yuan. Su Chua couldn't help but search the internet according to the model of the watch. The result made her exclaim, 13 million. Chen Chen was talking to Xiao Xian and didn't hear clearly what they were saying. Of course, even if you heard it, you probably wouldn't care. When Li Jiajia heard Su Chua say 13 million, he couldn't help but look at Su Chua. Chua, what 13 million? Watch. The watch Chen is wearing. I checked the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711-1A018 model online. It's worth 13 million. 13 million? Is it some foreign currency? Zhang Yu was a little bit incredulous. What foreign currency? RMB. The watch Chen is wearing is worth 13 million renminbi. Zhang Yu was silent. He thought about how he had joked with Chen before that it looked nice and he wanted to buy one. Even if you chop off all the meat on his body, you still can't afford it even if you sell it by pound. Ai Xiaoing was not far away from Su Chua and the other girls, so she could hear every word of their conversation. When he heard that the watch was worth 13 million, Chen put it on his wrist. Her surprised little mouth opened so wide that a small egg could fit in it. As if they had discussed it beforehand, several people looked at Chen in unison. And Chen also heard the system notification sound indicating that Ai Xiaoing and Su Chua's favorability had increased. He also turned to look at Su Chua and Ai Xiaoing, and found that the two girls were looking at him without blinking, and the eagerness in their eyes was simply not concealed. These two people, one is a cool and beautiful schoolgirl, and the other is a pure and beautiful saleswoman. Chen did not take any initiative at all, but in such a short period of time his favorability increased to 60 points. Su Chua didn't seem to be there yet. Chen looked at Su Chua's panel and found that it was 57 points. He couldn't help but look at Su Chua with a strange and slightly disdainful look. Conjure up a picture in your mind. He pointed his finger at Su Chua's smooth forehead and said to her in a tone of regret. Look at how self-conscious the beautiful sales lady is. It took her only a short while to get her favorability up to 60. You've known me for much longer than she has, but your impression of me hasn't improved as fast as hers. In fact, what Chen didn't understand was that there was a reason why the favorability increased so quickly. Su Chua originally had the idea of finding a rich boyfriend during college, and then getting married after graduation and living the life of a rich wife. And Chen perfectly met her expectations, with clothes, cars, and the shocking 13 million watch. Su Chua could imagine that if Chen liked her and pursued her, she would date him. How happy the days that followed were. As for Ai Xiaoing, as the sales manager of Mercedes-Benz, she can be considered a person who has seen the world. There are quite a few wealthy people who come here to buy cars. Therefore, Ai Xiaoing has very high requirements for her other half, and she does not look down on those from ordinary families. She doesn't want to commit herself to a greasy middle-aged man, nor does she want to be kept and called a canary. So at the age of 25, I am still single. Originally, due to pressure from my parents, I planned to find someone with a decent family background and give it a try. Unexpectedly, I met a perfect boy like Chen, who was not only rich but also handsome. When we first met, I found that Chen was a relatively honest person. This is simply the perfect other half in Ai Xiaoying's mind. Chen couldn't guess what the two girls were thinking, and he was in a very good mood about the rapid increase in their favorability towards each other. He didn't want to say anything more to Xiao Xian, so he told Ai Xiaoing, swipe the card and sign the bill. Xiao Xian looked at Chen and saw that he did not accept his flattery. He felt relieved, but also disappointed. I'm glad I saved 3 million, but I'm disappointed I couldn't get Chen's support. Ai Xiaoing moved quickly and the receipt was printed out as the card was swiped successfully through the POS machine. Ding! The host successfully consumed 3,168,000 yuan, triggering a 2x cashback, with a cashback amount of 6,336,000 yuan. Boom boom boom. Your ICBC card account with the last number 8069 received 6,336,000 renminbi at 1640 on September 13th. The sound of the system cashing back the card after the card was successfully swiped rang in my mind, and then a text message notification came. Cool. Chen already had the experience of system cashback, so he did not have an exaggerated reaction to the system cashback, but he still felt happy. I got a car for free and made 3.168 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The host cannot be insulted. Please buy a Mercedes-Benz G63 to slap the car salesperson in the face and make him face the reality. Mission rewards: 1. Vehicle license plate ACC 666, 2. 1 Jiangwan Hanlin Villa. When Chen heard that the mission was completed, he looked in the direction of Cheng Yuan. I saw Cheng Yuan still standing in the same place as before, and she was scared now. She originally thought that with Xiao Xian's favor, she could do whatever she wanted here. But after hearing Xiao Xian's threat and then hearing that Chen Shen's watch was worth 13 million, she was really scared. In her opinion, Xiao Xian was already a big shot, but Xiao Xian definitely couldn't afford a watch worth 13 million. Moreover, how could she dare to show any dissatisfaction or arrogance when she had offended Xiao Xian, who had to bow down to please her? She could only pray in her heart that Chen Shen would stop paying attention to her. Chen Shen didn't have the extra time to pay attention to Cheng Yuan, the clown. His cell phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar local number in Shanghai. Without hesitation, I swiped to answer the call. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Shen? I'm from the Magic City Vehicle Administration. The license plate you bid on before, Magic ACC 666, has been made. When would it be convenient for you to come and pick it up? It seems that this is the license plate rewarded by the system task. He originally wanted to go there when he had time in the next 2 days, but after looking at Ai Xiaoing, he changed his mind. I'll arrange for someone to go over there later. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shen asked Ai Xiaoing, can you drive? Ai Xiaoing was stunned, thinking how could a car salesman not know how to drive? Smiling and nodding, he said, Mr. Chen, I can drive. Okay, the license plate I took has already been to the vehicle management office. Please help me get it ready and send it to me. This. Xiao Xian hurriedly said, okay, Mr. Chen, just leave it to Xiaoying. Chen Shen opened his personal WeChat QR code and said to Ai Xiaoing, add me on WeChat and send me a message when you're done. I'll treat you to a meal when you're done. Ai Xiaoing quickly opened her phone, scanned the QR code, and added Chen Shen's WeChat, feeling secretly delighted. She thought, as long as she had the contact information and was offered a car, there would definitely be a chance to get in touch. She looked down at her figure and couldn't help feeling a little proud. I just don't believe you won't be tempted. Ding, Ai Xiaoying's favorability +5. Su Chua felt a little jealous when she saw Ai Xiaoing added Chen Shen on WeChat. In comparison, she knew Chen Shen earlier than Ai Xiaoing, but she hadn't even added Chen Shen on WeChat. On the contrary, Ai Xiaoing, who had known him for a shorter time, added him now, and Chen Shen even said that he would treat Ai Xiaoing to a meal. But she felt a little embarrassed to ask Chen Shen for his WeChat ID. Look at Ai Xiaoying's curvy figure, especially her slender waist and those 2 big headlights. As a woman, Su Chua felt a little envious. Men all like big ones. Although hers is not small, it is far inferior to Ai Xiaoying's. Although she has an advantage in terms of appearance, Ai Xiaoying's appearance is not bad either. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. As for Xiao Xian, when he saw that Chen Shen had added Ai Xiaoing on WeChat, he immediately put away his dirty thoughts about Ai Xiaoing. Men understand men best. He knows clearly that Chen Shen must have feelings for Ai Xiaoing. Although he also likes Ai Xiaoing and is a rather lustful person, he also knows that lust is a double-edged sword. He still knows what kind of women can be touched and what kind of women cannot be touched. He would not commit suicide for a woman. After Chen Shen solved the license plate issue and added Ai Xiaoing on WeChat, he decided not to stay here any longer. He did have a crush on Ai Xiaoing, but that didn't mean he had to be so attentive to her like a lapdog. We just met and had contact. Don't be in a hurry. And with a favorability rating of 65 points, plus the follow-up of having a car delivered to your door, there are many opportunities to contact Ai Xiaoing. I'm leaving now. Contact me when you're done. I'll be waiting for your message. After saying hello to Ai Xiaoing, he turned to Su Chua and the others and said, let's go. Before Su Chua left, she looked at Ai Xiaoing again. She concluded with a woman's intuition that Ai Xiaoing must have feelings for Chen Shen. Turning around, Su Chua looked at Chen Shen's back with complicated eyes again, and followed him with a heavy heart. Li Jiejie saw all this and was thinking about something in her mind. Chapter 10 Zhang Yu's Misunderstanding. After leaving the exhibition area, Chen Shen clearly noticed that the way Zhang Yu and others looked at him had changed. There is a vague sense of distance. Of course Chen Shen knew the reason. It's just like the original owner had a good relationship with Zhang Yu before. Zhang Yu does not have the arrogance of a second-generation person. However, there is some rift between the two. This has a lot to do with the identities and family backgrounds of both parties, and now it's just that the positions of the two parties have been swapped. So Chen Shen said with some amusement and some helplessness, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this?" I can eat people. I don't know if it eats people, but it's quite scary. Zhang Yu said embarrassedly. Li Jieja patted Zhang Yu's arm. What nonsense are you talking about? After looking at Su Chua again, he asked Chen Chen, Master Chen, you are so rich, what does your family do? What young Master Chen? I'm not some young master. Just call me by my name. I'm just a kid from an ordinary family. I told you that before. Zhang Yu immediately retorted. Children from ordinary families? Come on, what ordinary family would wear a Patek Philippe worth 13 million? What ordinary family would buy a 3 million car without blinking an eye? Zhang Yu didn't believe at all that the child Chen Chen was talking about was from an ordinary family. It feels like Chen Chen is the top rich second generation who is here to experience life. Chen Chen felt helpless. To be honest, no one believed him. His family is really ordinary, but it's different now that he has brother Tonzi. But it is absolutely impossible to mention the existence of brother Tonzi to anyone. My parents are both teachers. Remember I told you before. Chen Chen looked at Zhang Yu. Okay, don't dwell on this issue, and don't look at me as if I were a rich second generation. I'm really not a rich second generation. We will continue to get along the same way as before. Didn't you look down on me when you were rich? Zhang Yu's personality is that of a carefree person. Come to think of it, I don't want to get anything from Chen Chen, so why bother thinking so much? He quickly adjusted his mentality and spoke in a mean tone. Mr. Chen, how does it feel to wear a watch worth 13 million? Tell me about it so that I can satisfy my curiosity. I have never seen such an expensive watch in my life. What kind of feeling can it have? It's just a tool to tell time. Do you want to try it on? Before he finished speaking, Chen Chen pretended to take the Patek Philippe off his wrist. This time, Li Jieja quickly refused without waiting for Zhang Yu to speak. No, please don't let Zhang Yu take him with him. If he gets hurt, you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you sell him. After saying that, he glared at Zhang Yu with a warning look. Zhang Yu smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to speak. Seeing this, Chen Chen continued to smile and took off the watch from his wrist and handed it to Zhang Yu, then said to Li Jieja. It's not that serious. This thing is not as delicate as you think. Zhang Yu did not take the watch to play with it, but pointed at Li Jieja and said to Chen Chen in a joking tone. Chen Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but you'd better take it back, otherwise Jia will break my legs when I go back. After saying this, he couldn't help laughing. Seeing that Zhang Yu didn't take it, Chen Chen didn't insist on giving the watch to Zhang Yu. He took it back and continued to wear it on his wrist. Okay, tell me anytime you want to play. After a little laughter, Chen Chen felt that Zhang Yu's attitude had changed significantly. Although it still doesn't have the same feeling as the initial one, it's already very good. Chen Chen still has 4 years of college life ahead of him, and he still wants to experience college life well. Although there is a high probability that I will have to move out of off-campus accommodation and no longer live in the dormitory. But he didn't want to have too much estrangement with his roommates because of money. Before traveling through time, the original owner got along well with these roommates. Retracting his thoughts, Chen Chen looked at the time and asked for their opinions. Should we continue shopping now? Li Jieja and others also looked at the time and found that it was already past 5 o'clock, so they no longer had the idea of continuing shopping. So he suggested, let's stop shopping. It's getting late. Let's find a place to eat. It can also be regarded as a celebration for young Master Chen's new car. Chen Chen also felt that he had been walking around for a long time and was a little tired. Just when I was about to ask the girls for their opinions and what they wanted to eat, his cell phone rang again. Chen Chen answered the call and a pleasant voice came from the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Chen? I'm Chen Chen, who are you? Chen Chen was a little confused. Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Bai Shi, I work for Jiangwan Hanlin Property Management Department, and I'm the housekeeper of your villa. The villa you purchased at Jiangwan Hanlin has been packed and ready for you to move in any time. Chen Chen was surprised when he received the call about the license plate. There are 2 rewards from the system. In addition to a license plate, there is also a villa. But there was no system prompt at that time. I had originally planned to wait until I had free time to ask the system about the situation of the villa, but now it happened. It turned out that the villa still needed final cleaning before being taken over. No wonder it came slower than the license plate. Mr. Chen, there are several contracts about the villa that need your signature. Do you have time now? Yes, I'll be there in about half an hour. Chen replied immediately without hesitation. Okay, I'll wait for you at the sales center. You can just call me when you come over. Chen hung up the phone, and then said to Li Jiejia and the others apologetically. I may not be able to go to dinner together today. I just received a call and have something to do later. After a slight pause, Chen continued. Tomorrow, I'll treat you. Then everyone from our 2 dormitories can come. It's a celebration of my buying a car, and it can also be a social gathering between our 2 dormitories. Chen did not say that he was going to see the villa. A lot had already happened today. He didn't want the relationship, which had just been eased, to become alienated again because of a villa. Li Jiejia and others were tactful and did not ask the reason. When she heard Chen asking everyone from the 2 dormitories to come, she and Su Chua and Wang Ling looked at each other. He frowned and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say it. Zhang Yu took over the conversation. Okay, go do what you want to do first, there's no need to rush. Zhang Yu's thought at this time was that Chen was a rich second generation. Inevitably, there are some family, company and business matters to deal with, and he just vaguely heard something about a contract on the phone. That certainly won't affect Chen work. He was just a little surprised that Chen, at such a young age, had already started to get involved in these things. I became more certain of Chen's identity as a second-generation rich man, and the kind of second generation who was more respected in the family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have started training so early. I have to say, a perfect misunderstanding. It must be said that Zhang Yu must have read a lot of novels about overbearing CEOs. Chapter 11 Li Jiejia wants to be a matchmaker. Chen was leaving, but the one who was most reluctant to let him go was Su Chua. Today, apart from some contact with Chen when buying clothes. At other times, we didn't say much. It was even said that she and Chen didn't even add each other on WeChat. Let us not even mention Su Chua's imagination that Chen took the initiative to pursue her. Su Chua lowered her head and looked at herself again. She had a good figure. She also thought she was very beautiful, but why did she feel that Chen had no feelings for her? Otherwise, why not add any contact information? She couldn't help but wonder if Chen didn't like her like this? Does Chen like Ai Xiaoing more? Or is it the thought that your charm has decreased? In fact, Chen still likes Su Chua very much. After all, Su Chua has a good figure and is beautiful. According to Chen's idea, today is the first time he meets Su Chua. As Zhang Yu in his own dormitory, maybe it's nothing. But Su Chua's roommate is also there, so don't ask for Su Chua's WeChat in front of Li Jiejia and Wang Ling. It would be bad if Su Chua felt embarrassed again and thought that Chen's behavior was reckless, which caused her favorability towards him to drop. It's not like we won't see each other anymore, and it's not like we don't have channels to keep in touch. There are plenty of opportunities. He planned to find a way to add WeChat when they met tomorrow. Or he could directly ask Li Jiejia for Su Chua's WeChat through Zhang Yu. It can only be said that Chen still doesn't know what this favorability of nearly 60 actually means. When Chen learned what each level of favorability represented through the system, he still felt a little regretful. Of course, this is a later story, so let us not talk about it now. After Chen left, the others no longer wanted to continue shopping or eating, so after a discussion, they got into Zhang Yu's car and returned to school. On the way back, Li Jiejia seemed to see the uneasiness in Su Chua's heart. Because of the presence of Zhang Yu and Wang Ling, she took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Chua. Li Jiejia, are you in love with Chen? After Li Jiejia sent the message, she saw that Su Chua was still thinking about something and did not take out her phone to check WeChat. He turned around and poked Su Chua's arm with his hand. When Su Chua looked over, he took out his cell phone and waved it in front of her, motioning her to look at the phone. Su Chua took out her cell phone, opened WeChat, and saw the message from Li Jiejia. He suddenly raised his head and blushed as he denied 3 times, I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. The sound was so loud that it startled Wang Ling, who was playing with her mobile phone nearby, and she asked what happened. Li Jiejia quickly fooled Wang Ling, saying it was okay, she was just joking with Su Chua, and she could just play with her phone. Then he continued to wave the phone in front of Su Chua, indicating that he should talk on the phone. Su Chua's ears turned red at this point, and she took out her cell phone to continue denying. Su Chua, don't make blind guesses about things that don't exist. Li Jiejia, really? He also said he wanted to help you take down Chen, but forget it if he doesn't. Su Chua was extremely conflicted. She didn't want Li Jiajia to know what she was thinking, as it was too embarrassing. But I was also very much looking forward to the help that Li Jiajia mentioned. After all, Li Jiajia's boyfriend lives in the same dormitory as Chun Chen. She hesitated for a long time, but still suppressed the shame in her heart and replied to Li Jiajia. Su Chua, then I told you not to laugh at me. Li Jiajia, don't worry, you are my best sister, how could I laugh at you? When this message was sent, Li Jiajia, who was sitting in the front row, could hardly suppress the smile on her face. I thought to myself, your thoughts are clearly written on your face, and you still want to lie to me and say no. Little sister, you have to control yourself. Li Jiajia, Zhang Yu and Chen Chen live in the same dormitory. This is just a mobile surveillance camera. We can know everything about it. What do you think, sister? If you have any ideas, just speak up. I'll help you. Su Chua. Su Chua, I have some feelings for Chen Chen, but he didn't even ask me for his WeChat. Doesn't he like people like me? Li Jiajia, sister, be more confident. With your figure and your looks, not to mention men, even I, as a woman, would be attracted to you. How could Chen Chen not like you? Su Chua, really? Will he really like me? Li Jiajia, don't worry, I'll find a way to get Chen Chen's WeChat for you first, but how are you going to thank me for getting Chen Chen's WeChat for you? Su Chua. Then I'll treat you to a meal? Li Jiajia, what a joke. Am I short of a meal? Su Chua, then tell me, how should I thank you? Li Jiajia, WeChat is coming over, you have to call me good sister in that coquettish tone, it must be that coquettish tone. When Su Chua saw this WeChat message, she looked up and glared at Li Jiajia who was sitting in front of her. Su Chua, female pervert. Li Jiajia, TSK, it's none of your business, deal or not? Su Chua gritted her teeth. Su Chua, deal. Li Jiajia, add another meal. Su Chua felt that Li Jiajia was taking advantage of her situation to raise the price, so she responded bluntly. Su Chua, no. No money. Then he put his phone in his pocket, continued to wander around, and no longer paid attention to Li Jiajia. Li Jiajia turned her head to look at Su Chua's actions and stopped teasing her. Because Wang Ling was still in the car, and also to take care of Su Chua's uncomfortable heart. He did not say it directly to Zhang Yu but sent a message to Zhang Yu on WeChat. Li Jiajia, when you see the message, send me Chen Chen's WeChat. Chen Chen got in a taxi, told the driver the address he wanted to go to, and asked the driver to remind him when he was almost there. The driver looked at Chen Chen with some surprise. My first reaction was surprise that Chen Chen, so young, could live in Jianwan Hanlin? But then he denied the idea, thinking that the man might have just told him the address because he was going to do some business nearby. Without saying anything more, he started the car and set off. 20 minutes later, the driver reminded Chen Chen that they would arrive soon. Chen Chen took out his cell phone, flipped to Bai Shi's number and called back. The call was connected in seconds. Mr. Chen, are you here yet? Yes, I'll be at the sales center right away. Okay, I'll wait for you at the door. You can see me when you get off the car. Okay, I'm here. As they were talking, they arrived at their destination and Chen Chen paid and got off the car. Ding, you consumed. Boom boom boom. Your last number is 8069. Ignore small amount of system prompts for cashback and bank card receipt information and no longer respond. Small amount will not appear later, so as not to be accused of padding the word count. After Chen Chen got off the car, he saw a slim woman in a business suit holding a phone and looking around not far away. Mr. Chen, I didn't see your car. Where are you? I see you. On your right. Chapter 12 Bai Shi. Seeing Bai Shi looking over here, Chen Chen raised his hand to signal, then hung up the phone. Bai Shi was somewhat surprised that Chen Chen came by taxi. This is not to look down on Chen Chen in the slightest, it just feels that he is a little too low-key. After all, the villa was worth 37.5 million yuan, and Chen Chen bought it with full payment without even looking at the house. But who would have known that the only means of transportation for such a rich man who spends money like water is a taxi? The taxi had not left yet. As soon as the driver saw Chen Chen get off the car, a beautiful woman in a professional suit came forward to greet him. He realized that he had been wrong just now, and the person sitting in his taxi was a real rich second generation. I couldn't help but sigh that today's rich second generations are so low-key, and then I drove away. As for Chen Chen, he was checking the system information, because just as Bai Shi was walking towards him quickly, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, a good-looking person of the opposite sex has been detected. Do you want to view their personal information? Shen was not surprised that Bai Shi was rated as a good-looking person of the opposite sex by the system, because he had already seen Bai Shi's face. The delicate facial features were soft and harmonious, the black hair was tied up, revealing the white swan neck, and the professional suit made her look neat and tidy, with a curvy figure, a pair of straight and long legs, and black stockings, which made Shen unable to take his eyes away. Black stockings YYDS. Check the information. Name, Bai Shi. Age, 23. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Body size, 89. Overall score, 90. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 30. The panel shows that Bai Shi's appearance score is 1 point higher than Su Chua's. But in Shen's opinion, a professional woman and a campus beauty cannot be compared with each other. They each have their own characteristics, and he likes them both. The biggest feature of Ai Xiaoing is her slim figure, but she has 2 big flaws. This extreme contrast adds a lot of points to Ai Xiaoing. This is probably the reason why Ai Xiaoing's figure was rated very high by the system. Neither Bai Shi nor Su Chua can compare with her in terms of figure. But Bai Shi also has her own unique feature, which is her legs. They are so straight and long that Shen can't take his eyes off them. Shen also liked Bai Shi's zero-man driving even more. In this materialistic and money-oriented environment, Shen admires Bai Shi for being able to keep himself clean as the villa's exclusive butler. However, Shen was a little confused by the fact that the initial favorability was as high as 30 points. But thinking about it, it might be because I am his boss. After all, Bai Shi will still have to rely on me to pay her salary in the future. Ding, Bai Shi's favorability plus 20. As the system prompt sounded again in my mind. Shen was completely upset. Adding another 20 points of favorability would mean that he would have a 50-point favorability upon meeting her. Is it so easy to increase favorability? Shen couldn't help but ask the system in his heart, Brother Tonzi, why does Bai Shi have such a high favorability towards me? Ding, please explore the reason for the increase in favorability by yourself. Warm tips, the higher the host's charm value, the easier it is for the opposite sex to be attracted to the host, and the greater the chance of improving the favorability. As the favorability increases, the difficulty of improvement increases accordingly. Shen understood. The higher his charm value, the easier it would be to improve his favorability. However, the higher his favorability, the harder and slower it would be to improve. Then, Brother Tonzi, what level does a favorability of 50 belong to? 50 favorability means admiration, 60 or above means love, 70 or above means you can pick them at will, 80 or above means you will obey, 90 or above means you will follow me through thick and thin. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden prompt. If the favorability of the opposite sex is increased to above 80, you will receive a system lottery once, and if the favorability of the opposite sex is increased to above 90, you will receive 5 system lottery draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a random task. Increase the favorability of a high-looking person of the opposite sex to 80. Reward, 1 system lottery. Shen was stunned by a series of system prompts. He just asked about the specific score stage of the system's favorability, but it triggered a hidden prompt from the system and a random task. But then he became excited again. Brother Tonzi, what are the system draws? The prizes for the lucky draw are random. After hearing the system's answer, Shen was depressed again. This answer was really like listening to your words. He looked at the panel and saw that there were 3 good-looking people of the opposite sex. Su Chua, favorability 57. Ai Xiaoing, favorability 65. Bai Shi, favorability 50. Among them, Ai Xiaoing's favorability is the highest, which is already 65. According to the system's prompt, it is already the middle stage of liking someone. And Su Chua is about to reach 60. Although Bai Shi's favorability is only 50, this is the first time they meet and they haven't said a word. The phone call doesn't count. Shen was secretly happy in his heart. He was handsome, and beautiful women liked him, He no longer worried about why Bai Shi's initial favorability was so high. After all, a higher favorability is always better than a lower one. Bai Shi has come to Shen's side and she is also looking at Shen. He is tall, handsome and rich. Much better than her previous boss, that old man who always tried to take advantage of her. Moreover, although Chen Chen looks young, he has a calm and confident temperament. The thought of becoming this man's personal butler in the future made her have some wild thoughts unconsciously, which was the main reason why her favorability increased by 20 points. Hello, I'm Chen Chen. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him who seemed a little distracted, Chen Chen spoke first. Chen Chen's voice interrupted by Shi's slightly colorful reverie in his mind. When she came to her senses, her ears turned red and she cursed herself in her heart for thinking about something ridiculous. Bai Shi quickly stretched out her smooth and tender little hand. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the private butler assigned to you by Jiangwan Hanlin Property Management Department. If you have any questions or requests in the villa, you can come to me to solve them. Chen Chen looked at the tender little white hand in front of him and politely extended his hand to shake it. The moment he held it in his hand, the tender and smooth touch made Chen Chen reluctant to let go. He wanted to hold it in his hand and play with it carefully. But Chen Chen still resisted the urge to do so and pulled his hand out first. Otherwise, it would be a shame if Bai Shi mistook him for a hooligan and deducted points. Ding, Bai Shi's favorability +3. The system prompt sound confirmed that Chen Chen's idea was correct. The moment Bai Shi's hand touched Chen Chen's, he seemed to feel an electric current coming from the place where his palm touched. She couldn't help but feel her heart tremble, but when Chen Chen pulled his hand out, she felt surprised again. She is still quite confident in herself, even though she is not the most beautiful woman in the world. But she is definitely a great beauty, and there are many people who want to take advantage of her. Even Bai Shi began to wonder if his charm had decreased recently. Otherwise, why would Chen Chen in front of him just shake hands with him politely and then let go after 2 or 3 seconds? This is what women are like. They are afraid of being taken advantage of by people they don't like, and they are also afraid that people they like won't take advantage of them. It's like a woman who wears a low-cut dress and covers it tightly with her hands. P.S. The author has something to say about Bai Shi's picture. Chapter 13 Bai Shi's First Kiss. Chen Chen's behavior made Bai Shi somewhat self-doubting, but it was undeniable that Bai Shi had a stronger fondness for Chen Chen. Bai Shi straightened his mind and led Chen Chen in front with a smile on his face. Mr. Chen, there are still a few contracts for you to sign for the villa you purchased. Let's go inside and talk. Following Bai Shi into the sales hall, as soon as I stepped through the door, I saw 2 receptionists standing on each side of the door. When they saw Chen Chen following Bai Shi into the sales hall, they bowed and greeted him in unison with a smile on their faces. Hello, sir, welcome to Jiangwan Hanlin. Their voices were uniform, crisp, and pleasant. Chen Chen heard their welcome in unison. Although he knew that this was just their job, he was still in a good mood. He looked up at the 4 beauties and found that although they were very different from Bai Shi, they were all pretty and charming. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and secretly asked the system about the appearance scores of the 4 reception ladies, and found that they all scored above 70 points. At the same time, the system also explained to Chen Chen that even if the opposite sex scored 79 points, there was a big difference between that with a high-looking opposite sex with a score of 80 points, and the comparison could not be based solely on scores. Chen Chen sighed in his heart, if it was before the binding system, even these 4 reception ladies would be beyond the reach of someone like me. Without further ado, I would like to express my gratitude to Brother Tongzi again. Chen Chen followed Bai Shi into a VIP room. There were only 2 sofas and a coffee table in the room. The space is not large, but the privacy is good. What would you like to drink, Mr. Chen? How about pour tea? As soon as Chen Chen sat down, he heard Bai Shi's polite question. Okay, I'm not picky. Bai Shi made tea, poured a cup for Chen Chen and handed it to him. Where is the contract? Give it to me so I can sign it. Chen Chen took the tea and went straight to the point. Bai Shi reached out and took a few contracts that had been prepared on the side, but did not hand them over directly. Don't you need to go and see the house first? No need, just sign directly. Chen Chen also found it troublesome, thinking that it was a free house given by the system, so it was the same anyway. Ding, Bai Shi's favorability +1. Chen Chen's straightforwardness also increased Bai Shi's favorability by +1. Bai Shi didn't say anything else, and she didn't sit on the sofa with Chen Chen. Instead, he placed several contracts that needed to be signed on the coffee table, then squatted down and introduced them to Chen Chen one by one. From Chen Chen's perspective, the round hemisphere made the clothes bulge. The slightly exposed cleavage seems as tempting as an abyss. The tight-fitting professional attire further highlights Bai Shi's slender figure. Chen Chen didn't dare to look at it any longer and quickly looked away, but within 2 seconds, the eyes seemed to have turned on automatic aiming and were not under Chen Chen's control at all, and looked at Bai Shi again. Bai Shi noticed Chen Chen's aggressive gaze, but she did not dodge. Instead, she took a deep breath, making her fullness more prominent. She was even a little proud in her heart. Just now she thought her charm had decreased. Seeing Chen Chen's appearance now made her regain her confidence. Ding, Bai Shi's favorability +2. Normally, if other people looked at her like this, Bai Shi would have glared back at them. She was not the kind of girl who would allow herself to be teased and not dare to resist. Her previous boss just wanted to take advantage of her, but she scolded him instead. However, he also received complaints and penalties, and underwent 3 months of retraining. Then by coincidence, he became the personal butler of Chen Chen's villa. Before taking up the position, she was repeatedly warned by her superiors to control her temper, otherwise it would not be as simple as 3 months of training. Now Chen Chen also looked at her with that aggressive gaze, but she didn't dislike Chen Chen's gaze at all. Instead, she felt inexplicably proud in her heart. Chen Chen signed mechanically. Bai Shi ignored his blank gaze and prepared to stand up. As expected, something unexpected happened. Not sure if it was because he stood up too quickly after squatting or because he didn't stand steadily, but after standing up, Bai Shi staggered and fell straight towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen saw Bai Shi falling towards him, and before his brain could even react, his hands had already reacted. He quickly reached out and accurately wrapped one hand around Bai Shi's waist. He also reached out with his other hand, and using both hands at the same time, he pulled Bai Shi into his arms to prevent her from falling. Bai Shi was a little dumbfounded. She really didn't mean it. She felt a little dizzy from standing up too quickly, and then she fell down. I thought I was going to fall badly, but unexpectedly I was in Chen Chen's arms in the blink of an eye. When he came to his senses, Bai Shi felt a big hand covering his chest. That big hand seemed to have a burning temperature that spread from her heart to her whole body, burning her to the point of going limp. Now she was like a cartilaginous shrimp, without any strength in her body. Bai Shi was inexplicably obsessed with this feeling. This was an experience she had never had before. In Chen Chen's arms, she felt extremely safe. Miss Bai, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Chen Chen's worried tone was extremely obvious. Bai Shi was suddenly awakened by Chen Chen's words. Her face turned red instantly and she struggled to get up. But not only did she have no strength in the first place, but Chen Chen was holding her hand very tightly, which caused her to struggle for a bit and then return to Chen Chen's arms. Bai Shi noticed that Chen Chen's hand was still on her heart. Her face turned red as if blood was about to drip out, and even her fair swan neck was faintly pink. She said to Chen Chen in a very low voice and soft tone, Mr. Chen, your hand. Her current behavior is like a little white rabbit that is about to be eaten by a big bad wolf, innocent and pitiful. Although Bai Shi's voice was very low, Chen Chen still heard it clearly. He reflexively tightened his hand slightly, and even through the clothes, he could still feel the soft cotton-like texture, and immediately realized where his hand was. Just as he was about to apologize, he heard Bai Shi moan in his arms. Hearing this moan, Chen Chen felt as if a string in his mind had completely broken. He lowered his head stiffly and looked at Bai Shi in his arms, only to see Bai Shi's moist eyes like a deer staring at him blankly, her little mouth slightly open and full of temptation. He couldn't bear it any longer, so he bent down and kissed Bai Shi's slightly opened lips. Bai Shi's eyes suddenly widened, her whole body tensed up, and the two little hands that were originally pushing Chen Chen's body slightly instantly clenched into small fists. There was only one thought in my mind, my first kiss is gone. She looked at Chen Chen with wide eyes in disbelief. But then he didn't know what he was thinking of and suddenly closed his eyes again. Chapter 14, Do you dislike my small size? After a long time, lips parted. There's no thread or anything like that, it's just a simple kiss on the lips. If you think of it in a wrong way, go stand aside. Chen Chen slowly straightened up and stared at Bai Shi without blinking. At this moment, her eyes were closed tightly, and her little fists were placed on both sides of her body in a somewhat helpless manner. Her body was extremely stiff, and it was obvious that she was very nervous. Chen Chen smiled self-deprecatingly. It seemed that he really couldn't resist any temptation. Chen Chen thinks that his personality tends to be more calm and steady. Even if one's soul is transported here and encounters the legendary system binding, one will quickly adjust after a moment of excitement. The tens of millions of funds in his card did not make him lose his mind. Watch vehicles and villas can also allow him to deal with it calmly. He is also comfortable with the system's consumer rebate feature. He also liked Su Chua and Ai Xiaoing's looks and figures, but that didn't make him so flustered. Why can't I hold back now? Chen Chen thought back to the short half-day since the system was bound, and his life had changed dramatically. Money, beauties, villas, luxury cars. In the past, none of these were something I could hope for. But now, I can get them easily. Yes, I am no longer the person I was before I traveled through time. I have systematic help now. I am a 19-year-old college student. My future life will definitely not be ordinary. You can no longer use those boring rules and regulations to restrain yourself. If you can't change your mindset, then you're just going to suffer for nothing. Looking at Baishi, thinking of Su Chua and Ai Xiaoing, there will definitely be other beautiful women in the future. With the system in place, I will never be short of money, and I have the ability to give them a better life. Although we were together for a short time, it was love at first sight or just lust at first sight. He really does like these girls. Thinking of the girl's favorable impression of him, Chen Chen made a secret decision in his heart. He would not give up any of them and would make them his women. This is not called a scumbag, this is called universal love. His love is just divided into several parts. Chen Chen found a reason for himself in his heart. Baishi now felt his heart pounding, but he was also curious why there was no other movement from Chen Chen. Just when she wanted to secretly squint her eyes to take a look at Chen Chen. Then she heard Chen Chen speak to her in an extremely gentle tone, "Open your eyes." She immediately suppressed the thought of squinting her eyes and taking a peek. The first time they met, she fell into her boss's arms and was taken away from her first kiss by her boss. And I didn't even resist. Even now, she still longed for the sense of security that Chen Chen's arms gave her, and was reluctant to leave. If I open my eyes now, I will be so embarrassed. Ding, Baishi's favorability +5. You like being held by me so much. If you don't open your eyes, I will kiss you again. Chen Chen's gentle and somewhat teasing tone came again. No. Hearing that Chen Chen still wanted to kiss her, Baishi quickly opened her eyes. But when she opened her eyes and saw Chen Chen's doting eyes, Baishi shyly closed her eyes again. Chen Chen saw Baishi's reaction and heard the notification sound of increased favorability in his mind. I know that Baishi is not really refusing, she is just speaking out of shyness or conditioned reflex. Without hesitation, he aimed at the delicate lips and pressed down again. Baishi's favorability +3. This time, Chen Chen did not hesitate and took the initiative to explore the unfamiliar area. But its owner clenched his teeth tightly, and his attitude of rejection was extremely obvious. Chen Chen's attempt to explore was rejected, but he was not a good boy and he immediately came up with an idea. He tightened his hand slightly and used his unique skill, Vajra Claw, only to hear a muffled groan. The new map was opened successfully, and Chen Chen enjoyed treasure hunting. A transparent waterline connects them. Seeing that Baishi was so nervous that she couldn't breathe and her face turned red, Chen Chen hurriedly tried to comfort her softly. Time is ticking by. At this time, Baishi had left Chen Chen's arms and sat next to Chen Chen. The redness on her face had not completely faded, but she still mustered up the courage to glare at Chen Chen. "Mr. Chen, what are we doing?" Chen Chen raised his head and pretended to be in deep thought, then suddenly seemed to think of something. This counts as the boss being taken advantage of by the housekeeper. Upon hearing this, Baishi felt embarrassed and angry, and was about to reach out to touch the soft flesh on Chen Chen's waist. Chen Chen quickly reached out and grabbed Baishi's hand, holding it in his palm. "I'm just kidding. Baishi, please be my girlfriend." Baishi was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would play the ball so directly. She thought about it very seriously and said, "Mr. Chen, I admit that I have a crush on you, but we just met, it's not appropriate to be so direct." Chen Chen understood what she meant. The progress was too fast and made her feel a little scared. He did not force Baishi to agree directly. "Don't call me Mr. Chen, just call me by my name." Chen Chen changed the subject. "You are my boss, how can I just call you by your name? How about I just call you Boss Chen?" Baishi was obviously much more relaxed than before. "I'm only 19. Boss Chen, don't you think you're calling me old? 19? Little brother. You are so small." Baishi raised his hand to cover his mouth and laughed secretly, but suddenly thought in his heart, "I am already 23 years old. If I had agreed just now, I would not be an old cow. No, it would be a young cow eating old grass." Little? Chen Chen's forehead was covered with black lines. No man could stand this kind of provocation, and Chen Chen was no exception. "Sooner or later, I'll let you see how small you are." After hearing Chen Chen's harsh words, Bai Shi also understood the ambiguity in his words. He quickly stood up and, "I'd better call you master." "Master, it's getting late. Why don't we go take a look at the villa you bought first?" Chen Shen did not object to Bai Shi calling him that. It actually felt quite good to be called young master by such a beautiful lady in a professional suit. Chen Shen did not drive here, so Bai Shi arranged a sightseeing bus. After Chen Shen got in the car, Bai Shi sat next to Chen Shen and began to introduce the situation of the villa to Chen Shen. "Master, our community adopts a mode of separating people in vehicles. Your villa is a 3-story villa with an area of 338 square meters on the 2 floors above ground. All the underground area is free. There is a 170 square meter sunken garden and a basement, and it also includes a double parking space." Chen Shen listened to Bai Shi's introduction to the general situation of the villa, and the sightseeing bus soon arrived at the villa. Bai Shi opened the door and Chen Shen followed in. Bai Shi introduced the interior situation in more detail. There are a living room, dining room, kitchen, guest rooms, guest bathroom, etc. on the first floor. The second floor is designed with master bedroom, cloakroom, study, etc. The dynamic and quiet areas are separated, and the privacy is relatively strong. The underground area is designed as a garden, but it is empty now. The basement space is not large and only has a shoe cabinet. When you open the door, there is a double parking space, which makes it very convenient to get in and out. Chen Shen is very satisfied with the villa. The community environment is very good and the decoration looks very thoughtful. The villa is good, but it still lacks a hostess. Chen Shen hinted. Chapter 15. I want to be kissed by Chen Shen. The villa is good, but it still lacks a hostess. Chen Shen hinted. Bai Shi understood what Chen Shen meant and gave him a cold look. The young master is so charming, young and rich, how can he not have beautiful women around him? I wonder how many women would want to throw themselves into his arms. Chen Shen didn't respond to Bai Shi's words at all, but continued to tease Bai Shi. How pitiful. My first kiss was taken away by some woman, who abandoned me and didn't even want to take responsibility. When Bai Shi heard Chen Shen say that this was also his first kiss, his heart felt sweet, but his next thought was that he didn't believe it at all. After all, Chen Shen's movements were so skillful. Well, how should I put it, men are generally gifted in this aspect and they learn it by themselves. I believe that all of you readers are the same, he. First kiss? I wonder how many hands the young master has had his first kiss. Bai Shi's tone was surprisingly sour. It smells so sour. Whose vinegar bottle is this? Chen Shen fanned his nose with his hand in a pretentious manner. Bai Shi was hit on the heart by what he said, and immediately became like a cat with its fur standing on end, who is jealous. You can kiss whoever you want, it has nothing to do with me, how could I be jealous? When Chen Shen saw Bai Shi's angry face, he thought that Bai Shi was so cute. Well, he liked her even more. He simply pulled Bai Shi over, hugged her in his arms, and hurriedly comforted the furry kitten in his arms. I'm not kidding. That was really my first kiss. I've never had a girlfriend before. Believe me, I would never lie to you. Chen Shen said in a serious tone. Men's words are lies. Although he said so, Bai Shi stopped struggling. She leaned in Chen Shen's arms, sniffing the scent of Chen Shen through her nose, and felt a little dazed. Bai Shi raised her head on her own initiative, stared at Chen Shen with her moist eyes, and then slowly closed her eyes. Ding, Bai Shi's favorability +3. If Chen Shen still didn't know what Bai Shi closing his eyes meant at this time, then he could just give up. Without any hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed those tender lips. This time, Bai Shi took the initiative to loosen her teeth and surrendered, letting the enemy enter the city. Chen Shen's hand also turned on the navigation mode. Don't want. Bai Shi noticed that Chen Shen's hand was moving in the wrong position and immediately came to his senses. He quickly held down Chen Shen's hand, tilted his head back and interrupted Chen Shen. Chen Shen smiled awkwardly. This hand has its own ideas and doesn't listen to me at all. You can't blame me. Bai Shi rolled her eyes at Chen Shen and broke free from his embrace. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, he ran away quickly. In the bathroom, Bai Shi looked at herself in the mirror. Her delicate little face was blushed and rosy, looking exactly like a young girl in love. She couldn't help but point at herself in the mirror and cursed in a low voice, You little bastard, why are you so horny? Where's your cool goddess style? Where's your reserve? Why didn't you resist when he kissed you? Why didn't you bite him? Why did you take the initiative to ask for a kiss just now? But she didn't know what was wrong with her. She just felt like she didn't recognize herself anymore. How come her previous aggressiveness and aloofness around Chen Shan were gone? Maybe she was sick. When I am around Chen Shan, I will be attracted to him unconsciously. I want to be held in his arms, kissed by him, and kissed by him. But she quickly shook his head, trying to get rid of the garbage in his mind. I am more and more sure that I am sick, and the illness is serious. I couldn't help but curse Chen Shan in my heart, this little bastard. Chen Shan sat on the leather sofa in the living room and checked Bai Shi's favorability. He found that it had reached 66 and was only 4 points away from 70. I couldn't help feeling a little proud of myself. I am so charming. He looked up at the layout of the villa and felt that the decoration was quite high-end, but it lacked the feeling of home and was rather deserted. She also had an idea in her mind and was just waiting for Bai Shi to come out and discuss it with her. 10 minutes later, Bai Shi came out. There were still some water droplets on her fair face. She must have washed her face and calmed down in the bathroom before coming out. Chen Shan patted the seat next to him and motioned Bai Shi to sit over. Bai Shi walked over, but did not sit down next to Chen Shan. Instead, there was space for about 2 people between them. Chen Shan knew that it was his behavior just now that made Bai Shi alert. Afraid of scaring her, he did not take any other action but just asked. Xiaoxi, as a personal butler, what do you usually need to do? Hearing that Chen Shan wanted to discuss work matters, Bai Shi hurriedly responded. Master, I am responsible for the financial budget, material procurement, cooking, housework, guest reception, etc. in your villa. If you hire other servants in the future, I will also be responsible for the management budget and supervision tasks. After listening to this, Chen Shan sighed that Bai Shi was usually responsible for a lot of things. By the way, Master, there is something I need to explain to you in advance. Since you purchased this villa, the property department is no longer responsible for my salary. Starting next month, you will need to pay it. How much is your current salary? Chen Shan did not object, he thought it was normal. The villa is already his, Bai Shi is now serving him, and he must be responsible for his salary. 50,000 a month. Bai Shi felt a little proud, because considering her current age, a monthly salary of 50,000 is already a lot. Send me your bank card number. Chen Shan took out his phone and suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have added Bai Shi's WeChat yet, so he quickly said, add WeChat first. Young master, you don't have to pay this month. It will start next month. Bai Shi said as he took out his cell phone and added Chen Shan's WeChat. It's okay. Don't you need money to manage the business? I'll just transfer it to you, so you don't have to bother me every time. Bai Shi thought about it and it made sense, so he sent his bank card information to Chen Shan. Chen Shan operated on his mobile phone for a while. Ding, the host successfully transferred 5 million yuan to a good-looking person of the opposite sex, triggering a 5x cashback, with a cashback amount of 25 million yuan. Boom boom boom. A text message also arrived reminding you that 25 million yuan had arrived. 25 million. Chen Shan didn't expect that direct transfer could also trigger the system cashback, and it was the highest cashback rate. He transferred 5 million to Bai Shi and made 20 million directly. Chen Shan said that he was very happy to have the money, and naturally, he was filled with praises for the system. Bai Shi was also shocked when she saw the transfer information on her mobile phone. She suspected that Chen Shan had entered an extra 0. Master, did you make the wrong turn? This is too much. I've raised your salary. 2 million is your annual salary. The rest. Chen Fan paused and continued, use the remaining money to redecorate your home according to your favorite style. Buy what you need. Don't save money. If you don't have enough money, tell me. We need to make this place feel like home. Chapter 16. Bai Shi eavesdrops on Chen Shan's phone call. Bai Shi heard that Chen Shan had given her a raise, and her annual salary was actually 2 million. I almost jumped up from the sofa in excitement. After all, her current salary is 50,000 yuan a month, which is only 600,000 yuan a year. Although an annual salary of 600,000 is already very high, who would complain about having too much money? Now her salary has more than tripled, reaching 2 million. How can she not be excited? Then she heard Chen Shan asking her to redecorate the villa according to her favorite style, and make it feel like home. Suddenly, I felt my heart beating like a deer, and I felt that there was something hidden in Chen Shan's words. But then Chen Shan's low but clearly audible voice was heard complaining again. Look at how excited he is about the salary increase. He's like a kid who stole some candy. How childish. If you agree to be my girlfriend, don't even mention this little salary, I'll be yours in my entirety. You can't even tell the difference between sesame and watermelon, you idiot. When she heard Chen Shen say that she was as childish as a little kid, she couldn't help but blush again. When she heard Chen Shen say that he agreed to be her girlfriend and that she would be hers, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She knew that Chen Shen said this deliberately for her to hear. Although she rolled her eyes to show her disgust, she still felt very happy in her heart. She's favorability +1. Ignoring Chen Shen's complaints, Shi instead responded to Chen Shen in a delicate tone with long drawls. Okay, master. I will follow your instructions. Do you have any other plans? Chen Shen did say this on purpose for Shi to hear, but Shi's reaction also made him feel helpless. But then he shrugged and continued speaking. Hire a few more people, otherwise it would be too tiring for you to run around in such a big place by yourself, and I can't bear it. Ding, Shi's favorability +1. Shi continued to be moved. First hire 2 people who can cook, one who can cook Chinese food and one who can cook Western food, and then hire 2 people to do housework. After Chen Shen finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly think of something and quickly added something. Let's find another nurse, preferably one who can give massages. Okay, young master. Do you have any requirements for the people you recruit? Upon hearing that Chen Shen was looking for a masseur, Shi blinked her big watery eyes and continued to ask. Chen Shen looked at Shi's big watery eyes looking at him, and he was actually a little embarrassed to express his thoughts. But then, he thought again. You are a future rich man blessed by the system. If you are afraid of this and that, then this buff will be wasted. He immediately raised his head and spoke in a firm tone. I want a female, young, pretty, and she has to be the type that doesn't have a boyfriend. After hearing this, Shi couldn't help but secretly spit in his heart. Bah, you're not sharing the pressure with me, you're auditioning. Although Shi felt that Chen Shen was a pervert, she did not lower her favorability towards him. Because she knew that there was a rich young man like Chen Shen, who was handsome, tall, strong, young and rich. For women, he is simply a walking hormone, and his attraction to women is absolutely huge. She was sure that there must be many women around Chen Shen. Even if there are not many now, there will definitely be many in the future. Like now, isn't she attracted to Chen Shen? If I hadn't had any concerns in my heart, I would have been afraid that Chen Shen's liking for me was just a momentary impulse. She was afraid that once Chen Shen's impulsive emotions had passed, he would no longer like her, and she wouldn't be able to bear it. It was because of this concern that she did not agree to Chen Shen's request. In fact, Shi also understood that sooner or later, she would not be able to escape from Chen Shen's control. In fact, she knew better that this was not without a solution. As long as you want to leave, you can go now and go to a place far away from Chen Shen. Time will heal everything. But she couldn't bear to leave. Are you reluctant to part with Chen Shen's handsomeness? Or are you reluctant to part with Chen Shen's youth and wealth? Shi didn't know, but she just couldn't bear to leave Chen Shen. Ding, Shi's favorability +1. Shi secretly cursed himself in his heart. He had kept himself clean for so long, but how could he fall for this bad guy? As for Chen Shen, he had already prepared himself for Shi's favorability to drop after he made his request. But unexpectedly, Shi's favorability towards him not only did not decrease, but increased a little. He looked at Shi in confusion and found that Shi's eyes were not focused at all at this moment, and it was obvious that he was thinking about something. Chen Shen didn't understand what Shi was thinking now, but an increase in favorability was obviously a good thing. He found that Shi's favorability had reached 69 points, and was only a little short of 70 points, which was the stage where anyone could pick her up at will. He couldn't help but get excited. Ding ling ling ding ling ling. The notification tone of WeChat voice call interrupted their thoughts. Chen Shen took out his cell phone and found that it was a voice call from Ai Xiaoing. I thought the car must be fixed. With a swipe of the finger, the voice call was answered. Hello, Mr. Chen. I hope I didn't disturb you. I just sent you a message but you didn't reply, so I called you. The voice call was connected. As soon as I put the phone to my ear, Ai Xiaoying's pleasant voice came out from the phone. I was busy just now and didn't see the message. Chen Shen first explained that he didn't mean to not reply to the message just now. Then he took the initiative to ask, is the car ready? Yes, Mr. Chen, your license plate has been installed. Can I send the car to you now? Although Chen Shen was mentally prepared, he was still a little excited when he heard that the license plate had been prepared. After all, this was a sentimental purchase that he could not afford before, and it was also his first car. Well, not just women, men should also care about all their first times. Chen Shen quickly told Ai Xiaoing his current location and asked them to send the car there directly. Ai Xiaoing also said that she would go there right away and contact Chen Shen when she arrived. Ai Xiaoing hung up the phone. She was not surprised at all that Chen Shen lived in a luxurious community like Jiangwan Hanlin. After all, she knew that one of Chen Shen's watches cost 13 million. The houses in Jiangwan Hanlin are very valuable. I heard that any one of them would cost tens of millions. Although Ai Xiaoing couldn't afford it, she had heard of it. But for someone like Chen Shen, it would be easy to buy a house there. She didn't think that Chen Shen rented a house in Jiangwan Hanlin. This didn't fit with the character of Chen Shen in her mind. Ai Xiaoing knew Chen Shen's location and drove to Jiangwan Hanlin. After Chen Shen hung up the phone, he found that Bai Shi was sitting sideways with his body leaning towards him, his ears slightly erected towards him, obviously eavesdropping on his conversation. Bai Shi didn't realize that Chen Shen had discovered his eavesdropping. When she heard that Chen Shen had hung up the phone, she quickly sat up straight, as if to prove to Chen Shen that she was not eavesdropping. Chen Shen felt like laughing when he saw Bai Shi trying to cover up his mistake. Chen Shen was waiting for Bai Shi to ask about the phone call, because although Ai Xiaoying's voice was not loud, it was loud enough for Bai Shi to hear that it was a girl's voice on the other end. But to Chen Shen's surprise, Bai Shi had no intention of asking for Chen Shen's phone number. So Chen Shen took the initiative to speak. Aren't you curious? Chapter 17 Master, I was wrong. What are you curious about? Bai Shi asked back. I'm curious about who the girl on the phone is. What does she want from me? You're so far away, I guess I didn't hear you clearly just now. Chen Shen's words were as straightforward as ever. I didn't eavesdrop. Bai Shi blurted out, then realized that he had confessed himself and hurriedly explained. You guys were talking too loudly and I accidentally heard a little bit. I wasn't the one eavesdropping. Okay, you didn't eavesdrop, it was my voice that was too loud. Okay, Chen Shen stretched out the words, trying hard to hold back his laughter, and nodded in agreement. Bai Shi didn't care what tone Chen Shen used. Chen Shen's compromise made her raise her head with some pride. This shows that he is not the kind of person who would eavesdrop, and Chen Shen must have heard it wrong just now. Aren't you curious about who was the person who called me just now? If you want to know, tell me. I said I won't hide it from you. Chen Shen moved his body closer to Bai Shi and continued to ask. How could Bai Shi not be curious? She was simply extremely curious. It is not just a saying that a woman's curiosity kills the cat. When I was eavesdropping just now, I only heard Chen Shen talking about something like a car or something, but I didn't hear what he was saying specifically. Bai Shi couldn't help but blame herself in her heart for what she had done just now. Why was she so far away from Chen Shen? Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such an awkward situation now. Master, you are the high and mighty master, and I am just your little housekeeper. How dare I be curious about who you are calling? Hearing Bai Shi talking to him in that strange tone, Chen Shen moved directly to her side this time. He reached out and grasped Bai Shi's slender waist, bringing her into his arms. He lowered his body, staring intently into Bai Shi's clear eyes, pretending to be serious. I'll give you one more chance to organize your words. How can there be someone like you? Don't, master, I was wrong. Bai Shi was scared. Chen Shen did not let go of Bai Shi, but did not take any further action. He just hugged Bai Shi tightly, as if he was afraid that she would run away. Bai Shi gently pushed his body with her hand, and found that Chen Shen was holding her very tightly, and she couldn't get out at all. She sighed softly, accepted her fate, stopped struggling, and leaned into Chen Shen's arms. Who is it? After a brief silence, Bai Shi couldn't help but speak. Bai Shi's voice was so soft that Chen Shen almost didn't hear it clearly. He thought Bai Shi could hold back and not ask, but who knew she couldn't help it? Chen Shen secretly laughed in his heart and looked up to this hypocritical woman in front of him. A sales manager at a Mercedes-Benz store. I work at Mercedes-Benz. Chen Shen did not fool Bai Shi and quickly explained the whole thing to her. That salesperson is very pretty, isn't she? Bai Shi hit the nail on the head. Chen Shen touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Very, very beautiful. Are you as pretty as me? Bai Shi's desire to win suddenly became stronger. You are more beautiful than her. Chen Shen told the truth. Nonsense, this is a life-threatening question, And also a point-saving question. Not to mention that this is the truth, even if Ai Xiaoing is really more beautiful than Baishi, then Baishi is beautiful at this moment, and no one else can do it. Humph, you're smart. Baishi instantly became proud. Baishi raised her head and kissed Chen Chen hard on the face. It's a reward for you, don't think too much about it. Baishi's face turned red, feeling a little embarrassed. After Baishi finished speaking, she buried her head in Chen Chen's arms, not daring to look at Chen Chen anymore. Chen Chen did not pursue the victory. In fact, judging from Baishi's current favorability towards him, it has not yet reached 70 points. But he was sure that if he took a tougher stance, Baishi would not reject him and he would be able to win her heart. But Ai Xiaoing would be coming over to deliver the car soon, and he still wanted to wait until Baishi was willing and took the initiative. Although he now has a heart that wants to be fraternal. If there is a woman he likes, he can pursue her, spend money on her, or use some tricks. But he didn't want to be that kind of brainless stud. Ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling. The harmonious atmosphere between the two was once again broken by the ringing of the cell phone. Baishi wanted to leave Chen Chen's arms, but found that Chen Chen's arms were holding her even tighter. Helpless, she stopped struggling and leaned quietly in Chen Chen's arms, listening to him talk on the phone. Mr. Chen, I'm at the gate of the community. My car is not registered, so I can't get in. Can you come out for a moment? It seems that Jiangwan Hanlin's security is quite responsible. After hearing this, Chen Chen's first thought was to affirm the security attitude here. He thinks that if the community allows unfamiliar vehicles to enter at will, that would be irresponsible and would not take the property safety of the owners into consideration. It's okay, wait for me outside, I'll be out soon. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll wait for you, don't worry. Hang up. Are you leaving? Chen Chen hugged Baishi. After a few seconds of silence, Baishi took the initiative to speak. Will you come back at night? Baishi continued to ask. Good sister, I'm a student. I haven't applied for living off campus yet, so I must go back to the dormitory. Chen Chen was speechless. I forgot that the young master is still a student, he. Baishi felt a little embarrassed. Are you reluctant to let me go and want me to stay with you, huh? Chen Chen's words made Baishi, who was already a little embarrassed, blush instantly. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. This time she struggled hard to break free from Chen Chen's arms, clenched her fists and stared at Chen Chen. It looked as if the little thing would pounce on Chen Chen and bite him if he dared to say another word. Chen Chen let her go and stood up. Baishi saw Chen Chen standing up and thought he was going to do something to her again. His momentum weakened instantly and he subconsciously took half a step back. Immediately, he realized something was wrong and continued to glare at Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at the girl's actions and felt that she was like a bullied kitten. He is bluffing and showing off his non-existent military force. It seemed as if this would scare this bad guy away from bullying her. Chen Chen was amused by her cuteness. Seeing Chen Chen smiling, Baishi stomped his feet and was about to say something harsh angrily. How dare you laugh? Chen Chen suppressed his smile, touched Baishi's head, and smoothed the fur of the angry kitten. Don't laugh, don't laugh. You've seen it wrong. Don't be nervous. No one is going to do anything to you. Baishi saw Chen Chen touching his head again and took another big step back. She did not believe what the bad guy Chen Chen said, and looked at Chen Chen with a vigilant look again. I have to go now. Oh. When Baishi heard that Chen Chen was leaving, he became less nervous and vigilant, and instead there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Understanding Baishi's look, Chen Chen took a step forward without hesitation. Pinch the delicate chin of the girl in front of you and lift it up. Then Chen Chen lowered his head and accurately found the red lips. After a long while, the two separated, and Chen Chen left a sentence, I am leaving, and the house is left to you. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. If he doesn't leave now, Chen Chen is afraid he won't be able to leave. Baishi stared at Chen Chen in a daze as he left, then raised his hand and touched his lips, as if some warmth was still lingering. Home? Baishi murmured after a long time. I don't know what she was thinking about, but a sweet smile slowly spread across her pretty little face. Ding, Baishi's favorability +1. Chapter 18 $6 Spicy Hot Pot. The system's prompt sound made Chen Chen, who was about to reach the gate of the community, stop suddenly. The favorability is 70. He had the urge to turn back. Chen Chen turned his head and looked in the direction of the villa. His eyes seemed to ignore the distance and directly saw Bai Shi's rosy smiling face. My heartbeat unconsciously quickened. After taking a few deep looks, Chen Chen suppressed his inner impulse and turned around and walked out of the community gate again. Chen Chen knew that Bai Shi would not refuse him. Considering Bai Shi's current favorable impression of him, he could do whatever he wanted to Bai Shi. He really wanted to get rid of this virginity that lasted for 2 lifetimes right now. But he didn't want to be so hasty, as it was the first time for both him and Bai Shi. After all, this was only their first meeting, and Chen Chen still felt that it was a bit too fast. Chen Chen still wants some sense of ceremony. Don't rush, as the saying goes. Good food is never too late. All I can say is that Chen Chen now looks like a man who is both responsible and independent. No, he is still a boy now. After coming out, Chen Chen didn't need to call Ai Xiaoing to confirm the location. His white Mercedes-Benz G63 was parked not far to the right of the door. A girl was standing gracefully in front of the car. She was wearing a white shirt on her upper body, a black aligned skirt on her lower body, white socks and black flat shoes on her feet, and her long black hair was casually draped behind her. Ai Xiaoing looked around beside the car, as if she was a little bored waiting. When she saw Chen Chen, her eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately trotted forward, and the little, big rabbit in front of her jumped along with Ai Xiaoing's movements. Chen Chen couldn't help but worry about the quality of Ai Xiaoing's shirt. He was afraid of jumping out, but also afraid of not being able to jump out. When Ai Xiaoing trotted to Chen Chen's side, he could see her more clearly. The girl had light makeup on her face, which made her look even more beautiful. There was a faint blush on that pretty little face because of the jog just now. Looking at Chen Chen, his eyes seemed to be emitting light, as if seeing him was such a happy thing. Mr. Chen, your car documents have been completed, the license plate has been installed on your car, and here are the keys. As soon as Ai Xiaoing stood still, she couldn't wait to report the situation. There was a hint of pride on her face, just like a child who got good grades and came to her parents to take credit. But Ai Xiaoing is 6 years older than Chen Chen. Chen Chen was amused by the girl's little appearance. After taking the key, he did not hesitate to praise. Great, thank you so much, it really helped me a lot, thank you for your hard work. When Ai Xiaoing heard Chen Chen's praise and thanks, the smile on her face became even brighter, but she remained very humble. No, it's not hard. This is what I should do. Ai Xiaoing's favorability +1. Hearing that Ai Xiaoing's favorability had increased, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh, this girl is so gullible and easy to fool. You haven't eaten yet? Are you hungry? Ai Xiaoing was about to politely say that she was not very hungry. Who knew that my stomach would suddenly make a rumbling sound? It was as if her stomach was protesting against the lies she was about to say, urging her to be honest. Ai Xiaoing's face flushed instantly, and she said a little embarrassedly, I'm a little hungry. In order to deal with Chen Chen's car as quickly as possible, she was very busy and did not even feel hungry while she was busy. Now that everything is done, and when I heard Chen Chen talking about eating, I suddenly felt very hungry. Chen Chen laughed. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. What do you like to eat? He looked at Ai Xiaoing's slender figure and the 2 huge fruits, and sighed inwardly. This girl's food is not eaten in vain. It is nutritious and grows in the right places. Ai Xiaoing didn't even think about it and blurted out, I like both spicy hot pot and hot pot. He regretted it right after he finished speaking, thinking to himself, Chen Chen is so rich, he probably wouldn't eat such ordinary food. He quickly changed his words. Mr. Chen, I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky about food. Chen Chen's smile did not diminish. He suddenly remembered a joke he had seen before, so he spoke. 6 yuan of spicy hot pot? Ai Xiaoing didn't react immediately. She tilted her head and looked at Chen Chen in confusion. You can choose whatever you want in Malatang, no matter how much it costs. Before she could finish, she suddenly realized what Chen Chen meant by 6 yuan for spicy hot pot. She lowered her head, her little face flushed with embarrassment. Mr. Chen, you are so mean. You only know how to tease me. Chen Chen discovered that Ai Xiaoing actually understood, and he chuckled, thinking that this girl was not completely ignorant and naive about worldly affairs. No, I'm asking about the price of Malatang, what are you thinking about? Ai Xiaoing thought she was really misleading. He raised his head and looked at Chen Chen, and found that he was looking at him with a smirk on his face. He was sure that he was not thinking wrongly, but that this was what Chen Chen meant. Her face turned even redder, and her head almost buried in the crack of the abyss. This made Chen Shan's eyes go straight, and he wanted to discuss the head replacement technique with Ai Xiaoing. Seeing that Ai Xiaoing was too shy, Chen Shan stopped teasing her. "Let's go, get in the car." After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the car. Ai Xiaoing followed Chen Shan closely, step by step. When he reached the driver's seat, Chen Shan was about to open the door and sit in when he realized Ai Xiaoing was still behind him. "Are you going to drive with me?" "But there's not enough space, you can only sit on my lap," Chen Shan joked. Only then did Ai Xiaoing realize that she had already reached the car and was still following Chen Shan closely, so she quickly waved her hand. No, I'll sit in the passenger seat." Ai Xiaoing hurriedly ran to the passenger seat, opened the door and got in the car. When Chen Shan saw Ai Xiaoing got on the passenger seat, he shook his head and sighed that she didn't look like a 25-year-old career elite at all. She was clearly an ignorant and shy girl next door. After getting in the car, Chen Shan just started the car. Ding, the system detects that the host owns a vehicle and drives it for the first time, successfully triggering the reward. Ding, it is detected that the host has obtained a driver's license, and the host is rewarded with mastery of driving skills. Chen Shan's mind suddenly filled with a lot of information, including driving and riding techniques for vehicles, ships, airplanes, and even animals like cows and horses. Oh, regular riding skills, perverts go away. Although he knew how powerful the system was, Chen Shan still marveled at its strength in his heart. If people learn this knowledge bit by bit, they may not be able to master it in their lifetime. However, the system can enable Chen Shan to master all of them in an instant. He digested the knowledge in his mind and did not set off immediately. Instead, he carefully looked up and down at the interior of the car. After all, this was his former dream car. The seats are exquisite red leather seats, and there is a large high-definition display screen on the center console. All vehicle information can be seen clearly, and it is full of technology. The interior of the car is decorated with high-quality metal and wood, and matched with 64-color ambient lights, creating an unparalleled sense of luxury. This car is simply a symbol of freedom, power, and luxury. Are we really going to eat spicy hot pot? Chen Shan suddenly heard Ai Xiaoying's extremely low voice entering his ears. Chapter 19, Beauty is a Feast for the Eyes. Chen Shan was a little surprised. It would have been fine if Ai Xiaoing didn't know what 7 yuan spicy hot pot meant. But this girl obviously knows it. Why does she still say that? So bold? If Chen Shan hadn't learned in advance from the system that Ai Xiaoing was still a virgin, and if Ai Xiaoying's shy face was about to bleed. He almost thought that Ai Xiaoing was the kind of girl who was quite promiscuous in private. Brother Tonzi, what's going on with Ai Xiaoing? She's already so proactive when her favorability isn't even 70 yet? Chen Shan hurriedly asked the system in his mind. Ding, it has been detected that the host has a favorable impression of 66 points from the high-looking opposite sex Ai Xiaoing. Please do not underestimate this 66 points of favorability. According to the system's scan of this world, the favorability between 80% of married couples has not reached 60 points. This system provides a score division for the host's reference. Affected by factors such as environment and mood, everything is possible. Chen Shan originally thought that further action could only be taken after reaching the stage requirements, but the system's explanation made him suddenly enlightened. Yes, is it still rare nowadays for a couple of years to sleep in the same bed but have different dreams, or for a man and a woman to kiss passionately when they meet for the first time? It is my own thoughts that limit me. He looked at Ai Xiaoing again, knowing that this girl was already prepared to do something. However, like Bai Shi, he didn't want to be so hasty. This is a good girl. It's impossible for her to just have a bowl of spicy hot pot for 7 yuan. Chen Shan doesn't want to let her down. Don't you like hot pot too? Let's go eat hot pot. Chen Shan looked at the girl who wanted to give it to him for free and spoke with a smile. I definitely have to eat malatang, and I want the 7 yuan one, but not now. At first, when Ai Xiaoing heard Chen Shan say that he was not going to malatang, she was relieved, but she felt a little disappointed in her heart. Then she heard Chen Shan's next words, and her heart began to beat wildly again. She naturally understood what Chen Shan meant. I also know what I just said means. Ai Xiaoing didn't know why she had the courage to say what she just said. But she knew that the man in front of her was a good man, she liked him very much, and she didn't want to miss him. At the same time, Ai Xiaoing also understood that her family conditions were very ordinary and she was not worthy of a wealthy young man like Chen Shan. But Ai Xiaoing just wanted to give it a try. She had high standards and didn't want to marry just anyone, nor did she want to commit herself to those greasy uncles. Chen Shen's appearance at this time was like a straw that she wanted to hold on to tightly. Even though she knew that even if she succeeded, she would most likely not be able to become Chen Shen's wife. Maybe she is just a woman kept outside, but she just doesn't want to let go. She was feeling very confused now, with various thoughts such as loss, joy, and bewilderment intertwined together and finally converged into one word. Oh. Ding, Ai Xiaoying's favorability +1. Chen Shen knew the location of a nearby hot pot restaurant called Heidileo. Without asking Ai Xiaoying again, he shifted gears and unlocked the car in one go. The driver of this dream car stepped on the accelerator. Thanks to the proficient driving skills rewarded by the system, he felt the driving feeling was not unfamiliar at all. He did not feel nervous at all as he had never driven a car before. He drove Ai Xiaoying quickly towards the hot pot restaurant. Xiaoying, by the way, can I call you Xiaoying? It feels too strange to call you by your name. On the road, Chen Shen drove with one hand. Ai Xiaoying has not yet recovered from her previous state. Oh. Okay, some of my good friends call me Xiaoying. She was obviously still a little absent-minded. Don't call me Mr. Chen anymore. Just call me by my name. Chen Shen continued driving with one hand. How can that be? That's so rude. Besides, you already said you don't need to call me by my name. Ai Xiaoying quickly retorted. Or I should just call you Mr. Chen. Ai Xiaoying's attention was diverted and she looked at Chen Shen secretly. Okay. Chen Shen said indifferently. He was too lazy to explain the fact that he was not a rich second generation. Suddenly he remembered the incident when he bought the car, and quickly said to Ai Xiaoying with a sly smile, actually, I really hope you call me brother. But Mr. Chen, I'm older than you. Ai Xiaoying retorted subconsciously. When Chen Shen heard Ai Xiaoying say that she was older than him, his eyes immediately focused on the speed bump on the surface of his heart. Yeah, it's quite big. He nodded in agreement. At this time, Ai Xiaoying also realized the difference between the brother Chen Shen mentioned and the brother she thought of. She heard Chen Shen's words again and followed his gaze to a certain part of her body. This made her feel shy, happy and proud. He subconsciously straightened his chest, making it even more prominent. With the seatbelt passing through the middle, Chen Shen was afraid that the buttons of his shirt would completely break off in the next second. Ding, Ai Xiaoying's favorability +1. In the end, Ai Xiaoying still didn't have the courage to call Chen Shen brother. But in my heart, in these few seconds, I don't know how many times I called Chen Shen brother 0. Alas, a woman who says one thing and means another. 10 minutes later. Chen Shen found a parking space in front of the hot pot restaurant and parked his car. Heidileo was not far from where Chen Shen was just now. Walking into the store with Ai Xiaoying, the sharp-eyed waiter saw the two people coming in and hurried forward to serve them. Looking at Chen Shen and Ai Xiaoying, both of whom are handsome men and beautiful women, I can't help but sigh that they are such a perfect match. Hello, welcome. How many people are there? Have you reserved a seat in advance? There are 2 of us and we don't have a reservation. Chen Shen also answered politely with a smile. Ai Xiaoying saw that Chen Shen was so polite to the waiter, without any of the arrogance that looked down on others that a rich young man would have. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, Mr. Chen has a really good personality. Yes sir, please follow me, this way please. The waiter led the two to a table against the wall and sat them down. After taking out a hot towel for both of them to wash their hands, he took out the tablet he had brought with him. Would you like to order now? Chen Shen took it, checked some of them, and handed it to Ai Xiaoying. After they finished ordering, Ai Xiaoying chose a square for the pot. The waiter was very fast and in just a few moments, all the dishes they ordered were served. The bubbling water at the bottom of the pot created a lot of mist. Ai Xiaoying was sitting opposite Chen Shen, and her little face appeared and disappeared as the mist dissipated and evaporated. Ai Xiaoying was busy putting the ingredients into the pot one by one. Seeing that Chen Shen didn't move, she looked at Chen Shen. She found that Chen Shen was staring at her, and her face, which was already red due to the steam, became even redder. She picked up some of the food that was cooked faster and placed it on the plate in front of Chen Shen, and said to him in a nagging tone, "Why are you looking at me like that, Master Chen? Eat your food quickly. You are beautiful, a feast for the eyes." Chen Shen praised sincerely. Chapter 20 Su Chua's Self-Doubt. Hearing Chen Chen praising her beauty, Ai Xiaoing's lips curled up unconsciously. She knows that her looks are still okay and her figure is even better. She had heard similar words from other people many times. And there are often men who look at her with their eyes almost popping out. Before, she only felt annoyed by such words and looks. But these words came from Chen Chen's mouth. It actually made her feel happy and proud. Just because it looks good can't be eaten. Eat first. I'm not stopping you from looking at it in the future, she said to Chen Chen coquettishly. Chen Chen felt his heart soften a little when he heard Ai Xiaoying's coquettish voice. Okay, let's eat first and watch later, hee hee. Chen Chen was not polite at all. Ai Xiaoying rolled her eyes at Chen Chen but did not object. Instead, she continued to pick up food for Chen Chen. Ding, Su Chua's favorability +1. Ding, Su Chua's favorability 1. Ding, Su Chua's favorability +1. While enjoying Ai Xiaoying's feeding, Chen Chen was almost driven offline by the system prompt sound in his mind. It sounded like Su Chua's favorability was like a roller coaster, sometimes increasing by 1, sometimes decreasing by 1. He felt confused. What was this school beauty doing? Girls' dormitory. Su Chua was sitting on the desk, holding a gardenia in her hand, which Wang Ling had grown on the windowsill. At this time, Wang Ling was watching Su Chua picking the petals one by one with heartache. As the petals were picked one by one, Su Chua was still muttering to herself. Chen Chen likes me. Chen Chen doesn't like me. Chen Chen likes me. As Su Chua muttered to herself, the prompt tone in Chen Chen's mind kept jumping +11. If Chen Chen saw the scene, he would definitely suspect whether Su Chua had some serious illness. Of course he didn't know, so he could only ignore the reminder sound and continue to enjoy Ai Xiaoying's feeding. When all the petals of the gardenia in my hand were picked, the last one read Chen Chen doesn't like me. She didn't want to believe this result, so she wanted to pick another one and continue the previous action. Wang Ling was anxious. He quickly rescued the poor gardenia from Su Chua's hands. Chua, what's wrong? I've felt you've been absent-minded since you came back. Now you are destroying the gardenias that I have worked so hard to grow. There are only a few of them to begin with, and you are almost destroying all of them. Li Jiejie saw this, sighed, got off the bed, said a few words to Wang Ling, coaxed her aside, and went back to feeling sorry for her gardenia. When Su Chua saw Li Jiejie coming over, she pursed her thin lips slightly and said to her a little aggrievedly, Chen Chen doesn't like me. Li Jiejie looked at Su Chua's current appearance, and then thought of her appearance before she went out at noon. I really want to pry open Su Chua's head and see what's inside. In less than a day, she witnessed with her own eyes how a cool and aloof school goddess turned into the pitiful and worried person she is now. She had never expected that Su Chua was actually a love-brained person. The current Su Chua made her feel both distressed and amused. Didn't WeChat push it to you? You told Chen Chen about it, but he didn't agree? Su Chua shook her head. So he didn't reply your message? Su Chua still shook her head. He refused to add you as a friend? Su Chua continued to shake her head. What's going on? Tell me, you're making me anxious to death. Have you not added him as your friend yet? This time Su Chua nodded. Then how do you know he doesn't like you? Su Chua turned around and looked at the remains of the gardenia on the table, and said confidently, I have calculated it all, and the result is that he doesn't like me. Li Jiejie was almost amused by Su Chua's train of thought. So that's why you destroyed Wang Ling's flowers. Look how heartbroken she is. Su Chua turned her head to look at Wang Ling, only to see her gently stroking the flowers in her hand and seeming to be mumbling something. She turned her head, sighed, lowered her head and said nothing. Li Jiejie reached out and lifted her head. Cheer up, sister. You are a goddess. You are the school belle. But Chen Chen doesn't like me. Su Chua seemed to have already determined the result. You haven't added any friends yet, why don't we try adding a friend first? Li Jiejie felt very tired. I don't dare. Mai Zhua, if those people who are pursuing you outside see you like this, they will be shocked. Li Jiejie even swore. Give me your phone. Li Jiejie reached out and snatched Su Chua's phone, and used her fingers to unlock the screen. I opened WeChat and entered the chat page with myself, only to see the business card sent to Su Chua at the last box of the chat bar. Click on the business card, apply for friend status, add Su Chua as the note, and send it, all in one go. He turned off the phone and threw it to Su Chua. I heard from Zhang Yu that Chen Shen seems to be busy with something, so we should wait a while before agreeing. After explaining, he ordered Su Chua, now, wash up and lie down on the bed to rest. Su Chua was already shocked by Li Jiajia's behavior and was very obedient. She went to the bathroom to wash up with her phone in her hand, but she took out her phone from time to time to see if Chen Shen agreed to be friends. In his heart, he was both expecting Chen Shen to quickly agree to his friend request and afraid that Chen Shen would refuse. He was also thinking about what he should say if Chen Shen agreed. After washing up, she obediently lay down on the bed, then turned on her cell phone, looked at Chen Shen's business card, and her mind was full of random thoughts again. Why hasn't he agreed yet? Does he really not like me? No, Jia said he was busy. But what if she doesn't like me? Chen Shen no longer thought about what was going on with Su Chua. He leisurely enjoyed Ai Xiaoing's motherly feeding him. There was almost no shortage of food on the plate in front of him. Just as the two were enjoying their meal, the waiter came over and interrupted the harmonious atmosphere between them. Hello, sorry to interrupt your meal. The thing is, you two are a couple, right? Our store manager saw you two just now and felt that the atmosphere between you two was very sweet. He wanted to take a more intimate photo of you and put it on our display wall. He will give you a 50% discount on your meal and give you a fruit plate. Is that okay with you? Ai Xiaoing and Chen Shen looked at each other. When she was about to refuse, she heard Chen Shen accept it first. Sure. Chen Shen was not afraid that the photo of him and Ai Xiaoing would be seen by anyone else. Hearing that Chen Shen agreed, Ai Xiaoing did not refuse. She was originally thinking that she was afraid that Chen Shen would not agree, so she was ready to take the initiative to speak. Okay, let me take a picture of you two kissing. The waiter took out his camera without hesitation. It seemed that he was well prepared. Do you want to kiss? Ai Xiaoing exclaimed in a low voice. Chapter 21 Ai Xiaoing's Initiative. When Ai Xiaoing heard the request for the two to kiss, she exclaimed. You know, although there is some ambiguity between the two of them now, there has not been any intimate behavior yet. They didn't even hold hands, but they started kissing straight away? Of course she was willing, but she was a little surprised because it happened so suddenly. She thought that the intimate actions the waiter mentioned just now were things like holding hands and hugging. Ai Xiaoing turned her head and let Chen Shen make the decision. No problem. Chen Shen agreed immediately. He leaned close to Ai Xiaoing's ear and whispered to her. 50% off is such a good deal, and it also comes with a fruit plate. I don't mean to kiss you, don't get me wrong. Chen Shen's behavior of taking advantage of others made Ai Xiaoing roll her eyes cutely, expressing her speechlessness about Chen Shen's being both a good person and a bad person. The waiter posed for the photo and signaled the two to start. Ai Xiaoing was very bold. Since she had already agreed, she no longer pretended to be reserved. She stood up first, closed her eyes, and leaned her upper body forward. Seeing Ai Xiaoing being so proactive, Chen Shen certainly wouldn't be polite. He found the position of her lips accurately and kissed her. Ai Xiaoing felt the touch of her lips. Although she was prepared, she couldn't help feeling shy. After a few seconds, Ai Xiaoing realized that Chen Shen's lips were directly pressed against hers without any further movement. After hesitating for a moment, she suppressed the shy feeling in her heart and gently opened her lips. She had completely forgotten that the kiss was just for the waiter to take pictures. Chen Shen was still conscious and had not forgotten what was happening. Feeling the softness, he also felt an urge to continue exploring the map. Men always like to explore the unknown. He didn't close his eyes, but glanced at the waiter who was about to take a photo. Then he turned his gaze back to look in front of him. His long eyelashes were trembling slightly, revealing the uneasiness in his owner's heart. He suppressed the impulse in his heart and restrained his restless behavior. If it were somewhere else, he guaranteed that he would bully Ai Xiaoing further, but now was not the right occasion. Just then, he felt Ai Xiaoing's lips slightly open. Suddenly, a thunderbolt sounded in his mind. Is this Ai Xiaoing inviting people to form a team for an expedition? He decided not to endure it any longer. Ai Xiaoing had already taken the initiative, but he was still worried about this and that. Was he still a man? Okay, the photoshoot is done. You two look really photogenic and seem to be in love. I wish you happiness forever. As the waiter's voice rang out, Ai Xiaoing instantly regained her senses. Only then did she remember what was happening now, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to cover her face and find a crack in the ground. He opened his eyes immediately, and the first thing he saw was Chen Chen's eyes. The aggressive look made Ai Xiaoing's heart tremble. Of course, she also noticed Chen Chen's eagerness and quickly withdrew her body. Ai Xiaoing paused for a few seconds, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Chen Chen again. I noticed that he still maintained the same posture as before without any change, and the aggression in his eyes was slightly reduced. But there was a bit of disappointment and a bit of grievance. It seemed to be saying, "We agreed to team up together, but you suddenly went offline." Ai Xiaoing noticed the change in Chen Chen's eyes. How could she bear this? But Chen Chen is the man she chose, the man she likes. I just can't bear to let him down or make him feel wronged. She took a deep breath to build up her courage, and mustered up the courage to lean forward again. She leaned close to Chen Chen's ear, her voice filled with endless shame. Next time. Ai Xiaoying's favorability +1. These 3 short words made Ai Xiaoing stutter a little, and she spoke unclearly. But she had already exhausted the courage that Fish Liang had just lent her. Before he could finish speaking, he quickly retracted his body. "Hello, can you show me the photos you just took?" Ai Xiaoing tried to divert her attention, and she was also very curious about how she and Chen Chen would kiss. In the photo, the table was filled with ingredients, the pot was still boiling, mist was rising, and both himself and Chen Chen's faces were shrouded in a faint mist. Chen Chen could only see a small part of the profile. He couldn't see the eyes. He could only see the beautiful chin and lips that were tightly pressed against his. Her little face was flushed and her eyes were closed, and she looked nervous and happy. "Can you send me a photo?" After all, this was the first time she and Chen Chen kissed, and the photo was taken very well. Ai Xiaoing couldn't help but make her request to the waiter. "No problem, I'll upload the photos to the computer and then send you a copy." Chen Chen was originally still regretting that he had missed a good opportunity. Then he heard Ai Xiaoying's vague promise in his ear. Then, the notification sound of Ai Xiaoying's favorability increasing came from my mind. He naturally understood what next time meant. It must be compensation for the sudden disconnection. They would arrange to team up together next time. It was funny to watch Ai Xiaoing run away like a little rabbit, pretending to be busy here and there. When he saw Ai Xiaoing go to the front desk to upload photos, he had almost finished eating. I took out my cell phone, thinking of using it to kill time while waiting for Ai Xiaoing. I opened my phone and found several messages on WeChat. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. In the past, apart from the workgroup, I would receive messages on WeChat constantly, and other people would rarely contact me actively. By she, Mr. Chen, please send me the license plate of your vehicle. I will upload it to the community system for you, so that you can drive in directly next time you come back. Seeing Bai Shi's reminder, I couldn't help but sigh that women are more meticulous. He sent the license plate number, and then followed it up with a message in a mean voice. Chen Chen CC, I missed you when I didn't see you for a while. Did you miss me? Chen Chen was sure that Bai Shi, whose favorability was 70, would be moved if he saw these words. Bah, what a scumbag I am. Zhang Yu, brother, Jia Jia asked me for your WeChat account, saying that she was asking for it for someone else, so I had to give it to her. Zhang Yu, brother, I'm sorry, I can't resist. Chen Chen's heart moved. Zhang Yu's girlfriend asked for his WeChat and said she was asking for someone else. Could it be Su Chua from their dormitory? He did not reply to Zhang Yu immediately, but switched to the WeChat homepage, and sure enough, he found a notification requesting to add a friend below. When I opened it, it was just as I had guessed. It was indeed a friend request from Su Chua. Ignoring Zhang Yu's message, I agreed to Su Chua's friend request first. It's normal to forget one's principles for the sake of beauty. Add her as a friend, send her a smiling emoticon, and then say hello. Chen Chen, hello, I'm Chen Chen. Thinking that he would not reply immediately, I prepared to switch to Zhang Yu's chat. Who knew that Su Chua would reply immediately? Su Chua's smiley expression. Su Chua, hello, I'm Su Chua. Chen Chen couldn't help but wonder, has this person been looking at his phone all the time? But I didn't think much about it. It's normal to play with mobile phones at this time. How could he know that Su Chua had been looking at the WeChat page waiting for him? Chen Chen, yes, I know. I saw your note. Chen Chen, what do you want to add me for? I only saw the message above, the other party is losing. After a long while, it was still the other party is losing. Chapter 22 Greedy Chen Chen. Girls' dormitory. On the bed, Su Chua had already sat up. She clenched the phone tightly with her fingers, so tightly that her fingertips turned white. Very nervous, Su Chua was very nervous. Chen has already added me as a friend, but I have no idea how to continue talking to Chen. You can't just confront Chen directly. According to Su Chua's original requirements, there were many candidates who met the requirements at Shanghai University, but not many were suitable for her. And she also has different feelings towards Chen. From the initial feeling, from dislike for her ordinary clothes, to now realizing that I liked her after being mistaken. This contrast gave Su Chua a strange feeling. And she had an inexplicable intuition in her heart. I feel that Chen is the most suitable one for me, no doubt about it. That's why she has complicated emotions now. If I had told Chen directly that I liked him and wanted to marry him and be his wife, Su Chua was worried that Chen would not accept it. What if he misunderstood something? Moreover, Su Chua heard from her mother that if a man is too easy to get, he will not cherish him. She was also worried. Even if Chen agreed, what would happen if he no longer cherished her or liked her in the future? I saw her typing a few words in the chat box and then deleting them over and over again. Su Chua still didn't know how to reply to Chen. In the hot pot restaurant, Ai Xiaoing has returned. She took out her cell phone, opened the photo and showed it to Chen. Chen took the phone and found that the photos were indeed well taken. Looking at the photos, he could feel the sweetness between the two of them at that time. It's really good. The most important thing is that Xiaoying is photogenic. Please send me a photo as well. Chen spoke sweet words readily. No way, Mr. Chen is also very handsome. Ai Xiaoying thought that this should be a business compliment. Of course she did think Chen was handsome. Chen received the photos sent by Ai Xiaoying and saved them in the album. I found that Su Chua was still typing, but no message was sent. Why she didn't reply to the message either, perhaps he was busy with other things. He had completely forgotten the existence of Zhang Yu. He put the phone back into his pocket and asked Ai Xiaoing. Are you full? Yeah, I'm full. The hot pot here tastes delicious. Okay, let's go after eating. We'll come back next time if we have the chance. Chen stood up first. Ai Xiaoing was even happier when she heard that she would have the opportunity to have dinner with Chen in the future. Seeing that Chen had already walked out of his seat, she took 2 quick steps and hurriedly followed him. When she came to Chen side, she hesitated for only a second before she took Chen arm, which was swinging slightly as he walked. Chen instantly felt his arm being trapped by something soft. At the same time, he also noticed that Ai Xiaoying's arm, which was around his, was slightly trembling and stiff. Chen knew that Ai Xiaoing was still nervous about her bold behavior. He reached out and gently patted the arm she was holding on to show comfort and encouragement. Ai Xiaoing was indeed a little nervous when she held Chen arm, and was a little worried that Chen would push her away. I found that Chen did not push me away, and even noticed that I was nervous and comforted me, and my body immediately relaxed a lot. But the strength in his arms did not relax, instead he exerted even more strength. Chen took out his mobile phone, operated it with one hand, paid the bill, and left. The two did not separate until they arrived in front of the car. Chen looked at the car in front of him and felt that the distance was too short. He would have to park farther away next time. We haven't even had time to enjoy it yet and we have to separate. Glancing at Ai Xiaoing who was still hugging his arm, Chen said reluctantly, how about we just walk back instead of driving? How could Ai Xiaoing not know what the men around her were thinking? She patted Chen coquettishly, then let go of his hand and walked to the other side of the car. Feeling that the culprit who trapped his arm had left, he sighed reluctantly. He opened the door, got in the car, looked at Ai Xiaoing, and sighed again. Alas! Ai Xiaoing, who was fastening her seatbelt, naturally heard Chen sighs, which were mostly deliberate. Greedy little pervert. She curled her lips and made an evaluation of Chen in her heart. Ai Xiaoing fastened her seatbelt without any pause and pretended not to hear Chen sighs. Chen said again. Ai Xiaoing rolled her eyes cutely. She knew that Chen would not give up until he was satisfied. He turned his head and looked out the window, not looking at Chen. But she put her tender little white hands on the central armrest. Chen's eyes lit up, knowing that this was Ai Xiaoying's answer to him. He stretched out his hand and held the little hand tightly in his own without any hesitation. He laughed helplessly. When Ai Xiaoing heard Chen Chen's silly smile, the curve of her mouth became bigger and bigger. What could be happier than having the person you like also like you? She is already 25, not young anymore. Although she had never been in a relationship, her rich social experience told her that she had few chances of meeting a man as rich and handsome as Chen Chen. I am no longer a girl of 18 or 19 years old. Since you are attracted to Chen Chen, just take the initiative. Even if the result is not what I want, I will not regret it in the future. Ai Xiaoing was sure that if she didn't take the initiative, there would be many women who would want to approach him if she didn't. Ding, Ai Xiaoing's favorability +1. Let's go. Although she was happy, Ai Xiaoing actually felt very shy. After all, everything she did to Chen Chen was her first time. Every time the distance between the two of them got closer, it was an unprecedented experience for her. Okay. Chen Chen was so excited that he didn't even notice the prompt sound in his mind. He held Ai Xiaoying's hand and felt satisfied. After all, he was just a beginner. Ignition, start. Ai Xiaoing found that the vehicle started and then stopped moving again. Thinking that Chen Chen had some bad intentions again, he asked Chen Chen helplessly, "Why don't you leave? I want to take you home first, but I don't know your address." Chen Chen was a little embarrassed. Things progressed so fast that he didn't even know where Ai Xiaoing lived. Moreover, he found that apart from Ai Xiaoing's name and occupation, he knew nothing else. Poochie Ai Xiaoing couldn't help but laugh out loud. She did not reject Chen Chen's idea of sending her home. Instead of pulling his hand away, he used his other hand to open the navigation on the central control display and entered the address of his rental house. Here, right here. Now Chen Chen simply stepped on the accelerator and sent Ai Xiaoing home. With his proficient driving skills, Chen Chen can drive in the city with one hand very easily. So, his other hand was not honest. He no longer held it tightly in his palm, but was playing with those slender jade fingers. The blush on Ai Xiaoying's face became more and more intense as Chen Chen moved. She never knew her fingers were so sensitive. Being toyed with by Chen Chen actually made me feel. Chapter 23 Someone Don't. 15 minutes later. At the gate of a residential area. I'm here. Let's get off here. Seeing that they had arrived, Ai Xiaoying's tone was full of reluctance. Chen Chen continued to drive towards the inner part of the community. I'll take you downstairs. Yeah. Ai Xiaoing did not refuse. She was reluctant to part with Chen Chen like this. The security management in the residential area was lax. Although it was an unfamiliar vehicle, after seeing that it was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, they simply stepped forward and asked Chen Chen's intentions, then manually opened the gear and let the car enter the residential area. Chen Chen felt that this community was ordinary, not high-end, but not shabby either. The only thing that made him feel good was that the infrastructure within the community was quite complete. Following Ai Xiaoying's guidance, the vehicle continued to drive inside. Because they both knew that they would be separated temporarily when they got downstairs, so they didn't say anything. The silence in the car made the atmosphere seem a little heavy. Ai Xiaoying's mind was full of thoughts, her big eyes were rolling around in her sockets, and one could tell at a glance that she was thinking seriously about something. She didn't make up her mind until the car stopped. I took a few deep breaths and felt like I had gained a little more courage. Mr. Chen, come here. Ai Xiaoying's tone was 7 parts firmness, 1 part shyness, 1 part uneasiness, and 1 part excitement. Now that she had made up her mind, she made the decision directly. She was not the kind of person who was indecisive. Chen Chen, who was still immersed in touching the little hand, was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ai Xiaoing with confusion. Don't ask, just come here for a moment. Seeing what Chen Chen wanted to say, Ai Xiaoing interrupted Chen Chen and spoke to Chen Fan in a coquettish tone. Ai Xiaoying's coquettishness was like a royal balm to Chen Chen, who had no resistance at all. Without thinking about the reason, he immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door to go to the passenger seat. Seeing Chen Chen was about to open the car door, Ai Xiaoing hurriedly stopped him. What are you doing? Didn't you let me in? Chen Chen put his hand on the door handle. Ai Xiaoing was speechless because of Chen Chen's train of thought. She felt that the atmosphere and feeling that had been brewing in her heart for a long time disappeared. I asked you to come closer, with your body, not just come over here. Oh. Chen Chen smiled awkwardly, then he realized that he had misunderstood what Ai Xiaoing said. He quickly interrupted his action of opening the car door, leaned to the right, and leaned towards the passenger seat where Ai Xiaoing was. As the distance got closer, Chen Chen smelled a faint fragrance. I wondered whether it was Ai Xiaoying's body fragrance or the smell of shampoo. Ai Xiaoying looked at Chen Chen, who was getting closer and closer to her, and the feeling just now came out all at once and she didn't need to brew it anymore. Looking at Chen Chen's handsome face with clear edges and corners, which was only 10 centimeters away from him, she felt that an ambiguous atmosphere was growing between the two of them. Ai Xiaoying saw Chen Chen blinking and then staring at her. Plus, the distance between them was so close, she was a little afraid to look into Chen Chen's eyes. There was a deep sense of shame in her eyes. You close your eyes. Chen Chen also noticed the change in the atmosphere between them, and heard the classic words from their relationship period, close your eyes. I guess Ai Xiaoying wanted to take the initiative to kiss her, but felt embarrassed. He didn't hesitate at all, he closed his eyes tightly, looking forward to the next benefit. Ai Xiaoying saw that Chen Chen immediately closed his eyes and could not see her, and then she felt a little less embarrassed. But then he thought about his next action and his face felt hot as if it were on fire again. She first stretched out her right hand and held Chen Chen's left hand. Leaning forward, she blushed and took the initiative to reduce the 10 centimeters distance to 0. The air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, causing Ai Xiaoying to slowly close her eyes. Perhaps he felt the air was a little stuffy and breathing through his nose was not enough, so he slightly opened his lips and wanted to breathe through his mouth, and wanted to stick out his tongue to assist his breathing. Chen Chen closed his eyes and felt Ai Xiaoying holding his hand. I was about to complain in my mind, that's it? Then I felt that the fragrance I smelled just now suddenly became stronger, and then I felt Ai Xiaoying's touch on my lips. Chen Chen felt a sense of pride that his guess was correct, as well as excitement about Ai Xiaoying's proactive and bold behavior. He had already had a superficial tactile experience at the hot pot restaurant, and this time he wanted more, so he planned to apply to team up with Ai Xiaoying. Before he could take any action, he felt an object in his mouth that did not belong to him. But this is not the end yet. He felt Ai Xiaoying's hand holding his was also moving slowly and firmly. It was not until he sensed Ai Xiaoying's heartbeat in his palm that the little hand hurriedly fled. Of course Chen Chen knew what this was. He ignored what Ai Xiaoying had just said and closed his eyes. He opened his eyes and looked at the bold and pure woman in front of him. Ai Xiaoying's face was so red that it looked like blood would drip out in the next second. There was obvious panic and nervousness on her little face, as well as a hint of coquettishness. It makes her look pure and sexy at this moment. Chen Chen did not let Ai Xiaoying down for her boldness and initiative. Since Ai Xiaoying initiated the team application, he joined the team directly to explore together. I know that most readers may not like the later plot, so I read it for you. Bang, bang, bang. I don't know how long it was before someone knocked on the car window twice. The two people in the car were suddenly awakened by the knocking sound and suddenly separated, with only a clear silver thread reluctantly connecting the two. After waking up in shock, Ai Xiaoying discovered that someone's hand had been touching her heart at a closer distance. Even his shirt buttons were opened due to lack of defense. She quickly pulled out the big hand that was still on her chest, trying to protect herself. Noticing someone's reluctance to leave, Ai Xiaoying felt like her head was about to smoke with shame. Chen Chen withdrew his hand and touched his nose as if he was embarrassed. As for the faint fragrance on his hands, it should be just natural incense, but it made Chen Chen's eyes emit a faint light. He stared at Ai Xiaoying's chest, wanting to continue protecting her. But Ai Xiaoying already felt that she was very safe now and did not need any protection, so she put the button that she had just eliminated back in place. When he saw Chen Chen looking at him with wolf-like eyes, Ai Xiaoying was a little scared, fearing that the knight who had just protected her would turn into a dragon and eat her. While I felt more shy, a feeling of pride also filled my heart. Bang, bang, bang. When the person outside the car window saw that the person inside the car did not respond, he knocked on the window again, this time harder than before. Chen Chen turned a deaf ear and was too lazy to pay attention to what was happening outside. Now he only has Ai Xiaoying in his eyes. Yes, someone. Ai Xiaoying felt as if her throat was on fire. It was dry and she swallowed hard. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. What if there's no one? Chapter 24. Brother, do you want to go upstairs and have a drink of water? Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Someone can't do it. What if there's no one? Chen Chen's every word revealed excitement. Ai Xiaoying lowered her head lower and lower, and her voice became pitifully low. Chen Chen was in a good mood and rolled down the car window. The car windows were covered with the best anti-peep film, so no one outside could see what was going on inside the car. Chen Chen was not worried at all about being seen by visitors. Communicate a few words. It turned out that Chen Shen's car was parked at the door downstairs, blocking the road behind. The car behind couldn't pass, so they reminded him to move the vehicle. Perhaps because Chen Shen was driving a Mercedes-Benz G63, the tone of the person who came was very nice, and there was no aggressive feeling as if his way was being blocked. After all, it was Chen Shen who blocked the road, and the person who came was very nice, so he quickly apologized. Then I found a parking space and parked the car. Ai Xiaoing saw Chen Shen park the car in the parking space instead of letting her get off and go home. Thinking of what he had just said, she couldn't help but become nervous again, thinking that Chen Shen wanted to do something to her in the car again. Ai Xiaoing looked at Chen Shen warily. Chen Shen couldn't help but feel funny when looking at the frightened little white rabbit in front of him. She was the one who took the initiative, and she was also the one who was afraid. He really wanted to continue, but when he looked at the girl in front of him, his heart softened. Chen Shen was afraid of scaring the little white rabbit, which would backfire. "Did you buy the house here?" He did not answer Ai Xiaoying's question, but changed the subject. While speaking, he simply grabbed Ai Xiaoying's white and tender little hand in his own. Chen Shen was afraid of scaring Ai Xiaoying, but that didn't mean he would be honest. He was not the upright gentleman Lu Xiaohui. It's impossible to just leave such a beautiful woman here and ignore her. Ai Xiaoying's hand was grabbed by Chen Shen, and she became nervous again, fearing that Chen Shen would do something again. Seeing that Chen Shen was only focused on his own white fingers, she just let him be. "No, I can't afford to buy a house in Shanghai. I rent one. This place is not far from where I work, so it's quite convenient." Hearing that she was renting a house, Chen Shen couldn't help but sigh. Ai Xiaoying was already a sales manager, so her salary shouldn't be too low. But in Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, it is still impossible to buy a house. If I didn't bind the system, it might be worse than Ai Xiaoying's. Maybe you will always be struggling to survive under the pressure of various loans such as car loans, mortgages, and so on. No, it's about being alive. Having money is called living, and having no money is just living. Chen Shen looked at the lonely look on Ai Xiaoying's face and couldn't help but have an idea. He also believed that this girl would be his woman, it was only a matter of time. He doesn't want his woman to suffer, whether it's food, clothing, housing, or transportation. His love was divided into many parts, which already made him feel a little guilty, and he was determined not to treat his woman badly in other aspects. It's just money. He lacks everything now, except money. He did not tell Ai Xiaoying his thoughts directly as there was no rush. "Do you live alone or share a house?" Chen Shen continued to ask. "I'm alone, I don't have a roommate, I only have one bedroom." Chen Shen might just be chatting casually, but Ai Xiaoying is different. Her little hand was still held in Chen Shen's hand, and the blush on her face was becoming more and more obvious. "Mr. Chen, I should go back now." Chen Shen felt that today's progress was fast enough, so he did not stop Ai Xiaoying. "Yeah, okay." Ai Xiaoying pretended to be calm, pulled her hand out, then opened the car door and got out. "Mr. Chen, drive slowly when you go back." After getting off the car, Ai Xiaoying walked to the front of the car, put her hands behind her back, bent down, and spoke coquettishly to Chen Shen who was sitting in the car. Chen Shen nodded. "Got it. You go up first." Ai Xiaoying didn't act pretentiously and said she would go back after Chen Shen left first. Turned and walked towards the unit door. The further I walked, the more reluctant I felt. When she was about to step into the door of the community unit, the feeling was so oppressive that it became difficult for Ai Xiaoying to breathe. She stopped, hesitated for a long time, and finally made up her mind. He gritted his teeth, turned around, took a few quick steps, and returned to the car. Chen Shen was a little confused when he saw Ai Xiaoying coming back, thinking that she had forgotten to bring something. Who knew that Ai Xiaoying would go straight to the driver's seat and start blinking her big eyes? Then he spoke to Chen Shen in a serious manner. "Brother, do you want to go up and sit down and have a drink of water?" Chen Shen heard Ai Xiaoying call him brother and asked him to go up and have a drink of water. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately came to his senses. He naturally understood what Ai Xiaoying meant by this sentence. Chen Shen raised his eyebrows slightly. "Sure. Yeah." Ai Xiaoying nodded heavily. "If you don't want to, forget it." Chen Shen saw Ai Xiaoying's determination, and without any hesitation, he opened the door and got out of the car. Ai Xiaoying's rented house was on the third floor, and Chen Shen followed her into the elevator. Until Ai Xiaoying opened the door, the two of them did not speak again on the way and were both silent. Both of them knew what might happen next, so no one broke the silence. As Ai Xiaoing opened the door, Chen entered first and looked around the small space of no more than 50 square meters. Although the room is not big, it is divided into a bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It is fully furnished but in order. One look at the house and you can tell that this is a sophisticated girl who loves life. The door was closed, and Ai Xiaoing looked at Chen who was looking around the room. He didn't ask Chen to drink some water, but instead used actions instead of words. She took 2 steps forward, put her arms around Chen waist from behind, and put her head on his back. Suddenly, I felt a sense of security filling my heart. Chen felt the movements of the little man behind him and the touch of his back. He held the hand around his waist. No regrets? Ai Xiaoing didn't answer, but her movements became noticeably more forceful. Ding, Ai Xiaoying's favorability +3. Chen knew that this was Ai Xiaoying's answer. No more hesitation, turn around and lower your head. After a long time, only Ai Xiaoying's timid voice was heard. Room, go back to the room. Chen naturally would not refuse this small request. Ding, the system detects that the host is about to rewards, strong body, and extraordinary talent. At this time, Chen ignored the system's prompt sound and only felt that his body seemed to have some changes. 2 hours later. Everything was calm and peaceful. Chen looked at Ai Xiaoing, who was sleeping soundly in his arms like a kitten. At this moment, her face showed obvious fatigue, her brows were slightly wrinkled, and the traces of tears were still faintly visible. He smoothed the frown with loving care and held her in his arms a little tighter. Only now did he have the energy to check the system prompts. Chapter 25 Ai Xiaoying's Panic. Strong and healthy? Gifted? You can understand what the word strong and healthy means literally. What about natural talent? Could it be? Brother Tonzi, please explain the reward just now. Ding, hello host, being strong and healthy means that your body is in perfect condition both inside and outside. Your body will remain healthy and will not get sick, and your appearance will also be reshaped into a perfect body. Your talent is something that is different from ordinary people, far beyond the normal state, including but not limited to size, recovery speed, etc. After listening to the system's explanation, it was basically the same as Chen's guess, but compared to the previous guess, the effect was even more powerful. After lifting the quilt, Chen discovered that he had 8 more abdominal muscles. You know, although my figure was pretty good and I didn't have a little belly or anything, I only had 1 pair of abdominal muscles. Now I actually have 8 pack abs. As the quilt was lifted, Chen accidentally saw some white scenes and quickly covered the quilt tightly again. Ai Xiaoying's body can no longer bear his love now, and she even cried at the last moment. Chen suddenly discovered that the muscles in his arms became more obvious and his strength seemed to have increased. I thought to myself, it seems that being strong and healthy has more benefits than just what I've introduced. There are also some hidden benefits that I haven't introduced yet. As for his extraordinary talents, Chen had a special feeling about it just now and was naturally very satisfied. That means the woman he marries in the future will probably be both happy and distressed. I took out my cell phone from the pocket of my clothes under the bed, opened it and found that there were several more messages. Bai Shi, yes. Bai Shi, master, will you go home tomorrow? Bai Shi's message was very simple, but Chen could already imagine the conflicted expression on her face when she replied. I guess she mustered up a lot of courage to send this. He didn't tell Bai Shi that he didn't return to school. Although he was not afraid of Bai Shi knowing, and would not hide it from her, he was not so foolish as to take the initiative to report such an itinerary. Chen, I have something to do at school tomorrow, I will definitely go back if I have the chance. After replying to Bai Shi, he looked down at Ai Xiaoying's delicate little face and felt even more that he was a scumbag. I switched to Bai Shi's chat page and saw that Su Chua had also replied to the message. Su Chua, it's okay. Just 2 simple words. Chen didn't quite understand what this girl was thinking. I added myself on WeChat, and I was typing for so long, but you only replied with 2 words? I didn't think much about it. It doesn't matter whether you understand it or not. Although he was interested in Su Chua, there was no need to guess what she was thinking, otherwise he would end up looking like a dog. Chen, oh, okay, see you tomorrow night. Chen felt that if there was really anything, they would talk about it when they met tomorrow night. I was about to switch to see other messages, but Su Chua replied immediately again. Su Chua, okay, see you tomorrow. Chen looked suspicious. Could it be that he has been waiting for his message? As soon as this thought came to my mind, I suppressed it again. How could it be possible? She is a freshman campus belle, and a cool and arrogant one at that. Even if she has a crush on me, she wouldn't be so humble. He doesn't think he's that attractive. I exited WeChat and saw that Zhang Yu had sent me another message. Zhang Yu, what's going on? Why haven't you come back yet? Zhang Yu, it seems that being a second-generation rich is not easy. There are so many things to deal with. Zhang Yu, it's okay. If there is a dormitory inspection today, I'll cover for you. Seeing that Zhang Yu didn't think about anything else, Chen Chen thought he was a rich second generation and was busy with work. He thought to himself that if Zhang Yu knew what was going on with him, he would not stand up to him but would probably curse him instead. Chen Chen, yeah, I just finished my work and will go back tomorrow morning. He did not explain, but continued what Zhang Yu said. Several other people in the dormitory also said similar things, saying that they didn't know Chen Chen was a rich second generation before, but now they know, and they want Chen Chen to treat them. Chen Chen also agreed to all of them. I returned to Baishi's chat interface and found that he still hadn't replied to my message. He must have gone to sleep. Chen Chen saw that it was already past 11 o'clock, so he set an alarm on his phone for 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Putting the phone on the bedside table and hugging the sweet and soft girl in his arms, Chen Chen quickly fell asleep. The next morning, at exactly 7 o'clock, the alarm on Chen Chen's cell phone rang on time. Chen Chen woke up the moment the bell rang, and noticed that the person in his arms also showed signs of wanting to wake up. For fear of disturbing the rest of the little one in his arms, he quickly turned off the alarm on his phone. He reached out and gently patted the quilt on Ai Xiaoing's body, comforting her gently like he was coaxing a child. I didn't sit up until I felt I had fallen asleep peacefully again. Chen Chen looked around and saw that the room was a bit messy. He chuckled and found his clothes among the mess. He got dressed and got out of bed, gave Ai Xiaoing a gentle kiss on her cherry lips and then walked out of the room. After leaving the bedroom, he first went to the kitchen to take a look. There were not many things, probably because Ai Xiaoing seldom cooked at home. After thinking for a while, he did not cook by himself, but took the key that Ai Xiaoing left at the door and went out. 10 minutes later, in the bedroom, Ai Xiaoing seemed to realize that the warmth around her had disappeared. Her brows, which had been smoothed by Chen Chen, frowned again. She reached to the side, but did not touch the figure she expected. Ai Xiaoing panicked and quickly opened her eyes, only to find that there was indeed no one beside her. He sat up suddenly, but suddenly froze. Even the quilt on my body slipped off, revealing a large area of spring without my mind to care. Her little face was wrinkled into a ball, her teeth were clenched, and she was gasping in pain. In her heart, she secretly blamed Chen Chen for not being gentle and considerate to women. Ai Xiaoing relaxed for a while, until the pain subsided a little, then casually put on a piece of clothing to cover her body, and prepared to get out of bed. As soon as my feet touched the ground, my body went limp, and I quickly used my hands to hold on to the bed to avoid collapsing. After she got used to it a little bit again, she endured the pain, suppressed the weakness of her body, and moved towards the living room step by step. She walked out of the living room full of hope, hoping to see the scene she had imagined at a glance, but she was disappointed. The figure she expected to see was not in the living room. The living room that she had decorated to be very cozy now looked very cold and desolate in her eyes. Ai Xiaoing could no longer hold back the tears that she had been trying hard to hold back. The tears instantly slid down from his eyes, leaving 2 clear tear marks. His eyes darkened little by little. A lot of terrifying thoughts emerged in her mind little by little. Why did he just leave? Does Chen Chen not want me anymore? When Ai Xiaoing was feeling sorry for herself, she suddenly heard the sound of a key opening the door. She raised her head instantly, and the light in her eyes rekindled. The look of hope in his eyes as he stared at the door would move anyone who saw it. The noise at the door seemed to be the last straw she could grasp. Chapter 26 Humble Ai Xiaoing. Chen Chen was not familiar with the environment of the community here, and didn't know where the breakfast shop with better taste was. He had to ask the fitness lady downstairs to find out the location. I was even scolded by my aunt for this. They said that the food outside was not clean, and that you should get up early and cook it yourself, which is clean and hygienic. The breakfast shop is located right next to the entrance of the community, not far away. Chen Chen arrived at the seat very quickly. Not knowing what Ai Xiaoing liked to eat, he ordered a lot. Soy milk, rice porridge, fried dough sticks, xiaolongbao, shangjianbo, and pancakes. Anyway, there is always one that Ai Xiaoing likes to eat. On the way back with the breakfast, I politely greeted the lady I had just met and said thank you again. When I left, I heard the old lady mumbling about how young people are extravagant and wasteful, and how they don't know how to save, and what happened to her when she was young. Chen left with a smile, not caring about the old lady's nagging. After going upstairs and before opening the door, Chen thought Ai Xiaoing was still sleeping, because he had only been there for more than 10 minutes. When Chen used the key to open the door, he was surprised to find that the little man in front of him had already stood up. He was casually wearing a coat that barely covered up the spring weather, and he was standing at the bedroom door with red eyes and a wronged look on his face. Little pearls were falling out of the red eye sockets. That aggrieved little look instantly made Chen feel extremely distressed. He quickly put the breakfast in his hand on the table in the living room and walked quickly to Ai Xiaoing. Chen didn't know what had happened to cause the person in front of him to be like this. He quickly took the little guy who was feeling aggrieved into his arms and coaxed him softly and gently. "What's the matter? Who bullied my precious Xiaoying? Tell your brother and I will beat him up to vent my anger for my precious Xiaoying." After saying that, he waved his fists twice in a fake manner to show that he was very strong. Ai Xiaoying was immediately amused when she saw Chen's funny actions. She was no longer sad when she saw Chen come in. But the tears in my eyes could not be stopped. She didn't know what was wrong, she just felt inexplicably wronged. "I just want to cry." When she saw the breakfast in Chen's hand, she knew that Chen was going to buy breakfast for her, not leaving her or abandoning her. When she got up just now and saw that Chen was not there, she was already confused and panicked. Although after getting to know each other, I know that Chen is not the kind of person who would ignore you after getting what you want. But she was totally at a loss at the time, so how could she think normally? Now that I have seen Chen, I have regained my senses. Thinking about my thoughts just now, I feel ashamed. Being held in Chen's arms, she watched Chen use funny actions to amuse herself. My heart has long been filled with sweetness. There is no sadness or grievance anymore, only happiness and touching moments remain. Feel the warmth in Chen's arms. She had a happy smile on her face, and the corners of her mouth were pulled up, which she couldn't suppress. Then he accused Chen in an aggrieved tone. "You are the one who bullied me. I couldn't find you when I got up. I thought you left and didn't want me anymore." After she finished speaking, the pretended grievance actually made her feel wronged. The little pearl couldn't help but start ticking again. She hugged Chen tightly again and started crying softly. Chen heard Ai Xiaoying's aggrieved words full of anxiety and fear. I felt even more pity for the girl in my arms. After all, only if you like yourself very much will you have this kind of feeling of worrying about gains and losses. If he didn't like himself so much, who would care where Chen went or what he did? He did not give himself any explanation, but prepared to help Ai Xiaoing sit down on the small sofa in front of the table. It would have been fine if she just stood still, but as Ai Xiaoing took a step forward, she gasped, her face distorted, and her teeth clenched. Even the grievances and crying were temporarily forgotten. Chen noticed that Ai Xiaoing was acting abnormally, so he stopped and asked what was wrong. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" When Ai Xiaoing heard this, her face turned red at first, and then she glared at Chen fiercely. "It's all your fault." Chen scratched his head, feeling a little puzzled as to how he got implicated again. Then I thought of Ai Xiaoing's actions and her reactions, and instantly understood. He smiled awkwardly. "It's been a whole night, is it still so painful?" Without waiting for Ai Xiaoing to answer, he picked her up by the waist and put her on the sofa not far behind him. His movements were gentle, as if he was treating fragile porcelain, for fear that it would be damaged by any bumps or scratches. With the physical contact, Chen had no distracting thoughts in his mind at this moment, only heartache and pity. You know, Ai Xiaoing only has one code now. Ai Xiaoing was suddenly picked up by Chen and was a little panicked. He quickly put his arms around Chen's neck, noticing the concern and heartache in Chen's cautious movements. The grievance that had been temporarily forgotten just now instantly came back. The little head was buried in Chen's neck, brewing up emotions, and ready to continue. Then I found that Chen had put him on the small sofa. Her emotions were interrupted once again, which made her a little unsure whether she should continue. Start feeling aggrieved and lose emotion. Let us not continue. It seems like I still feel a little aggrieved. She looked at Chen in a daze. Chen understood immediately this time. He quickly sat down next to Ai Xiaoing, put his arm around her shoulders, and then pressed her little head on his shoulders. It seemed like it was signaling to Ai Xiaoing that she had completed the movement and could continue. Ai Xiaoing was almost amused by Chen Chen's actions. She leaned her head gently on Chen Chen's shoulder, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Chen Chen, please don't leave me, okay? I got up just now and saw that you were not there. I was really scared. If you don't want me, I really don't know what to do. Let me stay with you, even if you have other women, please let me stay with you. I will be very good and will not cause any trouble for you. Ai Xiaoing expressed her true feelings and confessed to Chen Chen. The humility in those words made Chen Chen feel even more distressed for the girl in front of him. Ding, Ai Xiaoing's favorability +5. The increase in favorability also proves the truthfulness of Ai Xiaoing's words in his arms. He straightened Ai Xiaoing's body and assured her in a serious tone. You, Ai Xiaoing. You are my woman and will always be my baby. After hesitating for a moment, he continued speaking. I can't promise that I will only love you, but you can rest assured that I will not abandon you. Even if you want to leave me, I will not agree. Even if you run away, I will find you back at the ends of the earth. I will never let you leave me. Ding, Ai Xiaoing's favorability +5. Women are emotional animals, and Ai Xiaoing is no exception. Hearing Chen Chen's promise, the firmness and domineering tone in his voice made her cry with joy. The favorability level is soaring. Ding, the favorability of the beautiful opposite sex Ai Xiaoing has exceeded 80 points. Congratulations to the host for winning the system lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Raise the favorability of a high-looking person of the opposite sex to 80, and the reward system will draw a lottery once. Ding, the host system has drawn the lottery twice. The host can start the lottery at any time. Chapter 27 Bugatti plus High Street Ownership. The system prompt sound in Chen Chen's mind kept ringing ding 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 for a long time. After hearing the system prompt, Chen Chen realized that Ai Xiaoing's favorability towards him had exceeded 80 points without him noticing. He quickly opened Ai Xiaoing's personal page to check. Name, Ai Xiaoing. Age, 25. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 45. Appearance, 82. Body size, 95. Overall score, 89. Number of drivers, 1. Favorability, 83. Ai Xiaoying's normal physical attributes have not changed at all from before, only two aspects have changed. One is that the number of drivers increased from 0 to 1. Chen Chen knew that this was the result of his victory last night, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. What's more, Ai Xiaoying's favorability has reached 83 points. You know, according to the system prompts, 70 points is already a state where anyone can pick it without rejection. If we remove the 10 points of favorability gained from Ai Xiaoying's true feelings just now, then the total would have reached over 70 points before. No wonder Ai Xiaoing was so proactive yesterday. It turns out that he has such a deep affection for me. Chen Chen lowered his head and glanced at Ai Xiaoing, who was still crying on his shoulder. He smiled knowingly, and his liking for her increased a little bit. If it could show Chen Chen's favorability towards Ai Xiaoing, it should be above 70 now. He withdrew his gaze from Ai Xiaoing and concentrated on continuing to communicate with the system. He still remembered that there were 2 more system draws for rewards. One reward was given when Ai Xiaoying's favorability reached 80, and another was an additional reward from a system task. He has always been curious about what he would win. The system explains that everything is possible. He had been looking forward to it the whole time. It was a lottery. Which man didn't like the spinning and drawing of prizes? Brother Tonzi, open the lottery. Okay host, shall we start? Start. Ding, congratulations to the host for consuming the lottery opportunity once and winning the car, Bugatti scented ISI. Chen Chen had 2 doubts. Where is his lottery wheel? Why did I win the lottery directly? What's more, the lottery actually gave away a car, and it was a sports car like Bugatti. Although he had never seen them before, Chen Chen still knew the names of many sports cars. But now I already have a Mercedes-Benz G63, so I don't lack any means of transportation. The situation does not allow this now, otherwise I could use my mobile phone to check the information of this car. I thought to myself, although I don't know how much the Bugatti Sentadiasi is worth. It's a supercar after all, and it was given away for free in a lottery, so it's not bad. Brother Tonzi, don't we have a lottery with a roulette wheel? Chen was still muttering about his Bueling wheel lottery. Ding, the wheel lottery mode has been switched. Following the system voice, a huge turntable appeared in Chen's mind. It's a pity that I can't see what the rewards pointed to by the turntable pointer are, because they are all unknown. And they are so densely packed that their number is simply impossible to count. But at least it was a lottery by roulette, so Chen was quite satisfied with it. Brother Tonzi, let's start the second lottery. The lottery has started. Please make sure the turntable stops. The turntable started to spin slowly, then faster and faster, making Chen feel dizzy. Stop, he ordered hastily. It completely violated the laws of physics. The turntable had no buffering at all. As Chen finished speaking, the turntable stopped instantly. Soon after, the second lottery reward came. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ownership of the Magic City University Commercial Street. Ownership of the commercial street of Magic City University? Chen repeated. Yes, host, the ownership of the Magic City University Commercial Street. The corresponding rewards will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, please rest assured. Chen is no stranger to the Magic City University Commercial Street. He remembered that the commercial street was about 2.5 kilometers long, with hundreds of shops, estimated to be worth 1 billion yuan. A sentence flashed through Chen's mind. If you are good, I will buy you a guy. He really didn't expect that the system would actually give him a chance. And it's a streak worth 1 billion. You have to know that he only has tens of millions in cash on his hands now. Although it can grow unlimitedly, he can only get it in the future, and the fact now is that he doesn't have it. It gives people a completely different feeling, right? Perhaps in the future he will have hundreds of billions or trillions of cash in his hands, and by then he will definitely look down upon the current commercial street worth 10 billion. But now he is just a freshman worth tens of millions. How can I not be excited to get a commercial street for free? Thank you, Brother Tonzi, thank you, System Dad, thank you, Baby Xiaoing. Chen shouted loudly in his heart. He couldn't help but kiss Ai Xiaoying's delicate face hard, leaving her face covered with saliva. Ai Xiaoing looked confused and didn't know what was going on. Looking at Ai Xiaoying's appearance, Chen couldn't help but kiss her hard again. He said to Ai Xiaoing affectionately, "Baby, Xiaoying is really my lucky baby, brother loves you so much." Although Ai Xiaoing didn't know what happened, it was obviously a good thing judging from Chen's performance. She didn't mind at all the saliva on her face, and instead started grinning foolishly along with Chen. Just when she was about to say something, her stomach started to growl. When Chen heard this, he quickly patted his forehead, opened the breakfast packages one by one and placed them on the table. I only heard him apologizing to Ai Xiaoing in a sincere tone. I'm sorry, I almost forgot that my baby Xiaoing is still hungry. You worked so hard at night, and you dropped so many little pearls so early in the morning. You must be starving. It's my brother's fault. Please let me feed my baby Xiaoing breakfast. His face is full of fawning, and he looks like a real lackey. Ai Xiaoying's mood had mostly recovered, and seeing Chen happy, she was happy too. Especially since Chen just said that she was his baby and that he loved her to death. This made her even happier. Looking at Chen who was deliberately making fun of her, she felt both shy and happy. I feel like the happiest girl in the world. Meeting Chen is my greatest luck. Ai Xiaoying's face was full of smiles. Despite her physical disability, she enjoyed being fed by her lover. The looks between the two of them gradually became more and more extreme. It has even reached the point where he won't eat buns or drink soy milk if it's not imported. After having breakfast in a sweet and affectionate way, Chen once again showed his manliness as he carried Ai Xiaoing to the bed and covered her with a blanket. He knew that women were most vulnerable and in need of companionship at this time. However, I need to go back to school, after all, I am still a college student. Ai Xiaoing was also very sensible and already knew Chen's attitude. She did not take advantage of the favor and become arrogant, and did not think of tying Chen to her side. She smiled considerately and said to Chen, "If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I will take a leave and rest at home. I feel so tired and want to sleep." "Well, then you should have a good rest at home. If you are hungry at noon, remember to order takeout. Call me if you have anything. I will go back to school first." Although Chen was somewhat reluctant, he felt that it was time for him to go back to school. He gently kissed Ai Xiaoing on the head, then turned and walked out of the bedroom. Ai Xiaoing looked at Chen's disappearing back, and the smile she had tried so hard to put on immediately fell. I said silently in my heart, the first second I can't see Chen Chen, I miss him. I opened the door and thought about finding a new house for Ai Xiaoing. He closed the door and walked downstairs step by step without stopping. Suddenly, the cell phone in my pocket rang. Chapter 28: A sports car worth 130 million. Chen Chen was leaving Ai Xiaoying's house and walking downstairs when his cell phone suddenly rang. I took out my cell phone and it was an unfamiliar number. Although he didn't know who was calling, Chen Chen still swiped his phone and answered the call. The call was connected, and a respectful voice of a man in his 40s or 50s came from the phone. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Yu Zhang, the general manager of Tingfei Property, and the person in charge of the operation and management of the Magic City University Commercial Street. The visitor went straight to the point and revealed his identity to Chen Chen before continuing. I have just received a notice from the previous owner that you have acquired the ownership of the entire commercial street. If you have any requests, you can tell me at any time. We at Tingfei Real Estate will serve you sincerely. Chen Chen was not surprised to hear that it was the person in charge of the commercial street property. He didn't know many people in Shanghai, so before answering the phone, he roughly guessed that it was a commercial street or a sports car that had arrived. I couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system again. Such a commercial street was taken over without any noise. And it was exactly as the system said, a reasonable method, without any abnormalities. Okay, everything will remain the same for now. Chen Chen did not understand the management of the commercial street, so he planned to operate it normally according to the previous management model. Okay, Mr. Chen, there is one more thing. Here is a handover document and a commission document that need your signature. Is it convenient for you now? If it is convenient, I will come to you now. Chen Chen raised his hand to check the time and rejected Yu Zhang's idea of coming to see him. I have something else to do now. I have to go to school. Let's go in the afternoon. I'll call you when I have time in the afternoon. Okay, Mr. Chen, I won't bother you for now. I'll be waiting for your call anytime. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen put the phone back into his pocket. He has to go back to school in the morning to apply for off-campus accommodation. If you still live in the dormitory, it is still not very convenient to go out. After all, the university gate closes at 10 o'clock in the evening, and no one can enter or leave without special reasons. In addition, the dormitory may be inspected at night. If no one is there, you will be criticized and deducted points. Now there are Bai Shi and Ai Xiaoing outside the school, and there may be more beauties in the future. On-campus accommodation is still not suitable. It's not like he has no place to live off campus. While thinking, Chen Chen had already walked to the parking lot. He put away his thoughts, opened the door and got in the car. As he got into the car, he suddenly thought of the Bugatti Centodieci he had just won in the lottery. He still doesn't know what this sports car looks like or how much it is worth. The one given by the system should be worth at least 10 or 20 million. Take out your phone, open the browser, type in Bugatti Centodieci, and click search. The content that appeared when the page was refreshed surprised Chen Chen. He thought that the sports car he got from the system lottery would be very good, but he didn't expect that this car would be so amazing. This car is limited to 10 units worldwide and is a commemorative model of Bugatti. The overall color of the car is white, with a streamlined body, a low center of gravity, and a low body, revealing a strong sense of sportiness and stability. The body contour is full, as if it is full of tension-like muscles, showing strong power. The maximum power reaches an amazing 1,600 horsepower, and it only takes 2.4 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h. For safety reasons, the maximum speed of the car is limited to 380 km/h. The power is equipped with an 8.0 TW16 4-turbocharged engine, and the transmission system is matched with a 7-speed DSG gearbox. The official selling price at the time was 8 million euros, which, taking inflation into account, would be around 9.4 million euros today. Due to the rarity and great collectible value of this car, its current price is far from what it was when it was first released. The latest valuation is 15 million euros, not including VAT of about 1 million euros. In other words, if you want to get it now, the money is already 16 million euros. Converted into RMB, it is nearly 130 million. But this does not mean that if you have 130 million renminbi, you can own this car directly. There are only 10 cars in the world. If you can get one, it goes without saying that the current owner has great status and wealth. There is a saying that goes, the higher end the product, the more popular it is. The value of this kind of car lies mainly in its scarcity. Anyone who can get this kind of car will not be short of money. Compared with money, they care more about face. Chen originally thought that even if it was a sports car, the system would give him a sports car worth 10 or 20 million. He was very excited about a sports car of this price. After all, he had never driven a sports car before. Who knew that the system would prepare such a big one for me? At that time, I was dissatisfied that the lottery only gave me one car. Now I think about it and realize how superficial I was. At this moment, Chen really wanted to turn around and go upstairs to give Ai Xiaoing a big kiss. There is no news about the car yet, so we can only look forward to how this car will arrive. After starting the car and leaving the community, Chen quickly returned to school. I took out my student ID, registered my license plate information and other information at the gate, and then drove into the school. Shanghai University is located in Shanghai, a first-tier city, where there are countless students whose families are wealthy. It is not surprising that the rich second generation have cars and drive to school. In order to make parking convenient for students, the school has also set up a special parking lot. The place is quite big, so there is no problem with parking, but there is a fee. As long as you pay the parking fee, you can park for as long as you want. Chen parked his car in the parking lot and prepared to go back to the dormitory to wash up and change clothes. Ai Xiaoing didn't have any extra toiletries, so he just tidied up briefly in the morning. When I returned to the dormitory, several roommates were not there. They must have gone to have breakfast first and then went straight to class. Chen went through the same process as them before. After packing up, Chen prepared to find out from his counselor what procedures were required for off-campus accommodation. I found the counselor's phone number from my phone and dialed it. Chen's counselor is a man in his 40s. He seems quite serious and difficult to get along with. He speaks in an official tone. After the call was connected, Chen said a few polite words and then asked the other party about the process and what needed to be prepared. After getting the desired result, Chen simply hung up the phone. He frowned slightly. The process of living off campus was not complicated and did not require much preparation. It sounds simple, but there is one thing that makes Chen very dissatisfied, that is, the process takes time, at least several days. He wanted to get this matter done as soon as possible and didn't want to waste time. Chen frowned and thought of a quick solution in his mind. Chapter 29. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? Chen suddenly had an idea and remembered a method he had seen in a novel before. That is money for privileges, that is, donations, large amounts of money to schools. There are many benefits to donating money to a school. First of all, after donating a large amount of money, the school will pay more attention to you, so things like living on campus, which is already allowed by the school, will be just a matter of a word. Also, now that I am studying at Shanghai University, I have no aversion to donating to the school to make it better. Furthermore, according to what Chen learned from the original owner's memory, although there are many wealthy second-generation students in Moda University, there are also many poor students from poor families. Many of them have excellent academic performance and are full of confidence in the future. They believe that they have the ability to change their current situation through hard work. They come from poor families and perhaps have a difficult time living now, and can only rely on the meager subsidies or scholarships for poor students to barely make ends meet. By donating to the school, we can help them, or at least improve their biggest difficulty right now. Of course, Chen also has his own dirty thoughts. He knows that there are many beautiful girls among poor students. There is even a girl in Shanghai University who is known as the commoner campus beauty. Although Chen has never seen what she looks like in person, he has heard that she is very beautiful. People like this are particularly difficult to deal with. If you have the money, just go to her and tell her that you see you are having a hard time and I want to help you. She won't accept your silence, and it may even have the opposite effect. Due to some not-so-good life environments and experiences, most of them have sensitive and introverted personalities, but they are also independent and strong-willed. If you give them money directly, they may think that you are looking down on them, insulting them and looking down on them by giving them money. On the contrary, if you donate money to the school and ask the school to help them, it will be easier for them to accept and it will be easier to increase their favorability. Chen enumerated various benefits in his mind and finally made up his mind to donate money. But how much to donate is still a problem. If it is too little, it will not have much effect. He turned on his phone, logged into mobile banking, and checked his balance. Only 33 million? I don't know if it will work. Chen muttered to himself about his balance. Suddenly, he was stunned. Then he chuckled to himself. Such a huge sum of money, more than 33 million, is something I have to describe with the word only. You know, if I could have 1/10 of this huge sum of money, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. But now, it's expanded. Since when? Maybe the binding system knows that it will never be short of money again? Or a watch worth 1,300? A villa worth 3,750? Or a sports car worth 130 million? A shopping street worth 1 billion? Chen once again got to know himself again. I am no longer the loser office worker I used to be. My future life will definitely be very exciting. No longer in a hurry to indulge himself, Chen continued to think about how much money to donate. In the novels he had read before, others donated hundreds of millions, and he didn't know if 30 million was enough. For the first time, I felt a little regretful that I didn't save some money for backup. Otherwise, if you donate a few hundred million and get hundreds of millions in cash back, it must be a very satisfying feeling. Make money. Make money yourself. Donate at least 100 million. Chen decided to donate 100 million yuan. If he was lucky, it would be quick. How to swipe money? Chen's first thought was to buy a luxury car and a villa, which is also the first thought of a normal person. The prices of luxury cars and villas are extremely expensive, so these two are definitely enough to spend money. But then, Chen shook his head and denied the idea. Buying a car or a house is fast, but if you do it now, you have to go out and find a place, and it's a bit troublesome to go back and forth. What Chen cares about most now is efficiency. He remembered that he had transferred 20 million to Baishi directly with the cashback multiplier. I nodded, feeling that this method was more reliable. I transferred 5 million to Baishi last time, so this time I'll transfer some pocket money to Ai Xiaoing first. After all, Ai Xiaoing is already his woman, so there is nothing wrong with giving his woman some pocket money. Open Ai Xiaoing's chat page. Xiaoing baby, are you asleep? Not sure whether Ai Xiaoing was resting, he sent her a message to confirm. After waiting for about a minute, I found that Ai Xiaoing did not reply. It may be that I am too strong and Ai Xiaoing is too tired. She has fallen asleep to recover. Chen was quite proud. But there is no way to give money to Ai Xiaoing if he falls asleep. After all, Chen doesn't have Ai Xiaoing's bank account yet. Baby, if you see the message, send me your bank card number so I can transfer some pocket money to you. He left a sentence, cut out the page, and looked at Su Chua's profile picture with some hesitation. After all, the two of them haven't had any close contact yet, so it's not appropriate to transfer money to Su Chua for no reason. He shook his head to deny his own idea, so the only option was Baishi. After deciding on the candidate, he operated directly on his mobile phone and prepared to transfer money to Baishi again. Staying on the page for entering the amount, Chen was hesitating about how much to transfer. The same 5 million as yesterday? That's a little bit insufficient. But if I transfer all 30 million, I'm afraid that Baishi will be scared. After much hesitation, he only entered 10 million and transferred it. Ding, the host successfully transferred 10 million yuan to a high-value opposite sex, triggering a 3x cashback of 30 million yuan. Chen felt it was a bit of a pity as he only triggered a 3x cashback, transferred 10 million, and made a net profit of 20 million. I was secretly annoyed. Although 3 times was not a low amount, why didn't they just increase it to 5 times like last time? Otherwise, you can get 40 million directly, and add it to the existing 30 million to have 70 million. When he was about to transfer another sum of money to Baishi, his cell phone rang. It's Baishi. He should have received the balance change information. After answering the phone, Baishi's somewhat uneasy tone immediately reached Chen's ears. Master, there is suddenly an extra 10 million in my card. Did you transfer it? Well, I'm afraid you don't have enough money, so I'll transfer some pocket money to you. Chen heard Baishi breathe a sigh of relief on the phone, and then the voice rang again. You gave me a lot of money yesterday, why did you suddenly transfer so much to me? I was scared to death. In Chen's mind, he imagined Baishi patting his chest gently, looking a little frightened. I couldn't help but chuckle. Awesome and generous, pretending to be cool with Baishi. I gave you this, just take it and spend it. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. I'm not short of money. He. Baishi was touched. He had never seen anyone who didn't value money so much. He just gave himself 10 million so casually. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? Ai Shi said playfully to Chen Chen. It's okay to take the money, but don't run away. I can't bear to see you run away. Chen Chen was very serious. As the old saying goes, sincerity is the ultimate skill. Where Chen Chen couldn't see, she was so moved that she almost cried. In just 2 days, Chen Chen had given himself 15 million, even though he was beautiful. But if you just want to have fun, there are many women who are more beautiful than you. With so much money, there are too many women who are prettier than him who are willing to throw themselves into his arms. So, there is only one truth: the man who is willing to spend money on me really likes me. Ding! Bai Shi's favorability +2. I didn't say I wanted to run away, Bai Shi muttered. How could she know that she might make money, but Chen Chen would never lose money? Chen Chen didn't hear it clearly, but he heard the system sound that Bai Shi's favorability had increased. What? I didn't hear it clearly. He asked Bai Shi hurriedly. Forget it if you didn't hear it clearly. I won't tell you anymore. I'm still busy. I'm not as idle as the young master. You throw things to me and I don't know where you are having fun. Bai Shi teased Chen Chen with a blushing face. He. Chen Chen just smiled and didn't dare to respond at all, because the situation of last night unconsciously emerged in his mind. Okay, master, please stop sending me money. I know you have money, but it's too much and I'm a little scared. Good. After hanging up the phone, I was originally planning to continue transferring money to Bai Shi. After hearing Bai Shi say that he was a little scared about having so much money, he gave up the idea. After all, it is normal for an ordinary person to feel uneasy when suddenly having tens of millions of dollars. This money cannot be spent yet. Chen Chen had a headache and tapped his forehead gently. You can only get a high return rate if you spend money on beautiful women. Where can you find the right person now? Do I really have to go out and buy a car and a house? He suddenly stopped patting his forehead. Beauty? Consumption? He thought of a suitable place, which was not only full of beautiful women, but also a den of money, or even a bottomless pit. Chapter 30: Technology and Hard Work in the Live Broadcast Room. Chen Chen thought of a suitable place, where there are not only many beautiful women but also money is spent quickly, that is the live broadcast platform. When he was watching videos of beautiful girls on the Douyin short video platform, he would sometimes click into the live broadcast room to take a look. There are many girls there who are not only beautiful and have good figures, but also call themselves brother in a sweet voice. I've also seen some rich people spending money like water there. Although he had no money at that time, he had fantasized that one day he would be able to spend a lot of money there. You can also make the beautiful anchor fall in love with you and please you. Chen Chen had no money at that time, so he can only contribute his little love and click likes. There are many gifts on the platform that are worth hundreds or thousands of dollars. You only need to click and swipe, and the money is gone. This is a great place to make money. All you need to do is find a beautiful woman who scores high on the opposite sex's beauty standards. Just give out gifts as much as you want. With the high appearance and high return rate, you should be able to get enough gifts quickly. Chen Chen opened the Douyin app on his phone and entered the live broadcast page. In the category, I selected the same city without hesitation. Although he was spending money just to make money, Chen Chen was still happy if he could get something from it. Chen Chen was not disappointed. After entering the live broadcast, the first person pushed to him was a very beautiful woman who was interacting and chatting with the people in the live broadcast room. She has a delicate oval face on the screen, fair skin, big eyes, and long eyelashes that open and close with her blinking. A slight blush on the face makes the skin look healthier and more energetic. She has a high nose bridge, and when she smiles, her cherry mouth reveals a row of neat little white teeth. Half of her long wine brown hair was casually draped over her chest, and her slender neck looked extremely charming. She wore a white tube top with a knitted cardigan. The bulge was hidden inside the clothes. At this time, the beautiful woman was holding a sucking jelly in her hand and drinking it slowly in small sips. Chen Chen's first impression was that she was beautiful, gentle, and sexy. Judging from his experience, Chen Chen felt that this girl's appearance and figure were definitely above 80 points. This made him feel really lucky that he encountered an effective target first. Clicking on the gifts, Chen Chen found the most expensive one, the carnival. When I saw the price, I couldn't help but be shocked. A small virtual gift actually costs 3,000 yuan. But Chen Chen remembered that he was here just to make money. The more expensive the gift and the faster the delivery, the happier he would be. Click on the carnival gift icon and choose Give. Insufficient balance. This reminder made Chen Chen a little embarrassed. He was so excited that he forgot to recharge. Fortunately, no one saw it. Chen Chen looked around and smiled. I quickly opened the recharge page and found that the maximum single recharge amount was 1 million. He first deposited 1 million into the account, and the account balance was 10 million bricks. After waiting for a while, I found that there was no cashback notification. After thinking about it, I feel it is normal. This is different from transferring money to Baishi. If you transfer money to Baishi, the money will be in Baishi's account and will no longer be yours, even if the consumption is successful. Although he has already recharged the platform account, the account is still his own. The money is still in your account and has not been spent, so you definitely cannot get a cashback. It will only count if you give it away as a gift. Returning to the live broadcast page, Chen Chen sent out a carnival to test the waters first. As the gift was sent out, the system's cashback reminder also verified Chen Chen's guess. However, Chen Chen was a little confused about the amount of the cashback. Ding, the host successfully spent 3,000 yuan, triggering 1x cashback, cashback amount 3,000 yuan. Only 1x return was triggered? Doesn't a high appearance mean a high return rate? How could it be possible that only the minimum return rate was triggered? I ignored the host's surprise thanks and the envious compliments in the barrage after sending out a carnival. Chen Chen asked the system about his doubts in his mind. Brother Tonzi, can't I trigger a high multiplier for high-value people by spending money on the live streaming platform? The host has a chance to trigger a high multiplier consumption refund when spending with a high-value opposite sex in any situation. Then why didn't it trigger when I sent gifts in the live broadcast room? Ding, after system detection, this person does not meet the evaluation criteria for high-value people of the opposite sex. How is it possible? This beauty is so beautiful and has such a great figure, how could she not be able to achieve it? Chen Chen was full of disbelief, he even suspected that the system had made a mistake. Ding, the system rating is the basic rating of the character, which does not include makeup, filters or artificial synthesis. Detecting that the host is suspicious, the attribute panel of the opposite sex is automatically opened. Name, Chen Ziding. Age, 35. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Appearance, 71. Height, 62. Overall score, 66. Number of drivers, 17. Favorability, 30. Chen Chen looked at the anchor attribute panel that was automatically opened by the system and couldn't believe his eyes. A beauty who looked like she would score at least 80 points actually scored less than 70. Looking at the hostess face that looks only in her early 20s, her actual age is actually 35. Especially the number of 17 drivers made Chen Chen unbelievable. As for the 30 favorability points, they should have been added by a carnival. Chen Chen had long heard about the power of filters for skin smoothing and weight loss, but he had not expected there to be such a huge contrast. No wonder the host looks bloated. How could he not be bloated with this weight? As for other parts, it should be the result of the weight loss effects. As for the driving of this 17. Chen Chen thought maliciously, the anchor must have taken a lot of flights and used a parachute to get to the top guys on the list. I wonder if the anchor will scold me for being a fraud after they meet in person. Looking at the number 17, Chen Chen felt that it should be a no. After all, although the anchor has turned on the technology, she still has a beauty score of 71. This appearance can already be called a little beauty. As for the figure, with those two big lumps, the rest can be tolerated. Maybe guys just like more flesh. Chen Chen shook his head to get rid of the evil thoughts in his mind. I'm a little worried because the technology and products on this live streaming platform are so advanced that I can't even tell them apart. How can you make money quickly if you can't find good-looking people of the opposite sex? If the cashback rate is as low as that, I don't know how long it will take to get 50 million. It would be faster to go out and buy a car and a house. Ha! That's right. A light bulb suddenly lit up in his head, and Chen Chen cursed himself for being stupid. With the system in place, there was no need to worry about it. Brother Tonzi, did you identify the host's appearance directly through the live broadcast room just now? Yes, host, as long as the real person appears in the camera, this system can make a score. Yes, awesome. Chen Chen was smiling happily. I was really just riding a donkey to look for a horse shed that was far away. Chapter 31 Dance Anchor Lin Qingyin. With the system's backup, Chen Chen immediately felt at ease. Chen Shen, who knew the host's true situation, no longer felt amazed when looking at the body and appearance that had been modified through technological means. He did not post any comments to expose the anchor's use of beauty filters to commit fraud. Everyone has his or her own way of living. Even if you don't understand it, you still have to respect it. If you expose the anchor yourself. It's hard to explain how I know the hostess situation, not to mention the main thing is, what should I do if there is no big brother to give gifts to the host in the future? The anchor still has to rely on this to make a living. The most important thing is that you are already getting wet in the rain, so you can't be such a saint and hold an umbrella for others. After all, I spent a whole carnival. There must always be victims like yourself. On the screen, the host was still thanking himself excitedly. Thank you again to the Fallen Star for sending me a carnival. This is the first time I have received a carnival. Thank you, Brother Xingshan. I have to say, excluding all external factors, the emotional value is maxed out. Brother Xingshan, I sent you my green bubble private message. After saying this, she blinked shyly. If Chen Shen didn't know the hostess' true situation, he might have added it directly. But now, he was very disgusted. He didn't like the water used for washing pots, especially the water used for washing big pots of rice. Without looking at the flying comments on the barrage, he just left a word "oh." Then, ignoring the host's surprised expression, he slid directly into the next live broadcast room. A slim and long-legged beauty is dancing. What about the system? Chen Shen was not confused again. Ding, height 147 centimeters, weight 88 kilograms. Row away. Ding, appearance 51. Row away. Ding, age 41. Keep rowing. Ding, appearance 76, body 79, number of drivers 9. Row away. Ding, a good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Lin Qingyin. Age, 21. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Body size, 84. Overall score, 86. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 0. Chen Shen, who was about to row away mechanically, suddenly stopped. It appeared, finally a qualified target appeared. He studied the girl on the screen. She was wearing a conservative and slim-fitting high-neck dance costume which fit her body perfectly, outlining her curvy figure and making her waist look more slender. Her little buns looked fuller. The high-collar design highlights her slender and beautiful neck. Looking up, she has delicate and fair skin, exquisite facial features, a smooth forehead, and her black hair tied into a simple bun, which looks neat and clean. The most beautiful part of her face is her eyes, which are bright and lively, as if they can speak, revealing a sense of confidence and agility. At this moment, Lin Qingyin on the screen should have just finished a dance. There was a little sweat on her smooth forehead, which looked crystal clear under the reflection of the light. She bent down slightly and was checking the comments. From her somewhat rapid breathing, one could feel how hard she was working on the dance. Suddenly, Chen Shen caught a hint of disappointment in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Thank you for liking Yinin's dance. Please move your fingers to give Yinin a thumbs up. You can also give Yinin a small gift to support Yinin. Thank you everyone. When Chen Shen saw the content of the barrage, he understood where the slight disappointment came from. Yinin wants to kiss me, everyone else please move aside, kiss, kiss, kiss. Not only is my wife pretty, she's also such a great dancer. This is my wife. What sweet dream is that upstairs having? In the live broadcast room with only 7 or 8 people, the screen was full of compliments, but only 2 people sent small gifts, with a total value of less than 2 yuan. Chen Shen was also puzzled. This anchor is beautiful and has a good figure, so why are there so few people watching her? Then, thinking about what had just happened, he quickly understood. In this live broadcast platform full of technology and hard work, you only need simple filters, face slimming, body slimming, and skin smoothing to turn a low-scoring girl into a high-scoring beauty. With a professional sound card, the sweet sound can be achieved simply. So, the beautiful face and good figure of Lin Qingyin in front of us are on this live broadcast platform where most of the beauties are. It's not noticeable at all, and the original product is really at a disadvantage compared to the pirated one. Coupled with the hostess' conservative dance outfit, you can only see her body curves and nothing else. In the live broadcast room that Chen Shen just visited, some anchors almost didn't want to wear any clothes. Others don't have Chen Shen's system, which allows them to directly view real information through live broadcast. So it is understandable that this beautiful anchor is not popular. Chen couldn't help but sigh, thinking that he had really found a bargain. A carnival was sent out without hesitation. I silently said to the beautiful anchor in my heart, "Beauty, you have met a noble person." The fallen stars present a carnival to the anchor's one. Ding, the host successfully spent 3,000 yuan on a good-looking person of the opposite sex, triggering a 3x cashback of 9,000 yuan. The host seemed to be unable to react to the fact that he would receive a carnival message. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face full of surprise, and quickly bowed to express his gratitude. "Thank you, fallen stars, for sending me a carnival. Thank you for your support." At this time, because a carnival was being given out, more than 30 people rushed into the live broadcast room, and the barrage was also scrolling rapidly. This anchor is pretty good looking. The boss is confused. With the money from the carnival, it would be better to go out and do a one-stop service. "Enin, you've met your big brother, why don't you take the initiative?" "Fuck, a gift costs 3,000 yuan, which is half a month's salary for me. The boss is so generous." Chen looked at the flying comments and smiled calmly. He was one of them before, and his eyes would turn red with envy when he saw others spending money like water. Now, it's getting better. It is true that don't look down on the young and poor. The host Lin Xingyin also quickly asked Chen eagerly if there was any dance he wanted to see. "Xingchen, brother, do you want to dance? What dances can you dance?" Chen also typed a reply in the live broadcast room. "I studied classical dance, but I also know some popular dances." Chen suddenly remembered a cute and sexy dance he had seen before. "You know the one with the little tiger and the big lion?" Lin Xingyin showed a trace of confusion on her face, as if she was wondering what song Little Tiger Big Lion was about. But after a moment, she knew what Chen was talking about. She asked Chen with a blushing face. "Brother Xingchen, are you talking about a Would the Dragons Roar?" "I think so. I forgot what it was called." Chen was also a little uncertain. But he didn't care. He came here just to spend money, not to watch the host dance. The reason why we ask the anchor to dance is just because we are afraid that he will be bored while making money. "Just do the dance you said." "Can you dance it?" Chapter 32, Spending 15 million. Lin Xingyin's face felt even redder. It wasn't that she didn't know how to dance. This dance is very simple. For a professional dance student like her, she can learn it just by watching it twice. That's why she felt a little embarrassed. Because the style of this dance is cute and seductive. Lin Xingyin felt a little embarrassed to dance like this in front of others. She had never danced like this in public before. But today, for the sake of carnival, Lin Xingyin was ready to grit her teeth and agree. "You dance, and I won't watch you for nothing. I will continue to give you gifts." Lin Xingyin was about to nod when she saw Chen's speech again. She thought that since he had generously given her a carnival, the next gift shouldn't be too bad. "I am a dance anchor and I am here to dance, not to mention that the big brother gave me a gift," so I nodded immediately. "Okay, brother Xingchen, I can dance this dance. I have one more request. I will keep giving you gifts, but you can't stop dancing." "Okay, brother Xingchen, wait for me for 2 minutes. I'm going to change my clothes first. The dance costume I'm wearing now is not suitable for dancing." After saying that, he left the camera and went to change clothes. Wow, this girl's clothes match her dance perfectly. Chen marveled at the professionalism of this beautiful dance host. Since Chen had already determined the target person to swipe the money from, he took advantage of this period of time to transfer all the money he was going to swipe into his Douyin account. In addition to the 1 million just now, Chen recharged another 14 million, a total of 15 million. Chen must have calculated in his mind that the odds for good-looking opposite sex should be at least 3 times, and the highest is 5 times. There is still a gap of about 50 million from 100 million. If we calculate it based on the average multiple, 15 million should be about the same. If it's really not enough, just recharge. You have money. Looking at the long string of numbers in the account, 149940000 diamonds. He remembered that he didn't have so many happy beans when playing landlord before. Lin Xingyin changed her clothes and reappeared in the camera. Now she is wearing a knitted short-sleeved belly-exposing top, paired with a translucent gauze jacket and a white pleated skirt. She is not wearing stockings, and her pair of long, white and straight legs are revealed. She is wearing a pair of white sneakers on her feet and a pair of long white socks inside. The first impression it gives people is that it is pure yet seductive. Returning to the live camera, Lin Xingyin first confirmed that Chen Chen was still in the live broadcast room. Then he said crisply, "Brother Xingchen, I will start now. Find a piece of music of about 40 seconds and set it to play in a loop." Then the cute and magical song began to play. There are many accidents ahead. Fasten your seatbelts. Are you ready? Come with me. Lin Xingyin stepped back about 3 to 5 meters from the camera, recalling the dance moves she had just reviewed in her mind. Restraining the shame in my heart, I danced to the music. Chen Chen did not break his promise and started delivering the carnival when Lin Xingyin's dance began. He kept clicking the combo button at the bottom right of the screen at a frequency of about 4 or 5 times a second. In an instant, the live broadcast page was filled with carnival gift special effects. If Chen Chen had not blocked the gift special effects, he would not have been able to see Lin Xingyin dancing at all. The number of carnival gifts on the live broadcast screen is constantly refreshing and adding up. The Fallen Stars present a carnival to the anchors 1. Fallen Stars presents a carnival to the streamers 10. Fallen Stars presents carnival to streamers 100. Fallen Stars presents carnival to streamers 500. The Fallen Stars present a carnival to the anchors 999. The number did not increase further until it reached 999. It's not that Chen Chen stopped sending gifts, but the quantity has reached the upper limit. On the platform, when the number of gifts reaches 999 or more, only this number will be displayed as the maximum and it will not increase any further. As the carnival was delivered, the notification sound in Chen Chen's mind kept ringing ding ding ding. Ding, the host successfully spent 3,000 yuan on a good-looking person of the opposite sex, triggering a 5-fold cashback of 15,000 yuan. Ding, the host successfully spent 3,000 yuan on a good-looking person of the opposite sex, triggering a 4x cashback of 12,000 yuan. At this time, in the live broadcast room, because of Chen Chen's extraordinary behavior, a large number of viewers came to watch, and the barrage of comments was so numerous that it was difficult to see clearly. Chen Chen didn't have the energy to pay attention to what the barrage was saying, nor did he pay attention to the changes in the number of gifts. He only has 2 things now. One is the mechanical click of the combo button by the finger. And then there is the eyes watching Lin Xingyin dance. At the beginning, Lin Xingyin's dancing movements were awkward and stiff. But it can be seen that this is just a matter of habit. As time goes by, the movements become smoother and more natural. The graceful figure dancing to the enchanting music made Chen Chen feel that Lin Xingyin was sometimes pure and cute, and sometimes sexy and moving. This sense of contrast made Chen Chen secretly proud of his correct choice of dance. Fingers tapped the screen faster. While Lin Xingyin was dancing, her eyes would glance at the screen from time to time. Because the distance was a little far and the phone screen was relatively small, I could only see the gift special effects but couldn't quite tell what the gift was. However, when it comes to gift special effects that can dominate the screen, there are no cheap gifts. I saw that my elder brother Xingchen really kept his promise and continued to give me gifts. She then followed the previous agreement with peace of mind, no longer being distracted, and focused on dancing her own dance. Time always passes quickly when looking at beautiful women. 15 minutes later, Chen Chen looked at the screen and was reminded again that his balance was insufficient. I was a little stunned and couldn't help but smack my lips. It really is a gold-consuming den. It's only been a short while. Normally, the time I spend squatting in a pit is not this short. 15 million. All spent. But isn't this the purpose of watching the live broadcast? If you don't spend money quickly, it won't come. Chen Chen opened his mobile banking app and looked at his balance. Balance, 100,353,921 renminbi and 53 cents. Just right, the cash on hand reached 100 million, and the goal was achieved. Chen Chen was doing arithmetic problems in his mind. It was 53 million before, and now it is 100 million, which means that 47 million was earned from this money swiping transaction. Adding the principal of 15 million, the total return multiplier this time should be a little more than 4 times. Satisfied, this multiplier is not low. I spent money, acted cool, and made some money. What else could I be dissatisfied with? He looked towards the live broadcast room and found that the number of viewers had reached more than 800,000. The live broadcast barrage was also flooding the screen with comments. Fuck, this super rich guy is here to spend money so early. How many have you already done? There must be thousands of carnivals. If you continue to do this, it will cost tens of millions. This is really inhumane. The anchor is still dancing. What a great figure she has. Damn, I have to eat dirt all day long, but the big guys spend money like water. This world is so fucking unfair. Brother, is there anything missing on your leg? I can be your loyal lackey. The release of these 4,999 carnivals caused the entire live broadcast room to boil, except for the host Lin Qingyin, who was still concentrating on dancing with no clue of anything. Anchor, I'm leaving now. Please continue broadcasting. He left a message and closed Douyin directly. With a consumption of 15 million, Chen Chen's Douyin account level has reached 73. As soon as Chen Chen's words were uttered, they were immediately noticed by a group of sharp-eyed people, who hurriedly reminded the anchor. Stop jumping, anchor. Big Brother is leaving. More and more people followed suit, and in just a few seconds, the barrage was overwhelmed by this sentence. The more resourceful ones have already recorded the screen and sliced it, adding the title "Shocking Department" and preparing to release the video on major websites. Chen Chen, who had already exited the live broadcast room, naturally had no idea what would happen next. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care, as the purpose of his coming had been achieved. 100 million is already safely lying in the balance of his bank card. As for other thoughts about the anchor, there is no rush. He has more important things to do now. I sent a message to Zhang Yu, saying that I had returned to the dormitory and had to go out for something. Ask him not to forget to have dinner together in the evening, and emphasize that he should bring the other 2 people from the dormitory, and also communicate the time with Li Jiejia. After going out, I went straight to the principal's office building. Chapter 33 Twin Sisters. In the live broadcast room, more than 10 minutes had passed since Chen Chen left. Lin Qingyin's face was flushed, her forehead was covered with sweat, and her movements were a little slow. Even though the dance was simple, she couldn't help but dance it for half an hour straight. Another song ended, and Lin Qingyin looked towards the screen of her mobile phone, where the gift special effects were still blooming. She hesitated for a long time, and finally stopped dancing. She walked towards the camera of the mobile phone, wanting to ask Brother Xingchen if she wanted to change the dance. She also wanted to take the opportunity to drink some water and rest for a while. She felt very tired after dancing for so long. When I got closer, I found that all the gift special effects on the screen were carnival special effects. I was extremely shocked. This Big Brother can't be playing the carnival all the time. A Fiesta 3000. I have been dancing for half an hour. I looked at the screen many times in the middle, and the gift special effects never stopped. If it was always a carnival, how much would it cost? After careful observation, I found that the notification of sending gifts has stopped, only the gift special effects are still refreshing. I quickly looked at the barrage, only to find that many people were telling me to stop jumping, saying that the Big Brother had left. She looked towards the VIP seats and sure enough, the portrait of the fallen star was no longer there. At the same time, it was also discovered that there are now as many as 300,000 people in the live broadcast room. She didn't know when Chen Chen left, she only knew that after Chen Chen left, the gift special effects had not stopped, and she didn't even know how long it would last. I also know that there are more than 300,000 people in the live broadcast room now. How many people would there be at the peak time? You know, when she was broadcasting live before, the maximum number of people watching online was only a few dozen. Lin Qingyin was bombarded with huge surprises and felt her brain turned into a mess. She opened the background message record in a daze and found Chen Chen's name. I saw that Chen Chen left a message saying, "Host, I'm leaving first, you continue broadcasting," and there was no other message. He must have quit directly. Lin Qingyin didn't pay attention to the hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room, nor did she continue to watch the crazy scrolling barrage and the gift special effects that were still blooming on the screen. She felt dizzy and actually closed the live broadcast room directly. If he were a normal person, he would definitely not miss this opportunity to increase fans and promote himself. But Lin Qingyin felt that her brain had stopped working at this moment, and she might not even know what she had done. After closing the live broadcast, she seemed to be exhausted, her body weak, and she collapsed directly to the floor. It took me a long time to calm down my excited heart and slowly regain my rationality. I still feel suffocated in my heart, as if I can't let out the anger I have. Lin Qingyin couldn't help but scream to vent her emotions. Then, I heard the faint sound of slippers trotting quickly outside the door. The door was flung open, and a beautiful woman in Karen dinosaur pajamas appeared at the door with a nervous look on her face. "Sister! What's wrong? Are you okay?" Her concerned voice rang out as the door opened. If there were outsiders present, they would be surprised to find that this girl looked exactly like Lin Xingyin. Apart from the clothes they were wearing, there was no difference in their appearance, height, or figure. When the visitor opened the door and saw his sister looking dazed in the room, he was also shocked. He hurried forward, helped Lin Xingyin up from the ground, and sat her on a chair beside him. He picked up the cup of water on the table, opened the lid, and handed it to Lin Xingyin. When Lin Xingyin saw the cup of water handed to her by her twin sister Lin Xingmeng, she also felt dry mouth. I took it and took a big gulp before feeling a little better. Lin Xingmeng gently stroked Lin Xingyin's back with her hands to help her sister recover faster. I felt that my sister was in better condition, so I asked her what had happened. Just now, I was live streaming, and someone. Lin Xingyin stuttered as she recounted what had just happened. You said someone gave you a lot of gifts, asked you to dance, and then left? But isn't your live broadcast just about you dancing and people giving you gifts? Lin Xingyin didn't quite understand her sister's reaction. But, he spent a lot of money on gifts, and then he left directly after spending the money, without continuing to watch me dance. Lin Xingyin was a little anxious. How much? Lin Xingmeng was even more confused. How much did she spend to cause her sister to react like this? I don't know. Lin Xingyin hung her head. She didn't know how much money brother Xingchen had spent. You don't even know how much money was spent? I was dancing at the time, so I didn't see how many gifts were given. I just knew that he kept giving them away. Each gift cost 3,000 yuan, and half an hour had passed, and the special effects of the gifts were still refreshing. Can this be checked? Lin Xingmeng asked her sister. Yes. Lin Xingyin nodded. Then why don't you check it out? Lin Xingmeng asked puzzledly. I just got scared and didn't remember it. I'll check it now. Lin Xingyin reached out and took the mobile phone beside her and logged into the live broadcast backstage. Opening the gift details, the page clearly shows the number of gifts Chen Shen has given. Carnival, 49.99. Firmly occupying the first place on the gift list. Lin Xingmeng also saw the number from the side, and just now she heard clearly how much a carnival cost. She silently took out her cell phone and opened her calculator. 49.99 3000 equals 1499700. I thought I had calculated it wrong, so I deleted it and calculated it again. Looking at the calculator, the result is still the same. He mechanically turned his head to look at his sister Lin Xingyin, and his voice began to stutter. Almost, 15 million? After saying that, he swallowed hard. She also picked up her sister's water glass and took a big gulp. I asked my sister with a somewhat uncertain tone. Sister, this person spent 15 million just to watch you dance? Yes. Lin Xingyin nodded heavily. Then they paid the money, didn't even watch the dance, and just left? Yeah. Lin Xingyin continued to nod. Lin Xingmeng was also stunned and confused. Her sister wasn't made of gold either, right? Suddenly, she thought of the point. Sister, I heard you say before that the platform will take a commission, so how much can you take? Her tone was a little anxious. I've only been broadcasting for a few days, so I'm not too sure. I think the platform shared half of the information and I shared the other half. Half of 15 million is 7.5 million. 7.5 million. Sister, that means you made 7.5 million just by dancing for a while. Lin Xingming's face was filled with astonishment. Did he make any demands on you? Chapter 34 Meeting with the President of Magic City University. Lin Xingming suspected that the man had taken a fancy to Lin Xingyin and wanted to support her. She immediately asked her sister. He didn't make any excessive demands on you, did he? Like supporting you or something like that? You can't blame Lin Xingmeng for thinking this way, even though the two sisters are native to Shanghai. But the family is not well off, and the most valuable thing they have is a house. But it's impossible to sell the house for money, otherwise I would have no place to live. Both my parents are ordinary workers, and their combined salary is 30,000 yuan per month. 7.5 million would require parents to work for 20 years without eating or drinking to earn it. And now, in just half an hour, someone gave Lin Xingyin 7.5 million. No, it was 7.5 million after the platform took half of the commission, and someone gave my sister 15 million. Parents need to work for 40 years. No, he just asked me to dance, and said that he kept giving me gifts, so I couldn't stop dancing. Lin Xingyin thought about it and found that the stars that fell to the earth did not have any unreasonable demands at all. Even at the end, after he had given all the gifts, he just left and didn't even stay to watch me dance. After hearing her sister's answer, Lin Qingmeng was also confused. I feel like this person's behavior is a little abnormal. It even felt a bit like I was spending money to complete a task, and my sister just happened to be the lucky one. She told Lin Qingyin her thoughts. Lin Qingyin shook her head in denial. How is that possible? No matter how rich you are, you wouldn't treat spending 15 million as a task. Lin Qingming's thought was right. Who would complain about having too much money to play like this? So he denied his previous idea. I have to admit that women's intuition is really scary. They guessed Chen Shen's true intention directly. He spent money with the mission of making money. But the meaning is almost the same. I can only say that no one would have thought that Chen Shen is such a freak and he would spend more and more money. Lin Qingmeng thought for a moment and said to her sister, although I don't know why, I must have come here for some purpose. What should we do then? Lin Qingyin panicked after listening to her sister's analysis. After all, 7.5 million was too much and a bit hot to handle. I heard from others that if someone spends a lot of money, it's just to sleep with the anchor. Lin Qingmeng raised her delicate eyebrows. Are you willing? Of course I don't want to. Lin Qingyin shook her head like a rattle. Then he went on to explain, what if it's an old man? I don't want that. Hearing this, Lin Qingmeng immediately teased her sister. Why? The old man doesn't want to, but what if it's a young handsome guy? Would you be willing? Well, that's not impossible. He's young, handsome, and rich. I can't find such a guy even with a lantern, let alone someone who takes the initiative to fall in love with me. Oh, sister, you miss spring. Lin Qingmeng didn't expect her sister to actually agree, and poked her armpit and teased her. No way, don't talk nonsense. Lin Qingyin quickly fought back, and the two sisters started playing around for a while. After a long break, both of them were in disarray. Lin Qingmeng ignored the exposed body of her sister. After all, she had everything her sister had, even exactly the same. You can send him your green bubble first and treat him to a meal. After all, he spent so much money on you, so you should thank him. She took her sister's water cup and took another sip, tucked her messy hair behind her ears and continued. We'll see what happens then. If he really makes excessive demands, at most we'll just return the money we got to him. Although the sister's family is not wealthy, they have enough food and clothing. Good family education prevents them from selling their bodies for money. After hearing this, Lin Qingyin nodded in agreement and sent her green bubble private message to Chen Shen. He also added a sentence, Brother Xingchen, thank you for giving me so many carnivals. I would like to treat you to a meal to thank you in person. Here, Chen Shen has arrived at the principal's office and met the principal's secretary. The principal's secretary is a mature lady who is about 28 or 29 years old. She is very beautiful and has a good temperament. Hello, my name is Chen Chen, and I'm a freshman in the Department of Finance. I need to see the principal for something important. Can you help inform him? The principal's secretary had seen this young man when Chen Chen entered the room. She was not impatient with Chen Chen's youth, but spoke to him in a polite tone. Although she is the principal's secretary at school, there are too many people she cannot afford to offend, and she cannot judge people by their appearance or age. Hello, classmate Chen. My last name is Wang. You can just call me Secretary Wang. May I ask what you need from the principal? Chen Chen did not say anything directly to the principal's secretary. It's not very convenient, Secretary Wang, please help tell the principal. It's more important and it's a good thing. Okay, classmate, wait here for a moment. I'll go report to the principal. After saying that, she went out in her high heels to find the principal. Time passed quickly and Secretary Wang returned. Student Chen, the principal is free now and has agreed to see you. Please follow me. After talking to Chen Chen at the door, he walked in front to lead Chen Chen. The two of them came to the principal's office, and Secretary Wang raised his hand and knocked on the door. Principal, Chen Chen is here, can we come in? Then, Chen Chen heard a deep voice coming from inside the room, come in. Secretary Wang opened the door and entered, followed closely by Chen Chen. When he entered the room, the first thing Chen Chen saw was a huge desk. On the desk, a man in his 40s was concentrating on writing something. He should be the principal. On the other side of the office is a small reception room with 6 single sofas arranged in a U shape, and a small coffee table between every 2 sofas. While Chen Chen was looking around the room, the principal at his desk also looked up at him. The first impression was that he was young, but he exuded a calm and confident aura. When he came to the principal's office, he didn't feel restrained at all and was very generous and calm. I couldn't help but nodded, agreeing with the secretary's evaluation of this young student in his report just now. Student Chen, I'm the principal, Su Guodong. I heard that you have something important to discuss with me? Seeing that Chen was still looking at the layout of the room, the principal spoke first. After hearing the principal's question, Chen realized his impoliteness and retracted his gaze to look at the principal. Hello, President Su. My name is Chen. I'm a freshman in the finance department of our school. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Introduce yourself and apologize in one go. It's okay. Secretary Wang introduced you to me just now. What do you want to talk to me about? Principal Su waved his hand and asked Chen what he wanted. Principal, I would like to donate some money to the school through you. Chen went straight to the point. Su Guodong was a little disappointed. Seeing Chen's extraordinary demeanor, he thought that something really important happened. So after hearing the secretary's report, he made an exception and met Chen directly. It turned out to be a donation. In his opinion, Chen was so young, and even if he was extraordinary, how much could he donate? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Probably more than 100,000 at most. Now, in his opinion, Chen approached him just to get closer to him by donating money, and then seek benefits for himself. Chapter 35 What if it's 100 million? When Su Guodong heard that Chen came to him just to ask for donations, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Student, the school has set up a special donation channel. You can donate through the relevant channels. There is no need to. Chen interrupted the principal. What if the amount is larger? Hearing that Chen was still pestering him and interrupting him, Su Guodong's face looked a little unhappy. Student, first of all, thank you for wanting to contribute to the development of the school. However, there are relevant departments for donations. You can donate directly through them. Even if it is tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, it can be processed through them. What if it's 100 million? Chen understood what the principal meant and directly threw out the amount he wanted to donate. Su Guodong stood up from his seat and scolded Chen in a very bad tone. Classmate, this is the principal's office, not a place for you to joke. He was already angry and thought Chen was just playing a joke on him. Chen's smile remained. Principal Su, please don't be angry. Tell me the school's bank account number, and then you'll know if I'm joking or not. When Chen saw that Principal Su was angry, he felt relieved, because the fact that this number was angry proved that the principal attached great importance to this number. Su Guodong stared at Chen for a while. I found that Chen was still the kind of person who was not surprised by fame or disgrace. I couldn't help but have a strange thought in my mind. This guy didn't seem to be joking. He wouldn't really donate 100 million. Then he felt it was impossible. How old is he? He is a freshman, probably only 18 or 19 years old. Even if his family is rich, they would not let him donate 100 million yuan just for fun. But, what if? A voice in my heart grew louder and louder. Give it a try. It's not a big deal. What if it's true? He turned on the computer in front of him, found the school's donation account on the official website, and reported it to Chen. I made up my mind that if Chen was really teasing me, I would definitely punish him. Chen received the account number provided by Principal Su and entered it into the mobile banking app. The amount was 100 million. When he finally entered the password, he looked up and asked the principal. Principal Su, don't you need to call ahead? Donating directly and calling ahead to donate should have different meanings for you, right? Su Guodong understood the implicit meaning of Chen's words. He did not respond. He looked at Chen with strange eyes, then waved his hand, indicating it's okay. Seeing that Su Guodong didn't care, Chen was even less concerned. He entered the password and 3 seconds later, the phone prompted that the transfer was successful. Ding, the host successfully consumed 100 million yuan, triggering a 2x cashback of 200 million yuan. Chen was extremely excited, he had easily achieved a small goal. But he remembered that the thing in front of him was not finished yet, so he turned over the phone and gave it to Su Guodong to check. Transfer successful appeared clearly in Su Guodong's sight. I was extremely shocked and could hardly believe it was true. He immediately picked up the phone on his desk and called the School Development Foundation. Hello, this is the principal Su Guodong. Please check. A sum of 100 million yuan has just been transferred to the school account. Can you see if it has arrived? The voice on the other end sounded very excited. Yes, principal, there was a remittance of 100 million yuan just now. The remitter is a personal account in the name of Chen Chen. After getting the information he wanted, Su Guodong put down the phone and looked at Chen Chen with disbelief in his eyes. He admitted that he was just looking at the world from a narrow perspective. But who would dare to believe this? A young man easily took out 100 million yuan and donated it to the school. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Secretary Wang also witnessed the whole process and felt extremely fortunate that he was cautious and did not offend Chen Chen in any way, otherwise he would be finished. The school is indeed a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are everywhere. I should keep a low profile in the future. Su Guodong is worthy of being the president of Shanghai University. His surprise lasted only for a moment. He quickly came to his senses and immediately gave orders. Secretary Wang, please take out the Da Hong Pao that I treasure and brew it. Please ask student Chen to have a taste. His attitude changed 360 degrees, and he looked at Chen Chen with a smile as if he had seen the god of wealth. Oh well, it seems that Chen Chen is not much different from the god of wealth now. After all, he actually donated 100 million yuan. Although university presidents have a glamorous life, they are short of money. There is a lack of money everywhere. Teacher salaries, research funding, teaching resources, scholarships and grants, facility maintenance, etc. The tuition income is just a drop in the bucket, not enough. Every year, he has to apply for subsidies from relevant departments, but sometimes he is not able to get them. After all, there are many schools in Shanghai, and his is not the only one that is short of money. Although this 100 million is not enough, it can definitely solve the urgent problem. Besides, he understood the purpose of Chen Chen coming here. This was to bring him credit. Although I thought he was joking just now, the conversation was not harmonious. But what can I say about this thing, face, sometimes it's really not that important. Student Chen, come, sit down and talk slowly. Let me try my treasured Da Hong Pao later. I usually don't want to drink it. Su Guodong hurriedly walked out of the desk and pulled Chen Chen to sit on the sofa in the small living room. Secretary Wang was also very tactful and took out some tea to make for the two of them. Student Chen, thank you very much for your support to the school. Do you have any requirements for the use of this donation? Although Su Guodong's tone was respectful, it was not flattering. As a university president, he still has his own bottom line. Principal Su, as a member of Magic City University, it is my duty to contribute to the development of the school. Chen Chen did not make a direct request, but first threw out some nice words and polite remarks before explaining the purpose of the funds. I would like to use this donation as much as possible for subsidies and scholarships for poor students. The only requirement is that there should be no rats. After listening to this, Su Guodong couldn't help but nodded, thinking that Chen Chen was really a good kid. He was rich and kind. Don't worry, classmate Chen. I will keep an eye on the money myself, and there will definitely be no rogue actors. Su Guodong assured in a firm tone. By the way, principal, I have a small request that I hope you can agree to. Chen Chen was about to state his original purpose. Here it comes. Su Guodong thought to himself, and indeed he had other ideas. Please speak, classmate Chen. He wanted to hear what Chen Chen wanted first. If it wasn't too excessive, he could still consider it for the sake of 100 million. Chapter 36, the principal of the Demon University was also young. Su Guodong was very curious about what requests Chen Chen would make. He planned to listen to what Chen Chen wanted first. If it was not too excessive, he could still negotiate for the sake of the 100 million yuan. Principal Su, this is what happened. I have some things outside the school that I need to take care of in person. I originally wanted to apply for off-campus accommodation, but after consulting, I found that the process takes too long. I can't wait any longer. Could you please make it easier for me, Principal Su? Chen Chen also expressed his request without any hesitation. It's not a big deal. It's something allowed by the school. It's just to simplify the waiting time. There shouldn't be any objection. Su Guodong originally thought that Chen Chen would make some excessive demands, but... That's it? He suddenly raised his voice. Well, yes, that's it. Is it not possible? Hearing Su Guodong's rising voice, Chen Chen thought it was difficult to handle and couldn't help but frown. Well, it's not impossible, it's too great, but you donated 100 million just for such a small thing? Hearing that there was no problem, Chen felt relieved. Of course, it's not for such a small matter. I just want to help my seniors and juniors who are in poor living conditions. I want to help my juniors solve some of their life difficulties. Chen was a little embarrassed after letting the cat out of the bag. Su Guodong understood. This kid has bad intentions. However, he did not reject Chen's approach. Although Chen had his own little thoughts about donating, the 100 million yuan in cash was actually donated. Moreover, Chen did not force others to do anything. On the contrary, this money was of great help to some poor students. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a timely help. Is it understandable that he has some thoughts about his junior and senior classmates? It is understandable that a young boy wants to act cool. Principal Su, who was also young, agreed with Chen's approach and said, "This kid has a good heart. Student Chen, this 100 million will be used to establish a foundation in your name, which will be used specifically to provide subsidies and scholarships to poor students. You will also be awarded the title of honorary alumni. If you wish, the school will also hold a press conference and donation ceremony specifically for you. At that time, you will also be invited to give speeches at some major school events. Do you think this arrangement is okay?" After thinking for a while, Su Guodong added, "As for your living off campus, I will personally arrange it. Besides the required courses, you can also arrange the rest of your time by yourself." Chen was very satisfied with the result. His purpose of coming here had been achieved. "Principal Su, forget about the press conference and donation ceremony. I'm a student and I need to keep a low profile." Su Guodong complained in his heart. He donated 100 million yuan, but he is still keeping a low profile. He is so low-key. "Oh, Principal Su, you got one thing wrong. I'm not donating 100 million, I'm donating at least 100 million every year." Su Guodong stood up from the sofa again. His eyes were a little red, and he stared at Chen with an extremely excited tone. "Do you take what Mr. Chen said seriously?" Well, no one called out to classmate Chen anymore, and Mr. Chen came out. "Of course it's true. At least 100 million per year. If the school is in urgent need of money, you can contact me. I can't say how much more it is, but 10 or 800 million should be no problem for emergency use." When Su Guodong heard Chen's confirmation, his hands trembled a little. "I originally thought it was just a one-time deal, but now it has become a long-term business. It goes without saying how much credit this has for myself. The key is how much this can help so many students from poor families realize their dreams." He took 2 steps forward, turned around and faced Chen, and bowed 90 degrees. "Mr. Chen, thank you on behalf of the students who are about to be helped by you." Chen quickly stood up and helped Principal Su up. "The little money I donated is just a small amount. Principal, you have worked harder and made greater contributions." Everyone carried the colorful sedan chair, and for a moment, the two of them flattered each other, and the atmosphere was so harmonious. In the end, Chen was not as thick-skinned as Su Guodong, a veteran in this field, and was gradually defeated. Her ears turned red from being praised by Su Guodong. He quickly said goodbye to the principal. "Principal Su, I have another class to teach later, so I'll leave first, you go ahead." "Okay, then classmate Chen, you go to class first, and call me directly if you have anything." Su Guodong did not try to keep Chen. After all, teaching was his main job, and he still had follow-up work to arrange for the donation. After he and Chen exchanged phone numbers, he personally sent Chen out the door. "Return to the office and arrange for Secretary Wang to notify all school leaders of the meeting." At the meeting, he said with great enthusiasm that he had brought in a guaranteed annual investment of 100 million yuan for the school, and that this year's 100 million yuan had already been received, and there was no need to say more about how great and awesome he was. After Chen left the principal's office, he suddenly realized that it was Principal Su who called him Chen just now. He couldn't help but complain in his heart that this old man was too realistic. He would only use people when he needed them and would not use them when he didn't. But I also admire Su Guodong. This principal is indeed a good principal who cares about his students. He did not lie to Su Guodong. There was indeed a compulsory course to attend later. If you are not prepared to catch up, then don't go. I looked at the time on my watch and found that I still had plenty of time, so I prepared to be a good student. I sent a message to Zhang Yu, saying that I would be in the classroom soon and asking him to help save a seat. Zhang Yu replied with an OK emoticon. I put away my phone and walked slowly to the classroom, only to find that there were many more people in the classroom than usual. I looked towards the back seat out of habit and found that the seat where the four of us in the dormitory usually sat was empty. He scanned the rows forward one by one, and finally found a few good brothers in the third row of seats. He walked over to the three people and sat in the seat reserved for him. As soon as he sat down, the big guy Li Dahong couldn't help but reach out and pull Chen Chen's wrist. Brother Chen, where's the watch? Let's see what it looks like." When Chen Chen saw this, he knew that Zhang Yu had told his brothers about his situation. I secretly thought about this big mouth. He did not hide it, but raised his wrist to show his Patek Philippe Nautilus 571111018 to his brother. Even Fong Jiping couldn't help but adjust his glasses on his nose and leaned over. These two are brothers who live in the same dormitory with Chen Chen. Li Dahong, who was born in a small county in Jin province, is a big guy who values brotherhood very much. He can be a bit impulsive when encountering things, but when he opens his eyes wide, he is very intimidating. Together with Zhang Yu, he is the force in the dormitory. Fang Jiping, a native of Shanghai, is thin and wears glasses. He always says that fighting and killing are not good and that he himself is a think tank. As for Chen Chen, he was an unknown person before, but now he should be considered as the one with both financial resources and good looks. While they were studying the watch, he asked Zhang Yu, "Why are there so many people in the classroom today? And why are you all sitting in the front? I think there are seats in the back." Chapter 37 Beautiful Teacher Li Nanhan. Feeling that his brothers were behaving abnormally today, Chen Chen asked Zhang Yu 3 questions in a row. Before Zhang Yu could answer, Fong Jiping on the other side spoke first. "The old lady from our class got married and went on her honeymoon. I heard it was a flash marriage." He looked excited, adjusted his glasses, and continued, "And the new teacher is a great beauty, very beautiful." After hearing this, Chen Chen immediately understood that these perverts sat in the front just to see the beauties. It is easy to see from a distance, the real intention is the teacher. He looked at them with disdain, wanting to distance himself from them and not get involved with them. I feel like a good student like me can't learn bad things from these 3 perverts. At this time, Li Dahong had also finished studying the watch, with a look of melancholy on his face. "Brother Chen, I originally thought that a watch worth more than 10 million would have to be made entirely of gold and inlaid with diamonds and gemstones, but yours doesn't seem much different from mine worth more than 1,000. Fang Jiping said sarcastically, "Put aside your nonsense. Brother Chen's is called low-key luxury, while yours is pure low-key." Li Dahong was not convinced, so he stretched out his hand, revealing the watch worth more than 1,000 yuan on his wrist, and placed it next to Chen Chen's wrist. "Come on, little four eyes, tell me, what's the difference?" You know what, if you put these 2 watches together, most people really can't tell the difference. At first glance, you can feel the difference, but it's hard to say exactly what the difference is. Fong Jiping naturally couldn't say it either. But he is good at making excuses, and I just see a look of disdain on his face. Of course there is a difference. Brother Chen's is over 1,000, and yours is over 1,000. The difference is just over 10,000. Fuck you. Li Dahong was so shocked by Fong Jiping's shamelessness that he burst into swearing. "Okay, stop making trouble, tell me what kind of teacher lets you all sit in the front row." Chen Chen interrupted the quarrel between the two and asked about the new teacher. I completely forgot about the idea of refusing to go along with the crowd. It's true that from the age of 8 to 80, there is no. When Fong Jiping heard Chen Chen ask this, he immediately became excited. "Beautiful, really beautiful, I think she's prettier than the belle in our school. But it feels a bit weird. She smiles at everyone and is very gentle, but at the same time, she seems to have an aura that says no one can get close to her." When Chen Chen heard such an evaluation, he became more curious about the new beautiful teacher. Li Dahong directed the topic to Chen Chen. "Brother Chen, let's not talk about the teacher, let's talk about you. You are pretending to be really good. You fooled all the brothers." Chen Chen knew what he was talking about, so he naturally didn't want to take the blame and denied it flatly. "Brother, I have always been sincere to you. When have I ever lied to you?" "TSK," the 3 of them said in unison. Fong Jiping adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "Brother Chen, we all understand. This is what you rich second generations call a hidden identity. It's about experiencing life, right? Zhao Xian, please read less novels. I really had no money before, and only got some money recently." Chen Chen raised his hand to support his forehead, his tone full of helplessness. However, seeing the disbelief in the 3 people's eyes, I was completely helpless. "Forget it, believe it or not. Zhang Yu has told you all about dinner tonight, right? Chen didn't want to continue the previous topic. The three of them nodded at the same time. I have told them. Chen reminded Li Dahong and Fong Jiping again. Make yourself look handsome tonight. Zhang Yu's girlfriend is coming to the dormitory. There's a beauty here. Don't bring shame to our dormitory. The new teacher soon appeared at the classroom door. When this beautiful teacher appeared in Chen's sight, the prompt sound in his mind also sounded in time. Ding, a good-looking person of the opposite sex has been detected. Do you want to view their personal information? Check. Name, Li Nanhan. Age, 25. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 93. Body size, 86. Overall score, 90. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 0. See the beautiful teacheress information, and then look at the beautiful teacher in person on the stage. Chen agreed with what his brothers said, it was indeed beautiful. This is a beautiful woman with an overall score of 90 points, and her appearance score is as high as 93 points. I also understood what Fong Jiping meant by the strange feeling he just mentioned. Li Nanhan was seen standing on the podium, dressed simply, a white shirt on the upper body and tight jeans on the lower body. Her short black hair was casually scattered on her shoulders. Her facial features were delicate, her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, her nose was high, her lips were light in color, and the corners of her lips were slightly upturned. She had a faint smile, which made her look gentle and charming. However, when you look into her eyes, your previous opinion will immediately change. One can feel a sense of emptiness and coldness in the eyes of the beautiful teacher in front of him. The smile on her face does not reach her eyes at all, giving people a feeling that no strangers are allowed to enter. Coupled with that faint smile, one wants to get closer, but is also afraid. It's very contradictory. I feel that the gentleness she shows is a disguise, and her true emotions have long been frozen by herself. Chen looked at Li Nanhan on the podium and sighed in his heart, this is a girl with a story. Being able to teach university professional courses at the age of 25 shows that he is very capable and hardworking. Her appearance is as high as 93, but the number of drivers is 0, which shows that this woman has never had a boyfriend and is still a pure little white rabbit. This smile and the aura that kept strangers away from him made Chen know that this was not the kind of innocent little white rabbit. Chen felt that Li Nanhan's appearance was not natural. Something must have happened to him to cause him to look the way he did. This made him want to uncover the disguise of this beautiful teacher and see what she was really like inside. And she is also a great beauty. Chen is very curious about this beautiful teacher Li Nanhan and likes her very much. Li Nanhan has already started teaching, and his voice is gentle. It is really hard to imagine what happened to this person that would make such a gentle and cute girl have such a cold look. Chen's heart itched again. Liking someone doesn't mean you have to take action right away, you need the right opportunity. With beautiful women by your side, time always passes quickly. This sentence also applies to listening to beautiful teachers. Not bad. Chen commented as he watched Li Nanhan leave after class. Would you like to have lunch together? Zhang Yu asked Chen. In the past, he would just pull him away directly, but now it depends on whether Chen has time. Chen waved his hand, no, I have something else to do and I have to go out in a while. He also wanted to go check out his commercial street, even though he had agreed with Yu Zhang to sign the documents in the afternoon. But Chen wanted to see his own kingdom first. P.S. Li Nanhan has something to say in the author. Chapter 38 Legal Loli Chu Momo. Chen planned to go to the commercial street at noon to check out his own kingdom. After making up my mind, I told the three of them that I would pick them up at 6 p.m. and asked them to pack everything in advance. He also said that he had something to do in the afternoon and would not come to class. After saying that, he walked out of the classroom and headed straight for the parking lot. The commercial street is actually very close, so Chen doesn't need to drive at all. But there were no compulsory classes in the afternoon, and with the principal's support, Chen could skip classes with a clear conscience. In order to make it convenient to go out in the afternoon, it is better to drive the car. On the way to the parking lot, Chen took out his cell phone to see if there were any messages. During class, he set his phone to silent mode. I first opened Ai Xiaoing's chat box and found that she still hadn't replied to me. Feelings of pride and heartache arose spontaneously in my heart. It was because of myself that Ai Xiaoing was exhausted. I feel bad because I made Ai Xiaoing so exhausted. I thought it was already noon and he would probably wake up soon. I switched apps, opened a group, and ordered a bunch of food that would help with recovery and nutrition, as well as a lot of fruit, with a special note: put it at the door when you get there, no need to knock. Return to the chat page again. Ai Xiaoing, I ordered some food for you and left it at the door. If it's cold when you get up, remember to heat it up before eating. I'll be sorry if you starve. I switched to another page and found that Baishi had also sent me a message half an hour ago. Baishi, master, will you come back for lunch? I know that Baishi wants to see me. Yesterday he asked me whether I would go home today, and now he asked me whether I would come back for dinner. I am so charming. Chen thought proudly. Chen, I was in class just now, so I didn't see the message. I won't be back at noon. I have something else to do, so I'll go back in the afternoon. Now no one can influence Chen's determination to inspect his own kingdom. Even if it's his own little Baishi. After sending the message, Chen put away his phone, got in the car and left the school. 10 minutes later, Chen arrived. If you walk, you can get there in a few minutes from the back door of the school, but if you drive you have to take a long detour. This is just asking for trouble. But when I thought about how it would be more convenient when I left later, I felt better. After finding a random parking space and parking, Chen wandered aimlessly on the street. This commercial street is very busy. College students who have just finished their classes flock here in groups, trying to find a place to quickly fill their empty stomachs after the whole morning. There are queues in front of fast food restaurants and milk tea shops, and young students are either looking down at their phones or walking in groups, chattering and laughing. There were also some people who looked hurried, urging the shop owners to speed up, while quickly operating something on their mobile phones, which was in sharp contrast to the relaxed students next to them. This made Chen recognize at a glance that he must be a 996 social animal working nearby. After walking for a distance, Chen felt hungry, so he decided to find a random restaurant to solve his lunch problem. He looked around and saw a beef ramen restaurant not far ahead. In fact, there are many places to eat around here, and there is a reason why this restaurant caught Chen's attention at first sight. I saw a little girl in a blue dress standing at the door of the store, about 8 or 9 years old. The little girl looked very cute, but her skirt was a little wrinkled, and there were some oil stains when you looked closer. When Chen walked to the door of the store, the little girl directly grabbed the corner of Chen's clothes. Uncle, come to our house for dinner, my dad's bottom is delicious. Chen lowered his head and found that the little girl was looking at him with hopeful eyes. He hadn't decided what to eat yet, but when he saw some cute little girl looking at him with such pitiful eyes, he fell in love with her and went straight into the store. The interior of the store should be about 40 square meters. There were not many people eating there, and there were only 3 of us including myself. Chen felt a little strange. This location was quite good and the customer flow shouldn't be so bad. I ordered a bowl of beef noodles for 15 yuan, which felt a bit expensive, but Chen didn't care. This price was nothing to him. We found a seat, sat down and waited. Time passed quickly, and within 2 minutes, someone shouted at the food delivery counter, saying that the food was ready and we should come and get it. Chen was a little surprised. So fast? After taking his beef noodles, Chen frowned after just one bite. He finally understood why this restaurant had a good location but few people came to eat there. The noodles were served in 2 minutes, but Chen felt that they were lumpy. This made Chen admire the chef's magic and wonder how he did it. The noodles didn't taste good, just edible. In order to avoid wasting food, Chen decided to force himself to finish it. Before I could continue, a prompt sound suddenly came from my mind. Ding, a good-looking person of the opposite sex has been detected. Do you want to view their personal information? Chen looked up in surprise, and saw a young girl in a JK uniform coming into the store. She was holding the hand of the little girl standing at the door, and there was a trace of helplessness on her face. View information. Name, Chu Momo. Age, 18. Height, 155 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 86. Body size, 86. Overall score, 86. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 0. Wow, it's so funny, a cute loli, and it's legal. Chen's thoughts were a little evil. With a height of 1.55 meters and a body size of 86, Chen touched his chin and thought to himself that he was still quite something. I saw that this little girl was wearing a white short-sleeved sailor suit, which was bulging out. I didn't know what was hidden inside. She had a silk scarf tied around her collar and a black pleated skirt on her lower body. She wore white mid-calf socks on her short legs and a pair of Mary Jane boots. It was a standard KL suit, which made her look soft and cute. She has a small round face and her hair is tied into a single ponytail on the side. Her cheeks are slightly bulging with a hint of baby fat, which makes her look soft and plump. Her skin is fair and delicate, her facial features are small and exquisite, her eyebrows are curved, her eyes are clear and bright, her nose is small and the tip of her nose is slightly upturned. At this moment, she has a helpless smile on her face, which makes her look cute and gentle. It is said that Loli has 3 advantages: light voice, soft body, and easy to push down. If I punch this little Lolita who looks like a legitimate baby, will she cry for a long time? Chen Shen's heart was full of malice, and he was eager to punch. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to actually go there. Just as I was fantasizing in my mind, I heard a noisy sound coming from the little lowly Chu Momo. Chen Shen put away his thoughts and looked carefully, only to see that Chu Momo's round little face was flushed red and she was arguing with a woman. I've already given you the money. I gave it to you when I ordered the food. It was in cash. How can you say I didn't pay? At this time, Chu Momo's eyes were wide open, and her tone contained 8 points of dissatisfaction and 2 points of grievance. P.S. Chu Momo has something to say to the author. Chapter 39: Touching the head will not make you grow taller. This woman should be the boss's wife. She is not tall, but she is quite heavy. The proprietress also looked aggrieved and loudly scolded Chu Momo. How can you, little girl, wrong me like this? When did I ever charge you any money? I'm just running a small business, you can't eat without paying. But this looks too fake to anyone. Seeing this, Chu Momo became even angrier and more aggrieved, and tears began to gather in her eyes. How could you do this? I really gave you the money, you can watch the surveillance. The surveillance camera in the store is broken and we can't see anything. Give me the money quickly, or I'll call the police. You look like a student, so I won't take any responsibility if it affects your schooling. The proprietress simply stopped pretending and acted as if she would make a big fuss if he didn't pay, and she was not afraid of anyone else. Chu Momo's face turned red with anger, but she had no way to prove that she had already paid. She also didn't want to be cheated and pay again, so she stood there at a loss for a while. Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. This little lowly is still so inexperienced that she can't even quarrel. How can you prove yourself during an argument? You must not say I did this and that at this time, otherwise you will fall into a disadvantage directly, and your reason will easily become unreasonable. When you quarrel, you should use you how and what to make your unreasonableness more powerful. For example, in the current situation, it is obvious that the boss lady thinks the girl is easy to bully and wants to cheat her. If Chu Momo changed the way she said it, from I have already given you the money, you can see the surveillance footage as proof to why do you say I didn't give you the money? What proof do you have? This is completely different and there is no need to fall into the risk trap of self-proof. Of course, if you encounter a pure rogue, no method will work. In this situation, the boss lady is just being a rogue. Chen Shen stood up, walked over to the two of them, and pretended to be unaware of what was going on. What's going on? What's going on? Why are you arguing? When Chu Momo saw a handsome young man coming over, she felt like she had found a life-saving straw. Ding, Chu Momo's favorability plus 20. Brother, this is what happened. I didn't want to come to this store at first, but the girl at the door pulled me in. The little mouth spoke as fast as a machine gun and told the story again. The situation described was almost exactly the same as what Chen Shen saw. After listening to this, Chen Shen turned to the boss lady and asked in confusion, Boss lady, this girl said she paid, do you have any evidence to prove that she didn't pay? The proprietress blurted out, she said she would pay? I didn't receive any money from her. Chen Shen nodded, his tone still puzzled, then how do you prove that she didn't pay? The lady boss choked. How could she prove it? She had no way to prove it at all. The money given by the little girl was in her pocket. She was a little furious and her eyes were wide open as she said, I said she didn't give it to me, that's it. At this time, a man came out from the kitchen. He looked to be in his 30s and a bit fat. He should be the boss. The boss came up and pushed Chen Shen directly, cursing at him. Who are you, kid? My wife said she didn't pay me, and if you keep nagging me, I'll punish you. But how could Chen Shen's body, which had been strengthened by the system, be compared with that of the boss, a fat middle-aged man? Chen Shen was pushed, but his body did not move at all. Instead, the boss was shocked and took 2 steps back. You are so unreasonable and defraud customers. Aren't you afraid of being complained? The boss didn't push Chen Shen, which was already a bit embarrassing, and then he heard that Chen Shen was going to complain. The boss suddenly burst into laughter, and then looked at Chen Shen with disdain. Complain? Go ahead. My brother-in-law is the manager here. Why would I be afraid of you complaining? He looked fearless and arrogant. Chen Shen found it somewhat amusing, but he wanted to see if it would work. He took out his cell phone, found the number of the property manager Yu Zhang, and dialed it directly. I'm at shop 168 on Commercial Street. Come on, hurry up, I need you for something. The call was connected, and without waiting for the other party to speak or reply, he said a few words and then hung up. You don't mind me waiting for someone here, do you? Chen Shen turned his head to look at the boss, still with a smile on his face. Perhaps it was the confidence given by his manager brother-in-law that made him sound still arrogant. Boy, you are so arrogant. I want to see what you can do to me in this small piece of land. No matter who comes, you have to give the money today, whether you want to or not. Chen Shen ignored the boss and took the little lowly to sit on a stool nearby. At this time, the little girl's eyes were full of worry. Little brother, why don't we just admit our defeat and never come here to eat again? It's okay, don't worry, don't be afraid of him. Chen Shen felt the little girl's uneasiness. She must have been scared by the boss's attitude just now. But. The little lowly was still a little worried. No buts. Don't worry, leave it to me. Chen Shen couldn't help but touch the little girl's head. Okay then, I'll listen to you, little brother. The little girl noticed Chen Shen's actions and couldn't help blushing. She didn't feel disgusted but felt very safe instead. Ding, Chu Momo's favorability +5. Little brother, my name is Chu Momo, what's your name? Chu Momo couldn't help but looked at Chen Shen with a blushing face. Chen Shen was touched by Chu Momo's cuteness. He touched her head again before replying, my name is Chen Shen. Then brother Chen Shen, can you please stop touching the top of my head? Chen Shen's hand froze for a moment, thinking that his abrupt action had caused Chu Momo's disgust, and quickly took his hand away from Chu Momo's head. He smiled apologetically, hey, you're so cute, I couldn't help it, sorry. It's okay, but I heard from others that if you touch your head you won't grow taller. Chu Momo said seriously, height is her nightmare. When Chen Shen heard this, he realized that Chu Momo was not disgusted by his touch. As soon as he stopped smiling, he started to deceive people online. Everyone else is fooling you. Growing taller has nothing to do with touching your head. Besides, you're so cute and pretty, your height doesn't matter at all. It makes me laugh to death. Little lowly is only cute if she doesn't grow tall. If she grows taller, she won't be as cute as she is now. Chu Momo was also easy to fool and looked very surprised. Really? Do you really think I'm cute and pretty? Really, brother never lies. Chen Shen's words were very sincere. He couldn't help but poked the round cheek. Chu Momo was very happy when she heard Chen Shen praising her for being beautiful and cute. Ding, Chu Momo's favorability +5. He tilted his head and thought about it, then moved his head closer. Okay then, brother, you can touch it. Chen Shen was laughing in his heart, thinking that the silly and cute little Lolita was so easy to fool. The ancients did not deceive me. The expression on his face was still serious and sincere, but the upturned corners of his lips revealed his true thoughts. Without rejecting Chu Momo's request to touch her head, Chen Shen put his hand on it. I also had an extremely evil thought, if I touch my head, I won't grow taller. Soon, Yu Zhang, general manager of Tengfei property, came to the store. But the shop owner is just a small fry. He had no idea that the person in front of him was the immediate superior of the so-called manager's brother-in-law. Chapter 40, the store owner's manager brother-in-law. When Yu Zhang received the call from Chen Shen, he sensed something was wrong from Chen Shen's words. I concluded that something must have happened, so I didn't dare to delay at all. He didn't even have lunch and rushed over here. After entering the store, I saw Chen Shen at a glance. He walked quickly forward, bowed, greeted, and asked what had happened. Chen Shen didn't waste any time and told Yu Zhang everything in detail, then asked him to handle it. After understanding what happened, Yu Zhang didn't dare to be negligent. He knew that the most important thing now was to make Chen Shen satisfied. But as expected, an accident happened. When he came to the shop owner spoke first, still with that arrogant tone. Boy, I thought you were going to bring someone here, but this old man came instead. I'm going to say this today. No matter who comes, you have to pay me. Even the Lord can't help it. He didn't know Yu Zhang, so he didn't know that the man in front of him was the boss of the so-called manager's brother-in-law. It's useless no matter who comes. You bully and insult customers, and you violate the rules by not turning on the surveillance cameras. These are clearly written in the rental contract. If you are found out, you will be dealt with seriously. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble and causing the store to close? Yu Zhang had a serious look on his face. He was the general manager after all. Not only did the store owner not recognize him, but he also called him an old man. He was very angry now. Can't keep the business going? Ha, my brother-in-law is the manager, who dares to make me stop running the business. The boss sneered and continued, what about a lease contract? My brother-in-law is here. I haven't signed a contract or paid rent for a year since I opened this store. What a bullshit lease contract. Who can stop me from driving? Just you, an old man? You are dressed like a decent person, you really think you are a big shot. When Yu Zhang heard the shop owner's ridicule, the first thing he thought of was not to refute, but to feel that the matter was serious. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead instantly. In the initial situation, it can at most be regarded as lax management and a criticism and warning can be given. If the situation is more serious, termination of the contract or cancellation of the lease should be sufficient. But now, the shop owner himself said that he has not signed a contract or paid rent here for a year. Chen Chen is the owner of this commercial street. This store is naturally among them. What does it matter if you haven't paid rent? The most critical issue is the high-level management of the property. This can be said to be a collusion between the property insiders and outsiders to infringe on Chen Chen's property. How will Chen Chen view Tingfei property after this? Will he still let Tingfei property manage this commercial street in the future? You know, Tingfei Properties mainly relies on this commercial street for its survival. If Chen Chen terminates the contract because of this incident, Tingfei Properties may collapse. As the main person in charge, he would be eaten alive by those on the board of directors, and he could not afford the consequences. He glanced at Chen Chen quietly, and found that he had a playful smile on his face. Yu Zhang knew that this matter could not be handled to Chen Chen's satisfaction. Tingfei Properties was finished, and so was he. At this point, he had lost his patience and shouted at the shop owner, "Who is it? Who is your brother-in-law?" The shop owner thought the man in front of him asked for his name because he was afraid of offending his brother-in-law. I couldn't help but feel a little proud. What? Are you scared? Then. I'm asking you who your brother-in-law is. Tell me. Yu Zhang didn't have the patience to listen to his nonsense. He grabbed the store owner by the collar and shouted at him ferociously. The shop owner was also frightened by Yu Zhang's appearance. He suspected that the person in front of him was mentally ill. He quickly said, "Zhang Wei, my brother-in-law is Zhang Wei." After getting the answer he wanted, Yu Zhang loosened the shop owner's collar. In front of everyone, he took out his cell phone and made a call. The call was connected after more than 10 seconds, but I couldn't hear what the person on the other end said. All that could be heard was the sound of Yu Zhang gritting his teeth. "Manager Zhang, you are great, very capable. Don't tell me so much. I'll give you 10 minutes. Shop 168, Commercial Street. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, think about the consequences yourself." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Then, he made another phone call and asked his secretary to sort out the leasing information of 168 stores and bring it over. He came back to Chen Chen and bowed 90 degrees. "Mr. Chen, this is my negligence. I dare not ask for your forgiveness, but please give me another chance, give Tingfei another chance, and the result will definitely satisfy you." Chu Momo looked at Yu Zhang with a silly look on her face, then at Chen Chen. "Brother Chen Chen is so cute and handsome. The person in front of me looks like that kind of big boss. And this big guy is bowing and asking for forgiveness from brother Chen Chen." He didn't even dare to stand up until Chen Chen said something. She felt her heart beating wildly and couldn't help but cover her chest. Brother Chen Chen is trying to stand up for himself. Feeling more handsome now. At this moment, Chu Momo looked at Chen Chen with little stars in her eyes. Ding, Chu Momo's favorability plus 10. When Chen Chen heard that Chu Momo's favorability had increased, his mood also improved. However, he ignored Yu Zhang, as if he didn't hear what Yu Zhang said, and continued to tease the cute lowly girl in front of him with words. Time always goes by quickly when chatting with girls. At the end of 9 minutes, Manager Zhang did not exceed the time limit. I saw him running in with sweat on his forehead, panting. It's not easy to come here in such a short time. When the shop owner saw the person coming, he hurried forward to say something. The visitor had no intention of paying attention to the shop owner. Instead, he looked flustered and asked impatiently, "Where is Mr. Yu?" He didn't recognize that the man with his back to him and bowing was Yu Zhang. Yu Zhang didn't dare to stand up without Chen Shen's consent. "Okay, the real boss is here, get up and do the work." Chen Shen saw Manager Zhang coming and waved his hand, asking Yu Zhang to stand up. Yu Zhang maintained the bowing posture for 10 minutes, and as he was not young anymore, he felt very uncomfortable. But I didn't complain about anything, instead I felt hopeful. He understood that this was Chen Shen punishing him and giving him a chance. If Chen Shen didn't react at all, that would make him feel desperate. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Chen Shen waved his hand, signaling Yu Zhang to do the job. It was not until Yu Zhang turned around that Zhang Wei realized that the man who had been bowing just now was actually Mr. Yu, who ordered him over. He was a little panicked. Without even wiping the sweat off his head, he hurried to Yu Zhang and knelt down in an attempt to please him. "Manager Zhang, your brother-in-law is very capable." Yu Zhang's face was gloomy and his voice was frighteningly cold. Zhang Wei was frightened by Yu Zhang's cold tone and shivered uncontrollably. He came to his brother-in-law's store, and Yu Zhang's attitude and tone were obviously abnormal. He knew that his brother-in-law had offended someone he shouldn't have offended, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. But he admitted his brother-in-law's mistakes and apologized repeatedly. Chapter 41, Flower Maniac Chu Momo. Zhang Wei was apologizing, but the shop owner couldn't see the situation clearly. He stepped forward and grabbed his brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, you are the manager, is it necessary to be so humble?" Zhang Wei kicked the shop owner without any restraint and knocked him to the ground. Unlike the groveling before Yu Zhang, he pointed at his brother-in-law and cursed, "You idiot, this is our general manager." Turning around, there was another flattering smile. "Mr. Yu, my brother-in-law definitely knows he is wrong and will accept the punishment without any hesitation." He still didn't know what kind of trouble this brother-in-law had caused him. Yu Zhang temporarily ignored the farce of the two people because his secretary also arrived. The secretary brought the shop's rental details for the past 2 years. Yu Zhang opened it and his face became increasingly grim the more he looked at it. "Manager Zhang, you are so cunning. A year ago, the original tenant moved out for no reason even though the contract had not expired. And until today, the store has been vacant and not rented out." After hearing this, Zhang Wei turned pale. He was the one who was in charge of this trick, so he naturally understood everything. However, he still apologized and admitted his mistake, asking Yu Zhang to give him another chance. Yu Zhang hated Zhang Wei so much in his heart. It was because of this bad apple that Tingfei's success was almost ruined. His voice was icy. "You should apologize, but not to me. You should apologize to your former tenant. You should apologize to your customers. You should apologize to Mr. Chen." Chen Shen also spoke at this time. His tone was flat, as if he was just an outsider. "You don't feel like you're wrong, you're just scared. Your brother-in-law defrauded customers and acted recklessly because he saw other girls were easy to bully. It's illegal to use the camera and illegally use the store. Oh, and I've tried this noodle. It must be problematic too. As his protector, I don't believe your ass is clean. General Manager Yu, please investigate this Manager Zhang. I want to know what he has done." Zhang Wei knows very well what he has done, and it cannot withstand investigation. He didn't know who Chen Shen was, so he stiffened his neck and said fiercely, "Who are you? What gives you the right to investigate me? Just because Mr. Chen is the owner of this store in this street, do you think Mr. Chen has the right to investigate you?" Yu Zhang spoke up and shattered Zhang Wei's last glimmer of hope. His face was ashen and he slumped to the ground. He knew that he was finished. He had also received news that the commercial street had a new owner and wanted to curry favor with him. Before he could take any action, his brother-in-law offended the real person to death. Yu Zhang instructed his secretary, "Call the police and sue them for fraud, food safety, illegal and malicious occupation, and commercial crimes." The shop owner was so frightened that he was shaking all over. He cried and crawled to his brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, you can't just ignore me. You can't arrest me. I don't want to go to jail. If you don't care about me, my sister will divorce you." Zhang Wei looked at the culprit in front of him, his teeth itching with hatred, and reached out to grab the boss's neck. "You've killed me, and now you're getting a divorce. I'm going to strangle you to death. Seeing that the shop owner's eyes began to roll back and turn white, the proprietress also became anxious. He picked up the chair next to him and smashed it hard on Zhang Wei's head. With a dull duong sound, Zhang Wei fell to the ground. This made Chen sigh. The sleep quality is really good. The uncles came quickly. The scene was in a mess, and as usual, we investigated, collected evidence, and took statements. It was only after investigation that we found that the monitoring was not broken at all and was operating normally. The uncles watched the replay and found the evidence conclusive, so they took the backup away. The work was done very efficiently and everything was quickly resolved. Yu Zhang also came to Chen again, waiting for Chen's instructions. Okay, give me the file, and then you go about your business. This will only happen once. Yu Zhang understood that this meant that Chen agreed to give Tingfei Properties a chance, and he immediately assured them again and again that something like this would never happen again. In fact, Yu Zhang did the same thing. After the incident came to an end, he reported to the board of directors, compiled and investigated all the information of all the stores in the commercial street, and then carried out a high-profile internal reorganization, catching many corrupt officials. Of course, this has nothing to do with Chen. Chen was apologizing to the little lowly in front of him, feeling that she had been wronged by this incident. There was no trace of grievance on Chu Momo's face. She looked excited and infatuated. Just now, after Yu Zhang revealed that the whole street was filled with Chen, her favorability rating soared by 20 points. Chen proposed to compensate Chu Momo. Chu Momo refused straightforwardly. No, this is not my brother's fault, and he has already helped me vent my anger. She blinked her big eyes, and then said to Chen carefully, "Little brother, can I add you on WeChat?" Naturally, Chen would not be unromantic and refused the request from such a cute girl to add him on WeChat. Actively call out the QR code and ask Chu Momo to scan it. After clicking agree, add the note legal lowly Chu Momo. Putting away his phone, Chen smiled at Chu Momo. Since you haven't eaten yet, I'll treat you to a meal. Chu Momo naturally wanted it more than ever and nodded rapidly. When the two men went out the door, they found that there were a lot of people watching, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Chen took the initiative to hold Chu Momo's hand. The flesh was soft and warm, and Chen felt as if he was holding a ball of warm white jade. Chen pushed the crowd aside and pulled Chu Momo out. During the conversation, someone asked Chen what was going on inside. Chen smiled but said nothing. Chu Momo, who was holding the hand of Chen, still looked dazed until the two of them walked onto the street. She stared blankly at her little hand held in Chen's palm, feeling dizzy. The inner cry was deafening. My little brother held my hand. Do you like me, little brother? Wow, I'm so happy. My little brother is so handsome. I like him so much. Ding, Chu Momo's favorability +5. Chen looked down at the absent-minded little Lolita and couldn't help laughing to himself. What do you want to eat? Chen asked Chu Momo. Chu Momo was still immersed in her own spiritual world at this time and had no idea what Chen was asking. Just instinctively answer, yeah. Oh. Okay. Chen was somewhat helpless and could only randomly choose a hot pot restaurant. He wanted to let go, but found that his hand was held tightly by Chu Momo. He didn't let go of her hand, as the little hand felt very comfortable in his hand. Chen has learned his lesson this time, even though he chose the store randomly. But I decided to come in because there were quite a few people eating in the restaurant. Looking at Chu Momo, who was still not in the right state, he made the decision for her without asking for her opinion. Ordered a family meal for 2, 1 large and 1 small. Recalling that there seemed to be chili in the lunchbox in Chu Momo's hand, she was very considerate and asked for a slightly spicy flavor. This restaurant serves the food to the table, so Chen pulled Chu Momo to find a seat and sit down. It was not until this time that Chu Momo seemed to have completely come back to her senses. She realized that she was still holding Chen's hand, her face turned red, and she quickly let go. Chen also noticed that Chu Momo's condition had recovered, and told her what he ordered. If it doesn't suit your taste, you can order another one. Brother is so thoughtful, everything you ordered is what I like. Ding, Chu Momo's favorability +1. Little stars began to appear in her eyes again. Chen looked at Chu Momo with suspicion and thought, could this girl be the legendary nymphomaniac? Chapter 42, Girl Why Chun. Chen looked at Chu Momo, whose eyes were full of stars, and felt that this little Lolita was a lovelorn girl. But he had never expected how much impact what happened today would have on Chu Momo, a little girl who was only 18 years old. When she was wrongly accused and bullied by her boss in the store and was at a loss as to what to do, it was Chen Chen who stood up and spoke for her. The old-fashioned hero saving the beauty plot is a classic that never goes out of style. Not to mention that the hero who saved her is not only young and handsome, but also rich and full of charisma. He makes those who bully him obedient, and treats himself gently. Chu Momo is just an 18-year-old girl who has just reached adulthood. I am usually loved by my parents and brother at home. At school, she is also loved by her classmates because of her cute and adorable lowly looks. It can be said that Chu Momo, who has always been treated as the group's favorite, has never been exposed to the dark side of this world. As a young girl in love, how could Chu Momo not be attracted to Chen Chen, the Prince Charming who has full buffs and can save her in times of crisis? In Chu Momo's eyes, she is the fairy Xixia, and Chen Chen is the supreme treasure who came specially for her on a colorful cloud. Not to mention that afterwards she realized Chen Chen's thoughtfulness and care for her, which made Chu Momo unable to control her emotions. For various reasons, Chu Momo acted like a fangirl towards Chen Chen, which was not strange at all. If it were someone else, the situation might be different. If you are like the author, who has neither money nor looks, the situation will only be reversed. To Chen Chen, the young master has been so kind to me that I have no way to repay him, so I can only give myself to him. You have been so kind to me, I have no way of repaying you. I can only work like a slave for you in my next life. Taste it, taste it, taste it carefully, wow. After their pot was served, they ate and chatted. Chu Momo, this little loli, is very lively. She chatters and actively shares everything around her with Chen Chen. When having dinner with such a cute and beautiful legal loli, you don't need to actively find topics to talk about during the whole process. All he had to do was cooperate and act like a listener, and Chen Chen enjoyed it. Responding with an oh, ah, from time to time can make the smile on the girl's face even brighter. After Chu Momo's self-exposure, Chen Chen learned that Chu Momo was also a freshman, but in a different major, the Department of Music. I also found out who is in the little loli's family and where they live. Even some of Chu Momo's close friends knew about it. It feels great to get all kinds of information without any effort. But happy times always pass quickly, and they didn't order much, so they finished their meal quickly. The little girl was very reluctant to leave because she had to separate from her little brother. I have classes in the afternoon, so I have to leave. Chen Chen could see Chu Momo's reluctance. He raised his hand and touched her fluffy little head, then spoke. It's okay. I've already added you on WeChat. You can message me when you have time. Chu Momo looked up, her eyes revealing anticipation. Well, can we video chat if you miss me? Chen Chen was stunned, then nodded. Can. Well, can you play with me if you miss me? Chen Chen didn't expect Chu Momo to climb up the pole. But it wasn't an excessive request, she just wanted me to take her out to play. Who can refuse a simple little request from such a cute little girl? No problem. Chen Chen nodded again in agreement. He also likes this little girl very much. Facing Chu Momo's lowly face, Chen Chen told himself over and over again in his heart. I'm an adult, it's legal and compliant. However, some thoughts that popped up in his mind from time to time still made Chen Chen feel guilty. But he felt an inexplicable excitement, which made Chen Chen unable to stop. There were two little Chen Chens fighting in his mind. Little Chen Chen in white clothes folded his arms and said, You beast, look at Chu Momo's little face, you actually have such a thought, how can you bear it? The young Chen Chen in black clothes held a steel fork and said with disdain, I'm 18 years old, a college student, an adult. It's legal, no problem. After saying that, he took out a steel fork and prepared to take the little Chen Chen in white away. Chen Chen quickly shook his head to get the two bastards out of his head. Chu Momo got the answer she wanted from Chen Chen, and the smile on her face became even sweeter. Ding, Chu Momo's favorability +3. She waved her little hand and said goodbye to Chen Chen sweetly, Goodbye, little brother. There was a sense of excitement in the steps returning to school. It's not that Chen Chen didn't want to send Chu Momo off, but the direction of the parking lot was exactly opposite to the back door of the school. It's only a few steps away, but getting the car becomes even more troublesome. Chen Chen also waved and watched Chu Momo leave, then turned and walked towards the car. When Chen Chen sat in the driver's seat, he looked at the time and it was already 1:30. Taking out his cell phone, he did not forget Ai Xiaoing, the girl whose heart and eyes were now filled with him. I opened WeChat and found that Ai Xiaoing replied to my message shortly after I sent it. I was probably in the commercial street at that time, and it was quite busy around me, so I didn't hear the prompt sound. A series of things happened afterwards, and I had even less time to look at my phone. Ai Xiaoing, brother, I'm awake, but I still feel so tired. Ai Xiaoing, brother, I have money, you don't need to give me money. Ai Xiaoing, wow, brother, you ordered so many delicious dishes, but they don't taste good at all without you here. Ai Xiaoing, brother, I want to eat imported food voice. Ai Xiaoing, brother, why are you ignoring me? Ai Xiaoing, brother, I'm obedient, please don't ignore me, okay? Ai Xiaoing, 6222. Bank card number. Ai Xiaoing, brother, are you busy now? Ai Xiaoing, then I won't bother you anymore. Please give me some attention when you see the message, okay? Chen Shen saw a series of messages and thought of Ai Xiaoing when he came back from buying breakfast in the morning. I suddenly felt so distressed and secretly cursed myself for not checking my phone earlier. I immediately sent a video application to Ai Xiaoing. The call was connected in seconds, and on the other side of the video, I saw Ai Xiaoing's small body curl up in the corner of the bed. His eyes were red, like a kitten abandoned by its owner, so pitiful. The speed of answering the phone and Ai Xiaoing's current condition. Chen Shen didn't need to think, this girl must have been waiting for him with her phone in hand. He felt a little sorry for this sensitive and fragile girl. Chen Shen could guess why Ai Xiaoing, a strong career woman, became like this. Self-abasement. Yes, inferiority complex. Although he didn't know Ai Xiaoing's family situation. However, considering Ai Xiaoing's current housing and job, I can guess that Ai Xiaoing's family conditions are not particularly good. Don't think that a sales manager sounds impressive, in fact, he is just a more senior worker. Chen Shen is handsome, rich, and has an extraordinary temperament. Ai Xiaoing, who came from an ordinary family, felt that she was not worthy of Chen Shen, but she couldn't help but get closer to him. Chen Shen could sense this from every little thing that happened when he was with Ai Xiaoing. Ai Xiaoing puts herself in a very humble position. She likes Chen Shen, but at the same time she is afraid that Chen Shen will despise her who is ordinary. Chapter 43. It's all because of my brother. Ai Xiaoying's problem could not be solved directly, and one or two verbal assurances from Chen Shen would not be enough to give her peace of mind. She can only rely on time and use actions to prove that Chen Shen does not despise her. Chen Shen looked at Ai Xiaoing on the screen with a face full of doting. Dear Xiaoing, I was busy just now and didn't see your message. Look, as soon as I saw the message, I came to find my Xiaoing. When Ai Xiaoing received the video message from Chen Shen, a smile appeared on her face again. I see, brother is so good to me. But the red eyes and the happy smile at this moment made Chen Shen feel even more distressed, and he spoke heavily. Xiaoing, brother won't ignore you. I like you so much, how could I ignore you? Don't let your imagination run wild. Ai Xiaoying's smile became brighter and brighter, and her little head nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I understand, brother. I won't do that again. There may be times in the future when you are busy and don't read my messages. If you miss me, just call me. Chen Shen took precautions in advance, fearing that similar situations would occur again in the future. Is it okay? Won't it disturb my brother? Ai Xiaoying's eyes were shining, but she was afraid to disturb Chen Shen. You are my woman, my girlfriend, what are you afraid of? Chen Shen's face was full of certainty, and then he changed the subject. Don't say you're not afraid of your bothering me. Even if there's something wrong, at most I'll come back and spank you a few times, and then you'll have to suffer a little at night. What else can that mean? Chen Shen had a sly smile on his face, trying to give Ai Xiaoing some sense of security by making jokes and teasing her. When Ai Xiaoing heard that she was so old, she might still be spanked by Chen Shen. Some images flashed through my mind and my face turned red with embarrassment. However, Chen Shen's comfort was indeed effective, and her anxiety was reduced a lot. I'm not afraid. Ai Xiaoying's voice was very soft and Chen Shen couldn't hear it clearly. What? I didn't hear that. This time, Ai Xiaoing spoke much louder. Although she was very shy, her tone was firm. I said I'm not afraid of getting spanked, nor am I afraid of suffering a little. Chen Shen grinned when he heard this. That's all, remember, I'll be your support in the future. As long as you still like me, and only me, baby, you can do whatever you want, I'll take care of everything for you. Ai Xiaoing nodded solemnly, I love my brother, and only my brother. Hearing Ai Xiaoing use the word love instead of like, Chen nodded with satisfaction. Okay, lie down and rest, and stop thinking about it. Your eyes are red, I feel so sorry for you. Ai Xiaoing obediently lay down and covered herself with the quilt, leaving only her little head exposed. She was so adorable. Rest, I'll come find you in the evening. After hearing this, Ai Xiaoing shook her head repeatedly. No. Chen was confused. This wasn't right. Shouldn't Ai Xiaoing be very happy to hear about his past? Why wouldn't you let yourself go? It still hurts. Ai Xiaoing's subsequent explanation made Chen understand instantly. He couldn't help but raise his hand to his forehead, pretending to be angry. Ai Xiaoing. Can't I just come here to accompany you? You think I am too beastly, right? How can I not be able to control myself at this time? Then I saw Ai Xiaoing on the screen pulling the quilt up again, leaving only her eyes exposed. Then a muffled voice came from under the quilt. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back when I see my brother, but it still hurts. Chen was stunned. He didn't expect to get this answer. The woman opposite did not hide her love at all. He looked at the phone screen with a doting look and said helplessly, "Little bitch." When Ai Xiaoing heard this, she immediately became dissatisfied and tried to argue her case. That's because of my brother spoiling me. He's so nice to me. I can't help it when I see him, okay? Chen burst out laughing when he heard this. Oh, you blame me for this. Ai Xiaoing didn't reply, but a smug hum came from under the quilt. Okay, let you rest for a few days, and I'll visit you when you're better. He paused for a moment, then continued his explanation solemnly. Call me if you miss me. Tell me if you have any grievances. Don't keep them in your heart and make yourself feel bad. Do you hear me? Yeah, I got it. I'll definitely tell my brother if there's anything. Ai Xiaoing made the assurance with a touched look on her face. You're so good. I'll give you a surprise then. Hang up. Chen hung up the video call and found the bank card number sent by Ai Xiaoing. Transfer 1 million directly to Ai Xiaoing. I ignored the system prompt that triggered the 5x cashback of 5 million. Sent a message to Ai Xiaoing. I've transferred some pocket money to you. Don't refuse it. Spend it and have fun as you like. Don't save it. If it's not enough, tell your brother. After finishing the job, he threw the phone on the passenger seat, started the car, and drove straight to Jiangwan Hanlin. Chen missed his little housekeeper. The distance was not far, and in less than 10 minutes, Chen's car had parked in his own parking space. The license plate information should have been entered into the community system. There is smooth access to the community, and Bai Shi is very efficient in his work. After getting off the bus, the basement security door is opened using a password in facial recognition. Thinking about meeting his little butler soon, Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. Even though we were only apart for one night and one morning. However, Chen felt as if a long time had passed. He was really thinking a lot. This has nothing to do with Bai Shi's favorability having reached 70. Absolutely not. After closing the door, Chen immediately discovered that the shoe cabinet, which was originally empty, now had a pair of men's slippers. I couldn't help but smile knowingly, admiring Bai Shi's attentiveness. After changing into slippers, we continued walking upwards. We found that many carefully selected plants had been added to the underground garden. Through the skylight and lighting system, under the combined illumination of natural light and artificial light, various plants appear green and full of vitality. By then, we will create a small bridge and flowing water landscape and put a tea table on it. Drinking tea, looking at the scenery, and letting the butler give you a shoulder massage, it is so wonderful. Chen chuckled and looked forward to a happy life in the future. Continuing to walk up to the first floor, Chen did not see the housekeeper in the garden, so his pace when going upstairs became noticeably faster. I thought I could get what I wanted and see the beautiful figure in my mind by going to the first floor. However, the reality disappointed Chen again. There was no first floor either. Chen glanced around and found that the first floor had also changed. A new light-colored carpet was laid in the center of the living room, a pot of green plants was placed on the coffee table, and several landscape paintings were hung on the wall. Perhaps because the time is too short, the changes are not that big. However, the sunlight shining through the window screens added a touch of warmth to the originally monotonous villa. But Chen's current goal is obviously not these things. He planned to go up to the second floor to see if the woman he had been thinking about was hiding there. Just as I was about to turn around and continue going upstairs, the door to the first floor was pushed open from the outside. Hearing the noise, Chen Chen turned his head sharply. Through the sunlight, Chen Chen discovered that the figure standing at the door and not yet entering was none other than his own butler. Bai Shi, who had just opened the door, saw Chen Chen at the stairs and stood there in a daze. The two of them stared at each other across the hall, neither of them spoke. But their heartbeats began to speed up at the same time. Chapter 44 System, No Cashback for Consumption. Chen Chen originally thought that Bai Shi was on the second floor and was about to go upstairs to look for her, but he unexpectedly found her coming in from outside, which made him a little surprised. Moreover, Bai Shi stood at the door with her back to the light. The sunlight shining in from outside seemed to give her a layer of golden halo. Her hair fluttered gently in the wind, and every strand seemed to emit light. Bai Shi's outline appeared a little hazy in the backlight, emitting a faint light in the sunlight, giving Chen Chen the feeling of seeing a fairy, which made him a little dazed. After coming back to his senses, Chen Chen saw that Bai Shi was holding something in her hand. He hurried forward, took the bag from Bai Shi with one hand, and naturally put his other hand around her slender waist. Hook the door with your toes and apply light force, and the door will close smoothly with a bang. Bai Shi did not resist Chen Chen's actions and let him take advantage of her. Looking at Chen Chen's face, Bai Shi didn't know if he had an illusion, but he always felt that Chen Chen had become more handsome. But if you look closely, Chen Chen's facial features have not changed, he is still the same Chen Chen from yesterday. This made her feel confused, and she kept staring at Chen Chen unconsciously. Did I see it wrong? No. I just felt that Chen Chen had become much more handsome. Could it be that I hadn't seen Chen Chen for a whole night and I missed him, triggering some kind of aura? Thinking of this, Bai Shi couldn't help but feel his ears getting hot. Chen Chen put the things in his hand on the table, then sat on the sofa with Bai Shi in his arms. Instead of sitting separately, he let Bai Shi sit on his lap. He found that Bai Shi did not resist, but was still staring at him in a daze. He touched his hair narcissistically. Why, is my little housekeeper impressed by his young master's handsomeness? Well, the young master is even more handsome than yesterday. Bai Shi couldn't help but say what was in his mind. Chen Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. Bai Shi was not the kind of woman who would deliberately say nice things to please him. Even if a lover sees beauty in everything, Bai Shi wouldn't be so straightforward. But, saying that I am more handsome than yesterday? I haven't changed much, I am still the same as before. Huh? No, there is a change. Chen Chen suddenly realized something. He suddenly thought of the reward given by the system to Ai Xiaoing. System, open my panel. He wanted to see the panel to confirm whether his guess was correct. Host, Chen Chen. Age, 19. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 72 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Charm, 91. Cash balance, 205,353,921.53. Current consumption cashback rate, 1.5 times. Current task, none. Beauty. Ai Xiaoing, favorability, 83. Thing. Patek Philippe Nautilus 57111A018. Mercedes-Benz G63. Bugatti Centodiase. Jiangwan Hanlin Villa. Industry. Magic University Commercial Street. Chen Chen hasn't opened his panel since he completed the image welfare task last time. Checking again, I found that there have been huge changes. 3 new display columns have been added: beauty, items, and industry. Your appearance, charm, and money have also undergone tremendous changes. Brother Tongzi, is there any connection between my improved appearance and charm and the reward of being strong and healthy? Chen Chen asked the system in his mind to confirm his guess. Yes, host. I have made your body strong and healthy to achieve the perfect state, and your face is no exception. I have fine-tuned the position of your facial features on the existing basis to achieve the best state. There is no change in shape, please rest assured. That means my facial features are currently in their best condition with a score of 92, right? Yes, host. Just as Chen Chen guessed, it was related to being strong and healthy. My peak appearance score was 92 points, which is not low. There was no change in the facial features, but the appearance actually increased by 10 points. This made Chen Chen marvel at the magic of the creator. Chen Chen had met some people before, whose facial features were very good looking if taken individually, but when put together on a face, they looked ordinary. With his current appearance score of 92 and charm score of 91, Chen is already a well-deserved school idol. He recalled Chu Momo's infatuated behavior before. He was a little surprised at first, but now it seems natural. After all, I behaved so manly and helped others at the time, which must have had a big impact on the girl. And I'm so handsome, I'm sure the girl will fall for me. There are 2 small goals of cash, and these are the results of my own efforts. As for whether it is hard to make money? Chen said, that was really hard work. Skip it, money or something, just a little bit of water, it's not important. Brother Tonzi, why is there only one beauty named Ai Xiaoing? Chen looked at Ai Xiaoing, who was the only confidant among them, and felt a little puzzled. He felt that he should have several confidants. Only those of the opposite sex with high appearance who have had driving experience with the host can be included in the beauty column. Chen understood that only someone with whom one has a deep communication relationship can be considered a beauty. Just exchanging experiences doesn't count. Then what's the point of including it in the collection of Hongyan? Chen wanted to know more. When the host consumes for a beauty, the fixed cashback rate is the highest rate. If Hongyan is in danger, the system will warn the host. The host can choose to appear within 100 meters of the beauty at any time, consuming 100 million yuan each time, and this consumption does not trigger consumption cashback. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Chen was stunned by the system's explanation and couldn't help but swear in his mind. Brother Tonzi, let me confirm this. Can I choose to appear in front of Hongyan without any preconditions, or can I choose to appear in front of Hongyan only after she is in danger? There is a huge difference between these 2 situations, so Chen quickly asked the system for confirmation. The host can choose to spend 100 million yuan to appear within 100 meters of Hongyan at any time, without any prerequisites. Chen was completely excited. This feature is simply too powerful. What's the difference between this and teleportation? It's nothing more than consuming a small target at a time. If an average person were to encounter this condition, it is very likely that he would never use it once in his lifetime. But who am I? I am a man blessed by the godly rich system. Although the 100 million spent cannot be refunded, and although I only have 200 million now. But it doesn't matter, it's just a snowball game. As the system just said, if you spend money on a beauty, you will get a fixed maximum cashback rate. That means if you spend money on Ai Xiaoing now, you will get a fixed 5-fold cashback. I transferred 1 million pocket money to Ai Xiaoing before, and got 5 million in cash back. At that time, I thought I was lucky and triggered the highest multiplier. But the result? So, is 100 million a lot? Is 200 million a little? Chen did not ignore the system's early warning function. This function is also very important. In the future, you will definitely have more and more women. It is impossible for all of them to be in one place, and I certainly cannot take care of them all. If you really encounter an unexpected situation, you may not be able to know about it in the first time, and you will not be able to solve it in the first time. Now, warning plus teleport. Something's wrong with the beauty. She's here. Thinking of a beauty, whoosh. No worries at the rear, just go for the waves. Ha ha ha. Chapter 45 is definitely the key. The new beauty function added to the system means that Chen no longer needs to worry about the safety of his woman. I shouted excitedly in my heart, no worries at home, I can have fun from now on. Ha ha ha. After the excitement, he remembered something and complained about the system with some resentment. Brother Tonzi, for things like rewards and new features, if I don't notice them or ask you proactively, will you never tell me? Ding, this system only has auxiliary functions. Please explore the details on your own. Ding, warm reminder, the final right of interpretation belongs to this system. Well, it's the same as not saying anything. Chen tentatively asked the system another question. Brother Tonzi, where is the car I won in the lottery? Where is my Bugatti Sendadiasi worth 130 million yuan? When will it be given to me? Host, please wait patiently. All items and money provided by the system will reach the host in a legal, reasonable, and compliant manner. The system seemed to have said something, but it also seemed to have said nothing. Forget it, it will be yours sooner or later anyway, good things are worth waiting for. At this time yesterday, I was still a poor student who had just traveled through time. Now what? Chen looked at what he owned with a sense of Versailles. Money? Not much. Just 200 million. House. Not bad. A villa worth more than 30 million. Cars? Strictly speaking, there are two, one worth millions and one worth hundreds of millions. Watch. $1 million level watch time. Beauty? There is only one formal one and the informal one. Industry? Worth 10 commercial streets. All of this made Chen Chen feel as if he was in another world. But only one day had passed. There are still many days to come. Close the system page and sincerely thank the system in your heart. Brother Tongzi, I don't know why you chose me, but I am very grateful to you. Thank you for giving me a different life. I will cherish it. Thank you. I thought that just like the previous times I thanked the system, I would not get a response from the system. But I didn't expect that the system in my mind would give different feedback this time. Ding, this system has its reasons for choosing to bind to the host. The host does not need to care or thank you. After hearing the system's reply, Chen Chen said nothing more. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile, and he withdrew from the communication with the system. His eyes focused on Baishi again, and he found that the butler was still looking at him with his head tilted. It seemed like the time spent communicating with the system in my mind was quite long just now, but in fact, only a dozen seconds had passed. Chen Chen already knew why Baishi reacted like that. It was all caused by the sudden increase of 10 points in my charm value. A beautiful woman is attractive to men. Likewise, if a man is good-looking, he will be just as attractive to women. With his current appearance value of 92, he would naturally attract Baishi. Moreover, the difference in appearance between yesterday and today would also make Baishi very confused. Anyway, in general, Baishi's current state is that she thinks her young master is so handsome that she is envious of him. The favorability level of 72 is right here. Chen Chen looked at Baishi's cute little head tilted and couldn't help but peck her on the lips. Baishi was awakened by Chen Chen's actions. Thinking that she had just stared at Chen Chen's face for so long, and Chen Chen actually kissed her again. She suddenly felt too embarrassed to face anyone. Ding, Baishi's favorability +1. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and the next second, she buried her head in Chen Chen's neck, trying to hide herself. Her face was pressed tightly against Chen Chen's skin, and the hot temperature was transmitted through the skin contact. Chen Chen was startled, and felt an astonishing heat coming from the place where his skin was in contact with Baishi. It was the temperature of Baishi's cheek. Baishi's breath gently swept across his neck, bringing a slight itch. This made Chen Chen shudder, goosebumps immediately covered his whole body, and his heartbeat accelerated. He let out a long breath, trying to calm himself down. But the scorching temperature made it impossible for her to calm down. He wanted to divert his attention, so he scanned the area and then locked his eyes on the handbag. Butler, what did you buy in the bag? Baishi didn't look up, but he knew what Chen Chen was talking about. It's a decoration for your master bedroom. Her voice was trembling a little, and it was obvious that the contact between the two of them had caused quite a stir in her heart. Baishi pretended to be calm as she finished speaking, but she felt something blocking her from moving, making her feel a little uncomfortable. So she twisted her hips a few times, trying to adjust the position so that she would not feel so uncomfortable. Chen Chen took a deep breath and felt his teeth start to tremble. He quickly reached out and held down Baishi, interrupting all her subsequent actions. Baishi also reacted, his body suddenly stiffened, and he dared not move anymore. She buried her head deeper. The key, it must be the key, definitely the key. Baishi repeated to himself in his heart, trying to brainwash himself and convince himself that that was the key in Chen Chen's pocket. After a long time, Baishi's unspeakably soft voice sounded timidly. Master, why doesn't he go down? She felt very uncomfortable, but she had no strength in her body and dared not move. Chen Chen, who had been silently chanting the heart purification mantra for a long time, finally managed to suppress his emotions a little. Hearing Baishi's voice, a surge of blood suddenly rushed to my head. He chose to refuse to answer Baishi's question. His boyfriend power was overflowing as he stood up holding Baishi in one hand. This action was very easy for his body that had been transformed by the system. Yeah. Baishi was startled by Chen Chen's sudden action and immediately cried out in surprise. Afraid of falling, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Chen Chen's neck. Let's go and see what the bedroom looks like after it's been renovated. Chen Chen ignored Baishi's reaction. He held Baishi in one hand and carried the bedroom decoration supplies that Baishi bought in the other hand and walked upstairs. On the second floor, in the master bedroom, Chen Chen opened the door with great effort. The first thing I saw when I entered the room was the items on the bed. I saw that the bed was newly replaced with a bright red 4-piece set. Yes. Bright red. The kind of bright red you see in wedding favors. There are 2 wild ducks swimming together in the center of the quilt above. Maybe a mandarin duck, not important. Anyway, it looks very similar. Chen looked at the 4-piece set on the bed and knew that it was prepared by Bai Shi. Of course, I also know that Bai Shi has made some preparations. Bai Shi noticed that there was no reaction when Chen came in. He raised his head in confusion and looked in the direction Chen was looking. After discovering what Chen was looking at, he immediately realized that Chen had guessed his little thoughts. He buried his head again in shame. But she felt very lost. If not, how great it would be a natural progression. Today would be my wedding night with Chen. But now. Chapter 46 White Rabbit Milk Candy. One more chapter. Bai Shi was in a low mood at the moment, feeling sad. Chen made a new move. He just took a few quick steps to the bedside, and without any mercy, he threw Bai Shi directly onto the bed. The bed was very soft, and Bai Shi didn't feel uncomfortable when he was thrown on it. But his expression showed some panic. When she saw Chen trying to get closer, she quickly spoke out to stop him. No. Master, don't do that. Chen thought that Bai Shi's refusal was just due to her girlish shyness, and felt embarrassed. After all, Bai Shi's favorability towards him is over 70 points. There is absolutely no problem in carrying out the last step. So he was prepared to get straight to the point regardless of Bai Shi's reaction. He's a little anxious. However, the words that came out of Bai Shi's mouth the next second made Chen feel like he was struck by lightning, and his body froze on the spot. Master, please don't. I have relatives coming to visit, so I can't do it today. The hot blood in Chen body was extinguished as if a basin of ice water was poured on it. He felt like the sky was falling and stared at Bai Shi in a daze, expecting Bai Shi to tell him that this was a joke and not serious. However, facing Chen hopeful gaze, Bai Shi showed a very serious expression, and then nodded firmly to prove that he was not lying. It was true. What he said shattered Chen last hope. It's true, master. I just came this morning. I didn't want to. Perhaps it was because Bai Shi had relatives protecting him at this time and knew that Chen could not do anything, so he became a lot bolder. Hesitate for a moment, trying hard to suppress the shame. If you don't believe me, touch it. Bai Shi was already prepared, as evidenced by the 4-piece set in the bedroom. If it weren't for the sudden visit from their relatives, the two of them would definitely have gotten all the remaining achievements today. So Bai Shi didn't find the simple touch that difficult to accept. She mustered up her courage, pretended to be calm, and held Chen's hand. When his fingertips felt the thickness of the little angel, Chen completely wilted. He looked at Bai Shi with a resentful look for a few seconds. Then he buried his head in Bai Shi's chest. It kept rubbing and making a humming sound. It seemed like he was accusing Bai Shi, and also seemed like he was expressing his own grievances and dissatisfaction. Looking at Chen who was acting like a rogue, Bai Shi felt amused, funny and angry. The arrival of relatives is not something you can control. You can't just hold it back just because Chen is unhappy. She doesn't have that ability. And Chen's current tantrum made her feel amused and funny. Bai Shi had never seen this side of Chen before. Before, Chen gave her the feeling of being steady and confident. This makes her always unconsciously forget Chen's age. But now, Chen acted like a child, throwing a tantrum and seeking comfort. Bai Shi suddenly realized that Chen was only 19 years old. Looking at the big boy lingering in front of him, Bai Shi suddenly felt like he was watching a little brother acting coquettishly with him. Her hand instinctively placed on Chen's head and gently stroked Chen's hair. The movements were gentle, as if coaxing a wrong child. There was also a doting smile on his face. I don't know how long it took, but Chen's movements suddenly stopped. He suddenly raised his head, stared at Bai Shi's red lips, and a strange laugh came out of his throat. Who says only? He moved his hand upwards to the cricket pupa a few times and whispered something into Bai Shi's ear. Then Bai Shi's pretty face turned red instantly. His eyes were also wide open. It was as if I heard some incredible words. His head shook like a rattle. His hand was also placed on Chen's chest, as if he wanted to push away this bad guy Chen. But the movements were so weak that it gave Chen a feeling of wanting to refuse but also to accept. Seeing Bai Shi's reaction, Chen did not give up. He continued to whisper devilish words into Bai Shi's ears, tempting her. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the big bad wolf is luring Little Red Riding Hood. Chen Chen was not disappointed. Bai Shi's resistance became weaker and weaker as Chen Chen tried harder. 20 minutes later, Bai Shi, who had brushed his teeth and washed up, reappeared at the bathroom door. Looking at Chen Chen lying on the bed comfortably like an old man, with his eyes closed, looking leisurely and contented as he reminisced about the past. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and gave Chen Chen a coquettish look. I had just managed to calm down in the bathroom, but when I saw Chen Chen, my mood became agitated again. I feel like the little man in front of me is my nemesis. Why couldn't I resist Chen Chen's few words of pleading? Of course, she was also prepared to give herself completely to Chen Chen. So there is not too much psychological pressure, just think of it as compensation given to Chen Chen by relatives. Bai Shi lay gently beside Chen Chen, her ears pressed against his chest. Feeling that strong heartbeat, steady and powerful, made Bai Shi feel extremely at peace. Slowly, she discovered that her heartbeat was synchronized with Chen Chen's. The two people's heartbeats merged into one, as if the two people were also merged into one, sharing one heart and beating together. This feeling made her shy and satisfied. Ding, Bai Shi's favorability +3. Chen Chen felt Bai Shi approaching, but did not open his eyes. His arms naturally wrapped around her shoulders and pulled her into his arms. Bai Shi nestled in Chen Chen's arms, feeling his heartbeat and breathing, her heart filled with happiness. I closed my eyes and fell asleep before I knew it. After a while, Chen Chen found that Bai Shi in his arms was motionless. When I opened my eyes and looked down, I found that she was asleep with a happy smile on her face. I sniffed the fragrance of hair that filled my nose and closed my eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Chen felt his nose itchy while he was sleeping. He sneezed violently and then rubbed his nose with his hand. I opened my eyes lazily and slowly, and found that Bai Shi was already awake. She was holding her cheek with one hand, looking at me tenderly with undisguised love in her eyes. He held a strand of hair in his hand, and it was obvious that this was the culprit causing his itchy nose. Bai Shi was caught red-handed by Chen Chen, but he had no intention of hiding the evidence at all. Instead, she pinched the strand of hair and gently swept it across Chen Chen's chin provocatively. He looked fearless. Thinking of the amazing attribute of the little angel's defense +999, Chen Chen felt a sense of regret. But Chen Chen is not a man who gives in easily, he still has white rabbit milk candy. He reached out and peeled off the outer packaging of the white rabbit milk candy beside him. I squeezed it hard a few times, probably because I was curious why it was a little different from the white rabbit milk candy I ate in my childhood. There were actually 2 in the package, which made Chen Chen feel lucky. I ate some white rabbit milk candy and it was buy one get one free. I felt the taste of the toffee on the tip of my tongue and found that it was still as sweet and delicious. Without hesitation, he leaned his head over, opened his mouth, and put the white candy into his mouth. He was reluctant to chew it hard and just held it in his mouth. He still wanted to savor the taste of the candy from his childhood. Bai Shi saw Chen Chen eating candy by himself and ignored himself. My eyes are red with envy. I was also angry, and my body was shaking with anger. Chapter 47, The Exhausted Ox vs. the Damaged Field. Chen Chen ate the candy himself and didn't give any to Bai Shi, which made her so angry that her neck started to turn red and her body began to tremble with anger. Chen Chen also felt that the milk candy was too sweet. He knew that he couldn't eat too much, otherwise his blood sugar would be high and he would get drunk and easily get into trouble. He spat out the unfinished candy in his mouth, then leaned close to Bai Shi's ear and threatened harshly. "You'll be in trouble in a few days." Seeing Chen Chen stop eating candy, Bai Shi was not so angry anymore and quickly returned to normal after hearing Chen Chen's threat. She looked nonchalant and even laughed out loud. "I've only heard of cows being worked to death, but I've never heard of fields being ruined by plowing. It's not certain who will be the better off." Feeling Bai Shi's provocation, Chen Chen was so angry that his teeth were itching. I really want to just kill her right there and then without caring about anything. Then let Bai Shi see whether the field can be destroyed by the iron ox. However, he could only feel helpless and furious now. He grabbed Bai Shi, pretended to spank her on the butt a few times, then got up angrily. Bai Shi was not afraid at all. Instead, she laughed foolishly behind Chen Chen as he did so. Of course she knew that this was Chen Chen's love for her and he was reluctant to let herself get hurt. Otherwise, why would you endure so much hardship? But she knew there was a traffic violation called running a red light. Bai Shi seemed to be provoking Chen Chen, but when she looked at Chen Chen, her eyes were full of tenderness that could not be concealed. Smiling, he got out of bed, hugged Chen from behind, and spoke gently. Master, come shopping with me. Okay. Chen agreed without hesitation. Don't you even ask me what I want to buy? No need. I'm willing to go buy anything with you. Chen said in a doting tone. Hearing this, Ai Shi smiled and muttered softly. Master, you'll spoil me like this. Chen couldn't help laughing, turned around, and hugged Ai Shi in his arms. It's good to be spoiled. That way, others can't stand you, and you can't leave me. After hearing what he said, Ai Shi lowered his head and spoke in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible. Master, I can't leave you now. Ding, Ai Shi's favorability +1. Ai Shi didn't care whether Chen heard what he had just said or not. He raised his head and raised his voice to explain. Master, I don't think there's a need to make any major changes to the villa. It's fine as it is now. We just need to buy some more things to decorate it. I want you to go with me to choose. At the same time, I added in my heart, after all, this is home, your home and mine. Of course Chen would not refuse Ai Shi's small request, and immediately nodded in agreement. The two of them had nothing to pack, so they went out and got in the car, heading straight for Plaza 66 in Shanghai. Along the way, Ai Shi told Chen about his plans, such as what he needed to buy, how he planned to arrange the things, etc. His tone was full of excitement and anticipation. Seeing Ai Shi like this, Chen couldn't help but curl his lips and echoed. The distance was not close, and it took the two of them more than half an hour to drive to their destination. However, the things in Ai Shi's plan were very diverse, but not in large quantities. I thought it would take a long time for Chen and I to buy everything. But she discovered that Chen was the legendary man who was stupid and had a lot of money. If you buy something yourself, you need to compare prices from 3 different stores before deciding. But now, as long as I keep my eyes on something for a while. Chen didn't even look at the price, nor did he ask whether it was suitable or not. He just scanned the code and paid for items worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Ai Shi was so frightened that he didn't even dare to look at the products carefully, and naturally he couldn't compare prices from different stores. Chen noticed Ai Shi's reservedness, patted the little hand that was on his arm, and spoke to comfort her. Don't worry, just buy it and don't worry about the price, as long as you like it. Ai Shi was so angry that she twisted Chen arm hard. Is this a question of like or dislike? The key point is that many of the things I buy are not needed. I just looked at it a few more times out of curiosity, but Chen thought I liked it. It's useless to object. In Chen words, if you look at someone a few more times, it means you like them. Otherwise, why would you look at them a few more times? It doesn't matter whether you can use it or not, as long as you like it. In the end, it took a long time to buy everything that was originally planned. It only took me over an hour to buy everything and even more. The price of doing this is that Chen's bank card has more than 10 million more. Yes, the consumption was less than 4 million, the cashback was more than 14 million, and the profit was more than 10 million. But Ai Shi didn't know that Chen could make money by spending money on buying things. In her opinion, he just spent 4 million. I arranged with several store owners to have the goods delivered to their homes the next day, and also included installation. After leaving the address, Chen and Ai Shi did not stay any longer and prepared to go home directly. On the way back in the car, Ai Shi held the list in his hand and couldn't help shaking his head as he looked at it. Although Chen can accompany her shopping, and it is really nice to buy things without looking at the prices. But many of these things are useless. Just because he looked at them a few more times, Chen thought he liked them and just scanned the code to pay. If I buy these things myself, I might not have to spend half the money. Ai Shi muttered softly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Chen heard her mumbling and asked with a smile. Why, not enough? Do you want to go back and have a look? Ai Shi waved her hands quickly. No, there's no need. If you keep going, I'm afraid you'll move the entire mall back. Chen laughed. As long as you like it, it's no problem to buy it back from the mall. Ai Shi sighed. Although she felt a little helpless, she had to admit that Chen behavior made her feel the happiness of being loved. It's just that there is no shopping experience at all. This was completely different from what she had imagined when shopping with Chen. But I've already bought it. Ai Shi leaned back in his chair and began to plan. I bought a lot of things. I have to readjust the original plan. The decorative paintings need to be hung in the right place, and the green plants and the underground garden also need to be replanned. Ai Shi was thinking while making notes on the list. Chen looked at her conflicted expression and couldn't help but laugh. Just put these things around, no need to go through so much trouble. Bai Shi couldn't help but give him a blank look. Isn't this the feeling you get when you want a home, master? If you say one word, I'll run myself to pieces. He was complaining in his words and looked disgusted, but the expectation in his eyes had not diminished at all. Okay, thank you for your help. I'll shut up. After saying that, Chen made a zipper-like motion on his mouth. After a while, Chen suddenly spoke again. By the way, I have a dinner date with some classmates tonight, do you want to go? Bai Shi raised his head and spoke directly to the point. Classmates? Are there any girls? Chapter 48. If you like her, get her. When Bai Shi heard Chen asking him if he wanted to go to dinner with his classmates, he asked his question directly. Are there any girls? Chen didn't intend to hide anything, otherwise he wouldn't have asked Bai Shi if he wanted to go with him. Yes, there are two groups of people in our dormitory and one in the girls' dormitory. There is a couple in both dormitories, so we are together. Pursing his lips, Chen continued to talk about the reason for this meal. It's my treat to celebrate my new car. Bai Shi actually didn't care that Chen had other women outside. She knew that there must be one. A man as outstanding as him was not something she could have alone. Bai Shi only hopes that Chen will not forget that he has a home here and that she is his personal housekeeper. The reason I asked if there were any girls just now was purely because of women's conditioned reflex. Maybe a little curious too. Although she didn't think about fighting for anything, she had to at least understand a little bit. Maybe they could be good sisters on the same front in the future. As for intrigue, jealousy and so on, Bai Shi had never thought about it. But even if she doesn't fight for it, if there is really something, she is not someone who can be bullied. Bai Shi was quite satisfied with Chen's honest answer. She didn't care, but she also didn't want Chen to lie to her. Chen had said before that he would never lie to her. She hesitated for a while, but still shook her head and rejected Chen's idea of going with him. She knew that Chen wanted to introduce her to his friends. But she didn't care about it. Bai Shi positioned herself as a personal butler, a personal butler with an intimate relationship. Besides, she still had to go back and make plans. Asking Chen to accompany her to buy things today simply increased her workload. I thought it would be romantic being together, but in the end there was some romance, but not much. Thinking of this, Bai Shi couldn't help but look at Chen with some resentment. Chen correctly received the emotions conveyed by Bai Shi's eyes, but misunderstood the reason. He thought Bai Shi was a little unhappy that Chen was having dinner with other girls and couldn't stay at home with her. I quickly explained, we made the dinner appointment yesterday, it's hard to break it. Thinking of Su Chua, he added, although there is a prettier one, I don't have much to do with her now. Bai Shi was not jealous in the first place, and when he heard Chen nervously start to expose himself, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was nothing at first, but now I have the evil desire to tease Chen. She immediately tensed her face deliberately and questioned Chen in a serious tone. Now there's nothing going on with her? Does that mean there will be something going on in the future? When Chen heard Bai Shi laugh, he thought everything was fine. Before I could even breathe a sigh of relief, I heard Bai Shi's question. I secretly said something bad. I want to explain, but I don't want to admit it, and I don't want to lie. So, Chen was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Although Chen is philanthropic now, he is sincere to every woman, and Bai Shi is no exception. He really cares about Bai Shi, so he cares so much about Bai Shi's attitude. In other words, you cannot be distracted while driving. Otherwise, if you observe carefully, you will definitely notice Bai Shi's cunning smile like a little fox. But there are no ifs. After all, he really has feelings for Su Chua. When Bai Shi saw Chen's expression, how could she not understand what Chen was thinking? I couldn't help but curl my lips, thinking that he really didn't intend to lie to me. Not wanting to embarrass her little man any further, she put away her fake seriousness. Okay, don't be so embarrassed, I'm not angry. If you like her, get her. Don't be scared. I'm rooting for you. The light turned red, Chen stopped the car and turned to look at Bai Shi in shock. You're not angry? Why should I be angry? Bai Shi acted calmly. If Chen didn't know how much Bai Shi liked him, he would definitely think that this woman didn't love him. But why is it like this now? I have other women outside, and you are not angry or jealous. You even let me take the initiative? Facing Chen question, Bai Shi smiled happily instead. Combining Chen Shen's behavior, she knew that the little man in front of her really liked her. I'm not unhappy, nor am I jealous, master. I am your housekeeper, and I will always be your housekeeper in the future. Just don't forget that you have a housekeeper at home. As for having women outside, I think it's normal. It would be abnormal for a handsome guy like you to not have women around you. Look, even I have fallen for you. Of course, the last sentence was what Bai Shi thought in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. The red light turned green and the car behind started honking its horn to urge us to move forward. Chen Shen looked at Bai Shi deeply, turned his head, started the car and continued moving forward. He could see that Bai Shi was not lying, this was her true thought. He didn't lie, which made him feel even more incredible. After a long while, Chen Shen suddenly asked out of nowhere, why? Chen Shen's question was abrupt, but Bai Shi understood it. Didn't answer immediately, but thought carefully. Yes, why? I am not bad at all. Why did I fall for this little man? Is it even easy to accept that there are other women around Chen Shen? Handsome? Rich? This is certainly part of the reason, but it is definitely not the main point. As a private butler in the villa area, Bai Shi has seen some rich and handsome men. But she was not moved at all, and did not feel the same dependence on Chen Shen as other people. A photo suddenly appeared in her mind, a family photo that was cut in half. Bai Shi knew the answer. A smile appeared on her face again, brighter than before. Maybe it's home. For some reason, I didn't have a home, but the young master gave me a home. And the young master forcefully broke into my heart and firmly occupied it, leaving no room for anyone else. I won't ask the young master to be mine alone, but I will always be the young master's personal butler. Chen Shen obviously did not expect Bai Shi to say such a thing, and was stunned for a moment. Don't you feel wronged by this? After a moment, Chen Shen's low voice sounded, with a hint of helplessness and pity. No, because I like the young master, and I can feel that the young master likes me too, that's enough. Bai Shi's words were cheerful and firm. Do you like it? Chen Shen murmured to himself, and then smiled. Yes, Bai Shi already thought so why should I be so pretentious? Isn't this what I want? Why am I being so stubborn now? He grabbed Bai Shi's hand and held it tightly. I won't let you down for loving me. His hands were strong and his words were powerful. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi's eyebrows curved even further. Chen Shen did not let go of Bai Shi's hand until they parked in the villa's parking space. After the car stopped, Bai Shi opened the door and was about to get out, but found that Chen Shen still had no intention of letting go. He turned around with some confusion and found Chen Shen staring at him. Sister, everyone else has a goodbye kiss, aren't you going to give me one? After saying this, Chen Shen blinked his eyes in a cute manner. When Bai Shi heard Chen Shen call her sister, she felt like something hit her heart. She felt like she had lost her soul, and her ears kept ringing sister, sister. Ding, Bai Shi's favorability +1. Chapter 49 Sister, I want this too. Bai Shi didn't know why she reacted so strongly to Chen Shen calling her sister. She seemed to have lost her soul, and immediately gave Chen Shen a farewell kiss on the face. Chen Shen discovered something. His favorability increased inexplicably, and Bai Shi's condition was obviously a little abnormal. He laughed inwardly. It turns out that my housekeeper likes the tune of sister and brother. However, he showed an expression of dissatisfaction on his face, pointed at his lips and spoke again. Sister, you are wrong. It is here. I want it here too. Bai Shi, who was not mentally normal to begin with, heard Chen Shen call her sister again. I felt tingling all over and couldn't help but shiver. Then she obediently kissed Chen Shen on the lips again. This time Chen Shen did not let Bai Shi leave smoothly, but deepened the kiss. 2 minutes later, Bai Shi was allowed to leave. Chen Shen watched Bai Shi walk into the house in a daze from the car. I don't know whether she was savoring Chen Shen's call of sister or the farewell kiss just now. Seeing Bai Shi close the door, Chen Shen raised his hand to look at his watch. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. The time was just right. Chen Shen rolled up the car window and drove to school. Downstairs of the boys' dormitory, Chen Shen's car was parked quietly on the side of the road, attracting many eyes. Although there are many wealthy students at Shanghai University, the appearance of a Mercedes-Benz G63 is enough to cause quite a stir. Wow, this car is so cool, a Mercedes-Benz G63, it must cost a lot of money. A boy couldn't help but sigh. It must be at least 2 or 3 million. He's really rich. Someone next to him answered, with a sour tone in his voice. Whose car is this? How could someone in our dormitory building have the ability to drive this car? Someone was curious. I don't know. I've never heard of any particularly wealthy family in our building. Maybe he's here to look for someone. Someone explained. Chen Shen leaned in the driver's seat and did not get out of the car, with a lit cigarette between his fingers. Smoke drifted out through the open skylight. He took a deep breath and heard a noisy sound coming from the phone next to his ear. Hey, Zhang Yu, I'm downstairs at the dormitory. Come down after you've packed up. I have to say, boys are really fast sometimes. I only heard Zhang Yu's answer coming from the phone. Here we are, Chen Shen is here, let's go. In less than a minute, before Chen Shen had finished smoking the cigarette in his hand, the three of them appeared at the door of the dormitory building. They also saw Chen Shen's car at a glance. There weren't many cars at the entrance of the dormitory building, and this Mercedes-Benz G-Class was so conspicuous. Zhang Yu got into the car directly, while Li Dahong and Fang Jiping circled the vehicle twice before getting in. Brother Chen, your car is so fucking domineering and so fucking handsome. Li Dahong's excited voice rang out. You are so ignorant that you only looked at the car. Did you see the license plate? Fang Jiping pushed his glasses habitually and mocked Li Dahong contemptuously. What's wrong with the license plate? Li Dahong was puzzled. Magic ACC 666, Magic A Chun Chen 666. The two letters are the abbreviation of Brother Chen's name. The value of this license plate will not be lower than the value of this car. Fang Jiping said with certainty. Fuck, Brother Chen, your license plate is worth several million too? Li Dahong felt that his own values had been distorted. Chen Shen smiled but said nothing. He didn't know how much this license plate was worth. However, since it is paired with a villa worth 37.5 million, I think its value should not be too low. He didn't want to show off in front of his brothers, so he neither admitted nor refuted. But invisible pretense is the most deadly. In Li Dahong's opinion, this meant that Chen Shen had acquiesced. After saying fuck repeatedly, he actually shouted again. Mom, your son has made it big. He's driving a car worth millions. Chen Shen couldn't help but hold his forehead, too lazy to pay attention to this funny guy. He turned around and asked Zhang Yu, where's your car? Because he had to pick up 4 girls, his car alone was not enough to accommodate them. It's in the parking lot. I haven't had time to drive over. Go get the car first, and then pick up the person. Chen Shen nodded, thinking about it, it made sense. They would come back to clean up after class, so they didn't have time to drive. We started the car and left, leaving only the other students still discussing the matter. However, the topic of discussion this time was not just Chen Shen's car, but also their dormitory 207. After getting the car, Chen Shen followed Zhang Yu's BMW and drove to the girls' dormitory building where Su Chua was. On the way, Chen Shen really couldn't help it. Did either of you wear perfume? When they got in the car, the three of them were all dressed up nicely, and Chen Shen could even smell a scent of perfume. I wanted to ask this at that time, but because of these two funny guys, I didn't ask it out loud. Now I finally can't bear it anymore. How is it? Doesn't it smell good? I look so handsome today, I will definitely charm the girl. Fang Jiping smoothed his gelled hair with his hand and answered with mysterious confidence. Chen Shen looked at him through the rearview mirror, wearing thick glasses and with obvious acne on his face. Holding back laughter, he gave a thumbs up. Yes, it's really handsome. 2 cars were parked one after the other downstairs of the girls' dormitory, which undoubtedly attracted a group of girls to watch. Everyone got off the car, and Zhang Yu had already called Li Jiejia. However, the girl is obviously slower at this time, and the reply is not ready yet, so we have to wait a little longer. Chen Shen looked at the time and found that it was not yet 6 o'clock. It was not that they were slow, but that he came too early. Chen Shen and the others didn't have to wait long. After more than 10 minutes, the 4 girls came out together. There is no need to say much about Li Jiejia and Wang Ling, as they had already met last time. Su Chua is wearing a white dress today, which is simple and fashionable. When she walks, the hem of the dress swings gently with her steps. She has a slender figure, but her front is still so full. Her long black hair is not restrained and casually draped over her shoulders, which makes her look more youthful and beautiful. Moreover, after the school beauty's eyes fell on him, they never moved. Ding, Su Chua's favorability +5. A prompt sound immediately appeared in Chen Shen's mind. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, Could this be the result of a short separation making the relationship better than a reunion? Then, Chen Shan's eyes fell on the newly appeared girl. He stood on the far left, some distance from the center, and seemed a little out of place. It can be seen that the girl is not bad looking and has put on makeup, but her technique is obviously not proficient. The eyeliner is a bit stiff and the lipstick is a bit too bright, which instead covers up the original beauty of her small face. At this time, the girl was swinging a bag in her hand with a hint of impatience on her face. "Brother Tongzi, please help me look at the attributes of this girl." Chen Shan couldn't help but spoke to the system. Name, Lu Ranran. Age, 18. Appearance, 76. Number of drivers, 5. Favorability, 0. Chen Shan couldn't help but sigh that despite his young age, he has quite a lot of driving experience. A score of 76 for appearance is not low, but Chen Shan has no interest in her at all. In addition, it has only been a short time since the school started, and there are already 5 drivers, definitely female sea queens, which makes Chen Shan want to stay away from them. On the contrary, when Fang Jiping saw the girl, his eyes behind the lenses were shining brightly, and it was obvious that he had some ideas. He has some self-awareness, but also a mysterious self-confidence. Su Chua is the most beautiful, but he knows it is not his turn. Li Jiejia is Zhang Yu's childhood sweetheart, so he doesn't have to think about it. Although this girl's appearance has been lowered by makeup, she is still quite pretty. Fang Jiping felt that this girl was exactly what he wanted. P.S. The author has something to say about the dress Su Chua wore. Chapter 50. It seems very hot inside the luxury car. Lu Ranran originally looked impatient and a little listless, but when she saw that Chen Shan's car was actually a Mercedes-Benz G63, she instantly perked up. His eyes then focused on Chen Shan, who was dressed elegantly next to the car, and he was immediately sure that this handsome man was the owner of the car. She ignored her roommate who was about to introduce herself and walked straight to Chen Shan. She greeted Chen Shan in a delicate voice. "Handsome guy, my name is Lu Ranran, you can just call me Ranran, what should I call you?" Chen Shan was reluctant to pay attention to this woman, but since she had taken the initiative to introduce herself, he couldn't pretend not to hear her. "Chen Shan." His tone was neither salty nor bland. But when Lu Ranran saw that Chen Shan had responded, she just took advantage of the situation and didn't care about Chen Shan's tone at all. "Brother, Jiejia's boyfriend's car is a bit crowded. Can I take your car later?" While speaking, he looked at Chen Shan and blinked his eyes, trying to give Chen Shan some electric shock. Chen Shan looked at the other 3 women and found that their faces were not very good. "I finally understood why only these 3 people came out together last time, and why Lu Ranran was not brought along. I now understand more clearly why these 3 people had strange expressions when I suggested that everyone from the 2 dormitories come. This Lu Ranran is probably not only a female sea king, but also a money-worshipping green tea girl. This is like looking at yourself driving a G-Class and treating yourself as the target." However, the current situation is that Zhang Yu is driving, and with the 4 girls, there are 5 people in total. There are only 3 of us here, so the best option is to have one of us come over to our side. But Chen Shan prefers to let Su Chua come over instead of this little green tea. Now this little green tea girl took the initiative to ask to ride in his own car. Let us not talk about the relationship between the people in their dormitory for now. It would be a bit inappropriate to refuse directly, as it would easily affect the atmosphere. Chen Shan thought about it and realized that it was just a distance and he didn't want to spoil the fun, so he didn't refuse. He said okay and agreed to Lu Ranran's request to ride in his car. Seeing this, Su Chua could only hate herself for being a step slow, but there was nothing she could do. You can't just go on a shopping spree just to get a seat. As the initiator, Chen Shan originally thought that it would be more appropriate to eat seafood in Shanghai. But I didn't expect that Fang Jiping, this useless guy, was actually allergic to seafood. While he felt a little helpless, he was also glad that he had asked in advance. Taking out his cell phone from his pocket, Chen Shan searched again to see if there was any suitable place. Soon he locked onto a private club called Yunjin Pavilion. There are royal court cuisine and top-quality seafood here, just enough to satisfy everyone's needs. That's it. It has both Chinese food and seafood, which is just right. Chen Shan made the decision. Send the name and location directly to Zhang Yu. Chen Shan was worried that if Zhang Yu didn't catch up with his car on the road and didn't know the place, it would cause trouble. When Zhang Yu looked down and saw the name sent by Chen Shan, he was shocked and suddenly looked up at Chen Shan. Seeing that Zhang Yu looked strange, Li Jiejia also leaned over to take a look at his phone. Then, the 2 of them looked at Chen Shan with the same shocked eyes. It was obvious that they all knew what Yunjin Pavilion was. That's why they were so surprised. Yunjin Pavilion is a high-end private club located on the Bund in Shanghai. Of course, there is everything to eat there, and all of it is the best. Even at this price, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can afford. The most important thing is that this is a membership-based place and non-members are not accepted. Even they were considered to have a small family background, and their elders were just ordinary members of the lowest level. Now, just to treat a few people to dinner, Shen Shen has to go to such a high-end place? The speculation that Zhang Yu and Shen Shen are rich second generations has become more certain, and they must be the top rich second generations. I had underestimated Chun Shen before. Shen Shen didn't care about their looks. In his opinion, if you are going to go, you should go to a high-end place, where you can not only eat and drink well, but also spend more money. After all, each use of the Hongyan function requires a small goal. You have to save more money in your hand to be prepared, the more the better. Now is not the time when you can do whatever you want without spending any money. He already had a sense of urgency to a certain extent. After distributing the locations, Shen Shen directly asked everyone to get in the car. His car took the lead and drove towards the Bund in Shanghai where Yunjin Pavilion was located. On the way, Shen Shen discovered that his Mercedes-Benz G-Class had evolved to have the necessary functions. That is, the air conditioning effect is good, while the effect is not good. Because it was very hot, the air conditioning didn't work well. After Lu Ranran got in the car, she said that it was very hot inside and fanned her face with her hands. After a while, she took off her thin sun protection jacket, leaving only a small off-shoulder camisole on her upper body. Also, every time Chun Shen's hand appears on the center console, Lu Ranran's smooth thighs seemed to be equipped with magnets and immediately tilted towards the position of his center console. It works very well, it happens every time, and then when I take my hands away, her legs return to their normal position. Shen Shen doesn't know why this happened. As for what Lu Ranran said to him on the way, Shen Shen said that he was concentrating on driving and had no idea what to do. Half an hour later, the two cars arrived almost at the same time. After finding a good spot to park the car, several people gathered at the entrance of Yunjin Pavilion. Looking at the dark wooden door that is full of age, it has a retro door knocker and copper handles. There is a wooden plaque above the door, with 3 large characters Yunjin Pavilion engraved on it, which is low-key yet elegant. This actually gave Chen Shen a feeling of envy and yearning that a small person would have when facing the mansion of a high-ranking official. But he adjusted quickly. Now that he had a system, he was no longer a small figure. Before Chen Shen could speak, Zhang Yu sighed with a look of regret on his face. When I parked the car just now, I took a quick look and there were no cars priced below 1 million. My car is not even worthy of being included. Chen Shen looked at the others, all of whom were more or less restrained. Chen Shen also saw the longing and yearning look in Su Chua's eyes as she looked towards the gate of Yunjin Pavilion. Chen Shen had never been to such a high-end place before, but money is the courage of a man. Now, in front of several people, he behaved very calmly and composedly. At this time, the receptionist at the entrance of the club came over without waiting for everyone to arrive. The person who came was a beautiful woman who was about 25 or 26 years old, with beautiful facial features and a good figure. Her hair was tied up, and she wore a light blue silk shirt on the upper body, a black hip skirt on the lower body, black stockings, and high heels. Chen Shen saw it and silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. Hello, distinguished guest. May I ask who is the exclusive receptionist you have booked? Do you need me to call her over? The beautiful receptionist had a sharp eye and she immediately noticed that Chen Shen was different. She was very sure that Chen Shen was the real boss, so she asked Chen Shen very respectfully. I don't have an appointment. Chen Shen was very honest. He really didn't have an appointment. Dear guest, you can contact your exclusive receptionist now and ask her to take you in directly. The beauty still made suggestions to Chen Shen with a respectful attitude. I don't have an exclusive reception. Oh, by the way, I'm not a member here. Chen Shen knew that she had misunderstood something and calmly explained that he was not a member here. Even though she knew Chen Shen was not a member, the smile on the beautiful woman's face did not diminish at all. However, he stated that Chen Shen was prohibited from entering Yunjin Pavilion. I'm sorry, sir. Yunjin Pavilion is a private club that only accepts members. Since you are not a member of Yunjin Pavilion, you cannot enter. I am very sorry. Chapter 51 The Gold Digger's Little Thoughts. Sir, Yunjin Pavilion is a private club. Non-members are not allowed in. I'm sorry. The receptionist in front of me had a sweet smile, but she refused directly. You weren't a member before, so you can't become a member now? Chen was not angry when he heard that he was not allowed to enter. The beautiful woman was just following the rules. And even when he rejected me, his smile remained the same. When Chen searched online before, he knew that this was a membership-based system. He doesn't have a membership, but still chose this place. If you are not allowed to enter without membership, then why not just apply to be a member directly? He knew very well that money could solve 99% of the problems in this world. And I have money. Of course you can, sir, please follow me. After the beautiful receptionist finished speaking, she led the way to the gate. I thought of a sentence that my senior told me. Here, as long as it can breathe, even if it's a dog, you have to give it the utmost respect. Fortunately, I was obedient enough. The further she walked, the more restrained little green tea Lu Ranran felt. From the conversation between Chen and the receptionist just now, she had a rough idea of what this place was. She had never imagined that she could come to such a high-end place. The few little fish around me can at most buy themselves a bag and go to places like bars to have fun. And he's the type who won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. Now Chen has opened the door to a new world for her. Her eyes were fixed on Chen, her gaze was hot and filled with extreme desire. Lu Ranran's eyes rolled around a few times, the corners of her mouth raised, and she already had an idea in her mind. She raised her foot and took a step, but her foot suddenly seemed to be sprained. With a cry of ah, he fell straight towards Chen, with his arms slightly open, as if expecting something. Chen noticed Lu Ranran's little movements behind him and frowned slightly. He had no interest in this money-worshipping little green tea girl, and didn't want to have any contact with her. I saw him quicken his pace and take a step forward without even looking back. The movements were very natural, with no signs of deliberate avoidance at all. Lu Ranran was looking forward to falling into Chen arms and then preparing to cry. But he noticed that Chen suddenly adjusted his pace, and his heart skipped a beat. He found that Chen was no longer there where he fell, and said to himself, oh no. She didn't think that Chen was avoiding her on purpose, she just felt it was too coincidental. Looking at the ground getting closer and closer, Lu Ranran felt like she was going to fall badly, so she closed her eyes nervously. However, the expected pain did not come, she only felt a pair of hands supporting her at the last moment. Thinking that Chen was the hero saving the beauty, Lu Ranran showed an expectant smile on her face and quickly opened her eyes. However, what caught my eye was a face with acne and large glasses frames. This is not the Chen he expected, but Chen's sex-friend Fong Jiping. Lu Ranran's smile disappeared instantly, and the expectation in her eyes was gone. At this time, Fong Jiping was immersed in the joy of being a hero saving a beauty. He thought that this help would definitely make Lu Ranran like him more. I even started to fantasize about our happy life in the future. He showed a caring smile on his face and asked Lu Ranran if she was injured anywhere. However, Lu Ranran did not gain the favor he expected. Her eyes fell on the acne on Fong Jiping's face and the big glasses frames again, and she felt extremely disgusted. What she couldn't stand the most was that she suddenly smelled a faint scent of perfume coming from Fong Jiping. The smell of perfume mixed with some indescribable smell made her so uncomfortable that she couldn't help rubbing her nose. Suddenly, she realized that Fong Jiping's hand was still supporting her, and she immediately felt an uncomfortable itchy sensation when her skin was touched. It felt like countless small bugs were crawling around her, and she quickly struggled to break free. He thanked Fong Jiping in a cold tone, then walked 2 steps to the side, deliberately keeping a distance from him. Fong Jiping didn't care about the cold tone, he only selectively heard the thank you. I was secretly delighted in my heart, thinking that I definitely had a chance. I've even started imagining what name to give our future child. Chen felt that if Lu Ranran was willing, she could definitely catch Fong Jiping and catch a black carp. But when he saw Lu Ranran's disdainful look and cold attitude, he realized that Fong Jiping was simply not worthy of this little green tea girl's eyes. Her gaze should be on people who are valuable to her, such as himself. The corners of his mouth curled up in a meaningful smile, thinking that it would be good for him to suffer a setback and learn a lesson, so he did not remind Fong Jiping. I continued walking forward, but suddenly remembered something. Then he looked at Su Chua suddenly and couldn't help swearing in his heart. Zhao, this look and attitude are exactly the same as when Su Chua first saw me. Moreover, Lu Ranran and Su Chua live in the same dormitory, while Fong Jiping and himself live in the same dormitory. Could it be that the 2 dormitories are incompatible? I opened Su Chua's panel in my mind and took a look. I found out that Su Chua's favorability towards me has reached 64 points. He calculated in his mind that there were only 57 points before. Yesterday, Su Chua was inexplicably crazy, with her favorability increasing and decreasing. Finally, when she was quiet, her favorability was fixed at 59 points. After meeting just now, the favorability level increased by another 5 points, making it 64 points now. This is already an incredible degree of liking what you like. He looked at Fang Jiping, who was still laughing foolishly, with contempt, and mocked him in his heart. I have a reversal, brother, can you have one? Chen and others were respectfully invited into the gate of Yunjin Pavilion. Inside the door, it was not the lobby of a high-end hotel as everyone imagined. After entering the door, what appeared in front of everyone was a yard of considerable size. The courtyard is decorated with various precious flowers and plants, which are colorful and fragrant. Not far away, there is an antique pavilion with glazed tiles on the top, which gleams in the sun. A landscaped stream runs through the entire yard, with clear water flowing slowly. A bluestone path is paved from the entrance, leading to every corner of the yard, and various precious flowers and plants are planted on both sides of the path. The impression the whole yard gave Chen was that it was full of vitality and vigor. The receptionist did not stay here, but led everyone along the bluestone path towards a building further inside. The distance was very close, and in a moment, Chen and his group had arrived at the door. The receptionist knocked on the door respectfully, and it seemed that the person inside was of high status. There was a knock on the door, and a response came quickly from inside. Come in. Chapter 52, The Supreme Threshold of Yunjin Pavilion. Come in. A clear female voice came from inside the door. Chen listened to the voice and guessed that the woman should be young. Sure enough, when he pushed the door open, he saw a woman about 25 or 26 years old sitting at a desk with a document in her hand. She has a delicate face, fair skin, and is pretty good looking. Although the woman looked young, the receptionist was very respectful to her. After bowing slightly and greeting him, he then talked about the purpose of Chen visit. After understanding the situation, the young woman's eyes flashed with surprise and she looked at Chen carefully. In her opinion, although Chen was very handsome, he was wearing a common LV casual outfit and he was too young. Among the many members of Yunjin Pavilion, he seems a little inconspicuous. However, she would not underestimate Chen because even if Chen only joined as an ordinary member, he was not someone she could offend in Yunjin Pavilion. She quickly stood up and respectfully asked Chen and others to sit down. Hello, sir. I am Tan Ruxuan from Yunjin Pavilion Member Services Department. You can just call me Xiao Tan. Although Tan Ruxuan could obviously see that Chen was younger than her, she remained humble. She waved to the beautiful receptionist, indicating that she could leave. Then he continued to smile at Chen and asked, Sir, what is your name? Chen. Mr. Chen, please allow me to first introduce you to the membership levels of Yunjin Pavilion and their corresponding benefits, so that you can choose which level of membership to apply for. Chen nodded, okay. We have 3 levels of Yunjin Pavilion membership, namely ordinary members, senior members, and supreme members. Ordinary members can enjoy basic services in the club, such as dining and leisure facilities. Premium members can enjoy more advanced dining and leisure services, be invited to participate in high-end social events, and enjoy private customized services, etc. The highest level of Supreme members can enjoy priority use of all facilities in the club, be invited to various top social events and private banquets, and enjoy highly customized services. In addition, Supreme members are also equipped with exclusive butlers who are on call 24 hours a day. Chen understood that the higher the level, the better the service, and the more expensive the price would definitely be. How much is the membership fee? Chen interrupted Tan Ruxuan, who was about to give a more detailed introduction, and asked directly about the price. Tan Ruxuan was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Chen to be so direct. But he quickly recovered and a professional smile reappeared on his face. The entry fee for ordinary members is 500,000 yuan, and the annual fee is 200,000 yuan. He glanced at Chen face, observing his reaction. But I found that he looked normal and very calm. After a brief pause, he continued, the senior membership fee is 2 million, and the annual fee is 1 million. He paused again, trying to see some clues from Chen expression. But Chen expression remained calm, as if the membership fee of millions was just a small amount of money. But the others behind Chen were in an uproar, and each of them had a shocked expression. A membership fee of 2 million and an annual fee of 1 million, this is too exaggerated, and this is just for senior members. Zhang Yu's voice was full of disbelief. If Brother Chen hadn't brought me here, I'm afraid I would never have been qualified to come here in my life. Fong Jiping's tone was full of emotion. Lu Ranran hadn't spoken a word since she came in. She kept her head down, occasionally looking up at Chen Chen, not knowing what she was thinking. The others were also whispering to each other, obviously shocked by the cost. Although they already knew that Yunjin Pavilion was a top-notch club, they did not expect the membership fee to be so high. Seeing that Tan Rushuan stopped talking and did not continue, Chen Chen frowned and spoke in confusion. There's one more supreme member you haven't mentioned, right? Tan Rushuan was surprised. This customer was so calm that even the 2 million yuan membership fee didn't move him at all. He was still asking about the supreme membership. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke, Mr. Chen, the application for supreme membership requires capital verification. Only those with assets exceeding 1 billion or with a qualified person as guarantor can apply. After saying that, he carefully watched Chen Chen's reaction and guessed in his heart, I wonder if this gentleman meets the requirements. Chen Chen hesitated for a moment. The capital verification was a bit troublesome, and he feared trouble the most. Tan Rushuan was relieved when she saw that Chen Chen's expression finally changed. If this handsome young man is really qualified, it would be terrifying. However, before he could completely exhale, he heard Chen Chen speak again. Capital verification is a bit troublesome, is there a simpler way? Tan Rushuan heard it clearly. What Chen Chen said was capital verification is a bit troublesome instead of not qualified enough for capital verification. She was so shocked that she even lost control of her facial expression. His face was filled with shock and he didn't respond for a moment. Finally, it was only after Chen Chen's reminder that he came back to his senses. Sir, I can't make the decision on this. Could you please wait a moment? She knew that the young man in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person. Her tone was filled with nervousness and she even stuttered when she spoke. After saying that, he quickly returned to his desk, picked up the phone and made a call. After giving a brief report on the situation here, she breathed a sigh of relief. When she returned to Chen Chen, her attitude became even more respectful. Sir, I have reported the situation to our minister. She will be here soon. Please wait. Chen Chen frowned, feeling that it was a bit troublesome. He felt that it was just a meal and there was no need to go through so much trouble just to make a few more dollars. When I was thinking about whether to get the entire premium membership, the door was opened again. Tan Rushuan hurriedly ran to the person who came, shouting, Minister Zhong, you are here. Chen Chen exclaimed at how fast he came over. It seemed that the so-called Minister Zhong was very close to him just now. He looked up at the person who came and was attracted by her temperament at first sight. Time cannot defeat beauty, this was Chen Chen's first thought. Minister Zhong looked to be in his early 30s. He was wearing a well-cut business suit and his hair was elegantly tied up behind his head. He looked capable and professional. Her skin is delicate and smooth, her eyes are bright and lively, and time seems to have left no trace on her. After entering the room, she gently patted Tan Rushuan's arm to calm down this subordinate who was still a little excited. Then he walked straight towards Chen Chen. Her steps are calm and graceful, her temperament is steady, and every step reveals confidence and composure. Minister Chen Xinzhong came over and stood up to greet him politely. Zhong Qingqing smiled and stretched out her hand, shaking hands with Chen Chen. When shaking hands, her eyes swept across Chen Chen's wrist. She was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then immediately recovered. She recognized the watch on Chen Chen's wrist, but did not say it, only speaking in a more respectful tone. Not everyone can afford a watch worth tens of millions. She didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Zhong Qingqing, the director of Yunjin Pavilion's Member Services Department. I heard that you want to apply for Supreme membership, but you think the capital verification process is a bit troublesome, right? Chen Chen nodded. Well, I just came here for a meal and don't want to waste too much time. If it really doesn't work, I can just apply for a premium membership. When Zhong Qingqing heard the words senior members will have to make do with it, she almost couldn't resist the urge to roll her eyes. Since when did the senior members of Yunjin Pavilion become what others call a makeshift one? However, she was professional and quickly adjusted her mood, still keeping a smile on her face. She could tell that Chen Chen was not joking. Judging from the watch on his wrist, he definitely had the ability to think that becoming a senior member was just a makeshift one. Mr. Chen, if you feel that it is troublesome to verify the 1 billion fixed assets, it will also be okay to prove that you have more than 200 million in cash. Zhong Qingqing gave Chen Chen another verification plan. The requirements for experimental cash capital are higher than those for experimental fixed assets. Many wealthy people may have fixed assets of 1 billion or even 2 billion, but they may not be able to come up with a cash flow of 200 million. So when Zhong Qingqing proposed this plan, she didn't think Chen Shen had the ability to do it. However, Chapter 53 The School Beauty Has a Broken Mind. When Chen Shen heard Zhong Qingqing say that having 200 million in cash would also be fine, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. After he donated money to the school, he now has a little over 200 million in cash, which just meets the requirement. He just nodded slightly, his tone still calm. If it's 200 million in cash, I think I have just enough in my card. This sentence was like a bomb, detonating the whole audience again. Ding, Su Chua's favorability +5. Su Chua opened her mouth slightly and looked at Chen Shen with a strange light in her eyes. The money-worshipping little green tea girl Lu Ranran raised her head and stared at Chen Shen closely, with greed in her eyes. She looked at Chen Shen as if she saw countless wealth waving at her. The others also widened their eyes, looking at Chen Shen in disbelief, with exclamations coming one after another. And this time it wasn't just Zhang Yu and Su Chua who were shocked. Even Zhong Qingqing couldn't help showing a surprised expression when she heard that Chen Shen actually had 200 million in cash. She really didn't expect that Chen Shen could actually meet this qualification. 200 million in cash is not a small amount. Many billionaires with assets worth billions may not be able to come up with so much cash flow at any time. But the young man in front of me actually has 200 million in cash in his card. Zhong Qingqing quickly collected her thoughts and her tone became more respectful. Mr. Chen, if you find this plan acceptable, we can arrange a cash verification for you immediately. Chen Shen nodded to show his agreement. Then, in front of Zhong Qingqing, he took out his mobile phone, opened the mobile banking account, and showed her the balance. Zhong Qingqing was stunned and blurted out, Mr. Chen doesn't usually use bank cards, but mobile banking to pay? Chen Shen thought that it was not possible to check the balance through mobile banking, and that a bank card was needed. So he took out his bank card from his pocket and answered Zhong Qingqing. Yeah, that's more convenient. He handed the card to Zhong Qingqing. If the mobile banking balance doesn't work, I just happened to bring the card with me. Zhong Qingqing felt even more confused when she looked at the Huaxia Bank debit card that Chen Shen handed over. Why does it feel so out of place that there are 200 million in this ordinary bank card? Shouldn't 200 million only be worthy of a black card? She looked up at Chen Shen and had only one thought, isn't this a bit too low-key? She became even more curious about Chen Shen, but her professional ethics prevented her from asking too many questions. Instead of taking the bank card handed over by Chen Shen, he said with a smile. Mr. Chen, there's no need to go through so much trouble. You just need to log out of your mobile banking and log in again. Chen Shen understood his intention. This was to prove that his balance was not a photo. It wasn't a big deal anyway, so I just did it according to Zhong Qingqing's request. Zhong Qingqing recorded some necessary proofs with her mobile phone, and then said to Chen Shen with a smile. Mr. Chen, your funds meet the requirements. We can apply for Supreme membership for you now. Chen Shen nodded, okay, how much is the Supreme membership fee? Now that the capital verification has been completed, the cost of applying for Supreme membership can naturally be informed to Chen Shen. Zhong Qingqing answered frankly, the membership fee for the Supreme member is 10 million, and the annual fee is also 10 million. No problem. Chen Shen was very happy when he heard the amount. After all this trouble, wasn't it just to spend a little more money? The senior membership fee is only 2 million, but the Supreme membership fee is 10 million. Zhang Yu couldn't help but swear. Li Jiejia continued, you didn't pay attention to the point. The annual fee for senior members is only half of the joining fee, but the annual fee for Supreme members is not less at all, it's still 10 million. Chen Shen turned his head to look at them, only to find that Su Chua was staring at him intently. Chen Shen read many complex emotions in her eyes. Love, yearning, shock, desire. All kinds of emotions intertwined together, as if telling Chen Shen something. Suddenly, Chen Shen had an idea. He thought that if he spent money on himself, the chance of getting a high return was too small. However, if you spend money on a good-looking person of the opposite sex, based on previous cashbacks, the minimum cashback is 3 times. He checked Su Chua's current favorability towards him and found that it had reached 69 points. This girl is definitely mine, so what are you hesitating about? He waved to Su Chua and asked her to come to him. Su Chua is very obedient and does whatever Chen Shen asks her to do. Do you like it here? Chen did not directly ask Su Chua to apply for a membership. Instead, he asked a seemingly nonsense question. Who wouldn't like this place if they were normal people? Sure enough, Su Chua nodded readily. Chen turned and looked at Zhong Qingqing. Minister Zhong, I should be able to act as a guarantor. Zhong Qingqing seemed to have guessed Chen's intention and looked at Su Chua in surprise. Then he nodded to Chen and said, of course. Chen pointed at Su Chua and continued to say to Zhong Qingqing, okay, then do it for her. I guarantee it. Although Zhong Qingqing had guessed it in advance, she still found it incredible after Chen confirmed it in person. She judged from Su Chua's body posture and the state of her eyes not opening that this girl was still a virgin. The annual fee of 10 million plus the membership fee of 10 million is 20 million, which is not a small amount. And Chen actually spent this huge sum of money on this girl. Deposit another 10 million in it. Chen casually added another 10 million. 30 million. Chen spent 30 million on this girl. Even someone like Zhong Qingqing, who holds a high position in Yunjin Pavilion and is used to big scenes, couldn't help but look at Su Chua with envy. I sighed in my heart, what a lucky girl. Su Chua was stunned by Chen's words and her mind went blank. Chen actually wants to spend 30 million to get himself a Supreme membership? Su Chua was shocked, her eyes were full of disbelief, and she even doubted whether she was dreaming. And Chen saw from the corner of his eye that when Lu Ran heard that he was going to spend 30 million on Su Chua. The jealousy in her eyes when she looked at Su Chua was almost overflowing. I seemed to hear the sound of teeth clenching. Chapter 54 Su Chua's Panic. Zhong Qingqing confirmed with Chen, Mr. Chen, are you sure you want to sponsor this lady and apply for Supreme membership? Okay, open it for her. Chen nodded in confirmation. Zhong Qingqing nodded and turned to Su Chua. She didn't think Su Chua would refuse, so she said in a gentle and direct tone, Madam, please give me your ID card. Su Chua was still in shock at this time, staring at Chen without blinking, and her originally small and rosy mouth was wide open. Seeing her reaction, Zhong Qingqing knew why. She smiled knowingly and gently patted Su Chua's arm. Ma'am, are you okay? Su Chua turned her head reflexively, but her mouth was still open and she didn't speak. Zhong Qingqing was not impatient at all. It was normal for any little girl to be unable to react when encountering such a thing. Ma'am, please give me your ID card so I can go and handle the formalities. She continued to remind me patiently. Su Chua didn't come back to her senses, but she heard the word ID card and mechanically took it out of her bag. But he did not hand it to Zhong Qingqing, but held it tightly in his palm. Zhong Qingqing felt helpless when she saw this and could only look at Chen. Chen was also helpless. He couldn't just go up and grab it. He took a step forward and gently patted Su Chua's little face. Hey! Su Chua! Come back to your senses. It's time to put away the clothes because it's raining. Of course, Su Chua was not stupid enough to run out to collect clothes because of Chen's words. However, after Chen's teasing, she regained some of her sanity. As her rationality returned, she felt boundless excitement in her heart. The blush spread across her face at a speed visible to the naked eye, then behind her ears, and finally to her neck. She wanted to scream, but when she opened her mouth she found no sound came out. This is 30 million. Chen just gave it to himself? She couldn't believe this was true, but the memories in her mind forced her to believe it. The life of a rich wife that I had been looking forward to came so easily with just one sentence from Chen. She knew that Chen's family was wealthy, and she was sure that as long as she followed Chen, she would be able to have this kind of life in the future. But when the 30 million really fell on her head, she became a little scared. Chen, this is 30 million. Not 3,000 yuan. Are you really going to give it to me? Chen felt a little headache when he saw Su Chua's disappointing look. He ignored her questions and just reached out his hand. Give me your ID card. Su Chua knew what Chen wanted her ID card for. Although he was still timid in his heart, he honestly handed his ID card to Chen. 30 million. It's too much money. She is afraid, but love is true love. Life of a rich wife? Social transition? It all comes down to money. She watched helplessly as her ID card was handed over to Chen, and then passed to Zhong Qingqing by Chen. Afterwards, Chen handed his own to Zhong Qingqing and signed a guarantee agreement. Then pay the money, do the paperwork, etc. As time passed, the fear in her heart was gradually swallowed up by excitement. Her eyes began to turn red, and even physiological tears began to gather in her eye sockets. She knew that it was a foregone conclusion and she couldn't resist. Chen Shan really gave her 30 million. Of course, she was a little timid and afraid because 30 million was too much of an amount. But there was no resistance at all. Now there is only surprise, excitement, and thrill. The look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Shan was also full of fanaticism and love. Ding, Su Chua's favorability plus 10. Chen Shan has completed all the procedures. When he paid just now, he also heard the cashback notification sound in his mind. Ding, the host successfully spent 30 million yuan on a high-value person of the opposite sex, triggering a 4x cashback, with a cashback amount of 120 million yuan. Almost at the same time, the notification sound of Su Chua's increased favorability rang out. He glanced at Su Chua inconspicuously and couldn't help but feel secretly proud of his decision. Kill two birds with one stone. Not only did he get a high cashback, but he also gained the favor of the school beauty. The fourfold cashback from good-looking people of the opposite sex directly allowed Chen Shan to achieve nearly a small goal. And the favorability also increased by 10 points. Chen Shan remembered that her favorability was 69 points before, and with this 10 points added, it directly reached 79 points. It's just a step away from level 80, which is a big jump. The key is that when the favorability reaches 80, the system will give you a lottery. Thinking of the prize from the last lottery, Chen Shan couldn't help but look forward to it. Even the look he gave Su Chua became gentler. Of course, Su Chua certainly didn't suffer any loss, as Chen Shan gave her 30 million yuan in real terms. Can't you see that she is so excited that she is about to cry? Zhong Qingqing's slightly apologetic voice interrupted Chen Shan's thoughts. Mr. Chen, because you are a supreme member applied for by Ms. Su, according to the regulations, if you are not with Ms. Su, you still cannot enjoy the services of Yunjin Pavilion. Please understand this. Chen Shan just said him to indicate that he heard it but didn't care at all. Then he continued, let's arrange the seats first and prepare the food in advance. It's taken up quite a while. Okay, no problem. After asking Chen Shan what he wanted from the dishes, Zhong Qingqing immediately instructed Tan Rushuan to arrange a private room. When she saw that Su Chua's condition had improved, Zhong Qingqing smiled and spoke. Ms. Su, as a supreme member, you will enjoy the highest level of service at our Yunjin Pavilion, including exclusive butlers, priority booking rights, invitations to top social events, etc. If you have any needs, you can contact your exclusive butler at any time, and we will serve you wholeheartedly. After hearing Zhong Qingqing's introduction, Su Chua felt excited again. She had only fantasized about it before, but now she really has such treatment. And all this was brought to her by Chen Shan. The fanaticism in his eyes intensified when he looked at Chen Shan. Zhong Qingqing explained to Su Chua, Miss Su, every supreme membership card of Yunjin Pavilion is customized and unique. After your card is made, it will be handed to you by your personal butler. Su Chua nodded slightly, but her eyes were still fixed on Chen Shan. Chen Shan didn't know if he had seen it wrong, but he seemed to see a trace of heartache in her eyes. In fact, Chen Shan was not wrong. Su Chua, who had regained her sanity, was indeed heartbroken. In her opinion, Chen Shan spending 30 million on her was indeed a huge surprise. But why is it a membership recharge? It would be great if it was cash for myself. But if you look more carefully, even if you are a member, you have actually spent 30 million in real money. You can't get the advantage and still be unsatisfied. Don't you see that Lu Ranran is so jealous that she wants to eat you up? Moreover, you have to know that Chen Shan is now a freshman like himself, only 18 or 19 years old at most. Now there are 200 million in the account balance, and the strength behind it. Su Chua became more and more certain that her intuition was correct. Chen Shan was her best choice, no doubt about it. As for whether you like yourself or not, Chen Shan must like it. Otherwise, why would he spend 30 million on himself? Why not spend it on others? What she is worried about now is that someone else might intercept her halfway. Especially some of those slutty girls, they even glanced at Lu Ranran. Miss Su, come and choose your exclusive butler. Su Chua's wild thoughts were interrupted. Zhong Qingqing took out a tablet, opened a file, and handed it to her. Su Chua handed it to Chen Shan without thinking, then she plucked up the courage to hold Chen Shan's arm. He stuck tightly between the little white rabbits, and then whispered to Chen Shan, you come. Seeing this scene, Zhong Qingqing showed a meaningful smile on her face. In fact, this is against the rules, but Chen Chen is the real financial backer, and it was Su Chua who took the initiative to propose it. Zhong Qingqing naturally chose to turn a blind eye and just smile without saying anything. Chen Chen gave Su Chua a look that said she's really good before taking the tablet and checking it. The file contained detailed introductions of more than 40 people. There are both men and women, young and middle-aged. Zhong Qingqing took the initiative to explain, these people are high-level receptionists, serving senior members. Once selected by a supreme member, they will become the exclusive butler of the supreme member. Chen Chen nodded without saying anything. He flipped through the entire book and stopped at a page. Pointing at the page, he asked Su Chua, "How about this?" Su Chua obediently leaned over and was almost face to face with Chen Chen. On the screen was a woman in her 40s with an ordinary appearance but a capable look in her eyes. She nodded directly without asking Chen Chen why he chose this person. Zhong Qingqing also came over to take a look. After seeing clearly the people Chen Chen had confirmed, she became a little curious. "I'm curious why Chen Chen chose this person. There are obviously several young and beautiful girls among them, and some of them are not inferior to Su Chua." She first called and asked someone to come over, and then she couldn't help but ask Chen Chen, "Mr. Chen, why did you choose her?" Chapter 55. Would you like to be my godfather? I heard Zhong Qingqing ask me why I chose this person to be Su Chua's exclusive butler. Chen Chen felt that there was nothing to hide and just expressed his opinion directly. This person is not young, but has an average appearance. Since he can still serve senior members, it means he is more capable and professional. And Su Chua is still a student, she should be able to help a lot, and her ordinary appearance won't attract too much attention, so she's more suitable. After listening to this, Zhong Qingqing's eyes flashed with admiration and she nodded in agreement. This person is called Han Shui. She has more than 10 years of experience and has never made any mistakes. She is indeed capable, but her appearance is ordinary. I didn't expect that this would be an advantage for you. When Han Shui heard that a supreme member had chosen her as her exclusive butler, her first thought was disbelief. She was very aware of her shortcomings, she had an ordinary appearance and was not young. How could such an opportunity fall upon her? But soon, she realized that this was no joke and felt a sudden surprise in her heart. Although her current benefits as a receptionist are already good, she will become the exclusive butler of the supreme members. Whether in terms of status or treatment, there was a world of difference compared to now. Who doesn't want to live a better life? She quickly handed over the work at hand and then trotted to the member services department. The buffer along the way has calmed my mood somewhat, but the excitement in my heart is difficult to completely suppress. She stood outside the door, took 2 deep breaths, and knew that this was the time to change her destiny. He stretched out his trembling hand and gently knocked on the door. Inside the house, Chen Chen heard a knock on the door and guessed that it must be the personal butler. But he did not steal the spotlight, but instead turned his attention to Zhong Qingqing. Zhong Qingqing understood Chen Chen's eyes, and once again admired Chen Chen's sense of proportion and understanding of rules. Ask someone to come in. Come in. After Han Shui came in, she quickly glanced at the people in the room and looked at Chen Chen several more times. First, greet Zhong Qingqing respectfully, then stand still and wait for instructions. Her demeanor was calm and her eyes were capable, which made Chen Chen more satisfied than in the photo. He couldn't help but nodded, thinking that this kind of person was the right one for Su Chua right now. You should know that Yunjin Pavilion's exclusive butler does not only provide services within Yunjin Pavilion. They are on call 24 hours a day and will obey any instructions from the members. As for why Chen Chen didn't choose a young and beautiful one at that time, it was also very simple. This is a helper for Su Chua, not a woman for himself. Han Shui originally thought that Chen Chen was the supreme member. After all, Chen Chen was the most outstanding among these people. Zhong Qingqing's words denied her guess. Xiaoxue, this Ms. Su Chua is the distinguished supreme member of our Yunjin Pavilion. You will be her exclusive butler from now on. You are an old man too, so I don't need to repeat the requirements of an exclusive butler to you. Han Shui nodded quickly and said yes. Although she was puzzled that she had seen it wrong, she immediately greeted Su Chua. Hello, distinguished Ms. Su. I am Han Shui. It is my honor to be your exclusive butler. I will be at your service 24 hours a day. Su Chua had never experienced such a situation before, and subconsciously wanted to stand up and say something. However, just as he was about to stand up, he felt a hand pulling him back to his seat. Su Chua turned around in confusion, only to see Chen Chen shaking his head at her. She was also very smart and understood it immediately. Then she replied to Han Shui with a brief word, okay. She understood instantly that she was now a supreme member and Han Shui was just her housekeeper. Strictly speaking, she was the master and Han Shui was the servant. If there was anything, she could just say it directly without getting up. The most important thing is, she also thought that she was by Chen Chen's side and represented Chen Chen's face, so she couldn't embarrass Chen Chen. Han Shui is also a smart person, and she understood the situation in a short time. Although Su Chua is beautiful, she is dressed in ordinary clothes and definitely cannot become a supreme member on her own. And Chen Chen, who I had guessed just now, had an extraordinary temperament and looked more like a supreme member. And it is very clear when you see how obedient Su Chua is to Chen Chen. Chen Chen is a financial sponsor who is willing to spend money on Su Chua. Therefore, although he was serving Su Chua, he must not neglect Chen Chen in any way. Zhong Qingqing suddenly spoke up, Xiao Shuet, Mr. Chen, Miss Su and their classmates are here to eat. We have just arranged a private room and meals for them. The rest is up to you. Okay. Han Shui responded to Zhong Qingqing's words, turned around and asked Chen Chen and Su Chua respectfully. Mr. Chen, Miss Su, do you have any other requests for this meal? Chen Chen was surprised to hear that Han Shui actually included him and called him by his title before Su Chua. I couldn't help but admire this woman for being so smart. In such a short time, she was able to clearly see the situation at the scene and the relationship between the people in charge. Chen Chen didn't act pretentiously and said directly, Minister Zhong has already arranged it. Anyway, it is the highest standard of seafood Chinese food. You can decide on the rest. After hearing Chen Chen's order, Han Shui did not take any action directly, but looked at Su Chua again. Only when she saw Su Chua nodded in confirmation did she speak in agreement. Okay. Then he turned and looked at Zhong Qingqing. Zhong Qingqing also said, Mr. Chen, Miss Su, everything is fine here. Xiao Shui is already your exclusive housekeeper. If there is anything, you can arrange for Xiao Shui to handle it. Su Chua nodded, okay, got it. Zhong Qingqing said that everything was fine here, and Han Shui also started to ask. Mr. Chen, Miss Su, do you need to go to the box now? Chen Chen, okay, let's go. Since everything was fine here, Chen Chen stood up and prepared to go directly to the box. Zhong Qingqing personally escorted Chen Chen and others out the door. Mr. Chen, Miss Su, welcome to Yunjin Pavilion again. I wish you a pleasant meal. Chen Chen nodded and left with Han Shui leading the way. Zhang Yu and others hurriedly followed, seeming to be hesitant to speak along the way, their eyes full of shock and curiosity. Zhang Yu finally couldn't help but speak up, Brother Chen, you were too low-key before, weren't you? And now you just took 200 million in cash. And you still say you're not a rich second generation? Fong Jiping couldn't help but agree, his tone full of admiration. Yes, Brother Chen, your strength is simply unfathomable. When Chen Chen heard Zhang Yu, who was older than him, start calling him brother, he knew that this time the shock they had brought was quite big. I probably can't get rid of the label of rich second generation in front of them. I just hope the relationship between my roommates won't deteriorate. He also made jokes, trying to show that he was still the poor Chen Chun from before. I've already told you I'm not a rich second generation. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk about it anymore. However, are you willing to take me as your foster father? I am willing to share my wealth with my son. As he spoke, he nodded at the three of them with his chin. Chapter 56, Secluded and Luxurious World. Chen Chen originally thought he would hear some sighs and ridicules. But, Godfather, are you serious? This is Zhang Yu. Godfather, please accept my greetings. This is Fong Jiping. I'm Chao, Chen, my foster father still has me, he can't leave me behind. This is Li Dahong, a fool. Chen Chen was dumbfounded. How come there were so many more rebellious sons? He couldn't help but stretch out his free hand and raise the universal international friendly gesture to the three people, a big middle finger. As for why only one hand is free? The other. Su Chua held Chen Chen's arm and refused to let go, as if she was trying to prove something to others. Chen Chen did not resist. He was enjoying the softness so much that only a fool would resist. Lu Ranran was so jealous of this scene. She walked forward unwillingly and wanted to hold Chen Chen's other arm. However, Chen Chen dodged it easily again. Lu Ranran was so angry that she stomped her feet, with resentment and grievance written all over her face. I cursed in my heart, How could this Chen Chen be so unromantic? However, Chen Chen seemed not to have noticed her reaction. He was still walking forward calmly with Su Chuxia's arm around his, with a faint smile on his face. Su Chuxia glanced at Lu Ranran, and a hint of pride and boasting flashed in her eyes. Then he moved closer to Chen Chen, as if to say to Lu Ranran, "He is mine, don't even think about it." But there was no way Lu Ranran would give up easily. She had finally met a rich bachelor. If I could make him fall at my feet, wouldn't I be the so-called superior person? Han Shui led Chen Chen and his party through the quaint yet luxurious corridor of Yunjin Pavilion. Under the soft light above their heads, Chen Chen and the others could see everything very clearly. On the walls on both sides are hung murals that look priceless. Every few steps, there are objects with a sense of age placed on both sides of the corridor. After asking Han Shui, I learned that every item in Yunjin Pavilion is either produced by a famous brand or a valuable antique. It's not easy to find something ordinary here. The Tianzi No. 1 box we are heading to now is a modern theme box and also the best box besides the non-exclusive boxes of Yunjin Pavilion. As for Su Chuxia, she had just become a supreme member, and her exclusive box had not yet been prepared. It will be customized according to Su Chuxia's preferences later. As they were talking, everyone had already arrived at the Tianzi box. The two beautiful young ladies at the door saw them arriving and pushed the door open together. Then he crossed his hands on his lower abdomen, bent slightly respectfully, and invited Chen Chen and others to enter. When the door of the Tianzi box opened, Chen Chen felt as if he had entered a luxurious world isolated from the world. The area of the box is over 100 square meters, and the overall design is based on low-key luxury. The colors are mainly dark brown, gold, and ivory white, which looks noble and elegant. In the center of the box is a round dining table made of natural marble, with exquisite tableware on the table, and around it are more than a dozen high-back chairs covered with top-quality leather. A huge crystal chandelier hangs above the dining table. The light shines through the exquisitely cut crystals, as if it were stars, illuminating every detail of the room. The surroundings are still filled with precious oil paintings and expensive antique porcelain, and the floor is covered with thick wool carpets. There is a full-length floor-to-ceiling window on one side of the box, which is now open. At a glance, you can see the starry sky outside the window. There is also a small bar in the box, which is filled with expensive liquors, and there is a leather sofa and a coffee table in the corner. Every detail of the entire box reveals nobility and luxury. "Mr. Chen, Ms. Su, please take a seat." Han Shui respectfully pulled out the main chair and motioned for Chen Chen and Su Chuxia to sit down. Chen Chen nodded and sat down with Su Chuxia. Lu Ranran also sat down quickly on the other side of Chen Chen. After Zhang Yu and others were seated, Han Shui said a few words to the young lady standing at the door, and then saw the young lady turn around and go out. Han Shui returned to Chen Chen and Su Chuxia and respectfully asked if they needed any drinks. After asking a few people, Chen Chen went to the bar with Su Chuxia. Because there were girls there, Han Shui introduced them. He chose a red wine from La Florence Musigny Grand Cru. The characteristics of this red wine are that it has floral and fruity aromas. It is softer and more easily liked by women. The most important thing is that it does not need to be decanted, just let it sit for a while. But the price is not cheap. A bottle of the 2005 vintage he chose costs 500,000 renminbi. There is no cheap wine in the bar, there are several better wines than this one, but this one is more suitable. The price of 500,000 per bottle was nothing to Chen Chen. He didn't mind the high prices at all. Instead, he was afraid that the products were too cheap. After confirming, Han Shui opened the wine and poured it for everyone. The young lady who had just gone out also came back, and behind her came in several waitresses wearing the same uniform. They held exquisite plates in their hands and began to serve the dishes. The first dish is steamed Australian lobster. The lobster is as long as my arm and exudes a faint fragrance. The waitress skillfully cut the lobster, revealing the snow-white shrimp meat, dipped it in sauce, and handed it to each person. This lobster is so big. Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Han Shui explained with a smile, every ingredient in Yunjin Pavilion is strictly screened to ensure the best meat quality. There is also a special ecological pool here. This lobster is alive until it dies. Chen Chen took a bite and found it was indeed delicious. He wanted to tell Su Chuxia to eat more, but found that her expression was a little strange. "What's the matter? Not to your taste?" Su Chuxia waved her hands quickly, hesitated for a moment, then leaned close to Chen Chen's ear and explained in a low voice with a blushing face. "I feel that big lobsters are not as delicious as small ones." Chen Shen was stunned when he heard this, knowing that she was embarrassed about his thoughts. He raised the corners of his lips and turned his head to whisper in Su Chua's ear. It's okay. Next time, we won't eat the big lobster. Let's go eat the small crayfish that you think is delicious. After saying that, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. This attracted everyone's attention, not knowing what Chen Shen was laughing at. Su Chua's face turned even redder, and she quickly kicked Chen Shen's shoes with her foot. Chen Shen understood. It's okay, just think of something funny, let's eat. Next on the table was the top-quality caviar. The black caviar shone with an alluring luster under the light and looked particularly exquisite when paired with the thin slices of toast. Is this the kind of caviar that costs tens of thousands per spoonful? Li Jiejia asked cautiously. Han Shui nodded to confirm Li Jiejia's guess. Yes, top-grade caviar, every spoonful is worth a lot of money. When Su Chua heard the price, she couldn't help but look at Chen Shen. A trace of heartache flashed in her eyes, and she whispered. Chen Shen, is this too expensive? Chen Shen smiled and said in a relaxed tone, it's okay, since you are here, you should eat well. But in my heart I said, woman, please don't ruin my money-spending business. I suggest you learn your lesson. Seeing this, Lu Ranran immediately interrupted. Chen Shen is so generous, he is so nice to his friends. Xu Xia, you are so lucky. His tone was filled with bitterness, but his eyes were always glued to Chen Shen. When Su Chua heard Lu Ranran making a move, she no longer cared about feeling sorry for him. She just smiled sweetly, pretending to be shy, and her tone was particularly gentle. Yes, Chen Shen has always been very good to me. He is also very generous to his friends. Of course, he is also very nice to his friends' friends. When saying friends of friends, he deliberately emphasized the tone, which showed his hint. Chapter 57. Abalone is delicious, you should try it. While enjoying the delicious food, Chen Shen watched the battle between the two people, smiling but not saying anything. Although he didn't like Lu Ranran, the gold digger, the presence of this woman could motivate Su Chua to take the initiative. He enjoys the pleasure of two clans fighting each other, so why not? Every dish that followed was still very praiseworthy. Truffle stewed abalone, steamed grouper, black pepper wagyu beef. Every dish is as exquisite as a work of art, and the taste is so delicious that it almost makes you swallow your tongue. Zhang Yu couldn't help but guess, this meal might be enough to pay for the down payment on a house in Shanghai, right? Chen Shen smiled and didn't say how much it cost. As long as everyone enjoys the meal, money is not a problem. Seeing this, Lu Ranran immediately picked up the wine glass and said in a tender voice. Chen Shen, I'll toast you a glass. Thank you for bringing us to such a high-end place for dinner. As she spoke, she deliberately leaned forward, revealing her slender neck and faintly visible cleavage, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Su Chua saw this and felt a little unhappy. She cursed inwardly, you vixen. But she controlled her facial expression very well and did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he gently pulled Chen Shen's sleeve and said softly, Chen Shen, this abalone is delicious, you try it. As he said that, he picked up a piece of abalone with his chopsticks and put it next to Chen Shen's mouth. Chen Shen opened his mouth and ate it, then praised it meaningfully. Well, this abalone is really good. Seeing this, Lu Ranran put down his wine glass and picked up a piece of wagyu beef. I wanted to follow Su Chua's example and put the food next to Chen Shen's mouth and feed it to him, but I felt that Chen Shen would most likely not accept it, and that would be embarrassing for me. After thinking about it, she put it in Chen Shen's bowl, and then spoke in a very charming tone. Chen Shen, mine is also very tender, why don't you try it? Su Chua smiled slightly, picked up another piece of grouper, and put it next to Chen Shen's mouth, saying gently, Chen Shen, fish is good for your health, you should eat more. In one bowl, at the other's mouth, Lu Ranran is at a congenital disadvantage and is inferior to Su Chua. Instead of attracting Chen Shen's soul, he ended up getting very angry. The two of them had just been talking back and forth, and the atmosphere at the table had become very subtle. Zhang Yu and others had been watching this and couldn't help wanting to laugh, but they didn't dare and could only hold it back. Chen Shen felt the undercurrent between the two and found it very funny, but still did not point it out. Seeing that the wine in the glasses in front of everyone was about to run out, he turned to Han Shui and ordered, bring another bottle of red wine, everyone have a good time. Han Shui nodded and immediately prepared to get the wine. Fang Jiping felt a little sad when he saw his wife trying to please Chen Shen in every way. Thinking out of sight, out of mind, I volunteered, I'll go too, wait for me. He quickly stood up and followed Han Shui to the bar to get drinks. Soon, Fang Jiping brought over a bottle of top-quality red wine that was exactly the same as the one just now. Han Shui took it, opened the bottle skillfully, and poured wine for everyone. Zhang Yu noticed that Fang Jiping's expression was a little strange, and the hand holding the wine glass was even shaking slightly. He quickly asked what happened. What's wrong? Why are your hands shaking? Did you eat seafood? Fang Jiping turned his head to look at Zhang Yu, adjusted his glasses with his still trembling hands, his tone full of disbelief. Brother Yu, do you know how much this bottle of wine costs? Zhang Yu thought that Fang Jiping was allergic to seafood, but he didn't expect Fang Jiping to ask him about the price of the wine. I guess I was shocked by the price of the wine when I went to the bar just now. Finding that everything was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his guess. How much? It should be hundreds of thousands per bottle. After all the food Chen Chen invited is good stuff. 100,000? Wrong, it's 500,000. How much? Zhang Yu was also shocked. He really thought that this bottle of red wine would cost at most a few 100,000. I just checked it out clearly. It's 500,000 per bottle, divided into 8 cups. The cup in front of us is worth more than 60,000. Ai Xiaoing. Zhang Yu also let out a beautiful sigh. But then I thought about the price of this table of food, and I actually felt that 500,000 yuan for the wine was reasonable. That's acceptable. Do you know how much the caviar you just ate cost? Then, without waiting for Fang Jiping to answer, Zhang Yu gave the answer himself. 70 or 80,000. Just a little bit of caviar costs 70 or 80,000. Do you still think 60,000 for a glass of wine is expensive? Fang Jiping was shocked. It's still expensive. But I think Brother Chen is even more awesome. Brother Liu, let's go. Thanks to Brother Chen, the wild boar got to eat some fine bran. I don't know if it's because Lu Ranran can't drink much, but I saw her staggering and picking up the wine glass again. She looked at Chen Chen with a dazed look in her eyes, her tone full of teasing. Brother Chen Chen hiccuped, this glass of wine is for you, thank you for your hospitality today. Next time I want to treat you to a meal alone, okay? Su Chua frowned slightly when she heard this, but soon she smiled again. She also picked up the wine glass, her tone gentle but with a hint of firmness. Chen Chen, you just said you wanted to go eat crayfish with me, you can't lie to me. Chen Chen looked at Su Chua's reaction and felt a little amused. How afraid must she be that I'll be kidnapped by someone else? Can't she see my attitude towards Lu Ranran? Sure enough, the big bear is brainless. He praised this gold digger in his mind, good wingman, good assist. He ignored both of them, raised his glass, and said to everyone, let's have a drink together. Let's eat and drink well and have fun today. When everyone saw Chen Chen raising his glass, they responded one after another, and the atmosphere became lively again. Lu Ranran felt a little disappointed, but there was no way she could continue to argue at this time, so she could only clink glasses with everyone. Su Chua still had a gentle smile on her face, but there was a hint of victory in her eyes when she looked at Lu Ranran. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere at the table gradually became relaxed. Zhang Yu, Li Jiejia and others started chatting about some topics related to their dormitories, occasionally making some dirty jokes, which made everyone laugh. Han Shui quietly arranged for everyone to refill wine and change dishes, providing meticulous service. Lu Ranran seemed a little unwilling, and while everyone was chatting animatedly, she quietly moved closer to Chen Chen. Chen Chen, I don't want to work hard anymore. Do you want to take me in? I'm very good at taking care of people. Chen Chen smiled faintly, but his words clearly rejected her. I'm a copper man, I don't like your taste. Lu Ranran wanted to vomit blood after hearing this. What the hell is this male bronze? The way you and Su Chua were flirting with each other, this is bullshit. Can't you find a slightly better reason to refuse? Although Su Chua didn't hear clearly the conversation between the two, she guessed something from Lu Ranran's expression. He must have suffered a setback from Chen Chen, and he couldn't help but feel secretly proud. Humph, no matter how much the vixen tries to act, it's useless. Chen Chen is not so easily seduced away. Her mind seemed to come back suddenly. Chapter 58, Surprise. The dinner at the table had lasted for more than 2 hours. Chen Chen looked at the time and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. It's time to withdraw, otherwise these students won't be able to enter the school. Of course, except myself. He looked up at everyone and found that everyone was almost in place. Although the alcohol content of red wine is not high, it has a strong aftertaste. Zhang Yu, Fang Jiping and others were already a little dizzy from drinking, and were boasting with red faces. When Chen Chen glanced over, he was surprised to find Li Dahong and Wang Ling, who had been silent the whole time. I don't know when the two of them got together, whispering to each other, and it seemed like something was going on. He couldn't help but look at the fool Fong Jiping with sympathy. If Li Dahong and Wang Ling really have a chance, then Fong Jiping will be the only single guy left with unrequited love. Chen Shen stood up, clapped his hands, and motioned for everyone to look over. It's 10 o'clock. It's getting late. Stop here today. Otherwise, you won't be able to go back when the dormitory closes. Then he picked up his glass and continued. Let's meet one last time, then go back and rest early. We'll get together again next time we have the chance. Several people took out their phones to check the time and found that it was indeed late as they still had classes the next day. So they all stood up and picked up the wine glasses in front of them. Zhang Yu echoed, Brother Chen, thanks to you, I can eat so well today. Li Jiejia also smiled and said, yes, I have learned a lot today. Thank you Chen Chen. The others echoed the sentiment and raised their glasses together, thus ending the party. Chen Chen asked Han Shui to bring the bill and prepare to pay. Su Chua quickly said, Chen, didn't you recharge 10 million? Just use the money in the card to pay. Chen first signaled Han Shui to continue to bring the list, and then spoke to Su Chua. I give it to you for your spending. Just keep it for yourself. I can afford this little money. After he finished speaking, he suddenly had an idea and continued to talk to Su Chua. Send me your bank card number, it will be useful to me. Su Chua didn't know what Chen was going to do, but she still obediently sent the card number to Chen. At this time, Han Shui also brought the bill over. Chen took it and found that the dishes cost 800,000 yuan, the drinks cost 2 million yuan, and there was a 15% service fee of 420,000 yuan, which added up to a total of 3.2 million yuan. Yes, they opened 2 more bottles of red wine in the middle, making a total of 4 bottles, each costing 500,000 yuan, and a total of 2 million yuan. At this time, Han Shui said, Minister Zhong has explained before that the remaining amount for this consumption has been eliminated. Chen nodded. Although he didn't care about the small amount, he still said, thank Minister Zhong for me. Han Shui nodded in agreement. Then, Chen took out his cell phone and fiddled with it for a while before transferring 5 million to Su Chua. Ignoring the system's 3x cashback prompt, he handed the bill to Su Chua. I transferred some money to you, go and pay it, and you can use the rest as pocket money. When Su Chua heard that Chen had transferred money to her, she quickly took out her cell phone to check. When I saw the transfer amount, I couldn't help but cover my open mouth with my hands. He actually gave me another 5 million renminbi? The rest is pocket money. This is completely different from the feeling she got from charging 30 million yuan for membership. Now this is real money. She was a little unconfident. Was she really worth the 35 million that Chen spent on her? Lu Ranran couldn't suppress her curiosity, so she came behind Su Chua and looked at her cell phone and bill. Then he couldn't help but exclaimed, 3.2 million for a meal. Chen actually gave you another 5 million. Su Chua was awakened by the sound behind her and quickly covered the phone screen with her hand. It seemed as if the money would disappear if Lu Ranran looked at it a few more times. Lu Ranran's exclamation was quite loud, so naturally others heard it too. They all looked at Chen with surprised eyes, but after what happened a few times before, they had become much more calm and were not so startled. But I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, sighing at Chen generosity in giving the girl another 5 million, and sighing at the expensiveness of this meal at 3.2 million. Su Chua glared behind her with angry eyes, but when she saw Lu Ranran's eyes that were red with jealousy, the angry look immediately turned into smug squinting eyes. He didn't cover the screen with his hands. Everyone knew it anyway, and there was nothing to hide. He just displayed it in front of Lu Ranran. She also figured it out, no matter how much Chen gave her, she would just keep it. Just think of it as pocket money given by her man. Anyway, she has decided that Chen is her man. Spend your man's money with peace of mind. Afterwards, she also imitated Lu Ranran and spoke to Chen with a sweet voice and a smile. Thank you, brother Chen, for the 5 million reward. Looking at Lu Ranran's somewhat distorted face, she felt even happier. Perhaps it was because the alcohol emboldened her, or perhaps she wanted to make Lu Ranran even angrier. She actually kissed Chen hard on the face. She had no idea that this Lu Ranran was simply an imaginary enemy she had created for herself. In fact, there is no threat to her. She has not met anyone who is threatening her. Seeing the smile on Chen face becoming more and more obvious, Su Chua realized what she had just done. His face was already red from drinking, and now it became even redder. She was willing to kiss Chen Chen, but now it was in public and everyone saw it. In particular, there is a female pervert named Li Jiajia among them. Su Chua still clearly remembered how Li Jiajia forced her to call her good sister in a disgusting tone last night. Su Chua didn't even dare to think about how Li Jiajia would laugh at her when she returned. Oh, never mind. They've already kissed each other. It's not like I haven't seen Li Jiajia kiss Zhang Yu before. What's wrong with me kissing my own man now? After comforting herself in her heart, she prepared to pay the bill as Chen Chen requested. Suddenly, he had an idea, tugged at Chen Chen's sleeve, and then spoke. Chen Chen, can I pay with the money in my membership card and keep the money in my bank card? It's up to you. Chen Chen was just savoring the unexpected surprise and responded indifferently. Chen Chen didn't bother to care how she used the money. In addition to savoring the soft touch on his face just now, he was also a little puzzled. There is a reason for giving Su Chua another 5 million. In addition to being able to get more cash back, you're also just a little bit away from reaching 80 in favorability. When you reach level 80, you will get a chance to participate in a system lottery. Chen Chen originally thought that these 5 million would at least increase his favorability a little bit, but it didn't happen at all. It was obvious to the naked eye that Su Chua was very happy, excited even, but her favorability rating did not increase at all. This made Chen Chen curious and puzzled. Doesn't this woman like money anymore? That's not right. If you didn't like it, you wouldn't have this reaction. There must be a reason, I just haven't discovered it yet. Chapter 59 Don't. A thought suddenly flashed through Chen Chen's mind, and he just thought of the changes in the favorability between Bai Shi and Ai Xiaoing. I seem to know why Su Chua's favorability level did not increase after I transferred 5 million to her after it reached 79 points. He suddenly realized just now that everything seemed to be going smoothly for these women before their favorability reached 69 points. But after 69 points, when it is about to reach a new stage, it gets stuck inexplicably. It's like the other party sets up a level. As long as you fail to pass this level, you can never move forward. On the contrary, whether intentionally or unintentionally, as long as you break through this level, you can move forward smoothly until you reach the next level. I remember that Ai Xiaoing seemed to be attracted to me and took the initiative to pay for me. I did not refuse her and then I broke through the 70 mark. But when she woke up afterwards, she found that he was not around. Ai Xiaoing was worried and afraid that he would not want her, so he reappeared and gave her a promise, and then her temperature rose to 80. Bai Shi's words seemed to indicate that she had broken through 70 because she had inadvertently given her the feeling of home. Although it is not clear why she is so eager for a home, this does not affect Chen Chen's current analysis. Chen Chen checked Bai Shi's favorability and found that it had reached 78 points. If my guess is correct, there will definitely be a level at that time. There is also the baby-faced giant Chu Momo, whose favorability is also 69. However, Chen Chen guessed that this girl should be exactly 69 points, but he doesn't know what this level is. When Chen Chen thought about this, he suddenly felt excited. It's like playing a game, finding the boss, then defeating it, and getting rewards if you win. Which man can resist the feeling of defeating the boss and then receiving the prize? So, this boss Su Chua, what level is Su Chua at now? Now Chen Chen is a little confused. After all, they have known each other for too short a time. I originally thought Su Chua just liked money, but it turns out that's not entirely true. But Chen Chen is also very single, so if he can't think of it, he simply forgets it. There will always be a way out when you reach the mountain, and maybe he will get through it by accident someday. Moreover, even with the current favorability of 79, it does not affect her lying down and meowing. He. When Chen Chen was immersed in his own thoughts, Su Chua was already feeling a little dizzy because she had just drunk red wine, which had a strong aftereffect. After she explained the payment matter to Han Shui, then she took Chen Chen's arm into her arms, and with a dazed look in her eyes, she said to Chen Chen, "Okay. Let's go." She was a little drunk and was still excited about Chen Chen giving her another 5 million. In her opinion, Chen Chen simply wanted to give her the 5 million. Things like transferring the money and then letting me pay the bill were all his excuses. If you want to pay, you can obviously pay directly with your membership card. Moreover, even if he didn't want to use the money in the card, Chen Chen could pay for it himself. This is much simpler. Why add another procedure? Wouldn't it be more troublesome? Moreover, this is 5 million. It is no exaggeration to say that if I give up my dream of becoming a rich wife, This money can be used to buy a big house in your hometown, and the rest can be deposited in the bank to earn interest, which is enough for you to live a worry-free life for the rest of your life. However, Su Chua's dream was not just this, not to mention this luxurious experience. Her horizons also broadened, and she knew what the real luxurious life of a rich lady was like. Of course, she was even more certain that as long as she followed Chen, such a life would be within her reach. The money aroused in her not a sense of security, but a more burning desire. If she were asked to go back to being an ordinary rich person now, she would not be willing. Now, the biggest regret for Su Chua is that Chen never said that he liked her. Although Chen spent so much money on herself, he did not refuse some of her intimate actions. But I was just guessing that Chen liked me, but Chen never said it out loud after all. She had just fantasized about what would happen if Chen confessed to her, saying that he liked her and wanted to be with her. I'm afraid my heart will jump out of my chest with joy. Thinking so in her mind, and because she was drunk, she boldly kissed Chen on the face without caring about anything else. The sound was much louder than the previous one, and it was obviously intentional. Chen ignored the school beauty who was obviously drunk and wanted to leave immediately after hearing that the bill had been paid. After passing through the extremely luxurious corridor again, Chen and his group had returned to the gate of Yunjin Pavilion. Chen thought that although his body had been strengthened, drinking had no effect on him. But Chen still asked Han Shui to find 2 designated drivers to drive him and others back. I am a new generation of good teenagers, and I firmly follow the principle of don't drink and drive, don't drive after drinking. After hearing the instructions, Han Shui turned around and said a few words to the receptionist at the door. Then she saw one of the receptionists turned around and walked in. Within 2 minutes, the receptionist came with 2 girls, and the 3 of them came to the gate together. Chen took a closer look and couldn't help but sigh. Yunjin Pavilion is indeed a top-notch club. Even the designated driver is a pretty girl. What he didn't know was that these 2 beauties were not designated drivers. They are also receptionists, but they are only responsible for ordinary members. The membership system of Yunjin Pavilion is quite strict, and each level of membership is received by staff of the corresponding level. They were recruited by Han Shui to serve as strong soldiers when they happened to be free. Of course, the 2 reception ladies had no objections at all and were very happy instead. After all, these are living Supreme members. At their current level, it is almost impossible for them to have any interactions with each other under normal circumstances. Chen pointed out to them where his and Zhang Yu's cars were and asked them to drive over. When the car arrived at the door, Han Shui couldn't help but marvel at Chen low keenness. A rich young man with tens of millions of dollars in his pocket actually only drives a car worth a few million. As for Zhang Yu's BMW 3 Series, she doesn't care what kind of car it is or what kind of car it drives. Another unexpected situation occurred while we were riding in the car. Chen was thinking that there were exactly 2 cars, and apart from the designated driver, there were 4 men and women in each car, which was just right. As a result, Su Chua was obviously drunk and held her arm tightly and refused to let go. She was still mumbling, no, I want to be with Chen, I don't want to be separated. Chen couldn't do anything with Su Chua in this state. He couldn't just pull her away by force. In the end, Chen compromised. The designated driver on my side was driving, Li Dahong was sitting on the passenger seat, I was in the middle of the back seat, and Su Chua and Fang Jiping were sitting on both sides of me. Zhang Yu was sent to take his own car. Actually, this is quite good. Although the other 3 women were not as drunk as Su Chua, they also started to stagger due to the alcohol. Zhang Yu could also sit over and take care of it. Seeing Chen and others seated, the 2 reception girls waved to Han Shui, then started the car and sped away towards the school. This time the car drove quite fast, and when we arrived at the school gate, it was less than 10:40, so we had plenty of time to just drop off one person. Chen opened the window and told the security guard about the situation, saying that after dropping off the person, 2 designated drivers would come out with him. Perhaps he had received some notice. The guard did not stop Chen when he saw him, but simply registered the 2 cars and let them in. But because of Su Chua, there was a new unexpected situation. The car stopped downstairs of the girls' dormitory, but Su Chua still refused to let go. Feeling someone pulling her, she hugged Chen even tighter, muttering, No. Chapter 60. You go back to the dormitory, she comes with me. Chen tried several times, but Su Chua hugged him even tighter. In the end, he had no other choice but to pull Su Chua away by force, mainly because he was afraid of hurting her. Chen gritted his teeth and said, Never mind. It's not me who will die tomorrow anyway. He turned to Li Jiejia and the other two and said, "You guys go back to the dormitory, she's coming with me." Although the three of them were a little shaky, they were still conscious. Hearing what Chen Xin said, Li Jiejia and Wang Ling immediately smiled like aunties. However, Lu Ranran stared at Su Chua with envy and jealousy. Without waiting for her to say anything, Li Jiejia pulled her arm and led her into the building. Li Jiejia walked and swayed, and did not forget to explain to Chen Shen with a smile. Then Xu Xia will be handed over to you today, Chen Shen, you must not bully her." When saying the word bully, he emphasized the tone. As if he was afraid that Chen Shen couldn't hear it. Chen Shen's face was really dark. He stared at Zhang Yu in the other car, as if to say, "Your wife, don't care?" Zhang Yu knew Li Jiejia's character very well. He smiled awkwardly in the car and didn't even look at Chen Shen. Chen Shen was even more speechless when he saw that the three girls had already entered the dormitory building. Just let two designated driver girls drive the car to the boys' dormitory. After arriving at the destination, both people in their car got out. Chen Shen told the girl in the other car to find an empty space to park the car and let Zhang Yu deal with it himself tomorrow. The girl was very obedient. After parking the car, she got into the passenger seat of his car without Chen Shen's instructions. Chen Shen felt a little headache when he saw Su Chua leaning into his arms. In this situation, Bai Shi and Ai Xiaoing definitely can't go there. Although he was not afraid, and although he was frank, he took one to meet another in the middle of the night. It's really a bit outrageous. He pondered for a while, then made up his mind and gave instructions to the girl who was driving. Find a hotel nearby. The girl in the driver's seat and the girl in the passenger seat looked at each other and their faces turned red at the same time. Yes. Seeing them like this, Chen Shen knew that there must be some misunderstanding. But he was too lazy to explain. He held Su Chua in his arms and closed his eyes to rest. As Chen Shen requested, the girl stopped in front of a 5-star hotel near Magic City University. Chen Shen did not get out of the car immediately, but spoke to the two girls. "How much is the designated driver fee? I'll give it to you via WeChat." He thought these two girls were just designated drivers. The girl was startled, then quickly waved her hand to refuse. "Sir, we are not your designated driver. We are just doing you a small favor. You don't need to pay." Chen Shen was also startled. Wasn't he a designated driver? It turned out that he had made a mistake all the way. But he was too lazy to ask what his identity was. It had nothing to do with him. He continued, "It's okay. Open the payment code." Seeing that Chen Shen insisted, the girls looked at each other again, and then the girl in the driver's seat took out her mobile phone and opened the payment QR code. Chen Shen glanced over 20,000 and said with a smile, "It's not a lot of money, you can divide it up. You have worked hard today." Without waiting for them to speak, he continued, "I'll go in first. You park the car and leave the keys at the front desk. I'll pick them up tomorrow." Then he opened the car door, got out, gave Su Chua a princess hug, and walked towards the hotel lobby. "As I was walking, I thought, it would cost more if I didn't get a designated driver. This is really expensive. Fortunately, I have more money than I can spend." Looking at Chen Shen's decisive back as he got off the car, the two girls in the car looked at each other. Of course, the girl in the passenger seat also heard the notification sound of the WeChat payment amount. After a while, the sound of two people talking could be heard in the small space inside the car. "This gentleman is really generous. He just gave us 10,000 yuan each, which is half of our monthly salary. Yes, he is really rich and generous. He deserves to be rich. Hey, which of these people do you think is the supreme member?" "Should be. No, it's definitely the supreme member who is definitely this gentleman. I also think it's this gentleman. I haven't seen Sister Han be so respectful to this gentleman. Sister Han was chosen by this supreme member to be the exclusive butler. Yeah, I really envy Sister Han. I don't know how long it will take for the two of us to be promoted to senior receptionists." "Senior reception, that's nothing, the exclusive butler is still better, right? We are just a little higher than waiters now, and the senior reception is a little higher than us, but I heard that the exclusive butler can mobilize most of the club's resources to serve the supreme when necessary." Okay, stop being envious, let's find a place to park and go back quickly." "Why are we going back so early?" "We are on a business trip, and we handed over our work phones to them when we left." "Yeah, that's right. If we don't go back, what are we going to do? Why don't we skip work and have a barbecue?" I want to eat barbecue. Well, let's go. Walk. Chen held Su Chua and came to the hotel front desk. Open a room. He found Su Chua's ID card and gave it to the girl at the front desk together with his own. The girl at the front desk found the posture of the two people very interesting. After all, it was not common, so she couldn't help but ask a question. Sir, what's wrong with this lady? Chen has a very easygoing personality, and even after becoming rich, he is not aloof at all. Hearing the question from the girl at the front desk, he replied helplessly. You're drunk, you're holding me tightly. The girl at the front desk covered her mouth and laughed when she heard that. She lowered her head to check the two people's ID cards and found that they were both adults. Sir, what kind of room would you like? Open a presidential suite. Chen had always heard that presidential suites were good in this and that sense, but he had never seen one. Now I finally have the opportunity to experience what it feels like to stay in a 5-star presidential suite. When the girl at the front desk heard that Chen wanted to check into the presidential suite, she looked up in surprise. Sir, the presidential suite is 66,666 yuan a night. Are you sure you want it? Chen was holding Su Chua, so it was a little inconvenient to scan the code, so he took out his bank card and handed it to the girl at the front desk. Well, go ahead. The girl at the front desk quickly put away her joking expression and took Chen bank card very seriously. If the guests are ordinary, joking with them may not be a big deal. But she wouldn't dare joke with the guest who could stay in the presidential suite for one night at room 66666. After completing the check-in procedures with a serious expression, they respectfully handed their ID cards and bank cards back to Chen. Mr. Chen, we have checked you in. Your room is on the top floor, the 25th floor. I will take you up. Chapter 61 Pink Strawberry Bichon. The girl at the front desk made a phone call gesture to her colleague next to her, and then personally led Chen to the VIP elevator. As expected, it is a VIP elevator. There is no waiting and no crowding. Chen even feels that the speed is much faster than that of ordinary elevators. Soon, with a ding sound, the elevator arrived at the 25th floor. As the elevator door slowly opened to both sides, I saw a man in a suit waiting at the door. The man was tall, probably around 30 or 40 years old, with his hands folded on his abdomen, standing very straight. After seeing this person, the lady at the front desk did not follow Chen out of the elevator. Instead, she bowed and spoke to Chen in a respectful tone. Mr. Chen, this is the exclusive butler of the presidential suite. Please feel free to arrange anything you need. I wish you a pleasant stay. Chen frowned a little. Why was the butler a man? However, he had not intended to ask the butler to do anything, so he did not express his dissatisfaction. Good evening, Mr. Chen. I am Chen Zhe, your suite's exclusive butler. It is my honor to serve you. All the butler's actions were very standard, even his tone of voice. Take me to my room. Chen certainly wouldn't be polite to the housekeeper. Okay, Mr. Chen, please follow me. Butler Chen agreed, led the way, and brought Chen to a door. He reached out and pushed open the door, then took a step back and invited Chen in. Go and do your work. I'll call you if there's anything. Chen was not going to let the butler Indiana. Butler Chen also saw that Chen didn't want to be disturbed, so he immediately bowed and said yes. Okay, Mr. Chen, there are terminal tablets in many places in the house. If you need anything, please feel free to press the housekeeper button to contact me. Chen nodded, then carried Su Chua into the room. Butler Chen tactfully closed the door, then turned and left. After Chen came in, he didn't pay much attention to the layout of the room. Su Chua was still lying in his arms. He just took a casual glance and found that the room was quite large, probably about 300 square meters. It has 2 bedrooms and a living room, and even has a separate dining room. Chen entered the nearest bedroom and couldn't help but sigh. Oh my god, this bed is so fucking big. The bed in front of Chen was big enough for him, Su Chua, Ai Xiaoing, and Ai Xiaoing to roll around together. Even with Chu Momo added, there shouldn't be any problem. He looked down at Su Chua in his arms and found that the girl was already asleep and had let go of his hand. Su Chua was thrown directly onto the bed. No one knew what the bed and the quilt were made of, but she actually bounced back. Su Chua must have drunk a little too much and was very drunk, or it could be that her sleep quality was really good. He didn't wake up even after being thrown onto the bed by Chen. He mumbled something, then turned over and was silent again. Chen smelled himself and found that he also smelled of alcohol, mixed with a hint of fragrance. It should have been contaminated from Su Chua just now. He took off his t-shirt and prepared to go to the bathroom to take a shower to get rid of the smell of alcohol. Without looking for it, Chen could tell at a glance that the bathroom was behind the frosted crystal glass door on the side of the bedroom. After opening it, just as Chen had guessed, an 80 square meter circular bathroom appeared in front of him. The floor is made of white marble, with gray patterns carved into each stone. The wall was made of a translucent material that Chen didn't recognize. The LED light strips inside made the entire wall glow with a faint blue halo. The oval bathtub is large enough to accommodate 4 Chen, and its material seems to be some kind of jade. There is also a massage bed carved from a whole piece of black agate in the corner, which should be movable. Above the head is a gold-plated shower head with a diameter of 1.5 meters. The feeling that the entire bathroom gave Chen was nothing but luxury. But he didn't think too much about it, as he remembered that the purpose of his coming here was to take a bath, not to visit. 10 minutes later, Chen, with a bath towel wrapped around his waist and a towel taken from a 42-degree constant temperature towel rack in his hand, wiped his hair and walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. He looked up at Su Chua and his eyes suddenly widened. I saw that Su Chua had changed her position and was lying on the bed, but that was not the point. The point is, Su Chua's skirt. For some reason, her skirt had risen up a little below her slender waist. Under the light from the bedroom, the pair of straight long legs actually made Chen feel like they were emitting fluorescence. At the bottom of the skirt is a pink strawberry bichon frise. It diligently protects its owner's last red line. But it was tense because of the sleeping posture of its owner who was lying prone. On the contrary, it makes the rounded curves more obvious and more upturned. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chen felt that the golden cudgel was somewhat out of control, and he wanted to show up to defeat the white bone demon for the third time. He hurriedly stepped forward, reached out to pull the hem of Su Chua's skirt down from her waist and covered her legs. He didn't want to do anything when Su Chua was drunk, making himself look like a villain who took advantage of her misfortune. However, maybe my movements were a bit too big and Su Chua was a little unwilling. Suddenly, a voice was heard, hot. Without even opening her eyes, she reached out to lift her skirt up again to dissipate the heat. Chen finally understood why Su Chua's skirt had moved up just now. Chen didn't dare let her continue, otherwise he would lose control of his primordial power. He took another step forward and directly held Su Chua's hand, preventing her from moving. Then he looked at Su Chua viciously and said, "When you sober up, I will definitely make you pay." But at this time Su Chua was not a good kid. She felt hot all over after drinking, and subconsciously wanted to find a way to cool down, but she felt that her hands were controlled and she couldn't move. When Su Chua felt that she had used all her strength but still couldn't break free, she was about to explode. And after Chen found that after he controlled Su Chua and prevented her from moving, she actually wanted to pull her hand back. He curled his lips, exerted force on his hands, and said disdainfully, "Little guy, you still want to compete with me in strength?" As Chen expected, after Su Chua tried a few times, she really had no intention of pulling her hand away. But before Chen could feel happy, he found that her whole body was beginning to turn into pupae. He started to mumble something. "Ah, let me go." Chen looked at Su Chua with a dark face as she was going crazy. This is definitely drunkenness. He could only helplessly let go of the hand that was controlling Su Chua, hoping that she would calm down. However, contrary to expectations, Su Chua, whose hands were freed, did not calm down as Chen had expected. Instead, his hands began to wave and his calves began to kick backwards. The result was a surge in some areas. The sound from her mouth also changed to "Wo Chen, save me." Chapter 62 Su Chua's Truest Desire. Chen felt so tired when he saw Su Chua like this. But we can't just let her go on like this. He held Su Chua's hand and comforted her softly. I'm here, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." Miraculously, when Su Chua heard Chen's voice, she actually slowly calmed down. His hands and feet stopped moving around, and even his little mouth closed. However, Chen felt that Su Chua's hand was held back by her. He was using quite a bit of force, as if he was afraid that Chen would run away. Moreover, Chen also discovered that Su Chua's eyelids, which were originally closed, began to twitch. I wanted to open my eyes, but found it very difficult and I seemed to be struggling. Finally, after Su Chua's unremitting efforts, her eyes finally opened a crack. He raised his head hard, then tilted his head to face the direction where Chen Chen was speaking, looking for something. When Chen Chen's figure vaguely appeared in front of her eyes, a particularly bright smile suddenly appeared on her rosy little face. Then, bang, my head couldn't hold on any longer and returned to the warm embrace of the bed. However, she was still facing him and didn't stop talking. The dreamlike voice reached Chen Chen's ears. It's so nice, I even dreamed about my Chen Chen. Well, Chen Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl finally woke up a little, but she actually thought she was dreaming. Before Chen Chen could react, he heard her voice again. Chen Chen, I like you, can you be my boyfriend? Chen Chen knew that Su Chua was talking in her sleep. But this doesn't seem to be nonsense. This girl's favorability towards me has already reached 79 points. It's not strange at all that she confessed her love to me and wanted me to be her boyfriend. But are you so timid? You only dare to talk about it in your dreams, and you dare not speak when you are awake? The saying being timid in reality but striking hard in dreams must be describing Su Chua now. Okay. Chen Chen nodded and agreed directly without rejecting the school beauty's active confession. He couldn't possibly give Su Chua the chance to fall into the arms of another man. This girl could only be his. As for Su Chua thinking that she was dreaming, that had nothing to do with her. It was enough for her to know that she was telling the truth. Sometimes, the more clear-headed a person is, the more fake he is. Su Chua's brain froze. She seemed to have heard Chen Chen say okay just now. She shook her head vigorously, trying to make the spinning world in front of her feel a little more normal. However, vomit. It would be fine if she didn't shake her head, but this action did not make Su Chua sober. Instead, she felt a sense of nausea and couldn't help but give a corresponding reaction. Fortunately, nothing came out. She suppressed this feeling. She still had the most important thing to ask, something she would only dare to ask in her dreams. Su Chua tried even harder to open her eyes as wide as possible and raised her head firmly, wanting to see Chen Chen in front of her more clearly. But he was surprised to find that Chen Chen in front of him was dancing with his 8 abdominal muscles showing. He was sometimes close to him and sometimes far away from him, and kept twisting his body. I smiled silly and felt that Chen Chen in the dream was cuter than Chen Chen in reality. She was not tempted by Chen Chen's enchanting dance in the dream and still remembered the business. Chen Chen, what did you just say? I don't think I heard it clearly, can you say it again? Chen Chen was also frightened by the action of the woman in front of him just now, thinking that he was going to be in trouble again after just taking a bath. I breathed a sigh of relief after realizing it was a feint. He looked at Su Chua with fear in his eyes, only to find that her head was raised up again, and was shaking from side to side. I see that my eyes are a little wider than before, while they are half open now. There is another thing that Chen Chen is not sure whether it is his illusion. He actually caught a glimpse of the feeling of a pervert looking at his prey in Su Chua's eyes when she looked at him. No matter how much Su Chua felt that she was dreaming, it certainly couldn't be so outrageous. Chen Chen felt that he must have seen it wrong, and shook his head to get rid of the ridiculous idea in his mind. I heard Su Chua talking to me in a soft voice. He leaned straight into Su Chua's ear and spoke gently and solemnly. I said, okay. I agree to be your boyfriend. Su Chua heard it clearly this time, and immediately felt that Chen Chen's answer was like a million-ton bomb exploding in her ears. After a moment of silence, Chen Chen heard her incredibly excited voice again. Ah? You really agreed? Chen Chen. You actually agreed to be my boyfriend. Ding, Su Chua's favorability +5. Ding, the favorability of the good-looking opposite sex Su Chua has exceeded 80 points. Congratulations to the host for winning the system lottery. Chen Chen's hand holding Su Chua shook violently. He was startled by the sudden system prompt sound. What happened just now? Why is it 80? According to previous speculation, this shouldn't be the case. I just agreed to be Su Chua's boyfriend. How did I clear the game? It was just that simple? Just one sentence? Chen Chen looked at Su Chua with disappointment. Is your mouth only for eating? Can't you even speak? 5 million failed. Just because of a word from the so-called dreamer, you collapsed? If I had known it was so simple, I would have. Suddenly my thoughts froze, and I felt that this was not going to be that simple. Chen Chen clearly remembered the disgust in Su Chua's eyes when he first met her. Although I was indeed quite sloppy at the time, it was understandable. But that look was like a thorn. Although the thorn is gone now, the hole is still there. I also know that Su Chua is also a gold digger, just like Lu Ranran. But she is different. Su Chua is materialistic, but she keeps herself clean and has her own bottom line. How many girls nowadays don't worship material things and don't like money? Not to mention a girl, not even a person, even a puppy. If you put a meat bun and a vegetarian bun in front of a puppy, what do you think it will choose? Of course, this is getting off topic. I have plenty of money now, and the thing I lack the least is money. Therefore, he is not afraid of any woman who is materialistic and after his money. As long as the heart is true, everything else is easy to talk about. But he probably wouldn't take the initiative to confess to Su Chua something like "I like you." Even if he was 100% sure he wanted to take her in, he probably wouldn't take the initiative to say it. As for Su Chua, judging from her reaction today, she is hesitant and submissive. If he hadn't been drunk and mistook reality for a dream, he probably wouldn't have been so bold. So, okay, one doesn't want to say it, and the other doesn't dare to say it. Chen felt that this must be a certain special time and place in the future, or a breakthrough would occur by chance. Su Chua was a little more awake, but she still thought she was dreaming. Images of tonight flashed through her mind. A bottle of red wine that costs 500,000 yuan. A table of food costs 3.2 million. 5 million is a huge amount of pocket money. A huge membership card worth 30 million. And the waiter's respectful attitude, Lu Ranran's face twisted with jealousy. All of this fascinated her. This is the life she wants, standing high and being looked up to by everyone. She suddenly looked up, her drunken eyes were hazy but unusually bright. Chen, next time, take me to a more expensive place, okay? The moment she said this, Su Chua herself was stunned. She also didn't expect that she would expose her truest desires so nakedly. But strangely, she did not regret it. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. She comforted herself that the real Chen didn't know. Anyway, this is a dream, and the guy here has already agreed to be my boyfriend. Chapter 63 is so fucking scary. Su Chua thought she was dreaming. She looked at Chen with drunken eyes and told him the deepest desire in her heart. Chen did not feel the slightest bit of resentment towards this. With the help of the system's favorability detection, he was sure that Su Chua's feelings for him were real. And this woman really does maintain the most original purity. That's enough. As for the rest, it's not important to him. If you have enough money, it will snowball. Have the ability to give her, no, give them the best life. He remembered a sentence he had heard before. I'm not afraid of women wanting my money, because I don't have any. These words echoed in his mind and finally turned into a confident smile. I'm not afraid of women wanting my money, Chen whispered to himself, because I have plenty of money. Chen looked down at the drunken woman in front of him. He chuckled, then made a solemn promise word by word. Okay. I'll take you to more expensive places, better places, so you can enjoy the best life and have endless money to spend. Su Chua's eyes became brighter and brighter as she listened, as if she had seen a bright future beckoning to her. However, Chen suddenly changed the subject, but... These two words made Su Chua tense up instantly and her consciousness became clearer. But what? She asked hastily, her fingertips unconsciously tugging at the corner of his clothes. But you have to be obedient and listen well. Su Chua was stunned at first, then began to laugh softly. She was wondering what conditions Chen would put forward in his dream. This is exactly what I want. She even wanted to say, that's it? Chen doesn't even need to take the initiative to mention it, she will definitely listen to him. She wanted to chain herself to such a perfect man, so how could she not be obedient? Su Chua nodded her head rapidly. Yeah, I'm the most obedient kiss. The voice was sweet and she actively wanted to ask for a kiss. However, as Su Chua nodded more and more, a familiar surging feeling suddenly rushed from her stomach to her throat. But Chen was completely unaware, he had no idea what he was about to face. Seeing Su Chua being so well behaved, Chen nodded with satisfaction. Hearing her coquettish request for a kiss, he leaned down lovingly, ready to give Su Chua a kiss as a reward. But who knew that just when the two were getting closer? Vomit. A voice broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Before Chen could react, a sour smell rushed into his nose. He lowered his head stiffly in disbelief, and saw that his body, the quilt, and Su Chua's skirt were all covered with indescribable vomit. Chen face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and his teeth were chattering. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, Su Chua. Her temples were throbbing and she didn't dare to think about what would have happened if her movements had been faster. Will these filth directly? Thinking of this, he shuddered violently and forced himself to stop this terrible guess. So terribly scary, so frightening. Su Chua had collapsed into a puddle of mud on the bed again, completely unaware of what had happened. Chen Shen's clenched fists tightened and loosened again, and finally he had no choice but to let go. You can't beat her up. Chen Shen stared at the mess on the bed, his brows furrowed so tightly that they could kill a mosquito. The sour-smelling stains spread across the silk sheets. There were also traces of it all over Su Chua's skirt, sticking sticky to her body. He sighed and reached for Su Chua's collar without hesitation. With a few slight sounds of fabric tearing, the stained skirt was successfully scrapped, and the fragments were scattered innocently on the carpet. Su Chua was like a docile rag doll, allowing Chen Shen to manipulate her. Her fair skin glowed like a pearl under the light, forming a sharp contrast with her previous disgrace. Carry this boneless little thing to the bathroom and wash her. Su Chua stopped acting weird, and even when Chen Shen used a small shower head to rinse her body, she just hummed unconsciously. Specific circumstances. After a simple rinse, Chen Shen quickly wiped off the water droplets on Su Chua's body. He casually wrapped her in a bath towel, like a rice dumpling, leaving only her little head exposed. He carried her to the other bedroom. The bedroom is filled with a sour and rotten smell. It's impossible to sleep in it. Fortunately, the two bedrooms are exactly the same, as if they were copied and pasted. She came to the bed, lifted the quilt, put the little thing in it, then pulled out the bath towel and covered it with a thin silk quilt. Su Chua slept extremely soundly, just rubbing the pillow unconsciously without even opening her eyes. Chen Shen let out a long breath. Are you tired? Not tired at all. It's just that the touch of my fingertips just now seems to still remain on my skin. The image of Su Chua just now also lingers in my mind. Chen Shen thought of the freshest and tenderest part of the premium Wagyu beef he had eaten in Yunjin Pavilion. He is a little hungry. Fortunately, we are not as poor as before, and we have already tasted what it feels like. Otherwise, when you see the delicious red and white flavor, you will definitely want to taste it. He finally understood why the great monks on TV could not escape the monsters. This is not a test of one's willpower, it's clearly a threat to one's life. Chen Shen closed his eyes and silently recited 300 Tang poems. After reciting "The moon shines brightly before my bed and every grain of rice is hard-earned," I finally suppressed the anger in my heart. But this quiet night thoughts is memorized. It's somewhat inappropriate. When he opened his eyes, Chen Shen suddenly found that his bath towel had disappeared without a trace. A thought flashed through my mind. So that's how I was being honest with each other just now? But thinking about Su Chua's frankness, he felt that he had not suffered any loss. Chen Shen walked quickly to the bathroom and took out another bath towel to wrap himself around himself. Thinking that Su Chua's previous clothes were no longer wearable, I had to find a way to solve the problem. I got up, found the smart tablet, and pressed the housekeeper button. After a slight dripping sound, the butler's respectful voice was instantly heard. Mr. Chen, what can I do for you? Tell the receptionist to come up. I have something to ask her. Okay, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. Chen Shen came to the living room, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the armrest of the sofa. In less than 5 minutes, there was a gentle knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw the girl at the front desk who had just greeted me. But for some reason, she had one more button of her shirt undone than before. The faintly visible clavicle glows delicately under the corridor lights. Although I don't understand it, maybe other people are just afraid of the heat. Chen Shen ignored this and went straight to the point. Hi, my girlfriend drank too much and her clothes got dirty. You two are about the same size, can you help buy her a new set? Price is not an issue. The girl at the front desk couldn't help but look at the standard 8-pack abs in front of her. She didn't expect that the guest living in the presidential suite had such a good figure. Seeing Chen Shen naked from the waist up, and letting himself come up, I thought it was. She was hesitant in her heart, should she agree directly? Or should I be reserved and pretend to refuse twice before agreeing? Forget it, I'd better just agree directly. What if I refuse and the other party takes it seriously? In just a few seconds she had made up her mind and prepared herself mentally. I heard Chen Shen talking, but I didn't hear clearly what he said. I do. She blurted out. Chapter 64, Is This Be Careful Serious? I do. She blurted out. Then he realized what Chen Chen said and hurriedly changed his words. Ha? No. I mean, I'm willing to help. The tips of her ears instantly turned red. What kind of clothes do you need? At this time she also remembered that Mr. Chen came in holding a girl. I can only blame myself for having my mind filled with those unspeakable plots after receiving the notice, and not thinking of anything else. Casual wear or skirts are fine, just take your size. Chen Chen raised his eyebrows, glanced meaningfully at the button she had unbuttoned, and added, buy a set of underwear in your size, too. The girl at the front desk was a little surprised and looked up at Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, are the underwear also in my size? Chen Chen glanced again and nodded in confirmation. Yeah, about the same, maybe a little bigger. The girl at the front desk is a little autistic. She thought to herself, I have used something to pad it, but the modified one is not as good as the original one? She subconsciously glanced into the room, but unfortunately saw nothing. I can only imagine with a sour feeling that the girl's assets are really enviable. Just skin 100,000 yuan to the girl at the front desk and get a cashback of 200,000 yuan. You can't let the girl pay for it. Go downstairs at the front desk and find the manager to report the situation. When the manager heard that it was a request for a VIP in the presidential suite, he approved it without any hesitation. Chen Chen returned to the room, stood beside the bed and looked at Su Chua's sleeping face. He curled up the corners of his mouth unconsciously and sat down on the edge of the bed. Pulling out his cell phone, he just noticed that he had several unread messages on WeChat. With a swipe of his finger, he opened Baixi's chat page first. Baixi, master, will you come back tonight? Chen Chen discovered that the message was sent at 11 o'clock. Look at the time now, it's almost 12 o'clock. Chen Chen, it's too late, and I've been drinking, so I decided not to go back. I found a hotel outside. As soon as the message is sent, the top of the dialog box displays the other party is typing. Obviously Baishi was not asleep, as she replied to the message very quickly. Baishi, okay, master, please be careful. Chen Chen, okay. After replying, I felt like something was wrong. Soon Chen Chen realized what was wrong. He was in the hotel, so he had to be careful. Chen Chen, you pay attention to safety, is it serious? The other party immediately replied with an emoticon of covering the mouth and laughing. Okay, Chen Chen is sure that this is indeed not proper. Send Baishi an emoji of someone hitting their head. Then press and hold the voice input and deliberately lower your voice. Sister, there are still 6 days left before your damage-free shield disappears. This time, it took a long time before the other party sent an arrogant emoticon. Chen Chen smiled and stopped chatting with Baishi. Chen Chen slid the screen and switched to another dialog box, and found that it was Chu Momo who sent him a message. Legal lowly Chu Momo, brother, the day after tomorrow, Saturday, can I come to play with you? Saturday? Oh, yes, it's the weekend. Chen Chen sighed, it's great to go to school, but there are so many holidays. In my previous career as a social animal, I worked 996 and had to work overtime even if I had a day off. As for students, they have 2 days off on weekends and holidays. The most important thing is that there is summer vacation when it is hot and winter vacation when it is cold. What? You said I am also a student now, and I have the privileges promised by the principal? Oh, that's all right. Chen Chen, I don't know if you have time on Saturday. If you are not busy then, I will contact you. After sending the message, Chen Chen looked up at the ceiling. The smart starry sky dome is simulating the Milky Way at night, with stars twinkling gently. He couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Campus goddesses like Chu Momo and Su Chua are something that many boys can only dream of. At this moment, one was sleeping obediently beside him, while the other one was cautiously asking if they could meet. TSK. He smacked his lips and let out a chuckle, with a hint of pride and amusement. Turn your attention back to the phone screen. I found that Chu Momo didn't reply to the message, so she must have fallen asleep. I switched to Ai Xiaoing's chat box, but found that the last record was the video call I made to Ai Xiaoing before. I was a little confused. This shouldn't be the case. Why didn't this girl stick to me? Chen Chen, are you asleep? He sent a brief message, not knowing whether Ai Xiaoing was asleep at this time. Then, he saw the familiar message the other party is losing. This girl is just like Baishi, what is she doing instead of sleeping so late at night? Ai Xiaoing, no. Ai Xiaoing, I slept too much during the day, so I can't sleep right now. This girl, he was the one who asked, but she still had to explain why she didn't sleep. Dear handsome readers, will your beautiful girlfriends read a message but not reply? Chen, what were you doing just now? Looking at handsome guys on your phone? Chen teased her on purpose. Ai Xiaoing, no. No. She replied eagerly, and then sent a photo a few seconds later. Ai Xiaoing, looking at my brother's photo. Chen clicked on it and found that it was the photo he took with Ai Xiaoing in the hot pot restaurant. Chen, then why didn't you send me a message? Ai Xiaoing, it's too late. I thought you were asleep and was worried that you would disturb your brother's rest. These words warmed Chen's heart. There is an urge to get the beauty to pass by. It's just 100 million, I can afford it. But when he saw Su Chua sleeping, he still hesitated. The palms and backs of your hands are all made of flesh. It is already unfair to be unfaithful to them, so you should treat them equally. It was unfair to her that he had just confirmed his relationship with Su Chua and then left her alone in the hotel to find Ai Xiaoing. If I really did that, I would be such a bastard. Finally, he took a deep breath and replied. Chen, it's okay, just send me a message if you miss me. Chen, even if I didn't see it at the time, I would definitely reply when I saw it. Chen, I drank a lot tonight, so let's not talk about it for now. You should also go to bed early. Ai Xiaoing, okay, brother, I'll go to sleep soon. Ai Xiaoing is still as well behaved as ever. Putting away his phone, Chen's eyes fell on Su Chua. Before he knew it, his hands were on her face. The alcohol made her skin flush, but it felt a little cold to the touch. Looking at the slightly open cherry lips, Chen suddenly remembered the way she asked for a kiss just now. He leaned over as if possessed by a ghost and gently touched her lips, but they separated immediately. At this moment, Su Chua rubbed his palm unconsciously. The corners of her lips curled up sweetly, and she murmured like a dream. Chen. Chapter 65, Is Chen not capable? Chen guessed that she must have had a good dream, and he was in the dream. Otherwise, how could she smile so sweetly and call me by my name? His heart felt soft at this moment, and the small hole left by the thorn disappeared at this moment. Suddenly, a series of sounds like crystal colliding were heard. Chen looked in the direction of the sound and found that the screen of the smart terminal on the bedside table was lit up, displaying the real-time monitoring image of the sweets door. In the picture, the girl at the front desk was standing quietly outside the door, holding a few exquisite shopping bags in her hands. Chen was a little curious why no one knocked on the door this time. Then he remembered that he had seen somewhere that the standard for high-end places is knock 3 times, wait 15 seconds, and then ring again if no answer. That must be because I didn't hear the knock on the door in the bedroom just now. But none of this matters. Chen stood up and walked towards the door. As soon as I opened the door, the girl at the front desk respectfully took the shopping bag from me. Mr. Chen, I bought a skirt, a set of casual clothes, and... Then he lowered his voice a little, there is another set of underwear, all purchased according to my size, do you think it fits? Chen took it and just glanced at it casually. He didn't know anything about women's clothes. Anyway, the two of them are similar in size, so it shouldn't be wrong. Okay, thank you. Chen thanked politely and was about to close the door when he was stopped by the girl at the front desk. She hurriedly took out her cell phone. Mr. Chen, the total consumption is 88,000, and there is 12,000 left. I will transfer it back to you. No thanks, just consider it a tip for you. Chen waved his hand, turned around and closed the door. I have already received the cashback from the system, but I need to return the remaining money to myself? Chen was too lazy to think about how the system would calculate it, so he simply used the most direct method. It's just a pity. If I went to buy clothes for Su Chua myself, I should be able to trigger a high multiplier. But it doesn't matter, it's just a small amount of money. The girl at the front desk looked at her phone, then at the door, and fell into deep thought. 12,000 as a tip? Just running errands to buy clothes? A bold idea suddenly occurred to her. If I lie about the amount of my spending, can I? But then he shook his head and quickly dismissed this dangerous idea. Looking at the extra 12,000 yuan in her phone, she couldn't help but smile. Although the process was far from what I had imagined. But the result is the same, happy. Chen casually put several shopping bags on the bedside table. Then he looked at Su Chua's still rosy face. He hesitated for only a second. Then, turn off the lights, lift the quilt, and get into bed. He reached out and grabbed the human-shaped constant temperature pillow beside him and held it in his arms. Sleep. He is sleepy. As for what will happen when you wake up tomorrow? We'll talk about it tomorrow. At the last moment when Chen Chen fell asleep, he felt as if he had forgotten something important. The next morning, Su Chua let out a lazy moan, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. She subconsciously rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the voice that came out of her throat was hoarse in the morning and hazy as if covered by a layer of gauze. She slowly sat up and looked around with sleepy eyes. The unfamiliar environment only caused a slight suspicion in my brain, which had not yet fully started up, but it was quickly overwhelmed by sleepiness. Her body followed the biological clock. She mechanically lifted the silk quilt and stepped directly on the soft carpet with her smooth jade feet. As if sleepwalking, she staggered with each step towards the direction of the bathroom she had just determined. I didn't realize that I was exactly like the emperor in the fairy tale who wore new clothes. There was a sound of dripping water in the bathroom, and a moment later there was the sound of the toilet flushing. Su Chua's figure appeared again at the bathroom door. She still looked half asleep and half awake, staggering back the way she came. She skillfully lifted the quilt, got in naturally, and buried her whole body in the warm and comfortable embrace. Embrace? Embrace. Su Chua's body tensed up instantly, and the little bit of sleepiness that was left disappeared completely in an instant. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, her pupils suddenly contracted, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. The haziness in his eyes disappeared, replaced by an intense fear that seemed about to explode in the next second. She bit her lower lip hard and swallowed back the scream that was rising in her throat. My heart was beating wildly, making my eardrums buzz. I raised my head stiffly. The first thing you see is the other person's chin, then the slightly rolling Adam's apple. It was just 1 or 2 seconds, but in Su Chua's perception, it seemed infinitely stretched, as long as a century or two. When Chen Chen's extremely handsome face came into her sight, her tense nerves snapped. Her heart returned to her stomach. My heart was filled with an excited feeling of being reborn after a disaster. The dense sweetness and happiness washed away the fear completely. The corners of her mouth began to curl up uncontrollably, like a child who had eaten candy. But at this moment, Su Chua suddenly felt something strange under the quilt. She held her breath, afraid of waking up the sleeping Chen Chen, and carefully lifted a corner of the quilt from the inside. The scene inside immediately came into view, and Su Chua nervously put down her hand. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. But everything that she just saw seemed to be frozen in her mind, and Su Chua couldn't forget it. She saw Chen Chen's strong body and beautiful abdominal muscles, and at the same time, she also saw her own condition clearly. Both of them were extremely generous and not at all reserved with each other, they were truly frank and honest with each other. Oh my God! Thinking of how she had just gone to the bathroom naked, her face instantly became hot, and even the tips of her ears were red and hot. He quickly raised his head and confirmed again that Chen Chen's eyes were still closed. Chen Chen was still sleeping and didn't see what happened to him just now, which made Su Chua feel relieved. Fortunately. After Su Chua felt relieved, she thought about their current situation. Give it to him? Didn't Ai Xiaoing say that it was very painful the first time? She quietly felt her body and it didn't seem to hurt. And I didn't feel anything when I went to the toilet just now. I didn't feel any discomfort. A shocking idea suddenly popped up in her mind. If Chen Chen knew this idea, he would definitely beat her up. Is Chen Chen not capable? That's why he won't feel any pain? But she immediately denied her idea. Because when she opened the quilt just now, the murder weapon she saw at a glance was no joke. A little scary. Chapter 66, $1 Billion Hospital. That will definitely work. But why am I okay? Am I gifted? Am I not afraid of pain? That's why I didn't feel anything? But this is still not right. Normally, if I have a small wound on my hand, I will groan for a long time. Or, nothing actually happened to them? The two were so frank, and they were drunk, so they just slept with me in their arms? I am completely innocent, could it be that this is not Chen Chen's masterpiece? And I'm not bad at all, otherwise there is no way I could have been voted the school belle, right? Su Chua shook her head cautiously and looked around. Maybe it's because both of them sleep very honestly, so there's no mess at all. There was certainly no mess after the fight as Su Chua had imagined. She was at a loss for words. What on earth had happened last night? She had an urge to pull Chen Chen up and ask him questions clearly. In fact, there is a simple way, which is to see if there are plum blossom dots on the bed sheets. But she didn't dare to make any big moves. Moreover, she had actually already confirmed it, but she just felt it was a little unbelievable. Could it be that Chen Chen is really the modern Lu Xiaohui? Are you really going to turn a blind eye to such a beautiful woman like yourself? Is it true that you are indifferent even if you have a beautiful woman in your arms? As I was daydreaming, somehow, the 8-pack abs appeared in my mind again. She suddenly felt an urge in her heart and wanted to feel whether her abdominal muscles were hard or not. This was the first time she had seen this legendary thing. I have only seen it in movies and TV dramas before. But who knows whether it is true or not? What is in front of us is within our reach. As I thought about it, my heart started beating faster again. He raised his head and confirmed again that Chen Chen's eyes were still closed. She plucked up her courage, stretched out her little hand and moved closer little by little, relying on her sense in the darkness. When the fingertips actually touched the slightly hard abdominal muscles, suddenly his whole body trembled. Almost in sync with her, she seemed to feel Chen Chen's body tremble as well. He stopped and felt for a few seconds, then found that Chen Chen did not react. I just thought it was my own illusion. He chuckled in his heart and continued his movements with his hands. I began to explore carefully and slowly along the lines of the abdominal muscles. There was one thing Su Chua got wrong. In fact, Chen Chen woke up earlier than him. Since his body had been systematically strengthened, Chen Chen's body functions had undergone tremendous changes. This includes a reduced need for sleep. This is not because his sleep quality has deteriorated, on the contrary, his sleep quality has improved a lot. In the past, he would sleep for 8 or even 10 hours, but still feel very sleepy when he woke up. And now, even though I only slept for 6 hours, I feel full of energy. He opened his eyes and immediately felt the presence of the kitten in his arms. After just a few seconds of trance, all the scenes that happened last night flashed through my mind one by one. He looked down at Su Chua, who was sleeping soundly, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. The girl's slightly pouted pink lips and her eyelashes trembled gently with her breathing. She was unusually well behaved, which was in stark contrast to her arrogant look when we first met. Chen Chen chuckled, slowly moved closer, and gently placed a kiss on the smooth forehead. I sighed in my heart, thinking that catering to a girl's preferences is indeed the best way to pick her up. Moreover, through yesterday's unintentional breakthrough, the beautiful schoolgirl's favorability towards me has reached as high as 84 points. It has reached the point where they obey my orders. 84 points? Wait, what the hell? Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He finally reacted. Whenever the favorability of the opposite sex exceeds 80 points, you will get a chance to win a lottery. Su Chua's favorability has reached over 80, but the system forgot about the lottery. He had been thinking about it all the time before, but when it finally came true, he actually forgot about it. I can only blame it on the fact that after reaching the target, some of Su Chua's behaviors had brought too much of a shock to me. However, it's not too late now, and the system lottery will not run away. Brother Tonzi? Chen Chen silently called out to his dear brother Tonzi in his mind, his tone full of anticipation. Host, I am here. The mechanical sound of the system that made Chen Chen feel extremely at ease also sounded. Brother Tonzi, did I miss one of my chances in the lottery? Chen Chen asked excitedly. Yes, host, do you want to start the lottery now? Chen Chen almost laughed out loud. It turned out that his brother Tonzi understood him the best. What are you waiting for? Start the lottery. Chen Chen, who had already had a lottery experience, was extremely skilled. With his stop command, the virtual turntable in front of him suddenly stopped turning. The system's reward result notification came to my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the ownership of Magic City Jiaowei International Hospital. This prompt sound made Chen Chen unable to react for a moment. He blinked and repeated the reward in his mind. Wait, did I draw a hospital? An international hospital? The prizes for this lottery are really varied. Cars, shopping streets, and now a hospital. No wonder the system says everything is possible. I don't know what I will get in the future. Chen Chen lowered his head to glance at Su Chua, who was still sleeping soundly. Her breathing was even and long, and there was no sign of waking up at all. He reached out and took the mobile phone on the bedside table and typed in the words Jiaowei International Hospital. Just swipe your finger across the screen to skip the lengthy introduction and go straight to the key data. 500 beds. 300 beds currently open. Investment in 2017 exceeded $1 billion. When Chen Shan saw the word's current valuation of $1.6 billion US, his eyebrows twitched unconsciously. Wow! A hospital is worth 16 small goals. He muttered quietly, trying to maintain a calm expression. After all, he already owns a billion-dollar commercial street, so he can't appear too unsophisticated. That would lose his status as a future wealthy man. But soon, his pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly refocused his attention on the units behind the numbers. Fuck, US$. Chen Shen was so surprised that he almost jumped out of the bed and tried hard to calm himself down. I started converting units frantically in my mind. 1.6 billion 7 is equal to 11.2 billion RMB. He exclaimed again, fuck, a billion-level hospital? In fact, Chen Shen still thought it was too little. Based on the latest exchange rate of 7.25, the valuation of this hospital is as high as 11.6 billion renminbi. But even if Chen Shen knew, he probably wouldn't care. After 10 billion, is there any big difference between 11.6 billion and 11.2 billion? Chen Shen's fingers were shaking slightly, and his expression was no longer calm and indifferent. He subconsciously looked at the sleeping Su Chua, and suddenly felt that this girl was simply his lucky goddess. But just this subconscious glance, he discovered that Su Chua had made a move. She first let out a lazy moan, then rubbed her eyes with her hands. Then, Chapter 67 Are you awake? Chen Shen noticed that Su Chua in his arms showed signs of waking up. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He closed his eyes calmly and pretended to be asleep, leaving only a gap to observe Su Chua's every move. The following scene was a real feast for Chen Shen's eyes, and he kept praising his own wisdom. Su Chua was so cute when she just woke up, then she went to the bathroom in a daze and came back. This scene made Chen Shen open his eyes wide involuntarily. It was not until Su Chua came to the bedside again that Chen Shen hurriedly closed his eyes again. In other words, Su Chua herself was not sober, otherwise, she would have been discovered long ago. Not long after Su Chua came back, her body suddenly tensed up, and Chen Shen saw the little expression when she looked up to confirm. But gradually, Chen Shen felt something was wrong, as if he was being taken advantage of. Especially when Su Chua's fingertips touched Chen Shen's abdominal muscles, he couldn't help but shiver. And now, I felt the fingertips sliding across my abdominal muscles, and finally it even went so far that the whole hand was pressed against them. Chen Shen's face turned completely dark, and he felt like he had run into a female hooligan. Chen Shen couldn't bear it any longer. He suddenly stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the hand that was playing tricks on him. Don't move! The air froze instantly, and he could clearly feel the delicate body in his arms suddenly stiffen. Chen Shen didn't say anything, and Su Chua seemed to be frightened and didn't react at all. The two of them maintained a strange silence. Until Chen Shen felt the little hand he was controlling was exerting a little force, and he tried to take it back. He had no intention of making things difficult for its owner, so he let it go. With a whoosh, the hand retracted at the speed of light. Then, he noticed that Su Chua was trembling slightly. Cowardly and playful. He laughed at Su Chua in his heart. But he still reached out his hand and pulled the person next to him closer to him. You didn't fall asleep? Su Chua asked with a trembling voice. Yeah. He responded in a deliberately lazy voice. So, you saw everything? She was still struggling. If you mean you go to the bathroom naked. He paused deliberately. Indeed. Chen Shen's words shattered her glimmer of hope. Why didn't you remind me? There was a hint of crying in Su Chua's voice. The temperature in his arms suddenly rose, and Chen Shen could imagine her blushing face. He moved his body down, closer to Su Chua, his warm breath spraying against her ears. Why are you shy? Didn't you see it all last night? After waiting for a few seconds and finding no movement in his arms, he asked again in confusion. Su Chua, you don't forget what happened last night, do you? In fact, Su Chua really had no memory of last night. Besides, I haven't had time to recall since I woke up. Now, after Chen Shen's reminder, fragments of memory appeared in her mind. But, isn't that a dream? Why would Chen Shen know? Eliminating all impossibilities, the only result left is that, even if Su Chua is unwilling to accept it, her reason tells her that this is the truth. I seem to have said something hidden in my heart last night, and Chen Shen didn't seem angry. Moreover, it seemed that she had confessed her feelings to Chen Chen, and it seemed that she had succeeded. However, the last memory clearly told Su Chua that she seemed to have done a scattering of flowers to Chen Chen in the end. As for why she was naked and still with Chen Chen, she really didn't know. So sad, it would be so much better if there wasn't that last scene, it would be so perfect. But now, Su Chua just wanted to find a deserted place, dig a hole, bury herself, and never see anyone again. But Chen Chen didn't seem to have any intention of letting her go. What? You really don't remember? Do you need me to help you recall it? Su Chua quickly said, No, I remember. She tried to get away with it and refused to let Chen Chen repeat himself. But Chen Chen added fuel to the fire. Then tell me, what happened? He no longer considers himself a human being. Su Chua didn't want to say it, nor did she want Chen Chen to say it. I just got mad and thought, I've already seen it, so what's there to be afraid of? She sat up immediately and aimed at Chen Chen's chattering mouth. I blocked it with my own lips to prevent him from saying anything embarrassing. This sudden kiss made Chen Chen's pupils shrink suddenly. He changed his opinion of this girl. It turned out that even a little wild cat would bite when it was cornered. I really can't speak now, but isn't this much more interesting than teasing Su Chua with words? But before he could deepen the kiss, Su Chua shrank back into his arms like an ostrich, protesting in a muffled voice, No. Don't say that again. Chen Chen laughed out loud, thinking Su Chua was so cute. He stopped teasing Su Chua, reached out and patted her smooth back, and said with a smile, Little lazy cat, it's time to get up. It's almost 7 o'clock. Didn't I hear you say yesterday that you had classes in the morning? Su Chua was shocked when she heard this, and then she remembered that she had a professional class this morning. Wash up, eat breakfast, rush back to school, time is indeed a bit tight. But she didn't move for a long time, biting her lower lip and hesitating for a long time. Then he murmured softly, Can you close your eyes first? I need to get dressed. Chen Chen raised his eyebrows, looked at her red ears, stopped teasing her, and obediently closed his eyes. All right. Su Chua looked up and saw that Chen Chen's eyes were indeed closed. However, with the lessons learned from the past, she was still worried. She stretched out her hand and waved it tentatively in front of Chen Chen's eyes. She was relieved to find that he was indeed not peeking. You don't trust me that much? Chen Chen suddenly spoke, scaring Su Chua so much that her hands shook violently. Although her eyes were closed, Chen Chen could clearly feel her every little movement and could even imagine her nervous expression. How about I turn around? Chen Chen himself didn't even think about what he had just done. How could he make Su Chua believe him? Su Chua knew that her little action had been discovered by Chen Chen, so she withdrew her hand and smiled awkwardly. Thinking of his behavior just now, I couldn't help but whisper, That's fine. Su Chua. Chen Chen suddenly lowered his voice with a hint of threat. If you keep dawdling, do you believe I will open my eyes now? Su Chua became nervous after hearing this. Don't! She exclaimed, not caring about anything else, and sat up suddenly. Her fair skin glowed with a pearly luster, and her hair fell on her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. Anyway, she will be his sooner or later, Su Chua thought desperately. I just feel shy because we haven't reached the final step yet. She reached out to touch her clothes, but found nothing on the quilt. As I was wondering, I caught a glimpse of a few exquisite shopping bags on the bedside table. Chapter 68 I'm not a casual person. Su Chua reached out for the shopping bag doubtfully, and when her fingertips touched the soft fabric inside, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She opened the shopping bags one by one and took out brand new clothes, including a dress and a casual outfit, as well as matching underwear. What is this? Her voice trembled a little. Chen Chen still had his eyes closed, but he could hear the sound of the shopping bag being opened. Perhaps sensing Su Chua's doubt, he curled the corners of his mouth into a meaningful smile. You can't wear the clothes you wore yesterday. Do you want to know why? Su Chua's face immediately turned red. She thought of the last scene in her memory where flowers were scattered by the goddess. However, even if that was the case, she could still wear it after washing it, right? Maybe this is the luxury of being rich. She didn't hesitate any longer, but looked down at the bra label and found that it was the size she usually wore. This realization made her feel both embarrassed and inexplicably excited. How could Chen Chen know? No, he must have. You. She was too embarrassed to speak and began to put on her clothes in a hurry. The dress is cut to fit snugly, and the silky fabric feels cool against the skin. Just as she tied the belt around her waist, Chen voice suddenly came from behind her. Are you ready? Su Chua was so frightened that she almost jumped out of the bed. She turned around suddenly and found that Chen had opened his eyes at some point and was leaning against the head of the bed, looking at her with a smile on his face. When did you open your eyes? She asked stutteringly. Chen shrugged and smiled innocently. While you're in your underwear. Chen. Su Chua felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. She clearly said not to peek. I was kidding. He smiled and stood up, his tall figure looming over her. I just opened my eyes. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms, and whispered in her ear, but now, I can see it clearly. Su Chua was so shocked by his sudden action that she forgot to struggle. Chen's sudden approach also made her dazed for a moment. Just when the ambiguous atmosphere was about to heat up, her cell phone suddenly rang. It's the alarm. She hurriedly pushed him away and blushed to get her phone. We're really going to be late. Chen looked at her flustered appearance, and a hint of pampering flashed in his eyes. He turned around, picked up his clothes from the side, and put them on in no time. I send you. Su Chua refused subconsciously. No need. I'll take a taxi myself. Chen suddenly said seriously, Su Chua, we haven't explained what happened last night. She froze in place. Yes, I told Chen all my best-kept secrets yesterday. And she also confessed her love to Chen. And those vague close encounters. This is a strange development until now. She bit her lower lip and didn't dare to look up at him, as if waiting for Chen's judgment. Chen sighed and gently lifted her chin. I'm not a casual person. Since you've confessed and I've accepted it, now you're my girlfriend. So, I'll take you to school? Su Chua's heart almost jumped out of her chest, and she asked back somewhat unconfidently. Chen, I like money and want to live a good life. You just meet all my requirements, so I like you. Do you still like me like this? Anyway, Chen already knows everything, so I might as well reveal everything. Otherwise, this will be a thorn in Chen's side, and I will be worried and anxious. I know. I only ask one thing. Do you really like me? Although Chen had a reminder of favorability, he did not get the answer. But I still want Su Chua to say it herself. It's like, even though you know your own strength, at certain times, you always keep asking am I powerful or not? And so on. Under Chen's burning gaze, Su Chua did not avoid it, but nodded firmly with a red face. Chen kissed her forehead as a reward. Be good, that's enough, go wash up, I'll ask the housekeeper to prepare breakfast. Su Chua walked into the bathroom dazed. Looking at her blushing face in the mirror, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have really become Chen's girlfriend. Girlfriend? She repeated the title in a low voice, with the corners of her mouth rising uncontrollably. I scooped up a handful of cold water and splashed it on my face, but it couldn't dispel the heat from my face. Force yourself to calm down and then quickly wash up. After coming out, I found that Chen was no longer in the bedroom. When I left the room, I found that breakfast was already prepared on the dining table. Of course, the moment she arrived at the hall, Su Chua didn't just see Chen, she also saw the luxury of the hall. For Su Chua, all of this was like her previous dreams reflected in reality. Especially the floor-to-ceiling windows that covered an entire wall, overlooking the bustling street outside the window, Su Chua felt like she was high above everyone else. What are you looking at? Come here. Chen's words interrupted Su Chua's self-indulgence. She wasn't angry, and just a few steps made her feel like she was jumping up and down. Looking at Chen, she couldn't help but sit next to him, smiling so much that her eyebrows were not visible. Good morning, boyfriend. Then he started laughing. Looking at the fool in front of him, Chen was too lazy to pay attention to her and started eating breakfast by himself. Before leaving, Chen couldn't help but remind Su Chua. Your masterpiece from yesterday and your dress from yesterday are in the other bedroom. Why don't you go take a look? Su Chua was a little afraid to face it, but her curiosity was aroused by Chen's words. She plucked up her courage and opened the door a crack. The air purification system in the presidential suite is quite good. I can no longer smell any strange smells. But inside the room, there were remnants on the bedding and broken pieces of clothes on the floor. All of this proves what happened here yesterday. Su Chua hurriedly slammed the door, as if this would make the evidence disappear. She guessed that she must have gone crazy with alcohol in this room yesterday, and ended up drinking so much that flowers scatter all over the place. The final result should be that the clothes turned into pieces and were abandoned inside the room. This room is no longer usable, so I will appear in a new room. Seeing that Chen Shen wanted to say something, she took a few quick steps and came to Chen Shen's side. The probe helped Chen Shen to shut up. When I checked out, the front desk staff had been replaced. The girl who worked there yesterday must have been on her day off. Chen Shen took the initiative to explain the situation and asked relevant personnel to go and check the extent of the losses so that he could make compensation. Time passed quickly and the loss results came out. A deep cleaning of a handmade Persian carpet costs 10,000 renminbi, and replacing silk bedding costs 15,000 renminbi. As a result, the room cannot be sold temporarily and double the room rate needs to be paid, totaling 91,666 renminbi. In order to prove that the hotel was not defrauding its customers, it also produced relevant legal regulations and purchase invoices. The manager also made the decision directly and waived the compensation that Chen Shen needed to pay. Chen Shen had no objection and directly paid 90,000 yuan in compensation. Ding! The host successfully spent 90,000 yuan on a good-looking person of the opposite sex, triggering a 3x cashback of 270,000 yuan. After a brief thought, Chen Shen understood the reason. After all, the culprit is Su Chua, and I am just cleaning up her mess. Isn't it just to be counted as consumption by Su Chua, a good-looking opposite sex? Our protagonist kept his head down and acted like an ostrich the whole time. After everything was settled, Chen Shen also got the car keys at the front desk. With the hotel manager's respectful farewell, the two left the hotel. Back in the car, Su Chua finally plucked up the courage to steal a timid glance at Chen Shen. Chen Shen found it very amusing to see her like this. Kiss me, or I'll post what you did last night on WeChat Moments. Su Chua saw that Chen Shen was not angry and did not hesitate at all. Her lips immediately touched his cheek, making a crisp pop sound. Chen Shen expressed his satisfaction with this. They drove at lightning speed all the way, and considering that the distance was not far, Chen Shen managed to get Su Chua there on time. But he didn't get off the bus or leave the school, but continued to take out his cell phone. Chen Shen did not forget this time and had not finished reading his own information. Moreover, our hospital is an international hospital. That? A big foreign horse? A female doctor? A pretty nurse? Chen Shen's expression gradually became weird. Chapter 69 The most authoritative private hospital in Magic City. Chen Shen parked the car in front of the school gate and watched Su Chua walk into the campus. He looked at his watch and saw that there were still 20 minutes before class started, but he had no intention of entering the classroom. You don't have to go to class. Only those with mental problems go to the classroom and act like good kids. Chen Shen muttered to himself, a playful smile on his face. He parked his car at a random spot and lit a cigarette. Take a deep breath, then exhale, letting the smoke drift away with the morning breeze. He hasn't forgotten that there is still something he hasn't finished reading. He took out his mobile phone and the contents on the screen appeared in Chen Shen's eyes. Shanghai Jiaowei International Hospital is the city's top medical center. We maintain in-depth cooperation with the most famous medical institutions in the United States, and more than half of our doctors have studied in top overseas colleges. The hospital covers an area of about 32,000 square meters, and the total construction area is as high as 140,000 square meters. The Cancer Center, Obstetrics and Gynecology Department, and Cardiology Department are authoritative in the country, and countless patients come here every year. Of course, as a high-end comprehensive hospital, experts in other fields are also top-notch. Here, you can receive a polite and warm welcome from the reception staff, a quiet and elegant waiting area, a private nursing team on call at any time, and more. But the services here are never intended for ordinary people. A simple package for normal delivery starts at 80,000 yuan. Yes. It is enough to cover the annual income of an average family. The hospital's annual income can reach an astonishing 2 billion renminbi, an amount that even Chen Shen is stunned by. Chen Shen put away his phone, feeling deeply touched. How ironic. He looked at the glossy promotional photos on the hospital's official website. The patients in the photos all look radiant, as if illness has become some kind of luxury experience here. The reality is that for most people, such medical conditions will never be accessible. However, such a high-end hospital has now become Chen Shen's private property. He curled the corners of his mouth and started the car, and the Mercedes-Benz slowly drove away from the roadside. He was going to his own hospital incognito. Just after passing an intersection, the central control screen suddenly lit up, indicating that there was an incoming call. Chen pressed the answer button on the steering wheel, and a steady male voice came from the car speakers. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen?" Judging from the voice, the man on the other side was quite old, respectful but not fawning. "I am, who are you?" Chen sat up straight unconsciously. Although he didn't know who was on the other side, the magnanimity in the other person's voice made Chen unconsciously respect him a little more. "Mr. Chen, I am Shen Mabai, the director of Jiaowei Hospital." The voice on the other end of the phone was clear and powerful. "I was notified this morning that you have completed the acquisition of the hospital. I wonder when it would be convenient for you to come to the hospital. There are several handover documents that require your review and signature." Chen looked at the time. It was exactly 8 o'clock. It seems that Dean Shin is quite good at choosing the time. He did not disturb him too early, but chose to contact him during the official working hours. Thinking about the navigation prompt just now, during the morning rush hour and the short distance, it is estimated to take nearly an hour to arrive. "Director Shin, I should be able to arrive at the hospital around 9 o'clock. Chen replied, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the steering wheel. "Okay, then I'll wait for you at the entrance of the hospital's main building at 9 o'clock. Shen Mabai's response was neat and clear, without any unnecessary courtesy. After hanging up the phone, Shen Mabai slowly put down the phone and looked out the window unconsciously. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Dean's office, one can see the 6 large characters Jiaowei International Hospital shining brightly in the morning light. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded too young. He recalled the brief conversation just now. The young man named Chen on the other side had a lively voice. In his 20s? No more than 30 at most. This judgment made Shen Mabai frown slightly. The information he learned was only the 2 simple words Chen, and he knew no other information. It's good to be young, but the younger you are, the scarier it is. The fact that they were able to easily acquire Jiaowei Hospital, which is worth tens of billions of yuan, shows their strength is simply unfathomable. But, I am too young, and I am afraid of pretending to know something when I don't. He had seen too many cases where playboys had turned a thriving industry into a mess. There is a saying that goes, "We are not afraid of you losing your money, but we are afraid of you starting a business." After 10 years, he has developed feelings for everything here. What does the position of dean mean? He is only afraid of those hard-earned medical achievements, those diagnosis and treatment standards that condense countless efforts. "President Shen, the handover documents you requested are ready." The secretary's voice came from outside the door. Shen Mabai withdrew his thoughts and his fingertips fell on the internal phone. "Notify the leaders of all departments of the hospital to meet at the entrance of the main building before 8:50. His voice returned to its usual calmness. "Also, have the logistics department check the VIP passage and conference room again." Chen held the steering wheel with an obvious smile on his face. He originally just wanted to go and take a look. But I didn't expect the system to be so efficient. The hospital that was selected this morning called and asked me to go over and sign for the handover. But sign documents, all you know is signing documents. Chen muttered softly. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. In the future, there will definitely be more and more businesses. Wouldn't it mean that we will have to sign a lot of papers? Thinking of this, he began to criticize the system again. The billion-dollar hospital is so happy, but why is there still no sign of a car worth hundreds of millions? While I was thinking, the Mercedes-Benz G63 had already stopped steadily in front of the magnificent gate of Jiaowei Hospital. Chen saw from a distance a group of people in white coats standing guard at the door. The old man standing in the front with a spirited look on his face should be Dean Shen. He did not rush to get off the car, but looked at the group of people with interest. Shen Mabai stood at the front of the team, his silver-gray hair combed meticulously, and his suit and tie faintly visible under his white coat. Standing behind him were 7 or 8 people also wearing white coats, including a foreigner, and all of them had serious expressions. What a big scene! Chen chuckled and deliberately parked the car right in front of the welcoming team. Shen Mabai frowned slightly. The sudden intrusion of the Mercedes-Benz G disrupted the welcoming ceremony he had prepared. He whispered to the male secretary beside him, "Xiaoing, ask that car to move. Mr. Chan will be here any minute." Secretary Wang trotted to the front of the car and knocked on the window politely. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a young and handsome face. "Hello, sir. We are waiting for an important guest. Could you please park your car somewhere else?" Chapter 70 Genius Doctor by Xiaoing. Chen Shen's face was full of smiles. This group of people in white coats were standing ready, waiting for this important guest of his. I know, Chen Shen said in a gentle tone, but he did not move the car as Secretary Wang instructed. Nonsense, if I move the car myself, then these people will have waited in vain. Secretary Wang heard Chen Shen's answer, but before he could even smile in relief. I saw that the young man in front of me not only had no intention of moving the car, but instead unbuckled his seatbelt and tried to get out. He subconsciously glanced at the leaders not far away, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Sir, please. Chen Shen opened the door and got out of the car, interrupting Secretary Wang before he finished speaking. It doesn't matter, the person they are waiting for is me. Secretary Wang widened his eyes, his gaze moving back and forth between Chen Shen's young face and the Mercedes-Benz G63. Finally, he forced a professional smile and suggested dryly. Sir, how about I help you park the car? There was obvious disbelief in his tone about what Chen Shen had just said. Chen Shen chuckled and didn't explain too much to him. I took out my cell phone from my pocket, thinking that it seemed necessary to make this call. At the same time, Shen Mabai, who was not far away, frowned and walked towards this side with big strides. Xiaoing. What's going on? Didn't I say Mr. Chen would be here any minute? There was obvious displeasure in Dean Shen's low voice. However, the crisp ringing of a cell phone suddenly interrupted his scolding. Shen Mabai subconsciously reached for his pocket, and when he saw the caller ID, he did not answer the call immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to the young man in front of him who was waving at him with his mobile phone. Chen Shen held up the dialing phone and shook it at Shen Mabai. President Shen, how about taking a call first? In the sunlight, the two looked into each other's eyes. Shen Mabai's pupils shrank slightly, and the expression on his face changed from surprise to realization, and finally froze in a complicated bitter smile. He took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward and stretched out his hand. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to be so young and promising. Xiaoing just froze where he was. Chen Shen calmly held the hand that Shen Mabai extended. The other person's palm was much warmer than he had imagined, and he could vaguely feel a few calluses on the knuckles. This must be the mark left by holding a scalpel for many years. President Shen, you're too polite. Chen Shen withdrew his hand and glanced at the people in white coats behind him who were equally surprised. It's such a big scene, I feel embarrassed. Shen Mabai looked back following his gaze and coughed lightly. Everyone, this is Mr. Chen Shen, the new chairman of our hospital and the actual owner of the hospital. There was a burst of gasps from the crowd, and everyone's eyes were involuntarily focused on Chen Shen's overly young face. At this moment, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign doctor accidentally knocked over the medical record folder, and the papers scattered all over the floor. Sorry. He hurriedly squatted down to pick it up. Chen Shen bent down to help pick up a few sheets, and suddenly felt dizzy when he saw the densely packed medical terms and graphs on them. What the hell is going on? He muttered to himself, but handed the document back calmly. Shen Mabai noticed her movements and asked tentatively. Mr. Chen is familiar with the medical industry? I don't understand at all. I don't even know which department to go to for a cold. Chen Shen answered self-deprecatingly, still with a relaxed smile on his face. This unexpected answer immediately made the atmosphere at the scene much more relaxed. A middle-aged man with a name tag that read Deputy Director of Medical Affairs couldn't help but ask, so why did you acquire the hospital? Because I have a lot of money. Chen Shen blinked, his tone half true and half false. Seeing the expressions of the crowd as if they had eaten shit, he suddenly smiled and said. Besides, I believe that professionals should do professional things. Everyone in our hospital is an authority in the industry. I am doing this so that I can get a backdoor treatment in the future. There was a hint of surprise in Shen Mabai's eyes. Of course he could tell that Chen Shen was joking. However, he could hear another meaning in Chen Shen's words. He showed his first genuine smile of the day. Mr. Chen is indeed different, a rare talent, young and promising. Please come this way, let's go to the meeting room first. No rush. Chen Shen suddenly turned around and patted Secretary Wang on the shoulder, who was still in a daze. I'm sorry for making things difficult for you just now. Xiaoing was startled and stammered, No. I didn't recognize the real talent. Chen Shen interrupted him, his tone sincere. It's okay, don't be nervous, you did a great job. You also followed the director's arrangements and adhered to your job responsibilities. This is what Jiaowei Hospital should be like. Shen Mabai's eyes moved slightly, and his tense body relaxed a little. Come on, take me to see my hospital. Chen Shen stepped forward, and the men in white coats automatically made way for him. The group visited the proton therapy room of the cancer center, the brain function monitoring area of the neurological center. When passing by the obstetrics and gynecology department, Chen Shen coughed lightly, pretended not to see it, and walked quickly past, causing several hospital leaders behind him to laugh. When he arrived at the cardiovascular center, a familiar prompt tone suddenly rang in Chen Shen's mind. Ding, a good-looking person of the opposite sex has been detected. Do you want to view their personal information? He looked in the direction of the voice and through the door of the duty room, saw a baby-faced female doctor curled up in a zero-gravity massage chair. Her eyes were closed, her chest rising and falling slightly with her breathing, and even the sound of approaching footsteps failed to wake her up. Judging from the situation, he must have just finished the operation and fell asleep here out of exhaustion. Check the information. Chen Shen replied to the system in his mind. Name, Ai Xiaoing. Age, 28. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Body size, 86. Overall score, 88. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 0. This doctor must be very well known. Seeing that Chen Shen was looking at the female doctor, Shen Mabai took the initiative to introduce her to Chen Shen. This is Ai Xiaoing, the deputy chief physician of the cardiovascular department of our hospital. A trace of surprise flashed across Chen Shen's eyes. He turned to look at Shen Mabai, his eyebrows slightly raised. Deputy chief physician? Although he didn't know much about the medical industry, when he went to the hospital for illness, he found that any deputy director or director-level doctor had to be at least around 40 years old. But now, the system panel shows it clearly. Dr. Bai is only 28 years old, but he is already an associate chief physician? Seeing Chen Shen's surprised expression, Shen Mabai naturally knew the reason. A look of pride appeared on his face, as if he was showing off a rare treasure. Dr. Bai is truly extraordinary. He was admitted to the junior class of Peking Union Medical College at the age of 14, earned his doctorate at the age of 20, completed his residency training at the Mayo Clinic at the age of 22, and obtained the interventional surgery qualification at the German Heart Center at the age of 24. In the duty room, Ai Xiaoing seemed to sense something. She wrinkled her nose unconsciously and hugged the stethoscope to her arms, like a child holding a favorite toy. The most rare thing is, Shen Mabai continued. Not only does she have profound academic attainments, but her practical skills are amazing. Even foreign experts were full of praise for the level 4 surgery she performed last year. Chen Shen nodded thoughtfully and his gaze fell back on Ai Xiaoing. The faint dark circles under her eyes formed a sharp contrast with her childish face. Shen Mabai looked proud. This is our hospital's treasure. If it weren't for her age, her achievements would definitely be more than just a simple deputy chief physician. At this moment, Ai Xiaoing in the duty room seemed to have dreamed of something. She suddenly jumped up. What's wrong with the patient? When he saw a group of people outside the door, he immediately realized his gaffe and quickly stood up and straightened his messy white coat. The helpless look on his face totally did not indicate that he was the genius doctor that Shen Mabai had described. Instead, he looked like a college student who was caught sleeping in class by the teacher. But at this time, Chen Shen's attention was no longer on Ai Xiaoing. He just caught a glimpse of a familiar figure flashing at the end of the corridor. The figure disappeared around the corner in a flash. He was slightly startled, subconsciously took a step forward, and then stopped. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Shen Mabai noticed that something was wrong with Chen Shen. It's okay, I recognized the wrong person. Chen Shen shook his head. How could it be her? The person in my memory should be. I've been so tired lately that I'm even having hallucinations. He looked away, but for some reason, he felt a palpitation in his heart. Chapter 71 The Only Chen Shen. The familiar figure flashed by, and Chen Shen's reason told him that this was impossible. After all, in his memory, the person represented by that figure should be hundreds of kilometers away. How could I possibly meet him here? I must have seen it wrong. Because that figure was the original owner's mother, and now she is also his mother. Although he has accepted his current identity, he does not feel any discomfort. But what he has never figured out is whether he is a time traveler occupying someone else's body, or a new soul with dual memories. Everything else is fine, but he has always been a little afraid to face his current parents. In the previous world, he was an orphan and lived without a father or a mother for decades. I have long been accustomed to living alone, but now, my parents are around. Although he has all the memories of living with his parents, he still feels unfamiliar and resistant to their existence. Also, when I came to this world, I integrated all the memories of the original owner. So is he now considered the biological son of the original owner's parents? He didn't know, so he was a little afraid to face it. Many times, some warm scenes would inexplicably flash through his mind, but he would deliberately ignore them. And now, I just saw a similar back. But I felt an emotion I had never felt before rising from the bottom of my heart. He already has the answer. Those memories, emotions, and bonds had become an inseparable part of him the moment the memories merged. Then I am Chen Chen, the only Chen Chen. And parents are one's own parents. A sincere smile appeared on Chen Chen's face, and he planned to call home after the hospital affairs were finished. He was completely relieved. But the appearance of the figure just now made him feel a little uneasy. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen? Shen Mabai's gentle call brought Chen Chen's thoughts back to reality. He came back to his senses and smiled apologetically at Shen Mabai. Sorry, I just thought of something. Then, he looked at Ai Xiaoing in the observation room. At this time, Ai Xiaoing had already straightened her white coat and stood at the door gracefully. Chen Chen looked at her baby face and couldn't help but ask. Dr. Bai, have any patients refused to see you just because you look, young? When Ai Xiaoing heard Chen Chen's words, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of frustration. Yes, and there are quite a lot of them. Sometimes they even make trouble, saying that the hospital doesn't take them seriously and asks me, a little kid, to examine them. Then he looked up at Shen Mabai. The worst time, it was Dean Shen who came to help me explain. After listening to this, Chen Chen also agreed that if he came to such a high-end hospital, I spent a huge amount of money, but ended up having to treat myself with a baby-faced female doctor. I might also have a temper. It seems that the older a doctor gets, the more popular he is. Chen Chen smiled and joked, it's okay, don't worry, you will get old too. Ai Xiaoing looked at Chen Chen strangely, thinking, if you can't speak, why don't you just be a quiet handsome man? How can it be so comforting? But she still managed a polite professional smile. Mr. Chen is right, time will prove everything. But his fingers unconsciously clenched the stethoscope on his chest. Seeing this, Shen Mabai quickly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Chen, although Dr. Bai is young, he is already the mainstay of our cardiac surgery department. Some surgeries are even difficult for some old guys to perform, but Dr. Bai. As he was speaking, there was a commotion at the end of the corridor. A middle-aged man rushed over pushing a wheelchair. A pale old lady was sitting in the wheelchair, and two nurses followed behind her. Doctor! Check on my mother. She said her chest felt like it was stepped on by an elephant. The middle-aged man's voice trembled. Ai Xiaoing's expression changed instantly. His eyes, which had been a little sleepy just now, were now as sharp as a knife. He took a step forward and grabbed the old lady's wrist. What's your blood pressure? When did you start to have this reaction? 120/80. The man was suddenly stunned and stared at Ai Xiaoing's baby face. Why is it a little girl? Let your director come over. The old lady suddenly grabbed her son's hand, breathing weakly. It's this girl, who was just saved in the emergency room. He fainted before he could finish his words. Ai Xiaoing pulled off the stethoscope, then turned and shouted to the nurse, prepare the catheterization room, acute myocardial infarction is suspected. Chen Chen was surprised to see that this baby-faced man who just looked like a college student now exuded an unquestionable aura. The nurses also acted quickly without any hesitation, like soldiers hearing an order. The man stopped the cart and said, wait, where is the director? I want to see him. Ai Xiaoing threw out a work ID without even turning around. The words Deputy Chief Physician were clearly written on it. Either you let me see it now, or watch your mother die. Choose. The man was stunned and no longer dared to stop her. Instead, he followed behind with an anxious look on his face. Shen Mabai explained softly, this is why she can become an associate chief physician at the age of 28. Ai Xiaoing pushed her wheelchair towards the elevator, her white coat fluttering like a battle flag. Before the elevator door closed, she suddenly looked at Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, you are right, but I choose to use my strength to make people forget my age. The elevator door closed quickly and Ai Xiaoing's figure disappeared. Chen Chen was stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face in an instant. This woman is interesting. Chen Chen turned to face the hospital's senior leadership team. his eyes sweeping over the faces of different skin colors that were all filled with confusion. He put his hands in his pockets and looked relaxed, yet he exuded a dignity that could not be ignored. There's no need for further inspections. I've already seen what I wanted to see most. Everyone looked at each other, and Shen Mabai straightened his back unconsciously. I know what you are worried about. You are worried about amateurs leading professionals, about capital interfering in medical care, and about. Chen Shen suddenly chuckled. I'm worried that a young boy like me will make the hospital a mess. Several leaders showed a trace of embarrassment, but Shen Mabai looked calm. Please rest assured, I didn't buy this hospital to dictate things. He pointed at the nurse standing aside and said, just like I can't teach a nurse how to give an injection, I can't teach you how to treat illnesses. It is still the same as before. Dean Shen is still at the helm, and you are still the pillars of your respective departments. Chen Chen suddenly blinked. Of course, if you find that the number on your salary card has increased one day, you can come and thank me. The tense atmosphere relaxed instantly. The corners of everyone's mouth were slightly raised. The last sentence, Chen Chen's expression suddenly became serious. The doctor by just now. Chapter 72 Chen Chen's mother. That doctor by just now. Chen Chen deliberately dragged out his voice and his tone became a little serious. When everyone was holding their breath, he suddenly laughed. Remember to get her a more comfortable massage chair. This sudden change in style made everyone present stunned, and then they all started laughing. Okay, go and get busy. You are the pillars of each department, so I won't delay your work. Chen Chen was very satisfied with the results of this incognito visit and was ready to leave. He was not going to take this medical elevator, which could be called a real passage of life. Instead of going back to their jobs directly, everyone expressed their desire to see Chen Chen off. However, when Chen Chen was waiting for the elevator, a familiar voice came from behind. Xiaochen? He turned his head in disbelief, and what he saw was clearly his mother, who he felt could not possibly be here, with a stack of medical reports in her hand. Mom? The name came out of his mouth, which made him slightly stunned. He thought it would be a little unnatural when he called her mom. But when I actually called it out, there was no awkwardness at all, as if I had called it out countless times, as if this name was instinctive. Xiaochen, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in class at this time? Su Yakin's eyebrows were raised, and the majesty she had developed over many years of teaching career was fully revealed at this moment. Chen Chen shrank his neck and felt a chill on his back. This fear seemed to be engraved in his bones. His mind raced, trying to come up with a perfect excuse to deal with it. It was impossible to confess at this time, and I had no way of explaining how I came to the hospital. Shen Mabai saw Chen Chen's embarrassing situation. He looked back and forth at the mother and son. Chen Chen's mother was obviously an ordinary person, so where did Chen Chen get the assets to buy a hospital worth tens of billions? He originally thought that Chen Chen was the second-generation son of some wealthy family, but now he sees that things are far from as simple as he imagined. He also realized that Chen Chen's mother didn't know Chen Chen's worth, and Chen Chen didn't want to tell his mother his actual situation. He coughed lightly and waved his hands behind him. Are you kidding? Are they allowed to watch the excitement of the hospital's top boss? Those hospital leaders who were craning their necks to watch the fun immediately walked away tactfully. They still have some foresight. Shen Mabai's mind was also working rapidly, trying to help Chen Chen come up with a perfect explanation. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he thought of a reason that not only showed his respect for Chen Chen, but also perfectly explained why Chen Chen was here. His expression suddenly changed, and his face was instantly filled with gratitude. He took a few steps forward and said to Su Yakin, You must be Chen Chen's mother, right? I am Shen Mabai, the director of Jiawei Hospital. Today, thanks to your son for saving me, otherwise my old bones would be. Su Yakin looked at the old man in the white coat with a puzzled look on her face. But Shen Mabai didn't care about Chen Chen's mother's expression and continued talking to himself. It was like this. This morning, when I was out exercising, I had a heart attack. I passed out before I could take the medicine. Fortunately, Chen Chen passed by and fed me the medicine, which saved my life. Then he turned to look at Chen Chen with a grateful look on his face. At an angle where Su Yakin couldn't see, he winked at Chen Chen and continued to perform. Chen Chen is my lifesaver. No, I forced him to come to the hospital to express my gratitude to him. Chen Chen watched the old man's impromptu performance and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Su Yakin was skeptical. Why did she feel like this scene often appeared in the TV dramas she watched? Chen Shen didn't let Su Yakin think too much and quickly agreed. It must be true, Mom. Look, Dean Shen insisted on bringing me here, and I couldn't refuse. Su Yakin was fooled by the old man and the child, and her consciousness was a little confused now. Otherwise, there are so many loopholes in this statement, how could she not notice it? For example, this hospital is dozens of kilometers away from Chen Chen's school. Why would Dean Shen run into Chen Chen when he goes out? And even if it was to thank Chen Chen, why was he in the cardiovascular department now? Su Yakin was no longer concerned about why her son was in the hospital. She kept replaying the conversation in her mind. The old man in front of me said that he is the director of Jiawei Hospital, the director. She pulled Chen Chen aside and asked in a low voice. Xiaochen, that person just said he is the director of Jiawei Hospital? Is it true? Su Yakin had a hopeful look on her face and a hint of urgency in her voice, as if the answer was very important to her. Chen Chen looked at his mother suspiciously. In his memory, his mother didn't seem to be the kind of person who cared about other people's identities. But he still nodded affirmatively. Yes, he is the director of the hospital. Then he saw his mother's face full of joy. It's like this. Your grandmother has a heart problem and needs surgery. There is no such medical condition at home. Your uncle made inquiries from many sources and confirmed that this hospital is the leading authority in this field. Su Yakin turned her head and glanced at Shen Mabai, then continued to talk to Chen Chen. This hospital is good, but the price is high and you have to make an appointment and queue up. The price can be solved. Your uncle paid the lion's share, and your aunts and I can chip in to make up the rest. But there is really no way to deal with the waiting time. Look, you just happened to save the dean. Can you ask him to help you and let your grandmother jump the queue? Of course. Chen Shen didn't need Dean Shen's consent at all. What a joke, the whole hospital belongs to him. Seeing that Chen Shen agreed without hesitation, Su Yakin showed a look of suspicion on her face. Chen Shen then realized that his attitude was wrong. He quickly tried to explain himself. I mean, of course it's no problem. After all, I saved Dean Shen's life. It's just cutting in line. Of course it's okay. After hearing Chen Chen's explanation, Su Yakin's doubts were dispelled. Mom, which ward is Grandma in? I want to go see her. A gentle smile of an old lady appeared in Chen Chen's mind. It also reminded me that every time the younger generations like me went to my grandmother's house, my grandfather always had a stern face, and my grandmother always took out a lot of delicious food from the small west room and shared it with me and others. Okay, but you should talk to Dean Shen first to see if it's possible. Chen Chen was somewhat helpless. He had no way of explaining to his mother the source of all this for the time being. Otherwise, he could just tell her that the hospital was his and there would be no need to go through so much trouble. He was pushed by his mother to come to Shen Mabai, and then he explained everything to him with a wry smile, and then deliberately put on a flattering expression. Dean Shen, can you please make an exception and let my grandmother see the doctor first? Just as Shen Mabai was cooperating with Chen Chen tacitly and preparing to continue acting out this scene. Suddenly, a middle-aged doctor in surgical gown and surgical cap came jogging over from the distance. His mask was still hanging around his neck. It was obvious that he had just finished an operation and came running over after hearing some important news. I only heard him approaching and shouting, President Shen, where is Director Chen? Is he gone? The voice is loud and exceptionally clear. Su Yakin turned her head and looked at Chen Chen, Dr. Chen. Chen Chen only felt a chill on his back and beads of sweat began to seep out of his forehead. Chapter 73, The ward is full of royal relatives. When Shen Mabai saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself, it's bad. This visitor directly disrupted the tacit performance between him and Chen Chen. His old brain was working frantically, trying to see if there was any solution to the problem. It really just suddenly occurred to him that he seemed to have heard Chen Chen's mother say something like, why didn't you go to class? Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. His eyes lit up and he grabbed the director of the cardiovascular department who had come to his side. She deliberately turned her back to Su Yakin and spoke loudly to him. Director Li, did you come here just because you heard that student Chen saved me? When he said the three words student Chen, he spoke with extra force, fearing that Director Li wouldn't be able to hear it. Director Li looked confused and did not quite understand what his dean was saying. However, it doesn't matter whether you understand it or not. Director Li is a smart man and his many years in the workplace are not in vain. Oh, that's right. I heard the news right after the operation and hurried over to see how you are doing, Dean. Seeing Director Lee being so cooperative, Shen Mabai couldn't help but reveal admiration in his eyes. I'm fine now. This time it's all thanks to classmate Chen. If it wasn't for classmate Chen's help, I would be in danger. Come, let me introduce you. He calls him student Chen all the time. Not a single word was spoken to Su Yakin, yet every single word was spoken to Su Yakin. Su Yakin began to wonder if she had really heard it wrong. Director Lee just now said student Chen instead of Mr. Chen? Although he still had doubts, after Shen Mabai introduced that Director Lee was the director of the cardiology department, she immediately put this suspicion aside. After all, don't you know what your son is like? After more than 10 years of living together day and night, it is impossible for him to become Mr. Chen just by studying for a few days. Even TV doesn't dare to play this plot like this. Moreover, the person in front of him is the director of the cardiovascular department. Su Yakin's attitude towards this director is much better than Shen Mabai's. After all, the county magistrate is not as good as the current one. Director Lee is the direct supervisor of the department treating his mother's condition. Shen Mabai didn't mind this at all. Since it was about the safety of his loved ones, he could fully understand. And most importantly, this matter was managed without any major problems. While Su Yakin was asking Director Lee questions, he turned to look at Chen Chen. He found that Chen Chen was giving him a thumbs up with a look of admiration on his face. Shen Mo nodded calmly at Chen Chen, but he felt secretly happy in his heart. Who says the old dean has to be old-fashioned? If that were true, he wouldn't have acted with Chen Chen. Old child, what it means is that the older people get, the more childish they become. I saw that Director Lee was still being questioned by Su Yakin. Shen Mabai stepped forward to help Director Lee out of the predicament. Mother Chen Chen, let's go to the ward first. Director Lee is here too. When Su Yakin heard what Dean Shen said, she couldn't help but frown, and hurriedly took Shen Mabai and Director Lee to her mother's ward. On the way, Shen Mabai whispered a few words to the secretary who had been following him. Secretary Wang nodded in understanding and left quickly to arrange the dean's instructions. As a high-end private hospital, all the wards in Jiawei Hospital are single rooms. When the door of the ward was opened, Chen Chen was stunned. At a glance, I saw that the ward was full of relatives. Grandpa, eldest uncle, third aunt, fourth aunt, and youngest aunt. Wow, there are quite a lot of people here, someone from every family is here. When these elders saw Chen Chen, they all looked surprised. My uncle stood up and said in surprise, "Didn't I tell you not to tell Xiaochen? Why are you here suddenly now?" Su Yakin did not rush to explain, but invited Shen Mabai and Director Lee into the ward, and then explained the situation to the family members. For a moment, all the elders looked at Chen Chen in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. The little aunt even directly took Chen Chen's hand and couldn't help but sigh, "What a coincidence, your grandma is so good to you. It's really a pity. This is simply karma." Shen Mabai noticed that Chen Chen was winking at him, and he understood what he meant. Isn't this just letting yourself continue acting? In the single ward, the relatives' attention had completely shifted to the two hospital leaders, and no one cared about Chen Chen anymore. There was an endless stream of questions about the illness and words of gratitude. Dean Shen has obviously encountered this kind of situation many times, and he handled it with ease and patiently answered every question. Director Lee also asked for the medical records and examination reports and reviewed them carefully. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Chen Chen went straight to the bedside. Grandma's face was a little pale, but she still had a gentle smile on her face. He squatted down, held his grandmother's old hand, said nothing, but his eyes were a little red. Director Lee carefully read the report in his hand, then stepped forward to ask Chen Chen's grandmother some questions. Then he pulled Shen Mabai aside and expressed his thoughts. "Director, I can perform this operation, but because the patient is too old, I am less than 80% confident." However, when Shen Mabai heard Director Lee say that he was nearly 80% sure, he felt that it was quite good. After all, Chen Chen's grandmother is over 60 years old. The physical functions of the older generation are already poorer, so an 80% chance of success is already considered relatively high. But when Director Lee changed the subject, he couldn't help but ask, "But what?" Director Lee did not keep the secret and continued, "If the Da Vinci robotic surgery system is used and Dr. Bai performs the surgery, it may be safer and the success rate should be even higher." Shen Mabai thought about it for a while and agreed with Director Lee's suggestion. "Okay, let's ask Dr. Bai to come and see after the operation." It would be best if you two could come together. He glanced at Chen Chen's relatives and found that they were staring at him. He lowered his voice and moved closer to Director Li. The person on the bed is Mr. Chen's grandmother, but Mr. Chen's family doesn't know his true identity. Remember, don't let it slip again like you did just now. Remember to remind Dr. Bai later. Director Li was completely confused. He understood each word, but was stunned when he put them together. Isn't Mr. Chen the rich second generation who just acquired this billion-dollar hospital? His family doesn't even know that he is a rich second generation? Although his mind was full of questions, he knew that he should not ask questions that he should not ask. He was just a doctor and it was not good to know too much. He just needs to know that Dean Shen said it, and he should not let it slip. He must listen to the dean. At this time, Director Li also understood why Dean Shen was so nice to the people in this ward. These are not the patient's family members, this room is full of royal relatives. How can their attitude be bad? And the one lying on the bed is the Empress Dowager, a figure on the level of the imperial grandmother. In this hospital, that is the supreme existence. The P among VIPs. Director Li's heart trembled a little. He subconsciously checked his clothes and found that he was still wearing surgical gown. Director, please go and tell them about the situation. I'll wait for Dr. Bai to come out, then change my clothes and come back. It's not appropriate to wear surgical gowns. Director Li turned to the royal relatives and said, "Everyone, I have to excuse myself for a moment." He opened the door and escaped from the ward. Dean Shen also explained to everyone the conversation he had just had with Director Li. To sum it up, it can be summed up in one sentence. We are going to arrange for the chief physician and another deputy chief physician to perform the operation together, with the highest standard and most professional doctors to ensure the safety of the operation. Chapter 74 Chen Chen's Childhood Sweetheart. After hearing Dean Shen's promise, he actually arranged for the director and deputy director to perform the operation together. They don't know the difference between an associate chief and an associate chief physician, but that doesn't stop them from knowing how impressive it is. Chen Chen's family members all showed joy on their faces. They never imagined that Chen Chen's life-saving grace was so important that the dean would take it so seriously. For a moment, everyone was praising Chen Chen. Just then, Secretary Wang pushed the door and entered the ward. As the dean's secretary, although he didn't know where Chen Chen's grandmother's ward was, it was quite easy for him to find out the dean's whereabouts in the hospital. Secretary Wang came to Shen Mabai and said, "Dean, the Jade Pavilion Universal Suite has been arranged and the patient can be transferred in at any time." Shen Mabai nodded and said nothing. He planned to wait for Director Li and Dr. Bai to have a consultation before transferring Chen Chen's grandmother directly to the intensive care unit. With Dean Shen's promise, the originally solemn atmosphere in the ward became noticeably more relaxed. A few men were still chatting with Dean Shen, but Chen Chen's mother and aunts had already gathered around the bed. They are not only here to accompany their mother, their main purpose is Chen Chen. The various questions from the aunts made Chen Chen's head hurt. They didn't ask about Chen Chen's studies, but Aunt Su Yating was the first to be affected. She moved closer to Chen Chen, her eyes full of curiosity. "Xiao Chen, it's been so long since the start of school, have you found a girlfriend?" Chen Chen was totally unprepared, and his aunt spoke with such force that he almost choked to death on his own saliva. I raised my head and looked around, and was surprised to find that several aunts and even my mother were looking at me with some gossip. What is even more exaggerated is that even the grandmother on the hospital bed felt a little more energetic when she heard this topic. Chen Chen saw it clearly, and there was a hint of expectation flickering in his somewhat cloudy eyes. Chen Chen held his forehead with his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. "I say, shouldn't you be concerned about my studies first?" Third Aunt Su Yali waved her hand, looking disapproving. "Hey, we are relieved that you are studying. Compared with studying, we are more concerned about whether you have found a girlfriend?" Fourth Aunt Su Yan also echoed, Yes, you were stupid before. The girl from the Wang family followed you around all day long, but what happened? You slapped her and she ran so far away to go to school, breaking her heart." Chen Chen was speechless for a moment, and the image of a pretty girl who always followed him appeared in his mind. Then he glanced at his mother quietly and muttered, "Does that mean I don't want to talk about it?" But it was obviously not secretive enough and could not escape the sharp eyes of Su Yakin, who had many years of teaching experience. She caught her son's gaze directly. Su Yakin didn't say anything and grabbed Chen Chen's ear. "Look at me, what am I doing? I just said that you are not allowed to date in high school, but I didn't say that you can never date." The slight resentment that had just arisen in Chen Chen's heart disappeared in an instant. Ouch, ouch. Dear mother, you are right, it hurts, it hurts. I was wrong, let go. This expression, this action, is as exaggerated and extravagant as it can be. How could Su Yakin really use all her strength? Chen Chen was just acting. However, Su Yakin still let go of her hand. Chen Chen pretended to rub his ear with one hand while thinking of a solution. You can't just come clean and say, I talked to several people. Then I will definitely be tried by 3 judges. Otherwise, just release them one by one, focusing on a step-by-step approach, like boiling the frog in warm water. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and took the initiative to meet a few curious and gossipy glances. I just talked about one. Chen Chen pretended to be calm and spoke directly. Then I heard. Oh. TSK TSK TSK. It was my aunt who came up first, with a teasing look on her face. You've only talked about one. From the sound of your voice, do you think it's not enough? How many do you plan to talk about? Chen Chen didn't dare to answer this, he was afraid. Fourth aunt went on to say, TSK TSK TSK, if the girl from the Wang family knew about this, she would definitely cry. Su Yakin also had a complicated expression. Although she did not allow her son to have a romantic relationship during his high school years. But I am still quite satisfied with this little childhood sweetheart of my son. She had even thought about how she would be the mother-in-law after the 2 of them got married. Now I can only sigh in my heart and say that we are not destined to be together. What a pity! When Chen Chen thought of the pretty girl crying, a gentle curve appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously. Crying? Then comfort him. Fate but no destiny? You must be joking. It doesn't exist. I am a scumbag now. In his opinion, childhood sweethearts are invincible. If there really is a drop from the sky? It depends on whether Chen Chen can deal with it or not. Anyway, his main goal is to provide a home for all beautiful girls. Having made up his mind, Chen Chen stopped thinking about this matter for the time being. It was more important to deal with the group of weird elders in front of him. At this time, my aunt narrowed her eyes and spoke again. Xiaochen, what does your girlfriend look like? Do you have a photo? Show it to your aunt. Chen Chen just came out of his recollection state and didn't react. Who are you looking at? Huh? This time it was my aunt's turn to look surprised. Which one? How many do you have? Chen Chen then realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurried to make amends. Where did they come from? I'm just one. I mean, look at what that one is doing, right? Look at what that one is doing. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are weekends, why don't I just bring her over? My aunt is not as easy to fool as my second sister. She stared at Chen Chen intently. She was sure that this was not what Chen Chen meant by his words just now. He patted Chen Chen's head gently, and then said with a meaningful smile, Xiao Chen has made great progress. Chen Chen was sweating profusely. He knew this aunt too well. In his memory, no matter how perfect the lies he told when he was a child, there would always be flaws in front of this aunt. Even if you manage to hide it by chance, your intuition is still very good and you can trick yourself out with just a casual word. In this situation, it is obvious that I have been exposed. Although I don't know why my aunt didn't point it out. But this is a sword hanging over your head. If my own mother knew about this, it would be like the sky falling. Although it shouldn't be the case that there will be mixed doubles now. But he would definitely be kicked out of the house. Think about your family. My grandfather retired from the education industry. My aunt and uncle are teachers. My parents are teachers. My third aunt and uncle are within the system. My aunt is also a teacher. The whole family is from a scholarly family with old-fashioned ideas. If he were to have several relationships at the same time, it would be exposed now. He didn't even dare to imagine the consequences. Chen Chen looked at his aunt with pleading eyes, hoping that she would show mercy and let him go now. As for the future, we have to take it step by step, gradually confessing things like peeling off threads from an onion, and give everyone time to gradually adapt. The most important thing now is to save the dog's life. Chapter 75 Curiosity is the beginning of fall. Aunt Su Yating patted Chen Chen's shoulder heavily again, and finally showed mercy and let Chen Chen go. Chen Chen had just breathed a sigh of relief when his aunt suddenly leaned close to his ear. She said in a very low voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "You little brat, explain everything to your auntie someday." "Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped." Chen Chen nodded with a bitter look on his face. He really couldn't stand this gossip girl who had no sense of boundaries. But as long as it is not fully exposed, everything else is fine. Who knows, maybe my aunt is my entry point. He was still talking about the 3-court trial. But in my heart I started thinking which girlfriend I should expose first tomorrow. Ai Xiaoing is feeling unwell, so that should be ruled out first. Then you can only choose between Bai Shi and Su Chua. In fact, Su Chua is the most suitable one. Not only are they of similar age, but they are also students. But Bai Shi also wanted to bring it here to show his family. His difficulty in making decisions suddenly came up. If you can't make a decision, just don't make it yet and wait until tomorrow. There was another knock on the ward door. Chen Chen's uncle Su Jianye, who was closest to the door, opened the door. Standing at the door was Director Li, who had already changed into a white coat, and behind him stood Bai Xiaoing, who was also wearing a white coat. Bai Xiaoing looked very tired at this moment. It was obvious that the operation just now had consumed a lot of her energy. Chen Chen's uncle Su Jianye didn't know Bai Xiaoing, but he knew Director Li. He quickly stepped aside and invited the two of them into the ward. Bai Xiaoing had obviously been informed in advance by Director Li. She didn't know what the situation was, and Director Li himself didn't know either. Not to mention that she received the information second-hand. She only knew that after coming in, she should open her ears but not her mouth. Apart from the illness, don't worry about anything else, and just don't call him Mr. Chen. I saw Chen was surrounded by several ants, with a bitter face but looking helpless. The expression on the baby's face suddenly became a little strange, the kind of expression that wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. She didn't expect that Chen, the big boss of the hospital who was high and mighty in her eyes, with a nice voice but rude words, would be as obedient as a puppy in front of his family. Bai Xiaoing thought that this kind of nobleman would be very serious, earnest and rigid towards everyone, and would be difficult to interact with and get along with. Now it seems that apart from being a little richer, there is no difference between me and ordinary people. She couldn't help but feel a little fond of and curious about Chen. Ding, Bai Xiaoing's favorability plus 10. Hearing the system prompt, Chen looked at Bai Xiaoing calmly. He knew that Bai Xiaoing was a medical genius. Thinking that this woman could become an associate chief physician at the age of 28, her mind must be full of patience and medical records. As for love affairs? Chen guessed that Bai Xiaoing probably thought it was a waste of time. He knew that it would be difficult to impress a girl like this with material things and money. So even though he was very interested in Bai Xiaoing, he had no intention of taking immediate action. But now, the favorability has increased? Just with this one glance, he caught a hint of curiosity in Bai Xiaoing's eyes. I don't know why I'm curious, but it's a good thing. Most women fall for you out of curiosity at first. Just as Chen was about to observe carefully, he found that Bai Xiaoing had already picked up the case and report handed over by Director Li and was looking through them carefully. With the report in hand, the cuteness and childishness brought by the baby face disappeared instantly. What replaced it was the unquestionable sense of professionalism that Chen had seen in her before. At this time, Chen's relatives also noticed this little girl. Everyone was wondering who this little girl was and why Director Li had to hand her the medical records in person. Shen Labai stepped forward at the right time to clear up everyone's doubts. This is the deputy chief physician of the cardiovascular department I just mentioned. Su Jianye was a little skeptical. This is the deputy director? Director Li was already accustomed to hearing the suspicion in Uncle Chen's tone. He just smiled and added, it's a genuine deputy chief physician who was promoted based on his own ability. After hearing what the director said, everyone chose to believe it temporarily, but they still had concerns in their hearts. After all, Bai Xiaoing looks too young. Director Li, what do you think of this patient? Bai Xiaoing did not hide anything, but directly discussed the patient's condition in front of the room full of family members. Generally speaking, this situation means that the doctor is extremely confident about the condition. As Bai Xiaoing spoke, the ward instantly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on the young deputy director. Dr. Bai, please tell me what you think first. Director Li did not express his own opinion, but instead asked for her thoughts. Bai Xiaoing did not refuse and spoke directly. If I am the lead surgeon for this operation, I will be 80% sure. If you can assist me, I will be 90% sure. Okay, let's do as you say. I'll be your assistant. Director Li made the decision immediately. Even if he went up himself and asked Bai Xiaoing to assist him, he would definitely not have a 90% chance of success.
This does not mean that Director Li's medical skills are inferior to Ai Xiaoing's.
It can only be said that everyone has their own expertise, and Ai Xiaoing just happens to be more specialized in treating Chen Chen's grandmother's illness.
But this can also prove that Ai Xiaoing's medical skills are amazing. This 90% certainty can be said to be absolute certainty in medicine.
Because all surgeries have risks, it is impossible to achieve 100% success. With 90% certainty, you basically just need to focus on postoperative complications.
After listening to Director Li's explanation, Chen Chen and his family members all showed a look of relief on their faces.
The look in their eyes when they looked at Ai Xiaoing was not only gratitude, but also wonder and admiration. This girl looks young, but her medical skills are so great that even the regular director is willing to be her deputy.
How come other people's children are so outstanding? They are all here to repay their gratitude. Think about your own children again, they are simply here to collect debts.
The elders present wanted to grab their own children and give them 30 lashes each. Seeing her son right in front of her, Su Yakin reached out and twisted Chen Chen's ear again.
Moreover, this time, I was really trying hard. Look at Dr. Bai, he's so skilled at such a young age. And look at you, you can even make the wrong appointment when you go to the hospital for a cold.
Chen Chen felt aggrieved, as he majored in finance.
Besides, isn't it normal to get the wrong number when going to the hospital?
And who knows what number to register for a cold?
People present had different reactions to this scene. Chen Chen's relatives were all watching the fun, their faces full of gloating, some even laughed out loud in an unkind way.
Shen Mabai was even more puzzled.
Before, at the hospital gate,
Chen Chen said that he had a wrong number because of a cold.
Shen Mabai thought he was joking, but he didn't expect it to be true. Director Li was a little terrified. Did this count as knowing the big boss's dark gossip? Would he be fired tomorrow just because his left foot went to the hospital?
Only Ai Xiaoing had a warm smile on her face. Chen Chen, who was being disciplined like this, made her feel real and cute, and she even secretly envied such a family atmosphere. Unconsciously, she had developed a better impression of Mr. Chen.
Chapter 76 Ant's Suspicion. Ding, Ai Xiaoing's favorability plus 10.
This time, Chen Chen clearly saw the look of envy in Ai Xiaoing's eyes. He didn't quite understand why he should envy his mother for pulling his ears and giving him a scolding. Chen Chen suspected that Ai Xiaoing had something wrong with her brain. However, he changed his mind.
Ai Xiaoing's current achievements are definitely due to her personal efforts. What about her family? It must be an elite education family. I hope my son will become a dragon and my daughter will become a phoenix.
I have been strictly required to get first place in exams and win prizes in competitions since I was young. This woman must have been pushed to run forward since she was a child. For her, family is probably just a habitat. That's why I envy such ordinary family interactions and jokes between mother and child. Because this should be something she has never experienced since she was a child. Although she is now successful, she is definitely scarred inside.
Chen Chen thought of a popular saying on the internet.
If she is inexperienced, take her to see the world. If she is experienced, take her to ride the carousel. Ai Xiaoing's heart can be said to be experienced in another sense. Chen Chen was so absorbed in thinking about Ai Xiaoing that he even forgot the pain in his ears. At this time, Shen Mabai stepped forward to rescue him.
Everyone, let's do a full set of CGA assessments before surgery today. If there are no problems, we can do the surgery tomorrow.
He turned to Director Li and Ai Xiaoing, his tone extremely serious. You two will jointly perform this operation and be responsible for the old lady's treatment from now on.
I will arrange for someone to take over the rest of your work. Make sure you get enough rest tonight so that you can complete the operation in the best condition tomorrow.
Then he turned to Chen Chen's relatives. I have arranged a VIP ward for the old lady, and she can be settled there now. When Chen Chen's uncle Su Jianye heard that they would be moving to a VIP ward, he looked a little hesitant. The current single room is already in very good condition. The VIP ward must be more advanced, but the cost will also be more expensive.
Although he had some savings from his business, the fees charged by high-end hospitals were no joke.
More importantly, he wanted to set aside some emergency funds for any subsequent situations that might arise for his mother. Therefore, Su Jianye was somewhat reluctant to change wards. Shen Mabai saw through Uncle Chen Chen's concerns at a glance, and he just smiled brightly.
Don't worry, everyone. Classmate Chen saved my life. All the expenses for the old lady's hospitalization this time are free.
Then he winked at Chen Shen and added, I still have this right, and this is my way of repaying classmate Chen for saving my life. Chen Shen looked at Shen Mabai and thought, no wonder this little old man could be the dean. This was an excuse he came up with on the spur of the moment to deal with his mother, but he made great use of it. When everyone present heard Dean Shen say that all hospital expenses would be free, they were immediately shocked and there was an uproar. You know, they have already inquired about the prices of surgery and hospitalization. It would cost at least 1.8 million, which is a huge sum of money for an ordinary family. Fortunately, Uncle Chen Shen was quite capable, and he only asked his 5 sisters to pool together 300,000 yuan. The remaining 1.5 million was borne by his son alone. But now, Dean Shen waived this huge medical expense with just one sentence? Not to mention that he had to be moved to a VIP ward and have the surgery performed jointly by the director and deputy director, which should be worth far more than 1.8 million. When Su Jianye heard Shen Mabai's words, he was stunned and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. After coming back to his senses, his voice trembled a little. Dean Shen. Dean Shen, this is not right. Shen Mabai waved his hands and said with a smile, Chen Shen saved my life, this little token of gratitude is nothing. Chen Shen also chimed in at the right time, Uncle, you can take Grandma to live there. This will not only allow Dean Shen to repay the favor, but also help Grandma's recovery. Su Jianye nodded heavily, without hesitation, and asked everyone to pack up. Director Li also immediately arranged several nurses to help Chen Shen's grandmother transfer to the new ward. Transferred to the top ward of Jiahui International Hospital, which represents the pinnacle of luxury medical services in the hospital. Everyone came to the exclusive elevator, and Shen Mabai used vein and iris dual authentication to open the elevator door. This is an exclusive elevator that goes directly to the top floor and only stops at the top floor wards. Shen Mabai introduced. The elevator rose steadily, and apart from the jumping numbers, no one felt the elevator rising at all. Shen Mabai continued to explain, the Huanyu ward covers an area of 480 square meters and adopts a composite design for medical treatment and recuperation. It is divided into a medical area, a living area, and an auxiliary functional area. In particular, the ward also uses magnetic levitation shock absorption technology to ensure that the operation is not disturbed by external vibrations. Su Jianye couldn't help but interrupt, can surgery be performed in the ward? Shen Mabai smiled and nodded, of course, the medical area is equipped with a sterile operating room, a multimodal imaging room, a cell room and a micro blood bank. The equipment here is more advanced than the main operating center. Su Yating couldn't help but ask, then the charge for such a ward must be very expensive, right? Shen Mabai did not answer directly, but glanced at Chen Shen implicitly first. Seeing that Chen Shen had no objection, he spoke frankly. The basic fee is 128,888 yuan per day, and a medical reserve fund of 30 million yuan must be paid in advance. It is only open to customers with an annual net income of more than 500 million US dollars. Hiss. There were intermittent gasps in the elevator. This fee is too small. It is completely beyond their imagination. With this amount of money, not to mention that they do not meet the opening conditions, even if there are no such opening conditions, they dare not even think about it. 128,888 per day is just the basic fee. They understand this, it's just the room fee. Su Jianye's voice trembled a little, Dean Shen, you said everything is free. Is this ward included in it? Shen Mabai answered readily, of course. From the time the old lady is hospitalized to the time she recovers and is discharged, all expenses are free. Only then did Su Jianye calm down again. It's nice here, but the cost is too shocking and they can't afford it. Su Yating didn't say anything this time. She was looking back and forth at Shen Mabai and Chen Shen with a suspicious look on her face. She noticed a detail. Before Shen Mabai mentioned the amount, he looked at Chen Shen first. Although Shen Mabai's actions were very subtle, she still noticed them. She carefully recalled Shen Mabai's attitude towards Chen Shen, and it seemed that he always had a subtle respect for her. This is not the right attitude to treat your savior. The attitude towards a lifesaver should be gratitude, not respect. A respectful attitude only appears when facing people with higher status than oneself. Also, if Dean Shen Mabai was not exaggerating, the specifications of this ward were simply too high. Even if he is the dean, he should not have the right to arbitrarily arrange such a ward for the so-called lifesaver. Unless it is authorized by the person who truly has the power to make the decision. Su Yating's gaze finally settled on Chen Shen. Could this person be Xiaochen? Chapter 77 7-Star Hotel in the Medical Field.
Su Yiting's gaze fixed on Chen Chen. Could the person who has this right be the child whom I have watched grow up? If it was really him, then when did he acquire such great abilities? He wanted to ask clearly, so he moved his lips, but still didn't ask. Since Xiaochen chose to conceal it, he must have his reasons. Even if I am curious, I can only verify it in private, and now is not the right time. Then, he looked at Chen Chen with complicated eyes, and then looked away. She temporarily suppressed all her doubts in her heart. Ding, with a slight sound, the elevator has reached the target floor. As Shin Mabai operated manually, the elevator door slowly and silently opened to both sides. The first thing that appeared in front of everyone was 8 people lined up in a row. Shin Mabai also introduced it to everyone in time. After the intensive care unit is opened, it will maintain 24-hour medical care, including a chief physician, 2 deputy chief physicians, and 3 internationally certified specialist nurses. Considering that we already have Director Li and Dr. Bai, we will not arrange a chief physician this time. Then he began to introduce the 8 people in front of him one by one. This is Dr. William, the deputy chief physician in charge of surgery. A tall male doctor with foreign appearance bowed respectfully as Dean Shin introduced him. This is Dr. Xie Ching, the deputy chief physician in charge of internal medicine support. A female doctor who was about 40 or 50 years old also bowed slightly respectfully. These 3 nurses are a pain management specialist, a wound care specialist, and a critical care specialist. Following Shin Mabai's introduction, 3 nurses came out one by one. Their snow-white nurse uniforms were spotless, and the professional badges on their chests flashed under the lights. These 2 are the Da Vinci Robots operation specialists, and this one is a life support system engineer. After Shin Mabai introduced several people, he did not stop, but continued speaking. In addition to the people in front of us who are on call 24 hours a day, there is also a 3-member anesthesia team, 2 rehabilitation therapists and a nutritional pharmacist who are ready to respond as needed. After taking a breath, he continued, the backup medical team is also on standby downstairs, and there are also global consultation specialists who can connect with top European and American experts 24 hours a day and are also on standby at any time. After the introduction, Shin Mabai waved his hand, and the people in front of him dispersed and went to where they should be. Everyone was stunned. The standard was too high and completely beyond their understanding. For ordinary people like them, going to the hospital for treatment, being hospitalized, and running around to please the doctor is their normal medical procedure. And now, the doctors whom they could not normally make an appointment with, and the medical staff whom they had never even heard of before, were on call 24 hours a day, ready to serve their old lady at any time? Before they could digest the shock, they saw Shin Mabai stepping into the ward, and they hurriedly followed him. After entering the ward, they were shocked again. When everyone heard Shin Mabai's introduction before, they just thought that he seemed very impressive. However, they didn't have any real idea of how powerful it was, because they simply couldn't access things at this level. Now that I have seen the various things in the ward with my own eyes, I truly understand. What Dean Shin said just now didn't even describe 1/10 of the actual situation. This is not a ward at all, it's an exhibition hall that can only be seen in science fiction movies. The huge panoramic floor-to-ceiling window is made of electrochromic glass and can switch between transparent and fogged modes with just one click. Dynamic spectrum lighting system that simulates the natural light cycles of 12 healing sites around the world. A medical-grade fresh air system that can achieve a PM0.1 filtration efficiency of 99.99%. In the medical area, after Shin Mabai's introduction again, the Da Vinci SP single-port surgical robot is hidden above the ceiling. Intraoperative holographic navigation can be performed by projecting the patient's 3D anatomical model in the air. The bed integration can monitor 64 vital signs. There is also a built-in emergency equipment compartment in the wall. As for the rehabilitation living area, those things amaze them even more. Italian electric rehabilitation sofa with lumbar decompression function. Swiss smart mattress that can adjust 7-zone support strength in real time. A German mineral bathtub with a built-in ultrasound bone density scanner. A Japanese spinal decompression chamber with the same technology as the space station. They also saw a healing garden with 300 medicinal plants and a retractable glass dome. Wait. There are too many things, too much high technology, too many things they have never seen, and even too many things they have never heard of. This ward is a perfect combination of top medical space and top luxury. Chen Shen's grandmother was lying on the hospital bed, completely dazed. The old lady even felt as if she was not here to see a doctor but on vacation. No, that's not right. The last time her third daughter took her to Hainan for a trip,
the 5-star hotel they stayed in looked like a small hotel compared to this place. Su Janya stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the city outside, and suddenly he felt his legs go weak. A ward like this can no longer be simply called luxurious, but they are now using it for free? He reached out and twisted his thigh hard. Well, if I can feel the pain, then it's not a dream. But the more this happened, the more uneasy he felt. Just as everyone was still immersed in this unimaginable intensive care unit environment, Chen Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and found that it was Zhang Yu calling. Zhang Yu usually wouldn't call me unless it was something important. So Chen didn't hesitate and answered the phone directly. Fuck, brother Chen, you are awesome. If we hadn't seen the school announcement, we wouldn't have known you were so courageous. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Yu's noisy voice came from the other end. Chen was a little confused. What could have happened to him that could make Zhang Yu make such a fuss? What happened? Asking when you don't understand is Chen Chen's good habit. 100 million. Isn't that the 100 million you donated to the school? Chen suddenly realized. He didn't expect Principal Su to act so quickly. The money donated just yesterday was announced today. Where did you see it? He asked Zhang Yu in a low voice. It's the bulletin board in front of the teaching building. Zhang Yu's voice on the other end of the phone was still very excited. Brother Chen, even though only your name is published and no other information about you is included, the entire school forum is discussing you right now. Just wait and see. Before today, all your details will be exposed. Chapter 78. Chen Chen has a bubble in his brain. The difference from before is that now Chen is surprisingly calm when facing the situation of becoming the focus of the school. The experience of just a few days has made him grow a lot. Besides, the news of the donation of 100 million yuan was made public after President Su nodded in approval. If you want to prevent the news from being leaked, it is very simple. You just need to tell Dean Su at that time. But he did not forget the original purpose of the donation. Getting some privileges is only one part of it. Another thing is that he is kind-hearted and wants to help beautiful senior and junior schoolmates who are in difficult living conditions. If it was a silent donation, how would the beautiful senior and junior students know that it was Chen who helped them? Wouldn't that mean his plan to improve his favorability would be declared a failure? As for whether it would attract the attention of students in the school, Chen smiled indifferently. Now he doesn't care about it at all. After these few short days of experience, Chen Chen's character has undergone a drastic change. In the past, he was the type of person who went with the flow and accepted everything that happened. Thinking about it now, it's somewhat ridiculous. He is only 19 years old now, and he has the support of the system. Young. Strong. Not being arrogant is already very low-key. Chen has a completely new understanding of how to treat women. Thinking back to the several women who had relationships with me, it was basically them who took the initiative. Ai Xiaoing threw herself into his arms, Su Chua took the initiative to approach him, and even Chu Momo now had a secret crush on him. The only exception is Bai Shi, but that was also the first step that he took by chance. Now that I think about it, he was just a little bit crazy. He was a little too reserved. Why are you pretending to be a gentleman? The body is systemically enhanced and the money is almost unlimited. What kind of woman can't satisfy him? He has money, he has looks, and it takes him 2 hours to get whatever he wants. Given his current condition, if he sees a pretty girl he likes, he'll just go for her without thinking. The other party is unwilling? That must be because the other party does not feel your sincerity. Anyway, the system can return the money you spend several times to you. What's there to hesitate about? Just throw money at it. It's absolutely sincere. You can also make a lot of money. What? You said that money can't open the heart of a woman like Ai Xiaoing? Then use your brain to think of a solution. He is not stupid. If that still doesn't work, then do I have to hang myself on a crooked tree? It's better not to have this one, there's a large forest behind it. I won't pretend anymore. Chen is just lustful and he likes beautiful women when he sees them. As for being exclusive in relationships? Then Chen could only say sorry. After all, he might have too many people he was exclusively interested in. In the days to come, he will try his best to treat everyone equally. When you have more girlfriends in the future, go to the nearby ones more often. As for those who are far away, if you think of them, just go with them. He has already made arrangements for certain aspects of the future. I heard Zhang Yu still chattering on the phone. Chen Shen interrupted directly, alright, let them dig if they want, don't worry about it. After a pause, he added, but you still need to keep an eye on it for me and tell me if there is any new situation. Although he didn't take the matter seriously, he still had the curiosity that a normal person should have. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shen put the phone in his pocket and turned around. He found that several doctors had already started to perform preoperative examinations on his grandmother, and most people were standing not far away watching. But his mother Su Yakan, his aunt Su Yuting and Shen Mabai did not come over, but stood not far away from him. The expressions of the three people were different. Shen Mabai still maintained a smiling expression, with his hands placed in front of him, like an old butler waiting for orders at any time. His mother Su Yakan looked at him with a scrutinizing look in her eyes, and from time to time she turned back to look in the direction of his grandmother. My aunt looked at me with a playful expression, obviously very interested in the phone call. However, what Chen Shen did not notice was that his aunt would occasionally glance at Shen Mabai with an ambiguous light in her eyes. As for Chen Shen's grandmother, Aunt Su Yuting was not worried. In such a top-notch ward, with the personal guarantee of a great medical expert, the possibility of accidents was almost zero. Instead of showing some formal concern, it is better to find ways to test your nephew more. Seeing Chen Shen hang up the phone, Su Yuting's eyes lit up and she walked straight up. He approached Chen Shen and made faces on purpose. Xiaochen, whose phone is this? Could it be your girlfriend? Chen Shen rolled his eyes and looked at his aunt speechlessly. He originally didn't want to pay attention to this gossip girl, but he knew his aunt's character too well. If her curiosity is not satisfied, she will definitely annoy herself to death. Besides, my aunt asked who I called, but didn't he ask what was talked about on the phone? There's nothing wrong with saying it yourself. Sorry to disappoint you, he's my classmate, a boy. He deliberately made an expression as if you guessed wrong, and spread his hands. Seeing his aunt's face that said you are definitely lying to me, Chen Shen pretended to take out his cell phone to prove himself. Don't believe it? Then I'll show you the call records. Seeing this, Su Yuting's expression revealed disappointment. She didn't really want to look at Chen Shen's phone. She waved her hand angrily and said oh. At this time, Su Yakan also came to Chen Shen. Xiaochen, what does your classmate want to see you about? She looked at Chen Shen with inquiry in her eyes. Naturally, Chen Shen couldn't tell the truth. My roommate saw that I didn't go to class, so he called me to ask about my situation. He felt that his reason was perfect and absolutely in line with normal circumstances. But he overlooked one point: his mother was a teacher, and what she cared about most was students missing classes without reason. Sure enough, Su Yakan's eyes suddenly became stern and her voice became deep. Have you come to the hospital to ask for leave from the teacher? Chen Shen felt the change in Su Yakan's tone and his heart tightened. When he heard the content of the question, he immediately realized that he had been negligent. Naturally, he did not ask for leave directly from the teacher, but the principal had already approved a long vacation for him, so he should be considered to have asked for leave. So he nodded confidently, please. After hearing Chen Shen's answer, Su Yakan's expression softened. However, she still said to Chen Shen earnestly, your grandma has already made arrangements. Go back to class first and come back to see her on the weekend. It was like an instinct. Chen Shen nodded and agreed to Su Yakan's words reflexively. The lofty ambitions that I had when I called just now are not visible at all in my mother's heart. He wanted to say goodbye to his grandmother, but was stopped by Su Yakan. Your grandmother is undergoing a checkup, don't disturb her, I'll tell her for you. Considering that tomorrow is Saturday, and my grandma is also going to have surgery tomorrow, I must come. Chen Shen no longer insisted and turned to walk towards the elevator. Shen Mabai knew that Chen Shen did not have the authority to open the door, so he immediately followed. Su Yuting's eyes rolled. I just happened to be going down to do something. Without waiting for her sister's response, she quickly caught up with Chen Shen. Looking at his aunt who was following closely, Chen Shen had a headache. After all, wait. Chapter 79 Chen Shen. You bastard. Chen Shen heard his aunt Su Yuting and his mother say that they were going downstairs to do something. But how could he not understand that his aunt must have discovered something? It must be directed at him. If it was just a suspicion that he had several girlfriends at the same time, then it would be easy to deal with. If it's something else, it'll be a bit difficult to deal with. He hasn't figured out a reason to explain his current situation. After Shen Mabai opened the elevator door, he naturally wanted to follow in, but was stopped by a look from Chen Shen, who was very polite in his words. President Shen,
thanks to your help with my grandmother's matter. Since you are so busy, you don't have to send us specially. Shen Mabai immediately understood what Chun Shen meant. Although he claimed to be a savior, it would be easy to be exposed if he showed off too much. Besides, there are indeed some things in the ward that I have the authority to arrange and handle. He immediately cooperated with Chun Shen and spoke with a smile. Okay, then, classmate Chen, take care. I will make arrangements for the old lady, don't worry. The elevator door slowly closed, and Chen Chen waved to Shen Mabai. What I was really thinking about was how to deal with my aunt. Su Yating behaved very normally and didn't even look at Chen Chen for a second, as if she was just going downstairs. But it was precisely because it was too normal that Chen Chen felt it was abnormal. He knew his aunt too well. She was free and easygoing and quick in doing things. If she found out something, she would have directly started to get to the bottom of it. She followed me down, so she must have come for me. What she said about having something to do was pure bullshit. But now, he had clearly revealed some flaws in front of her. They were alone together, with no one else around, but she didn't say a word? The more this happened, the more Chen Chen felt something was wrong. She must be planning some big move. After waiting for a while, Su Yating still said nothing, and Chen Chen finally couldn't help it. He touched his nose and said, "Aunt, just ask whatever you want to ask." Su Yating couldn't help but want to laugh, she knew her nephew too well. If you force him to tell you the truth, unless he has solid evidence, he will definitely make up a lie for you. But if she left him alone like she was doing now and let him think about whatever he wanted, it would only make him lose his composure. However, she felt that the time was not right yet. So he looked confused. What did you say? I don't have anything to ask? Chen Chen was a little crazy. He was sure that this was his Aunt Su Yating's routine. But even though he knew there was a pit, he still couldn't help but jump in. I can only say that the Chen Chen before and the Chen Chen now are too similar in some ways. He thought it was the effect of the fusion, but it didn't seem like it. The floor numbers in the elevator went down one by one, and Chen Chen's patience was gradually exhausted. Just as he was about to descend to the first floor, Chen Chen finally couldn't bear it anymore. Aunt, what exactly do you want to know? Can I tell you everything? All tricks? Su Yating almost couldn't hold back her laughter. With a soft beep, the elevator reached the first floor. Chen Chen also nodded heavily. He just figured it out. He couldn't keep it a secret forever. Rather than being exposed passively, it is better to proactively find a breakthrough. Of course, the system cannot tell anyone. Chen Chen felt that his Aunt Su Yating was a good breakthrough point. Although she is my aunt, she is actually only 12 years older than me. They have a more open-minded personality and are definitely more receptive than other elders. Although he is usually unreliable, it seems now that he is the most suitable candidate. The elevator stopped steadily on the first floor, but the door did not open automatically. This special elevator requires dual authentication of Vane and Iris to open from the outside. The internal door only needs to be opened manually, but at this moment neither of them touched the door opening button. In this enclosed space, Chen Chen and Su Yating were not in a hurry to open the door and go out. Su Yating stared straight into Chen Chen's eyes. How many girlfriends do you have now? Looking at Su Yating's gossipy expression, Chen Chen suddenly felt that his previous psychological struggle was ridiculous. So after all this worrying, this is it? However, Chen Chen also did what he said. He confessed everything if he said so. He thought about it carefully and felt that his only girlfriends at this stage should be Ai Xiaoing, and Su Chua. He answered truthfully, now there are 3. Su Yating opened her eyes wide instantly. Although she had some doubts, it was mostly based on intuition, the kind of nonsensical intuition. But she really didn't expect that she actually guessed it right. What is even more amazing is that his nephew was not just dating 2 women, but 3. She couldn't help but applaud, and then gave Chen Chen a thumbs up. Great. But she suddenly began to laugh with gloating. But have you thought about how you would die if your mother knew? Otherwise, guess why I would tell you the truth. Chen Chen looked as if it was a matter of course. Wait. Tell me, you want me to persuade your mother, right? Chen Chen put on an expression that said what else? A constipated expression suddenly appeared on Su Yating's face, and she said tentatively. Well, how about, just pretend you didn't tell me? Seeing Chen Chen looking at her expressionlessly, Su Yating's expression also became bitter. You are afraid of your mother. Am I not afraid of my sister? If your story is exposed, will I, who knows about it, have a good ending? Then I don't care, it's what you want to ask anyway. Su Yating gritted her teeth in anger. Chen. You bastard. I'm on your pirate ship. In fact, this is still a small matter. At most, I will get scolded and Chen will get beaten. Su Yating took a few deep breaths, and then suddenly her expression became serious. You are not Din Shen's savior at all, right? Chen didn't expect that his aunt's intuition was so accurate, and she actually noticed the clues. He didn't hesitate and nodded decisively, yes. Su Yating's pupils suddenly contracted, then. She was a little hesitant to ask the next question because she was almost sure of the answer. But this speculation is too incredible. Chen saw Su Yating hesitating but still not saying anything. I guessed what she wanted to ask, so I just took the initiative to ask it. It was because of me that Shen Mabai was able to arrange Grandma's VIP ward. There was no such thing as a life-saving favor. Sure enough. Su Yating's heartbeat suddenly became faster. She thought it was just as she guessed. Then a new question arises. If it wasn't for saving his life, why was Din Shen so nice to Chen, even showing him a hint of respect? Also, Din Shen can directly arrange a special ward of this level because of its relationship with Chen. She also noticed that Chen just called him Shen Mabai by his full name instead of addressing him as Din Shen. All these things put together pointed to a possibility that made her scalp tingle. But, how is this possible? Chapter 80, My legs are weak, let me take it easy. Based on various signs, Su Yating suddenly had a bold guess in her mind. However, as soon as this thought came to her mind, she felt her scalp tingling. How could this be possible? You. She stuttered and tried to confirm with Chen, but found that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. This nephew in front of me was clearly someone I had watched grow up, and he had only been in school for a short time. How could he be what I thought? Chen looked at his aunt's appearance, not knowing what she had guessed. However, since I had already decided to use my aunt as a breakthrough and entry point, I did not hesitate. This hospital is mine. Chen said calmly. The voice was not loud, but every word sounded like thunder in Su Yating's ears. What Chen had just said kept echoing in her mind. My legs couldn't help but go weak, and I leaned back against the cold wall of the elevator, preventing myself from collapsing on the floor. Su Yating didn't know how much this hospital was worth. But she knew that it was definitely a number she dared not even think about. Just the ward where her mother is currently staying requires $500 million to be eligible for admission, and the basic daily fee is 128,888 renminbi. Although this ward is extremely special, it can already explain the problem. In addition, this hospital has various top medical resources and many medical masters. Su Yating does not think that this can be simply measured by money. Why did my mother travel all the way to this hospital for treatment? That's because doctors in ordinary hospitals can't treat it and they're not sure. It took a lot of effort and a huge amount of energy and financial resources to find ways to get it over with. Now, Chen said lightly, the hospital is his. This almost destroyed her cognition. Su Yating felt that her worldview was about to collapse. This top hospital that can exclude 90% of the world's people is actually owned by his nephew. Chen words confirmed Su Yating's guess and also shocked her. However, because she didn't know the true value, although she was shocked, her expression was too extreme. Just as Chen expected, Su Yating was very receptive. Not only did she accept it quickly, but new doubts even arose in her mind. How did this kid do it in such a short time? Besides the hospital, is there anything else Chen is hiding? After Chen said this, although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually still a little nervous in his heart. After all, he knew that this matter was still too explosive for Su Yating. Chen was worried that his aunt wouldn't be able to bear it. When I saw Su Yating leaning against the silver elevator wall, closing her eyes and breathing rapidly. He was even ready to open the elevator door and call for the doctor at any time. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary, and Su Yating's condition soon improved. At least, in Chen opinion, her breathing had become much calmer. Just 2 or 3 minutes later, he saw Su Yating still leaning against the elevator wall, but her eyes were open. Anything else? Chen was a little slow to react when he heard his aunt ask this nonsensical question in a trembling voice. What else? Su Yating took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound normal. Besides the hospital, is there anything else I don't know? Chen was a little hesitant.
He felt that his aunt was not in good condition and didn't know whether he should continue to confess.
"Aunt, how about you take it easy first?"
This time it was Chen Shen's turn to speak hesitantly.
Su Yating felt her head buzzing again.
She understood what Chen Shen meant. He was worried that she couldn't stand the stimulation. That is to say, there is. Her heartbeat, which had finally slowed down a little, began to beat faster and faster again. She closed her eyes and said, "Tell me, I can still hold on." Chen Shen thought about it and decided that since they were in a hospital, a top-notch hospital at that, they would be able to handle any unexpected situations in a timely manner. And now there is only one commercial street left to deal with, so we might as well just reveal everything.
The commercial street behind Magic City University is also mine.
Commercial street? Su Yating's closed eyes suddenly widened. She felt that she was prepared, but Chen Shen's confession was still like a storm to her.
Chen Shen was a little confused.
He felt that his aunt's reaction was even more intense. But he still nodded to confirm, yes, commercial street. Su Yating's breathing became more rapid, and she felt as if all the strength in her body was gone. She slid down the elevator wall and sat on the ground.
As an ordinary person, she has no idea about the value of a top hospital like Jiawei International Hospital.
She only knew that the value was high, but how high exactly?
I don't know.
She had no idea about this either, and that's why she accepted it so quickly. On the contrary, in Chen Shen's opinion, the commercial street of the 10 billion hospital is far less valuable than that of the Magic City University.
In Su Yating's eyes, it was just the opposite. She didn't go to the hospital often and didn't know much about it, but she was familiar with shopping.
Even if Su Yating is an ordinary person, she can roughly calculate the value of the commercial street.
There are probably at least 200 or 300 shops in the entire commercial street.
Even if a store is worth 1 million, it is worth 200 or 300 million. This is just based on the prices of shops in her area, but where is this?
The Magic City. Every inch of land is valuable, not to mention the commercial street behind the university.
The value must be several times higher.
Su Yating didn't dare to think about it anymore.
This number was beyond her imagination. Even 200 or 300 million are astronomical figures in her eyes. You know, if Uncle Chen Shen wasn't TSM capable, they would have had to sell their house to raise the 1.8 million yuan for their mother's medical expenses. But now, not only does Chen Shen have a top hospital beyond imagination, he also has a street. The nephew in front of me turned out to be a billionaire. Fortunately, Su Yating didn't know the specific value of this hospital and commercial street, otherwise, Chen Shen would probably have to call a doctor.
Chen Shen looked at his aunt's reaction, feeling confused and worried.
Although he didn't understand why this billion-dollar commercial street would shock his aunt more than the billion-dollar hospital, Chen Shen still hurried forward and tried to help Su Yating up from the ground. But Su Yating weakly waved her hand to refuse.
Don't help me, my legs are weak, let me take it easy."
Seeing this, Chen Shen also sat down next to Su Yating. His mind was working like crazy, because he knew that after confessing, there was still one most important thing he needed to explain.
Chapter 81. Are you kidding me?
Chen Shen was very clear about this as he confessed these things to his aunt.
Then there is a problem that cannot be avoided. That's the process. Be it my aunt, parents, or other relatives.
In everyone's eyes, I am just a college student who has just started school for less than a month. It is simply a dream to think that you can own such a huge asset in less than a month. The power of the system is simply beyond their comprehension. But these things can't just appear out of thin air, so we need an explanation to explain where they came from. And there was no way I could tell anyone about the existence of the system, including my parents. Chen Shen felt like his brain was about to smoke, but it was still empty.
Because there is no possible reasonable explanation. The existence of the system itself is unreasonable and is a bug.
While Chen Shen was still racking his brains to come up with something to say, Su Yakin gradually calmed down as time passed. She stared at Chen Shen, the child she had watched grow up, her eyes still filled with disbelief. She was shocked by the size of the billions of assets, and was also shocked that Chen Shen was actually the owner of these billions of assets.
But that's all.
Anything more is not something that she, as the aunt, should worry about. After all, she is not Chen Shen's mother, she is an aunt, but just an aunt. Staring at Chen Shen, she suddenly had a wild idea.
Are you Chen Shen?
There was a hint of doubt in Su Yating's eyes.
What else? Chen Shen's heart trembled.
He didn't expect that his aunt would actually ask this question.
Tell me the truth, have you been possessed by some big shot? Su Yuting moved closer and asked in a low voice.
Chen Shen panicked for a moment when he heard this, but only for a moment. Chen Shen has already prepared himself mentally.
He is Chen Chen. But he deliberately said what his aunt said. You found out all this? That's right. I'm actually possessed by a business tycoon, and now he's taking over my business empire again.
Su Yuting rolled her eyes and smiled awkwardly. She also felt that her previous thoughts were a little too absurd. But this made her even more confused, and she couldn't help but continue asking, if I remember correctly, you've been studying in the Magic City for less than a month, right? Well,
congratulations, you are in a normal timeline without any confusion.
Chen Chen responded in a sarcastic tone.
Su Yuting ignored Chen Chen's teasing, curled her lips, and asked the key question directly, then how did you get this hospital in Commercial Street? Here it comes.
Chen Chen said inwardly.
Sure enough, he couldn't escape this level. He still hadn't come up with a reasonable explanation. He simply gave up and, since he couldn't think of anything, he just stopped thinking about it and made it up. A few days ago, I was playing outside the school and saved a child. An old man saw me and insisted that I was kind and had a connection with him.
He then insisted on taking me in as his grandson. Then he gave me things, such as hospitals, shopping streets, luxury cars, mansions, and money.
I couldn't refuse even if I wanted to. Su Yuting showed an expression that said, "Are you teasing a fool?"
Chen Chen himself also felt that this reason was outrageous, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed not much different from the actual situation.
It's just that the system is replaced by the old man. Is it reasonable? No. Is there something wrong? Nothing wrong. Do you believe what you said? Su Yuting sneered. Believe it, why not? This is the fact. Otherwise, how do you think I got all these things? Chen Chen asked back with confidence. Su Yuting was choked for a moment. If she wanted to know how it came about, why would she ask him?
However, she still found the biggest loophole in this reason full of loopholes.
What about the old man who gave you the things? Can I meet him? I don't know where he went. After giving me the things, I haven't seen him since.
Chen Chen remained calm.
He thought to himself, Brother Tongzi is in my mind, I have never seen him. How can I let you see him?
Su Yuting narrowed her eyes and looked at Chen Chen with a look as if she was holding a knife.
Chen Chen, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid?
Even novels wouldn't dare to write your story this way. Chen Chen reached out and pressed the elevator door opening button, and the elevator door slowly opened.
Aunt, this is how it is. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do.
Su Yuting stood up and followed Chen Chen out of the elevator. This time she did not respond to Chen Chen's words. Chen Chen also continued to say to Su Yuting, I'll trouble you to help me with my mother's affairs, aunt.
Now Su Yuting reacted. She was furious and raised her voice a lot. Chen Chen, you were such a nobody. You lied to me without even trying to hide it, and you even wanted me to take the blame for you.
Chen Chen was still counting on her to help him give his mother a vaccination, so naturally he had to be careful with her now.
He said in a flattering manner, how could that be, little aunt? I have no choice. You see, if I tell my mother directly, she will be frightened and sick. So? Aren't you afraid that I might get sick from being scared?
Chen Chen was speechless. He couldn't say that you have a strong ability to withstand pressure, and you are in the hospital, so you are not afraid of getting sick from fright.
Then Su Yuting will definitely explode.
But he couldn't think of a better way to put it, so he just used his special move of macho man acting like a spoiled brat.
Oh, aunt, I know you are the best to me, please help me.
Su Yuting looked at the nephew in front of her who was a head taller than her and was still acting like a spoiled child to her like he did when they were little.
I just felt goosebumps all over my body. Then thinking about the fact that this person is a big shot, I feel secretly happy.
Seeing that people passing by kept looking at her, she couldn't stand it anymore. Chen Chen is shameless, but she still wants more. She said helplessly, okay, I'll give it a try, but if I screw up, I'll definitely pass the buck. Then he whispered, you are afraid of your mother, but I am afraid of my second sister.
Who wouldn't be afraid when her face is tense? Okay, if you have any problems, just push them to me.
Chen Chen looked very proud when he heard his aunt agreed. He knew that this trick would work. As they were talking, the two of them had unknowingly walked out of the main gate of the hospital building, and Chen Chen's Mercedes-Benz G63 was still parked in its original location. Chen Shen thought that since his aunt already knew so much, there was no need to hide the car. Without stopping, he walked straight to the car. After seeing this, Su Yuting suddenly thought of Chen Shen's exaggerated excuse. He grabbed Chen Shen's arm and said, "Is this car yours?" Chapter 82 Chen Shen's Big Pie. Although Su Yuting didn't know much about cars, she still recognized the logo of Mercedes-Benz, one of the 3 recognized luxury cars of BBA. The 3 highly recognizable spikes on the Mercedes-Benz seemed to turn into sharp thorns, piercing her heart, which had been numbed by the shock. Moreover, looking at the domineering appearance of the car in front of him, it is obviously not comparable to Chen Shen's uncle's BMW car worth hundreds of thousands. In fact, she knew that a Mercedes-Benz worth tens or hundreds of millions was nothing to Chen Shen now. It can even be said that he is not worthy of Chen Shen's worth. After all, the value of this hospital and commercial street is here. Logically, Su Yuting shouldn't be so surprised, as she is well aware of Chen Shen's strength. However, no matter how high the value of hospital and commercial grades is, I only heard it from Chen Shen. She could only guess at the value of the commercial street, and she had no idea about Jiawei International Hospital. These are levels that an ordinary person like her cannot reach. So, even though I know that Chen Shen is very powerful now, I always feel like I'm dreaming and it doesn't feel real. It was not until she saw Chen Shen's Mercedes-Benz G with her own eyes that Su Yuting felt that the dream that had been floating in the sky had finally landed. This is like a person saying that he is rich enough to rival a country. $1 million in cash was placed directly in front of her. Both are true. The one who is as rich as a country must be richer. However, for an ordinary person like Su Yuting, it goes without saying which one will bring a stronger impact. It is precisely because of this that, although there are higher value industries paving the way, this Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which seems insignificant to Chen Shen, still makes Su Yuting feel quite shocked. "Well, mine, what's wrong?" Chen Shen was pulled by Su Yuting and stopped walking forward. But he didn't expect that he would be dragged quickly to the car by his aunt the next second. He couldn't help but find it funny when he saw his aunt Su Yuting circling the car several times with shining eyes. She only showed shock but no excitement when she saw her own billions or tens of billions of assets. Now he is so happy about this insignificant Mercedes-Benz car. When Su Yuting finally stopped circling and stopped at the front of the car, stroking the hood, Chen Shen came over and asked, "Aunt, do you like this car?" Su Yuting felt the friction on her hands, and the excitement on her face still did not disappear. This is her nephew's Mercedes-Benz. Hearing Chen Shen asking me if I like it, isn't that nonsense? BBA is the ceiling of luxury cars that ordinary people can afford, who wouldn't like it? She didn't say anything, but turned to look at Chen Shen, her emotions surging in her heart. Chen Shen caught several emotions from his aunt's eyes, including love, pride, and a hint of subtle envy. Yes, I am envious. As ordinary people, it is natural to yearn for beautiful things and a better life. Su Yuting is no exception. The relationship between these siblings is really close, and they treat each other's children as their own. Su Yuting will not treat Chen Shen differently because he is rich or poor. But envy is a human instinct. Su Yuting is a human being, so it's natural for her to have it too. Chen Shen naturally understood that he was happy to have such a warm family. He wanted to expose his worth step by step, and it was not an impulse, there was a reason. He was capable enough to provide all his women with a wealthy life. Not to mention his family. He wanted his parents and relatives to be financially free, so that they would not have to work hard for money all their lives. But it's not the right time yet. You have to eat your meal bite by bite. If you eat too fast, you may choke. Aunt, you've given my mom a shot. I'll arrange a car for each of our families. Just think about it, when the time comes, we can go traveling together in a car. How cool will that be? Chen Shen was painting a rosy picture for Su Yuting. But it is not just empty talk, because he really has the pie and intends to give it to the person. But it's not possible now. It's not that I can't bear to do so, but if I give the car to my aunt now, what is the difference between that and directly throwing a bomb at her? Then she will be unable to explain herself just like me. When Su Yuting heard Chen Shen's words, the light in her eyes brightened a little. She knew that a few cars were just a small problem for Chen Shen right now, so she had no intention of pretending to be polite. Besides, it's not just for me. This kid said that every family has one. He reached out and patted the front of the car, pretending to be impatient. You don't need to remind me again. I promise not to go back on my word, but you just need to be prepared. If I mess up, you won't be able to rest easy.
Then, without waiting for Chen Chen to speak, he took a step back and drove him away directly. "Alright, get out of here now." Chen Chen was not angry. He just said, "Okay, I'll take my leave now," and got into the car and left. Su Yating stared blankly at the rear of Chen Chen's car as it left, and did not take her eyes off it for a long time. She knew that Chen Chen was definitely hiding a huge secret, and this huge amount of wealth alone could not be explained clearly. However, Chen Chen is still the same Chen Chen as before. She didn't feel any changes. There is no change in my attitude towards my relatives. Instead, they have become closer. Forget it, don't think too much about it. Since Chen Chen chose to hide it, he must have his reasons. She sighed, withdrew her gaze, turned around and walked in the direction she came from. Then she suddenly felt a little pain in her head. How should she communicate this to her second sister? Thinking of the majestic aura that Chen Chen's mother had developed as a teacher over the years, he would be afraid even if he became a teacher now. When he thought about the times when he made mistakes and was beaten without mercy, he couldn't help but shiver. Su Yating felt like crying but had no tears. How could she have ended up on the same boat with that little bastard Chen Chen? Chen Chen stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and the car sped towards the school. But don't get me wrong, he is not going back to school, but the Jianwan Hanlin Villa district is located next to the school. Thinking of someone, Chen Chen drove very fast. It took an hour to get here, but it only took 40 minutes to get back. After parking the car safely in the parking space of his own villa, Chen Chen picked up a bouquet of flowers from the passenger seat, opened the door and got out of the car. I bought these flowers on a whim when I saw a flower shop on the way back. They were 99 red roses. Roses may be old-fashioned, but they are classic and never go out of style. Chen Chen opened the door and went upstairs anxiously, even imagining that Bai Shi would surprise him with some small reward when she saw him with roses. When he thought of some indescribable scenes, a meaningful smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Well, that smile is a bit obscene. Sitting on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor, Chen Chen spotted the figure at a glance. But all his fantasies disappeared in an instant, and the expression on his face froze instantly. The scene before him made his heart tighten suddenly. Chapter 83. Bai Shi is seriously ill? Bai Shi worked for the whole morning, directing the workers to install and put in place the things that he and Chen Chen purchased yesterday one by one. When all is done, back off to the gate. Looking at the brand new results of his labor, Bai Shi clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. The European-style clock on the wall suddenly struck 12 o'clock noon, and she realized that it was already 12 o'clock. I couldn't help but look at the stairs leading to the underground parking lot. There was no sign of Chen Chen returning there, and I couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. However, she also knew that Chen Chen was a student and was usually very busy, so she quickly suppressed her emotions. I was just about to go to the kitchen to make something delicious to comfort her empty stomach. A dull pain came from his lower abdomen. This familiar pain made Bai Shi feel panicked. Dysmenorrhea. Her old problem is coming back. What's different from others is that when other people have their period, they may just bleed a little and not feel anything. But every time she had her period, she felt like she had lost half her life and was in excruciating pain. Based on previous experience, Bai Shi knew that the current dull pain was just a warning and the main force would be here soon. She didn't dare to delay and hurried to get a cup of hot water, took out the heat pack she had prepared in advance, tore it open and applied it to her abdomen with some trembling. The whole person sat on the sofa in the living room waiting for the army of pain to come and attack the city. As she expected, the dull pain quickly intensified in a short period of time. Her cheeks, which were originally flushed due to being busy, turned visibly pale, and fine beads of cold sweat began to appear on her forehead. Bai Shi covered her lower abdomen tightly and curled up into the sofa, hoping that this position would make her feel a little better. And it was at this moment that she heard footsteps coming from the stairs. When she opened her eyes uncomfortably, she found Chen Chen holding a bouquet of roses and looking at her with panic. Chen Chen took 2 steps at a time and ran upstairs quickly. The first thing he saw was Bai Shi curled up on the sofa. But her current appearance really scared Chen Chen. Bai Shi's face was pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, his scattered hair stuck to his skin, and he curled up on the sofa, shaking all over. He looked so fragile that he seemed like he would break at the slightest touch. The smile on Chen Chen's face disappeared instantly. He threw the rose directly onto the table, and several petals fell to the ground. He knelt on one knee in front of Bai Shi, tremblingly pushing the sweat-soaked hair on her forehead behind her ears. There was an unprecedented panic in his tone. Where does it hurt? Did I eat something bad? Or
When Bai Shi saw that it was Chen Shen who came back, surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he wanted to sit up. But as soon as he moved the slightest, he felt a tearing pain in his lower abdomen and his whole body shrank back. She didn't dare to move anymore and could only continue lying there obediently. Looking at the roses on the table, the anxiety on Chen Shen's face, his gentle movements, and the concern in his tone. Although my body still hurts a lot, I can't suppress the sweetness in my heart. A happy smile unconsciously appeared on that pale pretty face. But in Chen Shen's opinion, this smile on Bai Shi's little face, which was distorted by pain, seemed too far-fetched. Although Bai Shi seemed to have a morbid and broken beauty, he had no intention of appreciating it at all. Instead, his heart suddenly sank. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen similar scenes in novels and movies. This usually happens when the heroine is terminally ill and will not live long. In order to comfort her beloved male protagonist and not wanting to see him worry too much about her, she suppressed the pain and revealed this far-fetched smile. Chen Shen felt that Bai Shi was in this situation now, and she was also forcing herself to smile. Although he was very touched, his heart felt as if it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. It hurt so much that his breathing became a little difficult. Thinking of this, Chen Shen's eyes turned red. He reached out and pressed the corners of Bai Shi's mouth back down. Then he said to Bai Shi in a firm tone, "Cici, I understand everything. You don't have to endure it." Bai Shi blinked blankly. "With such advanced medical conditions nowadays, we can definitely cure you. You will be fine. Don't worry, I will find the best doctor for you right now." Chen Shen's voice was a little choked at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called Xin Ma Bai. I was also impressed that the hospital came at such a timely moment, and I really want to thank Su Chua. Bai Shi was actually feeling touched. But after hearing Chen Shen's incoherent words, my mind was full of question marks. What is going on? Why did Chen Shen look so serious, as if he had contracted a serious illness? And it seemed like he would die at any moment. But now I am suffering from dysmenorrhea and period pain, right? Also, are Chen Shen's red eyes and the expression as if he is about to cry serious? And you understand everything? Bai Shi really wanted to grab his collar and ask Chen Shen, "What on earth do you understand? And what kind of bloody plot are you imagining?" However, when I saw Chen Shen actually took out his cell phone and made a call, he had already made the call. She was a little panicked, but she knew her own situation. It was really just the pain from her period, and it would pass if she just endured it. She quickly reached out to stop him. But this movement touched the painful spot, and she couldn't help but shiver and break out in a cold sweat. But this time, she still forced herself to hold Chen Shen's wrist. The severe pain made her speak weakly and her voice was barely audible. Don't, master, I just have my period and my stomach hurts, it's nothing." Chen Shen watched Bai Jiandan's movements and felt so painful that beads of cold sweat appeared on his head. And speaking a word seems to have exhausted all the strength in my body. How could I believe that this was just an ordinary stomachache from menstruation? He stubbornly believed that this was Bai Shi comforting himself. He quickly put the arm that Bai Shi was holding into her arms, hoping to make her feel more relaxed. But the phone was held in the other hand, then in the other ear, continuing to wait for the call to be answered. Bai Shi also discovered that Chen Shen obviously had not given up the idea of making the call. I felt angry and amused, helpless and touched. Although I don't know what Chen Shen misunderstood. But Bai Shi was sure that in Chen Shen's eyes, she was definitely a critically ill patient who was dying and didn't have much time left. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. This sentence suddenly appeared in her mind. Didn't their father abandon them and their daughter just because of a small change? But now, she and Chen Shen are not even a couple, let alone husband and wife. At most, they can be considered as the young master and the butler with a special relationship. But he chose to stay with me at this time. This made Bai Shi sigh. I am so lucky to have met Chen Shen. She licked her dry lips and forced herself to explain to the man in front of her. Master, I'm really fine. I just have menstrual cramps. It's like this every time. Afraid that Chen Shen still didn't believe it, she lifted up the corner of her clothes to reveal the hot pack on her lower abdomen. Look. I'm ready. Just drink some water and rest for a while. Finally, he gestured to Chen Shen to look at the cup of steaming water on the table to prove that he was not lying. P.S. The sick Bai Shi has something to say to the author. Chapter 84. Master, do you dislike me? Chen Shen and Bai Shi stared at each other, and the air seemed to be filled with a subtle awkwardness. Although he doesn't know much about female physiology,
he does have some common sense. He knew that Bai Shi was visiting relatives. If it wasn't for this reason, he would have already. I saw a hot pack stuck on Bai Shi's lower abdomen and a cup of steaming water. Chen Shen was already certain that he had indeed misunderstood. But who could have thought that a little ant would make Bai Shi feel so much pain? Just as I was about to stiffen my neck and make a few quibbles, the phone next to my ear suddenly answered. "Mr. Chen, what do you want me to do?" Shen Mabai's voice came over, with obvious doubts. Of course, it's no wonder that Shen Mabai was confused. It's only been an hour since Chun Chen left the hospital. Besides, everything has been arranged on the old lady's side. Logically, there shouldn't be any problem in the short term. Although Bai Shi's face was twitching with pain, she could hear the voice on the phone clearly because they were close. The cramping feeling in my lower abdomen is still very strong, but my heart is filled with sweetness. The corners of Bai Shi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a gloating smile. She thought to herself, "I told you it's okay, but you didn't believe me. Now it's okay, go and explain." Chen Shen obviously understood what she meant, and helplessly reached out his hand again to hold down the corners of her upturned mouth. Feeling the cold temperature on her face, I felt distressed again. He pinched her pale little face gently, lovingly but unhappily. I sighed inwardly, "I am so nervous because of you, the little housekeeper who is so disturbing. Director Shen, please ask the best gynecologist to call me back. My girlfriend is not feeling well and I have some questions I want to consult," Chen Shen said in a low voice. Although I believed that Bai Shi was suffering from menstrual pain, this thing is a regular visitor of a normal woman every month. How could it be so painful? Now that he has the ability, he will definitely find the best medical advice for Bai Shi. So Chen Shen spoke without any hesitation and asked Shen Mabai to find the best gynecologist. When Bai Shi heard Chen Shen tell the person on the other end of the phone that she was his girlfriend, her breathing suddenly stopped. She originally wanted to shake her head to break free from Chen Shen's hand, and then make a face, but now she has calmed down. Her eyes unconsciously glanced at Chen Shen, and happened to meet Chen Shen's eyes. At that moment, she felt her heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. Bai Shi saw undisguised worry and love in Chen Shen's eyes. Bai Shi felt warm in his heart, and even the pain in his lower abdomen seemed to be relieved a lot. Being stared at by Chen Shen, she subconsciously wanted to look away. But then, he didn't know what he thought of, and he bravely met Chen Shen's gaze again. Her slender fingers moved up a little, came to Chen Shen's palm, and interlocked their fingers with his. Seeing Chen Shen shift his gaze, he hung up the phone. She exerted a little force on her hands to draw Chen Shen's attention back to herself. "Master, come closer." The voice was so weak as if a newborn kitten was whimpering. This obviously coquettish tone made Chen Shen's heart soften. Besides, this was his own housekeeper's coquettish tone, so how could Chen Shen refuse? He slowly moved closer, but when he was about 10 centimeters away, Bai Shi thought he was moving too slowly. She frowned, made a bitter face, endured the pain, and took the initiative to stick to him. He hit Chen Shen's lips hard. Well, I described it correctly, it wasn't a light kiss, it was a solid smack. It was a relief that Bai Shi could endure the pain and lift his head up with great effort. How could I expect her to be able to control her strength? After completing this feat, Bai Shi's head fell back onto the sofa as if he had lost strength. She opened her mouth and gasped for air, as if she had just done some intense exercise. Her frown deepened, and it was obvious that the previous action had aggravated her pain. However, when she looked at Chen Shen, her eyes were full of complacency and pride. "It feels like I have completed a great challenge." Chen Shen laughed dumbly, and 2 words popped up in his mind, "That's it? You go through so much trouble that you gasp for air in pain, just to show off and kiss yourself?" Looking at Bai Shi, who had a mask of pain on his face but still couldn't hide his smug look, Chen Shen wanted to tease her and also to divert her attention from the pain. He licked his lips deliberately and frowned. As expected, Bai Shi was immediately attracted by Chen Shen's actions. The smugness just now disappeared immediately, but correspondingly, the frown on his face also relaxed a little. "Master, you despise me," Bai Shi accused Chen Shen aggrievedly. She endured the pain and offered a kiss, but Chen Shen ended up having this expression. Bai Shi looked aggrieved, but she was screaming in her heart, "Young master is such a bastard. He actually despised me and I will never kiss him again." Chen Shen remained calm and continued with his performance. "I don't dislike you, it's just..." He deliberately dragged out the tone to whet Bai Shi's appetite. Bai Shi was fooled, and stared at Chen Shen intently. "What is it?" Chen Shen smacked his lips, as if he was recalling something. Then he answered seriously,
It's just a little salty. When Bai Shi heard this, a blush appeared on her pale face. Only then did she remember that her face was covered in cold sweat due to the pain. Although she knew that Chen Chen didn't dislike her, she still snorted coquettishly.
Then don't kiss me anymore.
Who knew that Chen Chen suddenly moved closer and kissed Bai Shi's lips intentionally? Just right, I'll replenish my salt intake.
Shen Mabai hung up the phone without any delay.
He found the director of gynecology's phone number in the address book and was about to touch the screen when he suddenly changed his mind. Continue to scroll down and finally stop at a name with the note Dong Ci. Although this old sister has retired, no one in the country dares to say that she is better than her in the field of gynecology. The call was connected very quickly.
Hello, Grandpa Shen.
A sweet girl's voice came from the phone.
Ha, it's Guagua, is your grandma here? Hearing the girl's voice on the phone, Shen Mabai's serious expression unconsciously softened.
Just call out the other person's nickname and ask with a smile where his grandmother is.
Grandpa Shen, my grandma is in the yard. I'll go get her the phone. Please wait a moment. Then Shen Mabai heard the sound of did jogging on the phone.
Shen Mabai couldn't help but smile, and the little girl with the ponytail seemed to appear in front of him. After a while, the voice of Guagua sounded on the phone again.
Grandma, Grandpa Shen is looking for you.
Chapter 85 Chen Chen's Uneasiness and Anxiety for Guan Sheng Didi. In the Huangpu district of Shanghai, there is an antique garden house. Dong Ci was lying on a rattan chair with his eyes closed. When he heard his granddaughter Tang Gua's voice, he slowly opened his eyes. After Tang Gua handed the phone to her grandmother, she did not leave. Instead, she came behind her and gently massaged her shoulders. He looks very well behaved. However, if you look closely, you can find that the black eyeballs are rolling around. The shoulder pinching action was also sometimes heavy and sometimes light, which was extremely perfunctory. It is obvious that the real purpose is not to drink, but to have other intentions. Dong Ci knows this granddaughter who grew up with him too well. You can even say that as soon as you stick your butt out, you know what kind of poop you're going to poop. However, she did not point out her granddaughter's little thoughts. She took the phone and placed it about 5 centimeters away from her ear.
Hey, Lao Shen, what do you want from me?
Old sister, there is something I need your help. If you have something to say, just say it. If you keep dithering, I'll quit. Shen Mabai knew that Dong Ci had this kind of decisive character. In all the years I've known her, I've never seen her speak in a warm and gentle voice to anyone except patients and their families. With this attitude now, you are giving yourself enough face, which is already very good. It's like this. Jiawei Hospital has been acquired. The new owner is also our new chairman, Chen Chen. His girlfriend has some health problems, so he asked me to help find the best gynecologist. So, I want you to help me take a look.
Why didn't you just tell me earlier? Send me your phone number and I'll ask about the situation. Tang Gua behind him thought she would hear some big news, but this is it?
She curled her lips, her face full of disappointment. Seeing that her grandmother was about to make a phone call, she immediately stopped pretending to pinch her shoulders, withdrew her hand and prepared to sneak away. Dong Ci noticed that the force on his shoulder suddenly disappeared. He turned around and found that she was disappointed and was about to run away. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he was both angry and amused. Girl, why are you so disappointed? Come back and keep pressing. Tang Gua paused, then smoothly put on a flattering expression and looked flattering towards her grandmother. No, Grandma. I was worried that you were thirsty, so I wanted to get you a glass of water. Having said that, he put his hand back to where it belonged and continued kneading, but his movements were more perfunctory than before. Dong Ci ignored this eccentric granddaughter and dialed the number sent by Shen Mabai. When the phone rang, Chen Chen was still using his attention diversion method with all his might. On the surface, Bai Shi seemed to be very into it and cooperative. However, Chen Chen noticed that the fingers she held against his were getting tighter and tighter, her knuckles were turning a cold white, and they were trembling from time to time. Chen Chen realized that he was worried about Bai Shi, but Bai Shi was also very smart, and her cooperation now was also a comfort to himself. She was clearly enduring the pain just to stop herself from worrying so much. This discovery made Chen Chen extremely distressed, and at this heart-wrenching moment, the phone rang. His eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had seen a life-saving straw.
I didn't even have time to check the caller ID and just picked up the phone.
Then, without waiting for the other party to speak, he spoke first impatiently.
Doctor, my girlfriend is in a lot of pain now.
It hurts so much. What should I do? Dong Ci was originally lying leisurely on the recliner, but upon hearing this, he immediately sat up, and his leisurely look completely disappeared. The uneasiness and anxiety in Chen Chen's tone was so strong that she immediately concluded that the patient's problem was definitely not a minor one.
Otherwise, the new chairman of Jiaowei Hospital, such a big shot, would never be so flustered as to be incoherent. Dong Ci was experienced and did not answer Chen Chen.
She didn't know what the patient's current condition was and could only relay the information through Chen Chen. But Chen Chen was too excited to express himself clearly.
So the most urgent task now is to calm down this emotional young man.
Director Chen, take a deep breath and calm down. You are the only one who can tell me about the patient's condition, so you must not panic and must stay calm. Immediately, the sound of rapid, deep breathing came from the phone, and Dong Ci couldn't help but nodded.
Chen Chen just acted very flustered and not steady at all.
But she could tell from the voice on the phone just now that this Chen Chen was not very old.
In addition, this is related to his girlfriend, and he is concerned about her.
This can prove that Chen Chen is a man who values friendship and loyalty. When they hear themselves explain the interests involved, they are able to quickly accept suggestions and adjust their status.
Listen to advice.
Make the right choice and keep yourself calm, which shows that Chen Chen is not the kind of stubborn and self-willed young man. He has emotional intelligence, IQ, and he was able to acquire Jiaowei Hospital, and he also has the strength. She couldn't help but glance at the restless hands on her shoulders. I sighed in my heart, how great it would be if there was a good man like this who could marry this girl. After about 5 or 6 seconds, Dong Ci heard the deep breathing sound on the other end of the phone subside.
Knowing that Chen Chen had basically adjusted himself, he didn't ask any more nonsense like "Are you calm now?" She went straight to the point. "Mr. Chen, I ask questions and you answer them, okay?"
After hearing the other party agree okay, he continued speaking.
"Do you know the cause of the patient's pain?" "I know, it's my period."
"Oh, no, it's menstrual cramps, but not the ordinary kind, it's the kind that hurts really, really bad." Chen Chen was afraid that the doctor opposite him would not take it seriously, so he emphasized it.
Dong Ci did not neglect it, of course. This was not because Chen Chen emphasized it particularly.
But women's dysmenorrhea can be mild or severe, and in severe cases, it may even be life-threatening.
She continued, "Is it a regular occurrence or just once in a while?"
Chen Chen thought about it and remembered that Bai Shi had said that he was used to it and had even made some preparations in advance.
"It's regular." "So is there vomiting and fever?" "No."
Chen Chen looked at Bai Shi, who had been staring at him, and answered firmly.
"Well, how much bleeding? Is there any unusual discharge or odor?"
When Chen Chen heard this question, he was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes unconsciously wandered to a position just below Bai Shi's belly.
Can't see anything."
Bai Shi's current posture is curled up on the sofa with his legs placed in front of him. In addition, lying on his side provides several lines of defense, completely shielding him.
Chen Chen could only see the long legs that were folded up. He shook his head violently, wondering what he was thinking. Bai Shi is so upset now. Why is his mind so dirty? But what should I do now? We can't open the scene and inspect it now, can we? Chapter 86. I'll do it myself.
Chen Chen looked at Bai Shi for help.
He couldn't just check it on the spot.
But when I looked over, I found that her originally pale face was now covered with blush. You can even vaguely see a few wisps of heat rising above your head. Ever since Chen Chen answered the phone, Bai Shi's eyes have never left Chen Chen's face. The two of them were originally very close to each other, so she could hear everything on the phone clearly. In fact, seeing Chen Chen's reaction when he answered the phone, Bai Shi wanted to take the phone and talk to the doctor himself. But in the end, for some unknown reason, she didn't say anything. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Chen became more gentle. Seeing this man losing his composure because of his worry for her, she felt particularly warm in her heart. However, the doctor's first 2 questions are not a big deal, but what is the connection between this question and others? Why would you ask Chen Chen such a question? This is too outrageous. When she noticed Chen Chen's eyes looking at her private parts, she instantly felt her hair stand up. Does he really want to? When she saw Chen Chen's look of help, she breathed a sigh of relief and gently held Chen Chen's hand. Let me tell it myself. Bai Shi spoke weakly, his voice was very light. Chen Chen also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly handed her the phone. Suddenly thinking of her current condition, I was worried that she couldn't hold it steadily, so I simply turned on the speakerphone and put it in front of her. "Hello, doctor. I am Bai Shi." She glanced at Chen Chen and continued speaking while pretending to be calm.
The amount of bleeding is about the same as usual, and there is no abnormal discharge or odor.
Dong Ci was slightly stunned. She originally thought that the patient had gone into shock and coma, so Chen Chen was so nervous.
But I didn't care too much about it. It was best if the patient was awake. She nodded. Good boy. Is the pain now constant or paroxysmal?
In waves, but the intervals between them are very short. As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped talking and his hands instinctively began to exert force again.
Chen Chen felt the force coming from his hand and felt extremely distressed.
He noticed that there was more and more cold sweat on Bai Shi's forehead, and his bangs were sticking to his skin.
Doctor, she's in a lot of pain right now. Is there any way to relieve it first?
Chen Shen's voice changed in tone due to his anxiety.
Dong Ci's voice also became a little serious.
Let her lie down first, and raise her legs a little higher. Chen Chen hurriedly did as he was told and placed a cushion under Bai Shi's legs.
Okay, then what? Do you have a hot water bottle? Put it on your lower abdomen.
Chen Chen glanced around and didn't see any hot water bottle, but he remembered that Bai Shi had put a heat pad on her lower abdomen.
Doctor, we don't have a hot water bottle. Can we use a warm baby? Yes, the effect is the same. I will teach you 2 acupuncture points now. Find them.
The Sanyinjiao acupoint is located 3 inches above the tip of the inner ankle, which is 4 fingers away, behind the inner edge of the tibia. Press vertically with the tip of your thumb, then rub in a clockwise direction.
Do this for about 5 minutes, alternating between legs. The Guanyuan acupoint is located 3 inches below the navel.
Rub your palms to warm them up, place them on the acupoint, and massage in a clockwise direction. Combine this with a hot compress with a warm pack.
Chen Chen followed Dong Ci's instructions meticulously, even measuring the distance between his fingers exactly. If he said 4 fingers, it meant 4 fingers.
After finding it, report to Dong Ci immediately.
Before Dong Ci could say anything, Tanghua covered her mouth and laughed. Grandma, how come Chairman Chen is like a primary school student and is reporting the results to you? Isn't he cute?
Dong Ci glared at her and continued to ask, Miss Bai, how long have you been suffering from menstrual cramps?
It's been like this since my first menstrual period.
I used to take painkillers, but later, the effects became less and less effective.
Bai Shi spoke intermittently. Chen Chen originally followed Dong Ci's instructions carefully and concentrated on massaging the acupoints.
When he heard these words, his movements suddenly paused, his eyes filled with heartache.
Does it hurt so much, every time?
His voice was very soft and a little trembling. Bai Shi nodded, cold sweat sliding down his face which had turned pale again. Chen Chen freed up one hand and gently wiped it off for her, his movements were very gentle.
Then immediately continue the previous action on the acupuncture point.
On the other end of the phone, Dong Ci also frowned.
This situation is no longer a simple dysmenorrhea. Miss Bai, have you done any related examinations before?
Bai Shi nodded, but then realized that the other party couldn't see him, and spoke weakly. I did it once, and the result was, they said I had a cold uterus. After thinking about it, I felt that I had not expressed myself carefully enough, so I added. It should be, I fell into an ice hole when I was a child, that's why I had a cold in my uterus. Dong Ci's brows relaxed a little and his voice became softer.
We can't take it lightly.
Let me teach you a few more ways to relieve the symptoms. Once this is over, you can take some time to do a comprehensive checkup.
Chen Chen quickly agreed.
Even if the doctor didn't say so, he planned to do so. Okay, go ahead. He was looking forward to the doctor's relief method. Drink the brown sugar ginger tea while it's hot. You can also soak your feet in wormwood, but the water temperature shouldn't be too high.
Massaging the Sanyinjiao and Guanyuan points I told you about is also helpful.
You can press them at any time, don't wait until it hurts.
Chen Chen nodded repeatedly and said sincerely, Okay doctor, thank you so much.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen did not stop what he was doing. The doctor's method was indeed effective. In a short period of time, Bai Shi's complexion had obviously improved a lot. After pressing for about 4 or 5 minutes, Chen Chen finally stopped. He first went to the bathroom and got out a hot towel, and roughly wiped the sweat off Bai Shi's face and body. Then he gently picked up Bai Shi and prepared to go to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. But she suddenly stretched out her hand, murmuring, Flower, flower, my flower. Chen Chen followed his gaze and realized that she was talking about the roses she brought back as a surprise.
I feel helpless. What's going on? I still remember the roses. He picked up the flowers as well, and Bai Shi finally calmed down. After putting her on the bed, she immediately went downstairs to the kitchen to make brown sugar ginger tea. Bai Shi curled up in the quilt, looking at the roses beside her without saying a word, but the corners of her mouth were always raised. When Chen Chen came back with the steaming ginger tea, she whispered, "Master, there's no need to be so nervous. I'm used to it." "What habit?" "I'm here to cure all your problems." He carefully helped Bai Shi up from the bed, let her lean on his arms, and fed her ginger teaspoonful by spoonful. Bai Shi drank in small sips, and the heat flowed from his throat to his stomach, as if the pain in his body had really eased a lot. "What happened when you were a child?" Chen Chen asked softly, combing her sweat-soaked hair with his fingers. Chapter 87 Bai Shi, who says one thing and means another. Bai Shi shrank in Chen Chen's arms, as if she was still frightened by the incident from her childhood. "I seemed to be exactly 10 years old that year. I followed my mother back to my hometown in northeast China to celebrate the new year. The ice on the river looked very thick and solid." Her voice was soft, with physical weakness and fear of memories. Chen Chen casually placed the empty bowl on the bedside table, then wrapped the pair of cold little hands tightly in his own palms. "Then what?" "Then..." Bai Shi suddenly laughed. "Then I fell into a hole that someone had dug for fishing. But luckily the hole wasn't big. I didn't fall in completely. But when I was rescued, my cotton coat and pants were frozen to the point of standing upright. My mom told me that I had a high fever for several days. I almost died." After saying that, she rubbed herself hard in Chen Chen's arms again, as if all her fears could be dispelled as long as she was in Chen Chen's arms. Chen Chen was silent. How desperate must the 10-year-old girl be when she fell into an ice hole in the northeast in the cold winter with the temperature dozens of degrees below zero? But fortunately, he hugged Bai Shi tighter, fearing that she would suddenly disappear. After a long while, he suddenly spoke, and said to Bai Shi in a firm tone, "From now on, I will protect you and will definitely not let you get hurt again." Bai Shi's cheeks turned red. What's going on? Why did he suddenly say such sensational and corny words? She is already in her 20s, why does she need Chen Chen to protect her like a child? Ding, Bai Shi's favorability +1. Chen Chen seemed to hear an unclear and pitifully low hum coming from his arms. He even suspected that it was his hallucination. However, the system prompt in his mind exposed Bai Shi's true thoughts and made Chen Chen sure that he had not heard wrongly. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that when he was taking care of Bai Shi just now, there seemed to be several mechanical system prompt sounds in his mind, but he was panicked at the time and didn't pay attention to what the prompts were. But he didn't check it out right away because gurgle, the sound of someone's stomach rumbling, could be heard from under the quilt. Bai Shi instantly froze like a wooden man, but the next second, he no longer stayed in Chen Chen's arms, and struggled to shrink into the quilt. Chen Chen tried to hold back his laughter. He was a professional and he would definitely be able to hold it back this time. He reached out to dig the person out. "Are you hungry? I knew you hadn't eaten yet. When I was making brown sugar ginger tea, I also made yam and millet porridge." Bai Shi revealed half of his face, looked at Chen Chen with surprise, and unconsciously spoke out what was in his heart. "Master, you can cook? Aren't masters like you supposed to be good at cooking? Shouldn't you just sit there and do nothing?" Chen Chen pinched her exposed nose in annoyance, and then told a little lie lovingly, "Isn't it okay to learn it on Douyin just for you?" What a joke. How did he survive before if he can't cook? His cooking skills were pretty good, but he would be a fool not to seize this opportunity that came right to his doorstep. As expected, when Bai Shi heard what Chen Chen said, she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't doubt the truthfulness of Chen Chen's words at all, because in her eyes, Chen Chen shouldn't be able to cook. Although it is just simple millet porridge, how many people can enjoy the porridge cooked by such a pampered young master? What's more, she herself is so ordinary. There is only one possibility, that is, Chen Chen has a preference for her. Although from Chen Chen's every move today, she had already keenly sensed Chen Chen's feelings for her. But now, well, I am so happy and lucky. The mechanical sound rang in Chen Chen's mind again. Ding, Bai Shi's favorability +2. If this was a Japanese comic, Chen Chen had no doubt that Bai Shi's eyes were full of red hearts, and that there were pink bubbles all around the two of them. He thought he had just set off a small firecracker. But the effect seems to be better than that of a mortar. Chen Chen suddenly moved closer and gently rubbed Bai Shi's nose with his nose. "I'll go see if the porridge is ready."
I'll give you 2 spoonfuls of brown sugar later. In the kitchen, Chen saw that the millet porridge was not yet cooked. There's no rush. Just take advantage of the time to see what the system prompts. Ding, Baishi's favorability +1. This is when Baishi saw herself coming back with roses. Thinking about how she insisted on bringing flowers with her when she carried Baishi upstairs, he couldn't help but chuckle. Flowers are important, people are important, but flowers given by someone are even more important. Ding, Baishi's favorability +1. This should be the time when Baishi was trying to show off and kiss himself. When he was talking to Shin Mabai on the phone, he directly said that Baishi was his girlfriend. Thinking back to when I asked her to be my girlfriend, she hadn't agreed, but now. Oh, a woman who says one thing and means another. But he remembered that Baishi's favorability towards him was already 78 points, and when he heard the prompt sound for the second time, it seemed that there was more than one sound. Isn't that? I continued to check excitedly and found it was true. Ding, the favorability of the highly attractive opposite sex Baishi has exceeded 80 points. Congratulations to the host for winning a system lottery. Chen quickly asked the system to open Baishi's personal panel. Name, Baishi. Age, 23. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Body size, 89. Overall score, 90. Number of drivers, 0. Favorability, 86. Seeing the dazzling number of drivers makes me a little annoyed. It's all because of these annoying relatives. Not to mention that I didn't get to eat the meat, it was just a matter of time. But now all the pain Baishi is feeling is coming from this. I cursed inwardly, just wait, sooner or later, I will turn you from 0 to 1. But I saw that Baishi's favorability level was already 86, which was 3 points more than what I calculated. Come back to your senses and continue checking. Ding, Baishi's favorability +3. Chen thought about it, and it seemed that this reminder came when he acted too flustered when he was talking to the doctor on the phone. Is my panic attractive? Is beauty in the eyes of the beholder? No. No. Chen thought about it for a moment and immediately understood. It was an unconscious and natural expression of mine at the time, but in Baishi's eyes, my state at that time was a true expression of my true feelings. Wow, I accidentally touched the heartstrings of the beautiful girl. This is really an unexpected success. Chen rubbed his hands, wanting to see what the lottery opportunity brought by Baishi could bring him. But I seemed to hear a muffled bang coming from upstairs. You know, the distance between the master bedroom on the second floor and the kitchen on the first floor is not too close. If Chen's entire body had not been strengthened by the system, he might not have been able to hear it. Naturally, he didn't think that he had heard it wrong, and was shocked. He didn't care about the lottery anymore and rushed to the bedroom on the second floor. Chapter 88 Young Master Brand Millet Porridge. Chen ran towards the second floor as fast as the wind. As soon as I entered the room, I found Baishi lying on his side on the bed. He was a little confused. There were soft bedding on the bed, so it shouldn't have made that noise. However, when he saw Baishi clutching the bed sheets tightly with a painful expression on his face, cold sweat began to appear on his forehead again. Even his lips turned pale and he was trembling. He knew that Baishi was in pain again, so he didn't care about any sound. My little ancestor. He shouted, then quickly took 2 steps at a time and came to the bed. But coincidentally, as soon as he reached Baishi, he seemed to touch something under his feet. Instinctively looking down, Chen saw a familiar bowl. Isn't this the bowl that held the brown sugar ginger tea? I clearly remember putting it on the bedside table. Then I subconsciously looked at where it should be. Then Chen knew the reason for the muffled sound and Baishi's pain again. Suddenly, he became furious and glared at the woman on the bed. He said angrily, "It's your fault. Let's see if you can learn this lesson from now on." Although he said harsh words, his hands gently put Baishi back into the bed. Then he reached in, found 2 acupoints again, and started massaging Baishi's acupoints. Baishi wanted to argue a few words for himself. Unfortunately, her lips were trembling in pain. She opened her mouth but gave up. I am powerless. However, Baishi was physically disabled but mentally strong. Thinking about the scene just now, he started to mutter to himself and make excuses. It's because the young master placed the flowers too far away. She couldn't reach the flowers, so she leaned sideways to get them. Who would have thought that such a small movement could cause pain in the lower abdomen? She had already got it, and she was happy, so her movements were a little bigger. And then the tragedy happened. The sudden increase in pain made her body go limp, and the flowers in her hand fell again, and she happened to knock over the bowl on the table. She herself collapsed on the bed, not daring to move. Baishi's first reaction was not to regret that his actions had caused the pain to worsen. Instead, he was regretting whether he would have succeeded if he had been more careful and slower. Then Chen wanted to find out. He looked at Chen with some guilt. It seems that the culprit for the current result is probably, possibly, perhaps myself. But immediately, she glared at Chen again. No, it's not my fault. It's all the young master's fault. If the young master had placed the flowers where he could reach them, then none of these subsequent events would have happened. Moreover, he was just mean to her. She was in so much pain, but he still had the heart to be mean to her. Hump, you naughty young master, you were just a little darling, but now you are Mrs. No, right? Baishi's eyes began to look aggrieved again. Although Chen looked fierce in words, his hands were honestly massaging his acupoints. The pain in her eyes was so obvious, and my heart felt sweet. He immediately thought of an explanation to Chen. Forget it, the young master must be too worried about himself, so. This butler is generous. If I can hold a boat in my stomach, I will be merciful and forgive you. Then, the eyes were occupied by the sticky brushed feeling again. Chen had no idea that in such a short period of time. That Sundara little housekeeper who was lying on the bed, not daring to move, with a pale face, pale lips, and shivering in pain, had such a rich inner drama. He can't read minds. So he just made some harsh words and then obediently gave Baishi a massage to help him recover. After 4 or 5 minutes, Baishi's condition improved visibly. Chen gave a thumbs up to the doctor in his heart. He pulled his hand away and tucked in the quilt for Baishi. He stood up and said, "I'll go get the porridge, don't move, or you'll be in pain." Baishi nodded his head obediently. Chen walked to the door, thought of something, and turned back. He reached out and picked up the rose that Baishi had been targeting and placed it next to Baishi's pillow. After making sure she could reach it, he once again said with concern, "Don't move. Wait for me to come over if you have anything to say." Baishi rolled her eyes cutely. She was not stupid. After the lesson just now, how could she dare not be dishonest? Chen turned around and went out, not daring to delay at all. In less than 2 minutes, he reappeared at the door with a bowl of steaming yam and millet porridge. Seeing that Baishi was very obedient this time, he was still lying quietly on the bed. Finally, I felt relieved and nodded with satisfaction. Baishi kept her eyes on the door, so she naturally watched every move of Chen. In a short time, Chen came back. When he came back, he looked at me with a strange look, and then showed an expression of relief. Of course she knew why, and gave Chen another cute eye roll. Chen didn't care, as long as Baishi was okay. He sat down beside the bed, put the bowl on the bedside table first, and then carefully helped Baishi up. Just like when feeding her sugar water, let her lean on his arms. He picked up the bowl, scooped up a spoonful, gently put it to his mouth, blew on it, and then put it into Baishi's mouth. Baishi swallowed it in one gulp without any hesitation. Sweet, warm, and fragrant. I took a look at the bowl and found that the millet porridge, which was originally yellow, was now dark red. After adding brown sugar, her eyes narrowed with joy. In fact, brown sugar is not very sweet. However, in Baishi's opinion, this bowl of Young Master brand millet porridge with brown sugar is sweeter than anything else in the world. Chen fed her carefully, spoonful by spoonful, and Baishi drank it sweetly in small sips. Neither of them spoke. The only sounds in the room were the sound of swallowing and the crisp sound of the spoon hitting the bowl. Baishi ate a little food, and his stomach gradually warmed up, and the pain seemed to be much relieved. She leaned in Chen arms. The scent of flowers, porridge, and the smell of Chen body made her feel inexplicably at peace. "Drink slowly, be careful not to burn yourself," Chen reminded in a low voice, a typical warm-hearted man. Baishi obediently opened his mouth and swallowed a mouthful, then suddenly muttered in a low voice, "Master, you were mean to me just now." Chen had just scooped up another spoonful from the bowl, but paused when he heard this. When I looked down, I found that although her tone sounded aggrieved, there was a cunning light in her eyes. This is obviously a show of coquettishness. It's not easy to see Baishi acting like a spoiled child, and you have to cooperate well. He sighed deliberately. "Who told you to be disobedient? You're still moving around even though it's like this.
What if you fall off the bed? He acted very serious on purpose, but the concern in his tone and the tenderness in his eyes could not be hidden. Chapter 89, System Product, Absolutely Extraordinary. Bai Shi curled her lips and retorted in a low voice, "That's because you put the flowers so far away." Chen Chen frowned, but his hands were still gentle. "So? You blame me?" Bai Shi nodded unreasonably, "That's right." Chen Chen was amused by her self-righteous attitude of putting the blame on someone else. He held the bowl steadily in his hand, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it gently, and then fed it into her mouth. Then he threatened slowly. "Okay, to prevent me from doing that again next time, just put the flowers on the ceiling. You can't reach them at all, and there will be no hidden dangers." Bai Shi's eyes widened, and she stopped eating her porridge. She looked at Chen Chen in disbelief. "How dare you?" Chen Chen grinned evilly, "See if I dare." As he said this, he did not forget to put the spoon into her mouth. Bai Shi's cheeks puffed up with anger, but there was nothing he could do to Chen Chen. He drank the porridge angrily, then bit the spoon tightly and refused to let go, just like a cat with its fur standing on end. Chen Chen was amused by her cute appearance and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. All right, stop making trouble, drink it quickly, you can't drink cold water now." Only then did Bai Shi let go of the spoon and continue to drink the porridge obediently. After finishing the bowl of porridge quickly, Chen Chen put the bowl down and pushed it inward. Then he took out a napkin and wiped the corners of Bai Shi's mouth. "Still drinking?" Bai Shi shook his head. "Does it still hurt badly?" "It's much better now." Bai Shi shook his head again. Chen Chen said slowly helped Bai Shi lie back in bed, and tucked the quilt for her. He then pushed the rose beside the pillow towards her. He said helplessly, "If you want it, take it, and don't move it anymore." Bai Shi's eyes lit up and he immediately reached out and grabbed the flower. She sniffed the flower without moving her head, and smiled with curved eyebrows. "Thank you, young master." Chen Chen found her satisfied look a little funny and couldn't help asking, "Do you like roses so much?" Bai Shi blinked her big watery eyes, "Because this is a gift from the young master." When Chen Chen heard this, he was so happy that a big smile appeared on his face unconsciously. I couldn't help but lean over and kiss Bai Shi hard on the forehead. Bai Shi looked at Chen Chen curiously, making him feel a little uncomfortable. He coughed dryly and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is it salty?" She winked slyly. Chen Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He still remembered what he had said to tease her just now. He leaned in and kissed her again. "I won't tell you. If you want to know, try it yourself." Bai Shi rolled her eyes at Chen Chen coquettishly, then suddenly rolled her eyes and asked Chen Chen with a smile, "Master, you were so nervous about me just now. Are you afraid that something might happen to me?" Chen Chen glanced at her and said in a light tone, "Nonsense, if something happens to you, who will be my housekeeper?" Bai Shi. She turned her head away angrily. Although this was true, it was obviously not the truth. And this was not the answer she wanted to hear, so she said angrily, "Then go find someone else." Chen Chen chuckled and gently reached out to poke her shoulder. "Are you angry?" Bai Shi replied in a muffled voice, "No." She was indeed not angry because she knew Chen Chen was teasing her. But for some reason, when she heard Chen Chen's words, she felt empty in her heart. Chen Chen leaned down, got close to Bai Shi's ear, and said gently, "But, I just want you to be my housekeeper." Bai Shi felt a warm air flow across her ears, but before she could react, I felt Chen Chen kissing my cheek again. "Have a good rest. If it hurts again, call me immediately. Don't push yourself. I'll go downstairs and clean it up. Just put it there, I'll clean it up when the time comes." Bai Shi hurriedly tried to dissuade him. How could she dare to let the young master clean up? She was already flattered that he could cook porridge for her. "Have a good rest, I'm downstairs, call me if you need anything." Chen Chen didn't listen to Bai Shi. Considering her current condition, he thought it would be better for her to take more rest. Besides, he didn't eat. He tapped Bai Shi's smooth forehead lightly, then turned and left the room. Bai Shi touched his forehead, looked at the flowers next to him, and couldn't help but reveal a bright smile on his face. "Bad master." She muttered softly, but held the flower tighter. Thinking about how Chen Chen, a pampered young master, actually cooked porridge for himself in the kitchen. Now she has to clean up the pots and pans. She feels that all this is so beautiful, like a dream. A wave of sweetness rose in her heart, as if a jar of honey had been overturned.
However, she couldn't help but feel distressed when she thought about Chen Shen having to wash the pots and dishes. It seems that we have to quickly find the maid arranged by the young master. How can you let the young master do such rough work? Ding, by she's favorability +1. When Chen Shen heard the prompt tone, he grinned again. He was not the kind of pampered young master that Bai Shi thought he was. So there is no psychological pressure in cleaning up. He first gulped down 2 large bowls of porridge in a row, which seemed to satisfy his somewhat messy stomach. He wasn't full. Ever since his body became stronger, he felt that his appetite had increased a lot. But I feel that the millet porridge has no taste, and I don't want to drink it anymore because there is something in my stomach. After a simple tidying up, Chen Shen went to the living room and sat down on the sofa. It's time for the prize draw that he has been looking forward to. Let us see what surprises the little butler can bring him. Brother Tonzi, I want to draw a lottery. Chen Shen called his beloved system in his mind. Okay host, we have detected that you have a chance to win a prize, and we have opened the prize wheel for you. The familiar huge turntable appeared in Chen Shen's mind again. He ordered familiarly, start, stop. This time, he changed his routine. After shouting start, he continued to shout stop with almost no interval. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ownership of Huazhou Junting No. 8 Villa Manor. Chen Shen frowned. Based on his experience from previous draws, the prizes he won were never ordinary stuff. Several familiar names flashed through his mind quickly. A Riverview mansion at Thompson 1. The classical manor of Tan Palace. Huazhou Junting? This name is unfamiliar to him. He was a little confused. He didn't seem to have heard of this name among the well-known top luxury houses in Shanghai. However, system products are definitely not ordinary products. He knew it was useless to ask the system. Just open the phone screen and check the name of this unfamiliar villa. However, when the search page was refreshed, the first line of introduction that appeared made Chen Shen's eyes widen. Huazhou Junting, the most secretive luxury residential area in Shanghai, with 21 European-style manors, each covering an area of more than 5 acres, with underground clubs, private swimming pools, gardens, garages. Chen Shen's No. 8 manor is built by the lake, with a construction area of 3,800 square meters and a total area of 5,300 square meters. The historical transaction price is 1 billion renminbi, setting a record for luxury home transactions in Shanghai. He suddenly realized that he might have won the most precious piece of real estate in the entire Magic City. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. How will Bai Shi react if he gets this news? Chapter 90 Second Sister, If Chen Shen. Chen Shen thought about it and decided not to tell Bai Shi about this for the time being. Bai Shi is not feeling well now, so it would be useless to tell her this news. It would be better to wait until she recovers and then take her to visit the site. In fact, Chen Shen was also very curious about the villa estate worth 1 billion yuan, and he also wanted to know what it looked like inside. However, Chen Shen does not plan to live in this manor often. Now Principal Su Guodong has given him some special treatment and he does not have to stay in school like ordinary students. But after all, he is still a college student. In comparison, living in Jiangwan Hanlin is more convenient. Although, there is indeed no comparison between Jiangwan Hanlin worth more than 30 million and Huazhou Junting worth 1 billion. But Chen Shen didn't care at all. You know, he had lived in a dark, damp but cheap basement before. Even though Jiangwan Hanlin cannot compare to Huazhou Junting, it is still a villa worth 37.5 million. To be realistic, how many people in China today can afford to live in this level of house? It is only now that Chen Shen has the system that he can get everything he wants so easily. Otherwise, even if he graduates from college, he can find a job with a monthly income of over 10,000 yuan. This salary is not low. If you want to save up 30 million, you will need to work continuously for 250 years without eating or drinking. Therefore, he cherishes everything he has now. As for disliking it? That is nonsense. Make up your mind and collect your thoughts. He still didn't go upstairs, but turned back to the kitchen to make a pot of brown sugar ginger tea. I found a thermos, filled it up, and then went upstairs. Before he even entered the door, he shouted in an exaggerated tone. He little housekeeper, your young master is back. Are you happy? Are you happy? Bai Shi was about to fall asleep when she suddenly heard Chen Shen's crazy voice. I felt a little more sober in an instant, a little happy and a little excited, but more of it was helplessness. Question: what should I do if my young master acts like a child?
Chen Shen saw Bai Shi's tired expression and sleepy look. Knowing that his joke disturbed her rest, he quickly apologized. Ouch, sorry, I didn't know you were asleep. At this moment, Bai Shi just felt very tired and sleepy. The ordeal just now had consumed a lot of her energy. She stretched out her hand to Chen Shen. Master, hold me to sleep. The ending sound is dragged out with a nasal tone, and the sound is soft, long, and sticky. You know, that sound a girl makes when she wakes up? It's the kind of coquettish and soft humming sound that one makes when one is not fully conscious. What? Never heard of it? Then the author probably never mentioned it. If you really want to listen, you can search it on TikTok. It's really. Chen Shen was so excited when he heard Bai Shi's sticky little voice. He quickly threw his shoes away, put the thermos aside, lifted a corner of the quilt and crawled in. Chen Shen considerately placed his arm under Bai Shi's neck, wanting her to use it as a pillow while sleeping. But she felt it was a bit too high and uncomfortable, so she used her head to push Chen Shen's arm away. Finally she nuzzled around in his arms until she found the spot where she felt most comfortable. Smelling the scent of Chen Shen that filled his nose, he soon fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Bai Shi's peaceful sleeping face, Chen Shen gently rubbed her slightly wrinkled brows with his hands. After a while, he felt sleepy and fell asleep while hugging Bai Shi. Inside the Huanyu ward of Shanghai Jiaowei International Hospital, Su Yiting sat on the sofa in a daze, somewhat absent-minded. From time to time, she would sneak a peek at her second sister, Su Yakan, Chen Shen's mother. Then he looked away in annoyance, sighed and continued to stare blankly. She cursed Chen Shen countless times in her heart with gritted teeth. This bastard just walked away without hesitation, leaving me with this hot potato. My life is so miserable. How can I explain this? It was agreed that Chen Shen would be finished by himself, but it was not agreed that she and Chen Shen would be finished together. He sighed heavily. If you have the ability to cause trouble, then you can solve it yourself. Why make things difficult for a small person like me? Thinking that it was all trouble caused by my own curiosity and talkativeness, I couldn't help but slap my mouth lightly. It's all your fault. Why were you so curious? Look, your mouth can bring disaster. Well, although the phrase misfortune comes from the mouth is not used like this, it seems to be very suitable. Hey! I couldn't help but look up at my second sister again. But suddenly he found that Su Yakan actually stood up and walked towards him. Her face showed signs of panic, but she immediately straightened up, pretended to be calm, and comforted herself in her heart. Second sister doesn't know anything. It's okay, don't worry. When Su Yakan came to her side, she couldn't help but speak first. Second sister, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Su Yakan looked at her youngest sister suspiciously. Ever since she went down with Chen Shen, something seemed wrong with her. He looked like he was worried about something and was always stealing glances at me. Although he appears to be very calm now. But, doesn't she know what kind of personality her sister has? Now he looks very upright and speaks with clear pronunciation, but his eyes are wandering around, just like how he behaved when he did something wrong as a child. Then I thought about how he had secretly glanced at me from time to time just now. Su Yakan was sure that her sister was hiding something, and it was related to her. However, my sister is older now, and it is definitely not appropriate to touch her, so I have to think of other ways. She sat down next to Su Yiting, her tone gentle but extremely affirmative. Yiting, are you worried about something? Su Yiting's gaze became even more uncertain. She knew her second sister too well. He couldn't hide his little thoughts from Su Yakan, just like Chen Shen couldn't hide them from his aunt. Because we have been together for a long time, we are really familiar with each other. Since I can't hide it, I might as well take this opportunity to test it out. She took the initiative to approach Su Yakan and asked in a low voice. Second sister, if Xiaochen suddenly became a billionaire and brought you several daughters-in-law, what would you think? Su Yiting felt that asking this would not expose her. After all, what Chen Shen did was a little too unbelievable. Unless he admitted it himself, no one would believe it. When Su Yakan heard her younger sister say this, she was shocked. Could it be that her son? But as Su Yiting thought, Su Yakan immediately shook her head. How is this possible? You know your own son well, but what about several daughters-in-law? One is enough. As for billionaires? That's only possible if the sun rises in the west. Even if you are lucky enough to win 5 million in the lottery, how many tickets would a billionaire have to buy? Su Yating knew that her second sister didn't believe this possibility at all, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but she felt that the situation was even more difficult. But Su Yakin suddenly spoke seriously. Wait, why are you asking this? Did Xiaochen tell you something? Chapter 91 Playing Hard to Get? Su Yating's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, but she was no pushover and she immediately thought of a solution. She laughed dryly. Yes, when I went down with Xiaochen before, he boasted to me about what he would do if he became a billionaire in the future, and he also said that he would bring back a few wives for me to see. She subconsciously crossed her hands together, and her knuckles turned bluish white. Su Yakin still felt something was unusual after living together as sisters for so many years, but when she thought about it carefully, she found that there seemed to be no flaws at all. Most of what Su Yating said was true, and her deliberate lead-in if he was bragging to me made it less likely for people to doubt her. Su Yakin didn't take it seriously at all, but still asked with a hint of doubt, really? As soon as Su Yating heard it, she knew she had passed the test and relaxed immediately. The corners of her mouth raised a curve. It must be true, otherwise what do you think? Then, without waiting for Su Yakin to think too much, he continued to question her. Second sister, I'm also very curious. If Xiaochen really becomes a billionaire and has several wives, what do you think? Su Yakin thought this was a false fantasy and relaxed her body, leaning against the back of the sofa. What do I think? My son is so capable, so I can just enjoy my life in peace and wait for my daughters-in-law to give me a few big fat grandchildren. I can just take care of them every day. As she said this with a smile, an expression of longing actually appeared on her face, but I couldn't tell whether she was longing to enjoy a peaceful life or to hold her grandchildren. Su Yating was excited when she heard this. Really? Second sister, do you really think so? Su Yakin was brought back to reality from her fantasy by her younger sister's startled voice, and she couldn't help laughing at her previous thoughts. But seeing Su Yating's excited face, she asked curiously, how can this be true? But you, why are you so excited? Su Yating's expression froze, but she recovered immediately. No, I suddenly thought of something happy, hee. But the thought in my heart was, excited? Doesn't this feel like I can report to that little ancestor of yours? In an apartment room in Shanghai. Lin Qingyin smiled and waved goodbye to the audience in the live broadcast room. Today's live broadcast ends here, goodbye. The barrage of comments instantly flashed with a stream of requests to stay. Don't go, Yinin, play it for a while longer. Yinin, why hasn't Boss Xingchen come today? Lin Qingyin didn't read the comments and directly closed the live broadcast. With a complicated expression, she clicked on the fallen star avatar, and found that the active status was still offline. He sighed imperceptibly and put his phone on the table. She is now considered one of the top players in Douyin live streaming. The number of people online during her live streaming in the past 2 days has exceeded 10,000. But she knew that this was all the result of Big Brother Xingchen giving her millions of gifts. The funny thing is that I was still a little worried at that time whether the other party had some excessive ideas. But even though I sent the green bubble to the other party, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no response at all. And Brother Xingchen didn't come to my live broadcast these 2 days. Could it be true, as my sister said, that my brother was just throwing money for fun? And I just happened to be the lucky one? Did you forget about yourself after the incident? Were those thoughts just your and my sister's imaginations? Just when she was worried and anxious, the door of the room suddenly opened a crack, and Lin Qingming poked half of his head out from inside. When she saw that Lin Qingyin had ended the broadcast, she opened the door and walked in. Sister, what's wrong? Your elder brother still didn't come today? After seeing her sister's expression, Lin Qingming immediately understood why. Lin Qingyin nodded, slightly disappointed. Lin Qingming also felt it was strange. Aren't most people giving gifts for? But this guy ran away after swiping the brush, and didn't he even add the WeChat message I sent? The two sisters looked at each other and fell into deep thought at the same time. Is he playing hard to get in order to seduce his sister? She looked at her sister's condition and thought, well, it seemed quite successful. However, she still felt that it was not quite like that, and she was more inclined to another possibility. Sister, is it possible that I was just impulsive and suspected that you were not good looking in real life, but I was too embarrassed to go back, so I just pretended not to see it? But if you really have doubts, shouldn't you add WeChat video to confirm it first? Lin Qingyin immediately raised her objection. Lin Qingming thought about it and it made sense. After all, that was 15 million yuan. It was unlikely that it would be thrown away like a ball of water without any follow-up. Oh, don't think too much about it, maybe the eldest brother is just busy. Besides, this is just the right thing to do. I can pick up so much small change for free. Lin Xingyin picked up her phone and checked the WeChat back end, but there was still no movement. Take a deep breath and then put a big smile on your face. Forget it, never mind, let's go, I'll treat you to a delicious meal. The girls' dormitory of Shanghai University. Su Chua, what went on last night? Tell the truth. Li Jiajia pressed Su Chuxia's shoulders and interrogated her severely. Su Chuxia was overwhelmed as she repeated the same thing for the n+1th time. I told you, nothing really happened. I just drank too much and slept all night. Li Jiajia, what a joke. How is this possible? Chen Chen is a vegetarian? Besides, your clothes are not the same as when you left. Lu Ranran was also sarcastically saying, that's right, you two have changed your clothes, and nothing happened to you two, a single man and a single woman, all night? Who would believe that? Su Chuxia was a little annoyed. She first glared at Lu Ranran fiercely, and then explained to Li Jiajia. Nothing really happened. As for the clothes, I drank too much and accidentally vomited on them. That's why Chen Chen bought them for me. Li Jiajia's eyes widened. Chen Chen bought it, who changed it? Su Chuxia thought, the ones that Chen Chen tore up and the ones I put on, add them up to what I changed. So I said firmly, I changed it myself. Li Jiajia suddenly asked again, did you feel any pain this morning? Ah, it won't hurt your head. Su Chuxia picked up the pillow on the bed and threw it over. Lu Ranran snorted again and said faintly, that's really strange. I took you to the hotel but didn't touch you? Could it be that I'm not interested in you? Su Chuxia was stung by her words and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. After all, Chen Chen really didn't touch her. But when I thought about what happened in the morning, my mood immediately improved. Whatever you think, this is the fact. Another female dormitory at Magic City University. Chu Momo held her chin with both hands and looked at the mobile phone on the table. The page showed her reply to Chen Chen. Okay, I'll be waiting for your news. Q.jpg. The message was sent in the morning, and now it is afternoon, and the other party has not replied yet. She was thinking about whether she should send Chen Chen another message to ask. Just then, someone behind her suddenly patted her shoulder gently. Xiao Momo, what are you doing? Are you thinking about your lover? Chu Momo hurriedly turned the phone over to prevent the visitor from seeing the contents. But this abnormal behavior directly aroused the other party's curiosity. She let out a weird laugh and approached Chu Momo. Chapter 92, Caught Stealing. Chen Chen slept until 6 in the afternoon. He was woken up by the water level in his bladder reaching the warning line. He stretched himself, straightened his legs, and then raised his back. Looking down, Bai Shi was still sleeping soundly, with even a trace of crystal saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but chuckle, took out his cell phone and took a close-up picture of Bai Shi's face, then he hooked his finger and gently helped her wipe off the marks. I carefully lifted the quilt, got out of bed, and tiptoed to the bathroom. Released the big dragon and solved the physiological problem with great pleasure, and finally shiver uncontrollably. He looked down and smacked his lips narcissistically. Wow, so awesome, this size is almost reaching the average level of the readers in front of the screen. After some extremely shameless boasting, he put the bird back into the cage. When I returned to the bed, Bai Shi's sleeping position had not changed at all. Looking at the pale pink lips that had regained their color, Chen Chen's heart was eager to make something happen. But he was also a little hesitant, as he was afraid that his actions would wake her up. After much hesitation, he couldn't help it and kissed Bai Shi's lips very lightly. I found that Bai Shi was not awake and didn't even react. Chen Chen showed a triumphant smirk, just like a weasel who had stolen a chicken. He could obviously kiss Bai Shi casually when she was awake, and even do whatever he wanted. There is no way Bai Shi would reject anything he did. Oh, no. I just enjoy the excitement of stealing beauty. Just play, be naughty, very happy. Chen Chen lay back down beside Bai Shi contentedly. Perhaps because the movement was a little too big this time, Bai Shi unconsciously snuggled into his arms. Chen Chen showed a doting smile on his face. With my right hand, I gently patted the area above my buttocks on the quilt. The force was so light that even an ant would praise Chen Chen as a massage expert. He took out his cell phone with his left hand, lowered his head uncertainly and looked into Bai Shi's eyes. When I found that she was still asleep, I opened the WeChat page with peace of mind. I replied to the little lowly Chu Momo first.
Xiao Momo, I have to go to the hospital tomorrow for something, so I can't take you out to play.
Shen, next time, I will make it up when I have time next time.
After sending the message, Shen looked at the time, not sure whether Chu Momo would reply at this time. Without waiting, he switched directly to Ai Xiaoying's chat page. Shen found that she had sent him 2 messages.
Both paragraphs contain a picture and a sentence. 8:30.
Ai Xiaoying, brother, I got up to eat breakfast. Good boy.jpg. The picture shows a cup of soy milk and a few small buns.
1300 hours.
Ai Xiaoying, brother,
no matter how busy you are, remember to eat. I miss you.
Love.jpg. This time the picture shows a bowl of seafood porridge and a small plate of smashed cucumber.
Wow, he is telling me the menu.
Although both of them had porridge for lunch.
But Ai Xiaoying's seafood porridge looked much more appetizing than the millet porridge he ate.
He didn't eat much at noon, and after such a long time, his stomach was already empty. Now when Shen saw the pictures sent by Ai Xiaoying, he felt like his stomach was accusing him of abuse.
Shen, the seafood porridge looks good, but are you thinking about me? Or are you tempting me?
Ai Xiaoying still replied quickly.
Ai Xiaoying, no way, I just want to share this with my brother, feeling wrong.jpg.
Ai Xiaoying, brother,
have you been so busy that you haven't eaten yet? Shen replied yeah against his will.
It is indeed very busy, but it should be different from what Ai Xiaoying thinks is busy.
Ai Xiaoying, brother, do you want some seafood porridge?
It's really delicious.
Shen thought about it and decided to refuse.
Even if he wanted to order takeout, he couldn't let Ai Xiaoying order it for him. If he was ordering for both him and Bai Shi, then he would let one of his women order food for the other woman. He felt it was inappropriate and a bit too much of a jerk. Besides, most seafood is cold in nature, and Bai Shi can't eat it now.
Shen, it's okay, no need to bother, I'll go out to eat later.
Ai Xiaoying, oh.
Okay then. Shen felt a sense of disappointment in her words.
Ai Xiaoying, then brother, go eat.
Shen, well, no rush, how is your recovery going?
Ai Xiaoying, I am much better now.
I should be fine in 2 days.
Shy.jpg.
Shen, okay, then you should have a good rest. I'll come to see you in 2 days.
Ai Xiaoying, yeah, I'll wait for you and love you.
Love.jpg.
Shen put down his phone and subconsciously looked down at Bai Shi.
But I happened to meet a pair of black and sparkling eyes.
Bai Shi didn't know when she woke up, and was staring at him without blinking. For a moment, their eyes met, and Shen felt a little at a loss.
Although Bai Shi once said that she didn't mind having other women.
But at this time, he still felt guilty and his hands and feet were cold.
It feels like I've been caught cheating on my partner. I want to eat.
Bai Shi suddenly said.
What? Shen didn't react for a moment. He wondered if he was hallucinating. I said I want to eat seafood porridge, too.
Bai Shi looked at Shen without blinking, and this time he said it more clearly. This time Shen heard it clearly, so he felt it even more incredible. He didn't know when Bai Shi woke up, but he definitely saw him chatting with Ai Xiaoying. He wouldn't think that Bai Shi couldn't understand what their chat messages meant.
But she didn't say a word to Ai Xiaoying, but was thinking about the seafood porridge? You don't have anything to ask me? Shen asked uncertainly. What are you asking?
The seafood porridge in the picture looks delicious.
I want to eat it too. Okay, Shen was sure.
After seeing the picture, it can be said that he had basically read the information from beginning to end.
With Bai Shi's intelligence, there is no way she couldn't understand it.
So there are only 2 meanings of wanting to eat seafood porridge. One is that she uses this method to express her attitude, that she really doesn't mind having other women outside of herself.
Also, she might really be greedy. Shen sighed that he was very lucky to meet a woman like Bai Shi. He couldn't help but ask the question that concerned him the most, aren't you jealous?
Bai Shi was silent for a few seconds, then nodded honestly, eat.
Shen thought this was normal.
It would be abnormal if Bai Shi had no reaction at all to the fact that he had other women outside. Even though her favorability towards me has reached 86 points, it can be said that she will never object to any decision I make.
But it is impossible to completely control human instinct. Then why did you? Master, can I ask you 2 questions first? You must think carefully before answering, and you must not lie to me.
Bai Shi interrupted Shen and looked directly into his eyes.
Chapter 93 Master, you are mean to me again.
Seeing Bai Shi's serious face, Chen Shen couldn't help but become serious as well. In fact, Bai Shi wanted to ask 2 questions, and she already had the answers in her mind. But women are sometimes so strange. They ask questions even though they know the answer, just want to hear someone say it in person.
Master, do you love me? Love. Chen Shen said firmly without any hesitation.
Bai Shi smiled happily. Are you sure?
Don't you want to think about it carefully?
Chen Shen stared into her eyes.
No, I'm sure.
Maybe I was attracted to you by your looks at first, or maybe it's because of your personality, or maybe it's because you're the first woman who let me approach you.
You are a special person in my heart. I am absolutely sure that I love you.
Bai Shi narrowed her eyes. To her, the process was important, but the result was more important. Chen Shen was very honest, and even said that people might like her because of her looks, but she was not unhappy at all.
Even if it's because of lust for beauty, so what? There are many people in this world who don't even have the qualifications to lust for beauty.
The fact that she could make Chen Shen want something from her was a reflection of her ability and strength.
Okay, second question. She stretched out her finger and tapped Chen Shen's heart. Will there always be a place for me here and at home?
Chen Shen simply grabbed Bai Shi's small hand and pressed it against his heart.
You will always be here. As for the house, you will always be the mistress, one of them.
Chen Shen's tone was firm at first, but the more he spoke, the less confident he became. Bai Shi couldn't help laughing out loud when he heard the end. However, she did not agree with Chen Shen.
She shook her head. Master, have you forgotten? I said that I don't want to be the mistress, I want to be your eternal housekeeper. Chen Shen didn't understand Bai Shi's train of thought. Doesn't the hostess have housekeeper's incense?
Bai Shi blushed and explained somewhat embarrassedly.
Master will definitely have many women in the future, but it will be different for a housekeeper like me. Chen Shen found it a little funny.
Bai Shi was retreating to advance. Although he seems not to be fighting or competing, he actually puts himself in an invincible position. He did not feel any disgust towards Bai Shi's little thoughts, but instead felt a little guilty. For a woman as outstanding as her, who is both beautiful and capable, it is not difficult for her to be together for the rest of her life. But now, whether she is the housekeeper or the mistress, she cannot monopolize it. He reached out and held Bai Shi in his arms, saying confidently, "Believe me, I will definitely make you the happiest woman in the world." As soon as the words fell, a prompt sound came directly into my mind.
Ding, Bai Shi's favorability +1.
Bai Shi lay quietly in Chen Shen's arms. She didn't doubt what Chen Shen said at all.
But what about my seafood porridge?
She suddenly raised her head.
Chen Shen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why hasn't she forgotten about this yet? Your relatives are coming now, you can't eat. The seafood is cold. Master, but I just want to eat.
After Bai Shi and Chen Shen confessed their feelings, she seemed to have released some shackles and even started to act coquettishly towards Chen Shen.
Wait a minute, stop making trouble. I'll check if there's anything you can eat. Chen Shen manually helped Bai Shi close his mouth.
Bai Shi seemed to have let herself go while searching on Chen Shen's phone. Is there any seafood that women can eat during menstruation? She rubbed her head against Chen Shen's chest, making Chen Shen feel helpless and comfortable. And in her current state, she couldn't even look at her phone properly. He pressed Bai Shi's head and said, "Behave yourself."
But Bai Shi pouted and pretended to be aggrieved. Master, you are mean to me again. You don't love me anymore. Chen Shen's forehead was filled with black lines. He now missed the previous tsundere version of Bai Shi. But now, it seems pretty cool.
But now he still had to make Bai Shi calm down, and he suddenly had an idea.
Sister, stop making trouble. Let me check my phone first, and then I can continue to love you later, okay? Sure enough, this sister was like Bai Shi's switch.
She instantly became quiet and stopped moving.
Chen Shen thought, 3 versions for one person?
There is the tsundere version, the naughty version, and this well-behaved version. He already knows the switch to the well-behaved version, but he still needs to study the other 2 versions.
Hey.
Without Bai Shi's interference, he could concentrate on looking up the information he wanted. It's true, although most seafood are cold ingredients, there are a few exceptions. There are even foods suitable for women to eat during menstruation, which can enhance immunity and relieve discomfort. For example, salmon has anti-inflammatory properties and can relieve menstrual discomfort, such as Bai Shi's dysmenorrhea, and can also improve physical strength. There are also oysters, which can help prevent iron deficiency anemia caused by blood loss during menstruation and regulate hormone balance.
Shrimp is suitable for supplementing nutrition during menstruation and has hematopoietic function. Cod can enhance immunity and is suitable for consumption during menstruation, etc. Everyone, remember to take notes, the author only wrote about the effects.
Shen didn't know until he checked, and was shocked when he did. He originally thought that seafood was cold in nature and she couldn't touch it now. But after checking the information, I found that some seafood not only does not aggravate the discomfort, but can relieve menstrual symptoms. Then I thought that I don't know how to cook seafood, and it would be too troublesome to go out and buy it.
He searched online for chef door-to-door service near Shanghai University. Finally, we decided on a high-end private chef door-to-door service platform called Yanxijia.
This platform focuses on customized services provided by chefs with backgrounds in 5-star hotels, which can be said to be very good. However, the platform shows that reservations must be made 2 to 7 days in advance, which is a bit troublesome. However, Chen feels that there is nothing that cannot be solved by adding money. If so, it means that not enough money was added. Instead of making an appointment on the platform, he directly called the number above.
Sure enough, the add money layman is very effective.
Chen put forward his own requirements and chose to purchase the ingredients on behalf of others. We settled on 3 dishes and a bowl of porridge. The original price was 8,500 renminbi, and reservations were required. Chen directly paid 50,000 yuan, and the result is that the chef has already started buying ingredients.
The 3 dishes and 1 porridge are: main course, teriyaki salmon belly anti-inflammatory and omega-3 supplement. Side dish, garlic cod high protein and stomach warming. Side dish, fried prawns with ginger and scallions magnesium supplement to relieve menstrual cramps.
Porridge, warming up the uterus with shrimp and clams dispels cold, replenishes iron, and relieves abdominal pain. Chen requires that the ingredients must be top quality, and it would take some time for ordinary people to buy them all.
But leave professional matters to professionals.
They all have professional channels, and you only need to spend a little more money to reduce a lot of trouble. Now he just needs to wait, saving time, effort, and worry. Chen put down his phone and looked down at Baishi, who was still lying obediently on his chest. This docile look was completely different from her usual self, and he couldn't help but feel curious.
He stretched out his index finger and lifted Baishi's small chin.
Sister. Chen suddenly felt the woman in his arms breathing heavier. Why do you react like this when I call you sister?
Could it be that you? P.S.
Chen, sister, if readers don't give us free love, you won't get any seafood porridge tonight.
Baishi, master, you are bullying me. Turning to the readers and winking. Chapter 94. Lovely Chairman Chen?
Sister, why do you react like this when I call you sister?
Could it be that you actually like little boys? You just like this kind of sister-brother relationship?
Baishi's body stiffened, and her cheeks turned red all the way to her ears.
How could I? What nonsense are you talking about?
Her voice trembled, and her tone was full of panic. Her eyes glanced around and she didn't dare to look at him at all.
Chen chuckled and deliberately lowered his voice. Sister, why is your face red?
Baishi felt that all the hot blood in her body was rushing to her face. She pushed his hand away suddenly and tried to turn around and escape. But Chen hugged her again.
Why are you running? Could it be that what I said was right, sister? Baishi didn't know whether she was embarrassed or annoyed.
She stared at Chen and called him by his full name in a high-pitched voice. Chen.
Ha? I'm here. What's wrong, sister? Don't you like me calling you that? Chen pretended to be innocent.
Baishi had no choice. He had been forced into a corner by Chen, so he just gave in. Unreasonably, she pinched his face with her backhand. Try to make that noise again.
Chen was not afraid at all.
He had developed a thick skin since childhood and was not afraid of being pinched. He suddenly turned over and pressed her under him, whispering in her ear, then, sister wants to.
However, he immediately regretted it.
Baishi just groaned, his brows furrowed, and the blush on his face faded quickly. Chen cursed himself inwardly. Fuck, I got a little too proud of myself and forgot that she was not feeling well. He quickly rolled off Baishi, and the playful smile on his face just now was no longer visible at all. He looked at Baishi nervously, then reached out and gently massaged the acupuncture points on her lower abdomen in a clockwise direction. I was afraid that the pain that had finally eased would come back again.
I'm sorry. Does it hurt?
Chen Shen's voice was full of self-blame. Bai Shi shook his head slightly, and his frown slowly relaxed. Although his face was still a little pale, at least he was not as painful as he was at the beginning, and his face was covered in cold sweat. Chen Shen let out a long breath, and his heart finally settled down a little. He dared not be reckless again. He didn't mind if he suffered a little, but he couldn't bear to see Bai Shi suffer. He made up his mind, we can't delay taking Bai Shi to the hospital for a checkup. The sooner the better. I'm planning to go to the hospital tomorrow, so why not take this opportunity to take her with me? Chen Shen continued to give Bai Shi a gentle massage with one hand, and took out his cell phone with the other hand. She found the number of the gynecologist recommended by Shen Mabai, who had called her at noon, and dialed it. After the call was connected, Chen Shen spoke first. Hello, doctor. I am Chen Shen who spoke to you on the phone at noon. Ah. You are the lovely Chairman Chen. The voice coming from the phone was that of a young girl who was very excited and seemed to know herself. But, very cute Chairman Chen? What the hell is this? But he didn't want to get to the bottom of this title. Now was not the time to dwell on it. Hello, is the doctor who will be there at noon? Yes, my grandma is watering the flowers and herbs in the garden. Please wait a moment. The girl's voice was very lively. Grandma? The flower bed? Still watering the herbs? Chen Shen originally thought that this was a doctor in the hospital, and this girl was a nurse in the hospital. Now it seems that the best gynecologist recommended by Shen Mabai seems to be a little unusual. Soon, a gentle and kind voice came from the phone. Mr. Chen, is there any new situation with your girlfriend? Don't worry, tell me slowly. As the voice fell, Chen Shen heard the girl's uncontrollable laughter. He instantly recalled the embarrassing moment when he answered the phone at noon, and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. He laughed awkwardly and spoke a little embarrassedly. No, doctor, she is much better now. I just want to trouble you with something. Chen Shen unconsciously used honorifics when asking for help. Dong Xi's hearty laughter came from the phone. You already call me grandma, why are you being so polite? If you have anything to say, just say it directly. It's like this. I want to take her to the hospital for a detailed examination tomorrow. I was wondering if I could trouble you for a moment? Dong Xi agreed directly. No problem, just tell me a time and I'll go there directly then. Shen Shen was also overjoyed. Then 9 a.m. is okay? Dong Xi nodded. Okay. As soon as she hung up the phone, Tanguo rolled her eyes and said to Dong Xi coquettishly, Grandma, can I go with you tomorrow? Dong Xi handed the phone to her granddaughter and gave her a meaningful look. Why? Are you interested in this Chen Shen? Tanguo blushed and waved her hands quickly. Oh, what are you thinking? I'm just a little curious. Besides, doesn't he have a girlfriend? Dong Xi continued to fiddle with her herbs and said without looking up, then drive me to the hospital tomorrow. Okay. Tanguo nodded happily, and ran into the house with her cell phone in her hand. Dong Xi straightened up, looked at his granddaughter's excited back, and a smile of knowing everything appeared on the corner of his mouth. You cunning little girl, are you still playing this trick on your grandma? She patted the dirt off her hands, turned around and looked at the vibrant herbs, and said meaningfully. What's wrong with having a girlfriend? I'm the second wife. The rules in this world are always set for incompetent people. However, although she had a good impression of Chen Shen on the phone, she couldn't be sure about anything until she met him in person. Moreover, even if she did not object to her granddaughter sharing a husband with someone else, she would have to consider whether that man was worthy of her precious granddaughter. We have to wait until tomorrow to see it with our own eyes. Bai Shi opened her eyes wide and looked at Chen Shen. Tomorrow, are we really going to the hospital? Well, I just made an appointment with the doctor. I will take you for a full body checkup at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chen Shen answered seriously. Bai Shi's eyes suddenly began to wander. Actually, there's no need to be so troublesome. I feel like everything is fine. What you feel and what I feel should be felt by the doctor. Once the doctor has finished the examination and says that there is nothing wrong with your body, then there is really nothing wrong, and I can rest assured. Chen Shen had a stern face, an expression that showed that there was no room for negotiation. Bai Shi was very unconvinced and muttered softly, so domineering. Chen Shen suddenly put his face in front of hers, scaring her so much that she shrank her neck. Sister, are you afraid of going to the hospital? There was an obvious hint of mischief in Chen Shen's voice. Bai Shi was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and he was about to explode. However, she quickly pretended to be calm and forced a stiff smile on her face.
Ha, what a joke, I'm a grown-up, not a child anymore, how could I be afraid of going to the hospital? Chapter 95, Childish? Isn't that cute? Why, she pretended to be calm. What a joke, I am a grown-up, not a child anymore, how could I be afraid of going to the hospital? But what she didn't notice was that her fingertips were trembling slightly. Seeing Chen Chen nodding thoughtfully with a look of agreement on his face, he thought that he believed what he said and felt relieved. But then I heard him say slowly, it seems to be correct. Is it because you are afraid of injections, or afraid of taking medicine? In desperation, she covered Chen Chen's stinky mouth with her hand, not wanting him to continue speaking. But what she never expected was that her actions seemed to be exactly what he wanted. You! She suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the bad guy in front of her in disbelief. She suddenly felt a soft and smooth touch on the palm of her hand, and she trembled all over. Chen Chen actually took the opportunity to stick out his tongue and lick the palm of his hand. She only felt a tingling sensation spreading rapidly from the palm of his hand to his whole body. Ah! She screamed as if she had been electrocuted, and quickly withdrew her hand. However, as soon as she withdrew his hand, Chen Chen's hateful mouth regained its freedom. To her, words that were like a nightmare immediately came out. Sister, could it be that you are afraid of both injections and taking medicines? She felt as if countless bolts of thunder were striking down from the sky, instantly turning her into a crispy outside and tender inside. Are you all scared? Are you scared? Right? Chen Chen's words were like a magic sound, echoing in her mind. She's cheeks turned red, and even her neck and ears were all red. She glared at Chen Chen fiercely and didn't want to say any excuses. The cat gnashed its teeth and headed for Chen Chen's neck. It really wanted to rush up and take a bite. She felt that she was so unlucky today. Her most embarrassing secret was discovered by Chen Chen. As Chen Chen said, she was afraid of taking medicine. To be precise, it's not that she is afraid of taking medicine, but that she doesn't know how to take medicine and she can't swallow it. Swallowing a small pill was as difficult as climbing to heaven for her. Even drinking large gulps of water while taking it won't work. The water went down, and the pill was performing a lovey-dovey drama with its own tongue. From childhood to adulthood, if there is a situation where you have to take medicine, then you can only grind the medicine into powder, just like feeding it to a child, add a little water, and make it into a paste before you can drink it. Every time I take medicine, it feels like torture and it's extremely painful. Another thing is injections. She didn't know why, because she was obviously not afraid of pain or bleeding. She is not even afraid of snakes, insects, rats, ants and mollusks, which are feared by most girls. But that tiny needle is like her nemesis. Whenever she saw the shiny needle, she felt black in front of her eyes. When the cold needle touched her skin, goosebumps appeared all over her body instantly. The whole person can't help but tremble and shiver. Even the nurse who was giving her an injection with a gentle smile seemed to have turned into a hideous devil in her eyes, holding the needle with malice towards her. She felt that inexplicable fear was childish and embarrassing. Just like she said just now, she is already an adult, but she is still like a child, afraid of injections and taking medicines. It's so embarrassing. If it can be kept secret forever and no one knows about it, then it's fine. But now, it's exposed. The worst thing is that this secret was discovered by Chen Chen. She already felt too embarrassed to face anyone and even hoped that the world would be destroyed immediately. That way, no one would ever know about her unspeakable things. There was another thought that worried her. Although she herself felt it was unlikely, what if? That is, Chen Chen would not dislike her because of her childishness, right? Thinking that Chen Chen might look at her in that way, she couldn't help but feel a sour feeling in her heart. My heart felt as if it was suddenly pricked by a needle. My eye sockets were quickly filled with mist, which then quickly condensed into tears, and my vision began to blur. Chen Chen was originally looking at Bai Shi leisurely. He thought she was really cute when she was angry, and her gnashing teeth expression also made Chen Chen feel itchy. But gradually, he felt something was wrong. How come in the blink of an eye, Bai Shi's expression changed from shame and anger to aggrieved, and she looked like she was about to cry? What's going on? This is... His heart tightened. But without giving it much thought, he quickly pulled out 2 tissues from the side and wiped away the tears that were about to overflow, revealing his wet eyes. And the owner of these eyes was looking at himself without blinking, with emotions of accusation, grievance, and worry. He was even more confused. Why did Bai Shi's expression change faster than turning the pages of a book? It turns out that what others said is right. A girl's mind is like quantum physics. You think you understand it,
but in fact you haven't even touched the surface yet. If you don't understand, just ask directly. He kissed Baixi's slightly red eyes. Seeing his action, Baishi instinctively closed her eyelids, and her long eyelashes looked like a small palm leaf fan. This time Chen Chen didn't dare to tease her again. The tone was so gentle and doting. What's the matter? Did I joke too much? Why are you crying? When Baishi heard this, she felt relieved. Her feeling was right. How could the young master dislike her for this? Now she only felt ashamed and wronged, and no worries at all. She buried her face in Chen Chen's chest and accused Chen Chen in a muffled voice, "Master, why do you always like to bully me?" Chen Chen was stuck. Is this funny? Do you think her aggrieved and angry look is cute? This can be thought and done, but cannot be said. How could that be? I like you so much, how could I bear to bully you? You must be overthinking. Chen Chen's tone was extremely sincere. Let's ask someone who didn't know the real situation to come over. Then he would definitely be moved by the sincerity in Chen Chen's tone and choose to believe him without hesitation. Unfortunately, Baishi is the person involved, and also the victim himself. However, she did not raise her head to refute, and her words were incoherent. Master, I'm afraid of injections and taking medicine. Won't you think I'm childish? Huh? Chen Chen suddenly realized that this was the reason why Baishi was so abnormal just now. But isn't it normal for girls to be afraid of injections and taking medicines? Childish? Isn't that even cuter? Chen Chen scratched his head and couldn't help laughing. Besides, I think it's quite normal. If this is considered childish, then I'm afraid of caterpillars, toads, and big dogs. What's this? Baishi raised her head directly, her eyes sparkling. She was not afraid of anything that the young master was afraid of. But before she could feel proud, Chen Chen whispered mysteriously to Baishi. Actually, I'm very timid. Do you know why? She subconsciously asked, why? Chen Chen, who had just been serious for a while, became flirty again. Because, when I see a pretty girl, I don't dare to go up and kiss her. Chapter 96, It would be so rude not to kiss. Because, when I see a pretty girl, I don't dare to go up and kiss her. Baishi was stunned at first, but then she immediately realized that Chen Chen was teasing her again. With a red face, she patted Chen Chen's chest gently. No normal person would kiss a pretty girl just because he sees her. However, she suddenly thought of something. Staring into Chen Chen's eyes, he said seriously, No, master, you are not timid at all, you obviously dared to kiss me. Chen Chen was a little confused. How could it be possible? He was just joking. Who would dare to do this? Are you worried that the bracelet of Mr. Hat will get rusty if it is not used for a long time, so you want to bring it to help lubricate it? Baishi saw Chen Chen's confused expression and explained with a red face. Master, don't you remember? The first time we met, you kissed me straight away. Chen Chen suddenly realized, but it was an accident, and it was not the first time. The first time was at the door, and when I kissed Baishi, we were in a private room. So by that count, that's the second side. Besides, it was a beautiful woman like you who threw herself into my arms. How could a normal man like me resist? He turned the tables on her. Baishi was anxious, that wasn't throwing myself into someone's arms. I just didn't stand firmly and fell accidentally. And you could have helped me up. You were taking advantage of someone in distress anyway. Chen Chen made an expression that said, Do you think I'm a fool? Why should I care? Anyway, she's in my arms, her hands are in place, it would be rude if I don't kiss her to show my respect. Baishi suddenly felt a familiar touch on his bear. Looking down, I saw someone's hand restlessly clinging to it. She blushed with shame. Master, you are a pervert, you are so bad. Although he felt embarrassed, he was just embarrassed and had no intention of stopping it at all. Basically everything that should have happened between the two of them had happened, the only thing left was that Baishi was in poor health now. Therefore, she didn't think there was anything wrong with Chen Chen's actions. Her shy blush was just due to the natural modesty of a girl. Master, I feel so unlucky today. Baishi blushed, letting someone's hands mess with her, and lay on Chen Chen's chest again. Chen Chen could feel the amazing softness through her clothes. Knowing that she was still uncomfortable, he did not explore further. After hearing Baishi's words, he asked in confusion, Why do you say that? Baishi stretched out a hand and raised his slender index finger. Look, you saw me first when I was having menstrual cramps. Then he raised his middle finger again.
And then that thing.
Chen knew what she was talking about and tried hard not to laugh so as not to get mad anymore.
Pretending to know nothing, I asked, "Sister, which one is that?"
When Baishi heard the name, she knew that Chen was pretending to be ignorant.
She rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Shut up." Chen finally couldn't help laughing out loud.
Baishi took a deep breath, stopped stretching out his fingers, and covered Chen's mouth with his hand again. However, she learned her lesson this time and threatened Chen directly without waiting for him to make any move. "If you dare stick out your tongue again, I won't let you touch it." Then, in front of Chen, she glanced at the hand that was still making trouble, indicating what she was talking about.
Chen instantly turned into an obedient baby and nodded obediently.
Baishi continued to return to his original movements.
She bypassed the second and went straight to the third.
"And you also learned about my childish weakness." Her hand was still covering Chen's mouth, and she obviously had no intention of letting Chen speak. "Master, even though you said you don't mind, and I believe you really don't mind, I still feel so ashamed." Although Chen couldn't see her expression, he could feel the amazing heat coming from Baishi's face through her clothes. He shook his head from side to side, indicating that he wanted to speak. Baishi didn't let go, but turned his face towards Chen. "Don't talk nonsense." She is now traumatized by Chen's words. Baishi took away the hand that was blocking Chen's mouth worriedly, but did not pull it back, but just kept it at his chin. Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, knowing that she was on guard and ready to intercept at any time. But this time he really had something to say, and he had no intention of teasing Baishi. He put away his joking expression and spoke gently, "You think you are unlucky today, but I feel the opposite. I feel very lucky today." Baishi was very puzzled. She didn't think that Chen would regard her misfortune as a source of his luck. She didn't ask, but continued to listen to Chen quietly. "You feel so bad when you have menstrual cramps, you think it's ugly, but I feel your strength. You know, when I saw you smiling at me with a pale face, I really thought you had a terminal illness. I felt so heartbroken, so panicked, and so scared. And then there was the part where you were clearly feeling very uncomfortable, but you pretended to be fine and comforted me. If you were to say that having menstrual cramps was ugly, then wasn't my panicking and helpless look extremely ugly? You also said that being afraid of injections and taking medicine is childish and a weakness. In my opinion, this is the real you, the you who lets down your guard. And if you think about it..." Chen suddenly changed the subject and said with a wicked smile, "When you get the injection, I hold you, and when you take the medicine, I feed you mouth to mouth." Baishi was feeling very touched when she heard Chen suddenly say this. She knew that this dog could not spit out ivory. "Young master." Baishi raised her head with a blushing face and wanted to glare at him to express her dissatisfaction. But she didn't expect that Chen took the opportunity to kiss her on the lips. "See, it won't be bitter this way." Chen blinked proudly. "But..." Chen deliberately dragged out the tone, trying to whet Baishi's appetite. But what surprised him was that this time Baishi didn't fall for it at all and just stared at him without saying anything. Chen was not disappointed and continued, "But if I want to take care of my sister, I can only be her boyfriend, not her little puppy." Ouch. Baishi had sharpened his little silver teeth a long time ago. When he heard Chen teasing him again, he bit Chen's chest muscles directly. Facts have proved that no matter how strong the muscles are, they cannot defeat the sharp teeth of a girl. "Oh. It hurts, it hurts. I was wrong. Although Baishi didn't use much force, Chen was not pretending this time. The placement of her bite was a little too precise. It happens to be one of the two bullseyes on the chest. Don't think that only girls are sensitive there, men are not much different, the only difference is size. Chapter 97 Sister, let me feel the pain. Baishi wailed in disbelief. She was sure that Chen was just pretending to be pitiful in order to gain her sympathy. So he didn't let go at all, but instead ground his teeth with a little force. Chen screamed in pain, but did not dare to struggle. Plus, he was lying down and couldn't step back to avoid it. The painful and itchy feeling made him unable to stop. Ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling. Suddenly a cell phone rang downstairs. Since my cell phone is on me, it can only be Baishi's. He suddenly became excited and felt that the ringtone was simply the sound of nature. This is the divine voice from heaven coming to save me. Chen quickly shouted to Baishi, "Sister, stop biting, your phone is ringing." "Let go, I'll get you your phone." Baishi also heard the phone ringing, and reluctantly let go of Chen, licking her lips with her tongue with a look of unsatisfied feeling. Chen Shen was afraid that someone was looking for Bai Shi for something, but the most important thing was that he saw Bai Shi's unsatisfied look and was afraid that she would give him another bite. So, he just reached out and rubbed the place where he was bitten, then jumped off the bed with a somersault. Then he rushed downstairs in 2 steps. The cell phone was placed on the sofa in the living room. It must have fallen there when I carried Bai Shi upstairs. After getting the phone, Chen Shen accidentally saw the caller ID, the guard booth duty room. Well, it seems to be a work matter. Until I returned to Bai Shi again, the phone was still ringing. It was obvious that the security guard was quite patient. Chen Shen quickly stuffed the phone into her hands. While Bai Shi was answering the phone, Chen Shen lifted the hem of her clothes and checked her masterpiece. When I lowered my head, I saw 2 rows of small teeth marks neatly printed on my chest. It's not deep, but there is a particularly obvious small dot in the middle of the row of tooth marks below, standing out abruptly among the row of concave tooth marks. Some redness. Poochie, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded in Chen Shen's ears. He looked up and found that Bai Shi had hung up the phone and was staring at his chest. And she obviously discovered her own masterpiece, and she couldn't help laughing out loud. Bai Shi knew that she had indeed misunderstood Chen Shen just now. He was not pretending to gain her sympathy. But, this is too coincidental. Seeing that Chen Shen was attracted by her uncontrollable laughter, she quickly reached out to cover her mouth. But she immediately raised her chin proudly. Now you know how powerful I am, let's see if you dare to bully me again next time. Although he said so, Bai Shi already felt distressed when he saw Chen Shen's grimacing face. She had clearly just pushed it with her teeth and didn't want to bite hard at all. Otherwise, the teeth marks wouldn't be so shallow. How could she bear to let Chen Shen get hurt? She bit Chen Shen just now because Chen Shen was too cheap. He always made her feel embarrassed and annoyed. As for Chen Shen's current condition, it can only be said to be a coincidence, it is God's will. Even God couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to help me teach this bad boy a lesson. However, seeing Chen Shen like this, she felt so distressed. He reached out his hand and gently touched the tooth mark. Does it really hurt so much? When her fingers touched that sensitive little spot, Chen Shen suddenly shuddered. The bad guy's eyes lit up and he immediately had a new idea. He no longer cared about the pain. He said to Bai Shi in an extremely aggrieved voice, "Sister, it really hurts." Hearing Chen Shen calling her sister in that tone again and acting like a spoiled child to her, she felt aggrieved. Bai Shi immediately became at a loss. Then, what should I do? Should I go get the medicine? As he said this, he wanted to sit up. Don't move. Her movement was immediately stopped by Chen Shen with his quick eyes and hands. Playing is playing, joking is joking, but you can't joke with Bai Shi's body. Bai Shi's anxious look now is exactly the same as Chen Shen's look when he was anxious for her. It turns out that when you care about someone, even your expressions and actions are so similar. Chen Shen couldn't bear to see her anxious, so he told Bai Shi his purpose directly in her ear. Sister, my mother once said that saliva has anti-inflammatory and analgesic effects. After saying that, he stepped his head back a little and stared at her beautiful red lips. Bai Shi felt like his head was buzzing. She understood what Chen Shen meant. He wanted her to use. Bai Shi didn't suspect that Chen Shen was lying to her, because she had heard her mother say this before, but... You? Bai Shi's voice was trembling. He only said one word before being interrupted by Chen Shen. Me? Chen Shen pretended to be wronged. I can't reach it myself. I don't have the innate advantages like you girls. Bai Shi was choked by Chen Shen and looked down subconsciously. The first thought that came to her mind was actually agreement. It seems like I can really reach it. But immediately, she realized that she had been led astray by Chen Shen. I shook my head vigorously, trying to get rid of the strange thoughts that had just occurred. Then, he pointed at himself and wanted to say something else, I. But now Chen Shen didn't want her to speak at all, and the word I wasn't even uttered completely. Chen Shen interrupted again, Sister, I'm in pain. If you don't want to care about me, it's okay for me to be in pain. Chen Shen learned the green tea skills by himself. In an instant, the whole room was filled with the scent of tea. Bai Shi is not stupid, she already knows clearly what Chen Shen is thinking. Chen Shen just wanted me to give him, just like when he ate white rabbit candy last time. Although it hurts a bit now, looking at Chen Shen's current performance, it seems that most of it is just pretend. But what good would it be even if she understood? She found herself being completely controlled by Chen Shen. Not only was her retreat completely blocked by him, the most important thing was that she didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting in her heart. It was just the first time I heard of this happening, and it was just a natural reaction of shock and shyness. You know, she is still a pure girl, and the little experience she has is all taught by the bad young master Chen Chen. Now after Chen Chen's unreasonable insistence and the green tea technique of retreating to advance, she also fell and had to learn new knowledge. He suddenly closed his eyes, not daring to look at Chen Chen, and a mosquito-like sound came from his throat.
Master, you lie down. Chapter 98 Sister Not Enough. She asked Chen Chen to come over in a very low voice.
Chen Chen's ears were extremely sharp, not to mention that he had been keeping an eye on Bai Shi's every move. So, even though her voice was very soft, he could still hear it clearly. Suddenly, excitement spread all over his face, and he said to himself, "It's done." He quickly tore off his shirt and slipped next to her. There is no need to talk, and it is not appropriate to talk at this time. We have to let Bai Shi take the initiative, otherwise she might be scared, and then all our efforts would be wasted. Bai Shi closed his eyes, feeling the familiar body temperature and breath beside him. Thinking about what she was going to do next, her heart started beating like a drum and her face turned red. But the strange thing is that besides being shy, she actually had a hint of anticipation. Slowly open your eyes and move towards the target location. As for whether Chen Chen was staring at her, she no longer cared. She recalled the movements that Chen Chen used when he ate white rabbit milk candy, and began to learn from him. Hiss. Chen Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. He had unknowingly made a small contribution to global warming. I hid this detail because I knew you guys don't like to see it. Ding dong, the sudden doorbell woke up the pair of mandarin ducks. Then Chen Chen's annoyed voice was heard. Why did you come at this time? Why didn't you come earlier or later? The sound is like that of a wolfhound whose meat and bones have been taken away. Bai Shi blushed and wanted to leave Chen Chen's arms, but Chen Chen held her back. She looked at Chen Chen helplessly. Master, it should be the chef who is here. The guard just called to confirm his identity. You should get up. Sister, it's not enough. Chen Chen still didn't let Bai Shi go, and greedily told her how unwilling he was. Bai Shi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Even though she was interrupted, she had already tried her best. Not only did he take good care of the little white rabbit that was bitten by him, but he also took precautions for the other side that was intact. It's really been disinfected in every aspect inside and out. But now Chen Chen still looks like an unsatisfied and resentful woman. Someone is coming. Bai Shi gently drew circles on Chen Chen's chest with her fingers. She didn't want it to end so hastily. Some flavors, once experienced, are addictive. Besides, even if no one came, she couldn't do it with her current physical condition. Can't you just be patient and wait a little longer? Looking at this young master who was acting childishly, Bai Shi raised her hand and gently stroked Chen Chen's cheek, comforting him softly. Master, be good, can you lift it up? Later. Chen Chen grabbed Bai Shi's hand and asked excitedly, what about the future? Bai Shi felt so helpless. Was she so attractive to him? She lay on Chen Chen's chest, her voice muffled. Although she was shy, she still mustered up the courage. Master, I am yours completely. Didn't you say, when I get better, you would let me see who is better, Niu or Tian? Is that all that's enough? Chen Chen also reacted. How stupid, his behavior now seemed like he was trying to pick sesame seeds and losing the watermelon. There is still a long time to go, and besides, where have we got to now? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and even go further. Bai Shi is feeling unwell and uncomfortable right now. Why does he have to bother her now? When she recovers, she can do whatever she wants. Bai Shi will definitely not refuse her. Thinking of this, his face turned red and he coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. No, I'll go open the door, you take a rest first. He no longer held on to Bai Shi to prevent her from leaving. He let go of her hand and stood up on his own initiative. Take the shirt and put it on as you walk out. Before leaving, I didn't forget to look back and take a peek. I still felt reluctant to leave. Bai Shi looked at Chen Chen's back, stretched out her fingers and touched her lips. Suddenly she narrowed her eyes and smiled, and in her smile there was a sweetness that only she knew. Chen Chen hurried downstairs, opened the door and saw a middle-aged man in security uniform standing outside. After confirming the identity of the chef with him, the security guard left immediately. There were 3 people standing outside the door. The leader took a step forward and bowed slightly.
Chen Chen took a closer look and found that it was quite professional. He was wearing a pure white double-breasted chef's jacket, black stain-proof cooking pants, and a linen apron with the hidden foodie logo embroidered on it. "Hello, sir." According to his introduction, he is the chef responsible for the core dishes, he has an assistant responsible for preparing and serving meals, and the remaining one is the waiter, responsible for drinks and meal sequence management. Chen Chen noticed that they carried special toolboxes and food boxes with them. Although it is just a simple meal of 3 dishes and a bowl of porridge, the grand occasion is indeed worthy of the high price. From the knives to the seasoning bottles, everything exudes a sense of professionalism. Chen Chen invited Chef Lu. Oh yes, this chef's name is Lu Nang. After inviting Chef Lu and 2 others in, he showed the 3 of them the location of the kitchen. After asking them roughly how long it would take to recover, I didn't communicate with them much and just let them do whatever they wanted. As I said, professional matters should be left to professionals. He went back to the 2nd floor again, but this time he didn't come for some unspeakable thing. He's not that lecherous, maybe. The purpose of his coming up was to see if Bai Shi could come downstairs to eat. If not, then he could eat directly in the bedroom. He gently pushed the door open and entered the room, but Bai Shi didn't even notice his arrival. And the rose that had been forgotten for some time returned to her hands. It seems that her body has indeed recovered a lot, at least she can get things from a distance. Bai Shi is now lying on the bed, holding a rose in one hand and the back of the other hand resting on her eyes. She was smiling, and although her teeth were not showing, the curve at the corners of her mouth was quite large, and from time to time, abnormal laughter came out of her throat. Chen Chen came to the bedside and saw her like this, and he couldn't help but smile. He didn't know what Bai Shi was thinking, but he guessed that it might be content not suitable for children. I wanted to reach out and pull her out of her fantasy. But I didn't expect. Master Don't, the voice was so sweet that Chen Chen felt like he was electrocuted, and he couldn't help but tremble all over. He was very curious. What on earth is this little housekeeper fantasizing about right now? What don't you want? Perhaps it was the sense of security that the 2nd floor, which provided her with sufficient privacy, gave her. Or maybe the interaction between the 2 of them just now was too stimulating for her. She was actually immersed in such a fantasy when I was not around. Chapter 99. My sister's porridge is definitely not as fragrant as mine. Chen Chen tiptoed back to the door and gently closed the door that had not been closed just now. Then he came to the bedside. A hungry wolf pounced on his food. Don't think wrongly, he hasn't forgotten the previous lesson, and he doesn't dare to attack Bai Shi directly. He just pounced to the side of Bai Shi, and when he saw that she was about to scream, Chen Chen quickly leaned over and sealed her lips. Bai Shi's exclamation was blocked in his throat, and only a few muffled groans came out of his throat. She was only frightened for the first moment, but soon, her hands unconsciously wrapped around Chen's neck, and she responded awkwardly but enthusiastically. Chen Chen originally planned to just kiss her and leave it at that, but after feeling the response from the person in his arms, his sanity almost collapsed. But fortunately, he had not been completely blinded by lust and lost his mind, and still remembered the purpose of coming up. In fact, the most important thing is that he knows it clearly. This is the best he can do. If he continues, he will be the only one who suffers. After a brief moment of tenderness, the 2 of them lay on the bed hugging each other. Feeling the rapid breathing of the person in his arms, Chen Chen gave a helpless bitter smile. Chen Chen stroked Bai Shi's hair and asked in a gentle tone. Sister, when relatives came to visit, how long did the pain usually last? Bai Shi's fingertips slid lightly across his Adam's apple, her tone a little absent-minded. Not necessarily. Sometimes I endure the pain and fall asleep, and when I wake up the pain is gone. Sometimes the pain lasts for a day or 2. These words made Chen Chen feel very distressed. He didn't even dare to think about how Bai Shi had managed to survive once a month for so many years since her first menarche. Thinking about the way she curled up on the sofa today, it was almost like being tortured. If I hadn't come back suddenly, I know she wouldn't have told me on her own initiative. She never thought of complaining. Strong, really strong. Don't worry, it will be cured. Chen Chen held Bai Shilo tighter. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Even if there is really no other way, I will work harder in the future and try to give you 10 months of vacation every year. Ah. Bai Shi didn't understand what he meant for a moment. But immediately, she understood. Isn't that just a 10-month pregnancy? She slapped Chen Chen's chest in shame and anger. You treat me like a sow, 10 months a year. What, do you plan to make it seamless? Don't worry, we can afford it. Chen Chen promised solemnly.
Bai Shi's expression froze.
Was she talking about whether she could afford to raise the child? Why does this person's train of thought always go astray at critical moments? She didn't say anything for a moment, thinking about something in her mind.
After a moment, Chen Chen spoke softly again. Sister, the chef just said that the meal will be ready in about 50 minutes.
How about you? Can you come down? Bai Shi tried to move his body and sensed it. It's okay, it should be fine. Is it really okay? If not, I'll ask them to bring the food up. It's okay. It still hurts a little, but it's not a big problem.
Bai Shi held Chen Chen's chest and slowly sat up.
Okay, I'll carry you down later.
Chen Chen made the decision directly.
Time passes little by little in this atmosphere of love and affection. Sir, dinner is ready.
It was not until they heard a soft call from downstairs that they realized how time had passed so quickly. Chen Chen pushed the loose hair on Bai Shi's forehead behind her ears and then spoke softly.
Let's go eat. You must be starving, right?
Bai Shi hummed softly.
She was indeed hungry.
She had only eaten a bowl of young master millet porridge at noon, and her stomach had been growling for a long time. Looking at the sky outside, it has become completely dark, the lights have lit up the entire city, and the nightlife in the Magic City has begun. She was already wearing home clothes, so there was no need to change. So when Chen Chen got up, he naturally reached out for a hug. She really enjoyed the fact that Chen Chen cared for her and took care of her like a little girl. Chen Chen carried Bai Shi and walked downstairs slowly. Considering that the chairs in the restaurant might not be convenient, he went straight to the sofa in the living room. The well-trained waiter immediately brought the prepared celadone basin. A few slices of lemon floated in the still steaming water, and a linen towel folded into the shape of a swan was placed next to it. Chen Chen put Bai Shi on the sofa, noticed the waiter's approaching footsteps, and moved sideways to block him.
I'll do it.
He took the basin and washed Bai Shi's hands himself. His movements were smooth and flowing, yet revealed a strong sense of possessiveness. He unwrapped the swan-shaped towel, wiped the water droplets off her hands, and washed himself before the waiter took away.
Neither of them had any plans to drink, so they just started eating.
The chef serves each dish at an interval of 8 minutes to ensure that each dish is eaten at the most suitable temperature. Not long after the meal started, Chen Chen felt annoyed with the waiter for being in the way and there was nothing he needed to serve. I just waved and let him go, so that he wouldn't be a third wheel. He also rejected the chef's assistant who wanted to come over to introduce the dishes and ingredients. Under the lights, they were the only two people having their dinner in a cozy atmosphere. Bai Shi suddenly knocked on the porcelain bowl full of seafood porridge with a spoon, making a crisp sound. Master, the seafood porridge made by that girl is definitely not as delicious as this one. She drew out the last word and her eyes curved into crescent shapes.
Cough, cough, cough. Chen Chen almost choked on the food in his mouth.
When Bai Shi saw Chen Chen like this, he quickly handed him a glass of water, but the smile on his face remained, like a little fox who had succeeded in a prank.
Chen Chen took it and glared at Bai Shi helplessly.
Bai Shi was indifferent to Chen Chen's rolling eyes and continued speaking. Look, she ordered takeout, but mine was made by someone the master personally asked for.
The bowl in the photo she sent wasn't as rich as what I drank.
The most important thing is that I have the young master by my side. As he said this, he deliberately took a big gulp of the porridge, making a slurping sound. Seeing Chen Chen was about to speak, she interrupted him. First of all, master, I am not jealous, nor am I proud. After a slight pause, he added, well, maybe a little bit. She gently stirred the bowl with a spoon, but her tone suddenly became serious.
Master, I don't know what your attitude is towards the sisters outside. But since we are all following you, you'd better not neglect one while focusing on the other, and don't let anyone feel left out, okay?
I am very touched and I like your love and care for me, but I don't want to make them unhappy because of this.
We will definitely meet in the future, if.
She frowned slightly. In the end, the one who is in trouble is you, right?
Chapter 100 Children are not allowed to enter.
In the underground garage, Chen Chen sat alone in the driver's seat, his fingers unconsciously swiping across his phone. The light reflected on his face, and he actually felt lonely. Yes, he was kicked out. He was kicked out of the house by his own housekeeper. The reason was very good.
He was too energetic and she was not feeling well.
She was afraid that he would suffer, so she simply let him go out to forage for food by himself. So, after the two of them had finished their meal, Chen Chen carried her back to the bedroom and was directly kicked out. The world is going downhill, but the Tian gang is on the rise.
Being kicked out by the little maid in your own territory is simply. However, Chen could roughly understand some of Bai Shi's thoughts. He secretly said, "Silly woman."
Swiping up and down on the WeChat friends list, he had to think about where to stay tonight.
Go find Ai Xiaoing?
Bai Shi probably meant for her to go find her. After all, the only person she knew was Ai Xiaoing. He was too embarrassed to say that Ai Xiaoing was unwell at the time, but he knew exactly what was going on.
Given Ai Xiaoying's current condition, it would be a waste of time to go.
It was her first time, and after 2 hours of intense craziness, 2 days of recovery was totally not enough.
I guess her current condition is about the same as Bai Shi's.
If I go to Ai Xiaoying's place, I will probably only be able to smell the meat but still not be able to eat it.
If you really want to eat meat, there's no problem going to Su Chua. But Chen didn't know why. He couldn't muster much interest now. Was it because his grandmother was in the hospital?
Or was it because Bai Shi's words today had touched him too much?
Or was it simply a sage moment?
He didn't know, he just felt a little irritated.
While I was hesitating and struggling, the phone in my hand suddenly rang.
I came back to my senses and looked at my phone, only to find that it was Chu Momo calling. He was slightly stunned, as he had just replied to this little Lolita's message.
"Chu Momo, brother, are you going to the hospital because you are not feeling well? Then you should have a good rest."
Chen, no, I went to the hospital for something.
Chu Momo, oh, so then little brother, take me out to play when you are free? The conversation ended here.
Chen did not tell her what they were going to the hospital for, and she was sensible enough not to ask any more questions.
"But why are you calling me suddenly now?"
Chen slid to answer the call, and the little girl's angry voice came from the microphone.
"Little brother, you are not busy now, right?" The tone was like that of an irritated kitten, obviously very angry, yet still soft. Chen wondered what was going on and who made the little guy feel so wronged. "I'm fine, what's wrong?" Chen asked curiously. "It's those fake sisters in my dormitory. They want to go to the bar to have fun and leave me alone in the dormitory."
Chen felt that there was more resentment in her words. He could imagine that she must be puffing out her cheeks and pouting, and maybe even stamping her feet in anger. "I asked them to take me with them, but they actually said I look too young and that bars don't allow underage children in." The further Chu Momo spoke, the louder her voice became. A picture suddenly appeared in Chen's mind, 3 college students taking a child like Chu Momo to a bar. Then at the door of the bar, the security guard stopped me and said sternly, "Children are not allowed in." Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing and almost laughed out loud.
Chu Momo's accusation is not over yet. What do you mean by underage?
I'm already 19, and one of them is 1 year younger than me.
She is the child.
Suddenly, Chen heard the teasing voices of other girls coming from the microphone.
"What's wrong with being 1 year younger than you? I'm 1.66 meters tall, do you have me? I have an adult face, do you?" Then another girl's voice came out. "That's right, you're still pretending to call us to trick us, Lulu, I won't take you with me." Then the third girl's voice came out. "Xiao Momo, little Lolita, the sisters are going out soon, stay at home and don't run around, wait for the sisters to come back and buy you some candy, okay?" Chen mentioned that Chu Momo felt aggrieved, especially the third girl, whose tone was completely like that of coaxing a child. He could imagine that Chu Momo's face must be flushed with anger. Sure enough, Chu Momo's frantic voice was immediately heard on the phone. "Ah."
Then, Chu Momo spoke to Chen in a tone that was filled with anger, grievance, and hope.
"Little brother, you don't have anything to do until tomorrow, right? Then, can you take me to the bar tonight? I've never been there."
By the end of the conversation, only the chattering of 3 girls remained on the other end of the phone, which made Chu Momo's silence seem particularly aggrieved.
After a brief thought, Chen agreed to Chu Momo's request. He just happened to have nothing to do and nowhere to go.
I rejected this little girl's request before, and it would be hard for me to reject her again now. More importantly, he knew very well that the more you suppressed this seemingly well-behaved girl, the crazier she would become when she exploded. Don't let the situation happen where her roommate doesn't take her with her and she doesn't take her with her either, and she sneaks away alone. Although he had never been to a bar, he had heard that there was a mixed crowd there. He had heard of things like picking up shit and taking drugs. Rather than having unknown consequences, it would be more reassuring if I couldn't take her with me. Besides, he had never been to a bar before and wanted to go check it out. He was feeling a little depressed and drinking a few drinks would help him relax. "Okay, I'll wait for you at the school gate." After hanging up the phone, Chen Shen parked his car in front of the school gate in less than 5 minutes. Shu Momo pouted and changed her clothes without saying a word. She didn't even give those 3 fake sisters a single glance the whole time. This puffy look makes her even more cute and funny. The 3 plastic roommates also noticed that Shu Momo was in a bad mood, otherwise she wouldn't be so cute and angry. But today's reaction is a bit abnormal. Normally at this time, I should be following them happily, shaking their arms and begging them to take me with you. But now something was obviously wrong. I don't know when the 3 of them gathered together and whispered to each other. Something's wrong. A short-haired girl lowered her voice. Hey, you guys think Momo was really on the phone just now? That shouldn't be the case. I usually don't see Momo getting close to anyone other than the 3 of us, not to mention that she just called the guy on the other side little brother. A girl with freckles on her face immediately shook her head to deny it. Finally, the girl with long hair suddenly thought of something, clapped her hands, and quickly told her discovery. No, I saw Momo chatting secretly with someone this afternoon. When she found me coming, she got really nervous and locked her phone. I pressed her for a long time but she still wouldn't tell me anything. The 3 people's eyes lit up at the same time, and then their expressions synchronized, and they laughed evilly together. Something's going on. They nodded to each other and were not in a hurry to set off. They tacitly surrounded Shu Momo, who was tying her shoelaces. Chapter 101. The kitten is about to bite. Shu Momo felt that the light around her had become much dimmer, and then there were 3 more pairs of shoes next to her feet. It goes without saying that it must be her 3 plastic sisters coming over again. But she was still very resentful and ignored these 3 guys who were about to abandon her and go play alone. She didn't even bother to look up at them. But, how could these 3 girls with explosive curiosity be dismissed so easily? The short-haired girl smiled evilly and said, Xiao Momo, who was that little brother just now? Shu Momo had no intention of answering at all. The only response she gave was a proud humph. Seeing this, the long-haired girl immediately released a trump card. Oh, I know. It must be the little lover you were chatting with secretly in the afternoon. Shu Momo's ears instantly turned red, and she subconsciously retorted, there is no such thing as a little lover, he is just a friend. How could this answer, which was obviously inconsistent with what he meant, be hidden from these 3 people? The 3 girls looked at each other again, and the gossipy light in their eyes was even stronger. The long-haired girl pressed on, we don't believe it unless you show us your chat history. Shu Momo didn't bother fiddling with the shoelaces that had already been tied. She pressed her hand against her pocket and said fiercely, no. The 3 of them uttered ha in unison, and their faces were filled with we understand. Shu Momo's face flushed with anxiety. It's not what you think. It looked like a kitten that was about to bite someone. It looked fierce and aggressive. But it was even cuter. The freckled girl came closer and pretended to be curious. What are we thinking? Shu Momo was no match for these 3 people and she stamped her feet in anxiety. But soon, her expression began to become proud again. Humph, you are all so bad. But if you don't take me with you, someone else will take me with you. He broke free from their encirclement and walked quickly to the door, not forgetting to look back and show off provocatively. This little brother is a very handsome guy, you guys can be envious. The door was slammed shut with a bang, and he left alone. There was a brief silence in the dormitory. The 3 people looked at each other. Their guess actually came true. The phone is real, and the guy is real too, which makes me even more curious. When they looked at each other, they saw strong curiosity and hidden worry in each other's eyes. What is curious is that such a simple little girl like Shu Momo actually hooked up with a man without them knowing. The same was true of their concerns. Shu Momo was too naive and they were afraid that she would be deceived by this unknown man. After a few seconds of silence, the long-haired girl expressed the common thoughts of the 3 people. Follow and see? Everyone nodded, and the freckled girl quietly opened the door and stuck her head out to look around. Then he waved behind him, safe, follow me. In fact, they had already prepared to go out, but if they went to the bar, it was still a little early, so they hesitated and did not go out. Now you don't even need to pack, you can just set off. The 3 of them sneaked out of the dormitory like thieves. Every time they went down a floor, they would stop to investigate for a moment, fearing that Shu Momo was lying in wait for them. But it turned out that they overestimated Shu Momo's vigilance. They waited until they left the dormitory building, but still didn't see Shu Momo. Where is it? The girl with short hair suddenly pointed to the distance. Under the light, Shu Momo's jumping figure had already walked over 100 meters away. If the school's street lights weren't bright enough, they would have been lost.
They looked at each other and had only one thought: this girl is so naive, didn't she ever think that they and others would follow her? Chu Momo's innocence made them feel a little guilty about their stalking behavior. But soon, that slight sense of guilt disappeared, and they sped up their pace to catch up with the target. The distance between them was about 20 to 30 meters, and they dodged all the way, fearing that Chu Momo would suddenly turn around and see them. However, it turns out that their lurking is too unnecessary. All the way to the school gate, Chu Momo didn't look back once. They watched Chu Momo stop at the school gate, take out her cell phone and make a call. Then, a handsome boy got out of a Mercedes-Benz on the side of the road and waved at Chu Momo. The girl immediately put down her phone and ran towards the man as quickly as a swallow returning to its nest. She hugged the boy's arm tightly and didn't let go. The happy smile on her face was something the three of them had never seen before. The three of them looked at each other again, then walked directly towards the two of them. "Momo, would you like to introduce this handsome guy to the sisters?" Chen was fiddling with his phone out of boredom in the car when suddenly, a WeChat notification sounded. He opened it and saw that it was sent by Zhang Yu. "Zhang Yu, brother Chen, your information has been exposed." Chen was a little surprised. He thought it would take at least 2 or 3 days. He didn't expect that contemporary college students would be so efficient. "Chen, tell me in detail." "Zhang Yu, after the 100 million yuan donation was made public, all the students in our school from freshman to senior year with the same name as you were dug up. Zhang Yu, the other 8 people with the same name have been confirmed to be from ordinary families, only you. Zhang Yu, yesterday someone secretly took a photo of you driving a Mercedes-Benz and posted it on the school forum. Zhang Yu, now everyone in the school thinks that you are the hidden boss. Your photo, height, weight and other information have all been posted. Zhang Yu, the most outrageous thing is that a girl posted a message saying that you are only 10 centimeters, the time is very short, and you still abandon her after having sex with her. Damn it, Chen almost dropped his phone. Who the hell is spreading rumors? Is it really that outrageous? He secretly measured it, and now he is 21 centimeters. Moreover, he did it once, the only time. It was Ai Xiaoing, who was still lying down to rest. Isn't she afraid that he will sue her for defamation for spreading such rumors? It doesn't matter if his information is leaked, but he can't stand it if someone says he is not good enough. Just when he was about to refute, a phone call came in. It was Chu Momo. He didn't answer the call, but got out of the car and looked towards the school gate. Chu Momo was standing obediently at the school gate. Chen couldn't help but laugh secretly, even though Chu Momo no longer wore that cute style of clothes. But, with this height and this face, he looks like a child no matter how you look at him. He now fully understood her roommate's concerns. It's really not her roommate's fault for not bringing such a kid to the bar. He smiled and waved to Chu Momo. Chu Momo was holding her phone and waiting for a call, when suddenly her eyes lit up and she ran towards Chen. What she didn't know was that 3 sneaky figures followed her all the way from the dormitory to the school gate. Just as she was hugging Chen's arm and laughing happily, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Momo, would you like to introduce this handsome guy to the sisters?" Chapter 102. They didn't follow me. Just as Chu Momo was hugging Chen's arm and smiling from ear to ear, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. Her body stiffened and she slowly turned her head. "I've confirmed through eye contact that he's not the right person." Her little head was a little confused. Aren't these 3 bad guys in the dormitory? When did it come? How come she didn't know? I stupidly replied, why are you here? But soon, she reacted and looked at the 3 people with wide eyes. You guys are following me? She pointed at the 3 people in disbelief and angrily accused them of their crimes. You guys are going too far. You actually followed me secretly. These 3 people are not that thin-skinned, but they are not that thick-skinned either. Even when she pointed at him like that, a hint of embarrassment still flashed across his face. But they immediately acted as if nothing had happened, and walked forward together, forcing Chu Momo to put down the hand that was pointing at them. The long-haired girl said casually, "Oh, it's not important, what's important is Momo, who is this handsome guy, is he the little lover?" Don't say that. Chu Momo jumped up anxiously and covered the girl's mouth with her hands, fearing that she would say something shocking. She turned around and gave Chen a smile that was uglier than crying. Then he immediately turned around, retracted his smile, and with a tense face, half pulled and half dragged the 3 bad guys away from the scene. What exactly do you want to do? Chu Momo's tone was a little serious. No matter how good-tempered a kitten is, there will always be times when he gets angry. Seeing that Chu Momo seemed really angry, the freckled girl hurried forward. Don't be angry, Momo. We followed you here because we were worried that you were cheated. Yes, after all, you never interacted with boys before, and suddenly a young man wanted to take you to a bar, we would be worried too, okay? The girls with short hair also hurriedly expressed their thoughts. Chu Momo pouted. She knew what they said made sense and was indeed for her own good, but you were the ones who didn't want to play with me first. I asked someone else to take me out to play, and you guys actually followed me. Chu Momo puffed up her little face, like an angry little puffer fish. The girls with long hair were happy in their hearts. After being together for so long, they already knew Chu Momo's temper very well. I know she is no longer angry, but I don't want them to think she is so easy to please, that's why she is like this. She reached out and poked the bulging cheek. Okay, I'll definitely take you along to play next time, okay? Really? Chu Momo's eyes lit up, but she immediately said vigilantly, don't lie to me. The long-haired girl nodded perfunctorily, then said, I see. Now can you introduce her to us? Chu Momo was still a little hesitant, but after thinking about it, it seemed like there was nothing shameful, so she finally nodded in agreement. However, she still pointed at the three people and warned them seriously, you can't go back on your promise to me. Also, watch your mouths and don't talk nonsense later. The three of them nodded in agreement. But they also had the same thought in their minds, I'd be surprised if you don't regret it. This innocent little loli had no idea what these three people were thinking, and she happily took them back to Chen Chen. In front of her roommates, she was too embarrassed to hold Chen Chen's arm again, and just stood beside Chen Chen obediently. Brother, these are my three roommates. She hesitantly explained, they didn't follow me, they just happened to come out together, I didn't notice them. The three of them blushed at the same time. It would be better not to explain. Isn't this a case of trying to cover up one's own faults? Wouldn't it be better to just skip this topic? The long-haired girl quickly interrupted, fearing that the brainless little loli would say something embarrassing again. Hello, my name is Lin Chi. She extended her hand gracefully. Chen Chen also smiled and shook hands. Hello, I'm Chen Chen. When the freckled girl heard Chen Chen's name, she always felt that it seemed a little familiar, as if she had heard or seen it somewhere. The short-haired girl's eyes sparkled. Hello Chen Chen, my name is Lin Xiaoxia. Xiao Momo is right, you are really handsome. Chen Chen looked at Chu Momo and the smile on his face widened. Although he knew he was very handsome, he still felt very happy when another girl said this. He also didn't expect that the little girl Chu Momo was actually praising him behind his back. She was just joking, don't take it seriously. He waved his hand modestly. Chu Momo's face turned red when she heard this. She didn't expect that Lin Xiaoxia would reveal what she said in private to her directly. But when he heard Chen Chen say that he was joking, he got a little anxious. I'm not joking, it's just very handsome. Then he pointed at Lin Xiaoxia and said, Xiaoxia admitted it just now. This time Chen Chen just smiled and didn't refuse. Being humble once is being humble, but being overly humble is just pretending to be cool. The freckled girl suddenly widened her eyes, and she finally remembered where she had seen the name Chen Chen. It was this afternoon when I was browsing the school forum. Ning Meng? What's the matter? It's your turn to introduce yourself. Seeing that she was in a daze, Lin Chi gently nudged her shoulder with his and reminded her in a low voice. The freckled girl finally came back to her senses and spoke quickly, but her tone was filled with deep shock, and no longer as relaxed and natural as when they first met. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, no, Chen Chen, hello, my name is Jiang Ningmeng. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and her eyes flickered. Lin Chi frowned slightly. She had noticed Jiang Ningmeng's abnormality just now. Now he behaves like this again, as if he is very nervous, a little excited, and a little afraid? First it was Chu Momo's abnormality, and now Lin Chi's misbehavior. It seemed that everyone who had anything to do with Chen Chen was a little different than usual. Unfortunately, in front of Chen Chen, she couldn't ask Jiang Ningmeng directly what was going on. Chen Chen had guessed something and just smiled slightly at the name Boss Chen. He thought that this girl named Jiang Ningmeng must have seen something on the school forum. But he didn't care. He saw it, and just didn't take that Huangyao seriously. He scanned the faces of the three girls again one by one and found that each of them had their own characteristics. Lin Xiaoxia had a pretty short hair and was looking back at him openly, her eyes full of curiosity and admiration. Jiang Ningmeng, with a few freckles on her face, exudes the beauty of a young girl. When they first met, she seemed to be a cheerful person, but now, she lowered her head and dared not look him in the eye.
Lin Shi has waist-length hair, and her every move is capable and calm, giving people a neat and generous feeling.
Chapter 103. Chun Shen has a special hobby?
The three girls all put on delicate light makeup and looked so youthful and beautiful under the streetlights. After this period of experience, Chen Shen's vision has become very sharp. Even without system testing, he could tell that these three were at least above 70 points.
Even Jiang Ningmen was the same.
Although there were some light freckles on her face, in Chen Shen's opinion, this not only did not reduce her appearance, but instead added some cuteness and playfulness. Chen Shen couldn't help but sigh that this dormitory was not simple, with a sweet little lowly and three little beauties with different styles. Out of curiosity and also to verify his guess, Chen Shen asked the system to run a test. Lin Shi, overall score, 77 points, experience, 0 times. Lin Xiaoxia, overall score, 76 points, experience, 0 times.
Jiang Ningming, overall score, 73 points, experience, 1 time.
This result still surprised Chen Shen a little. It was not about appearance, but was similar to what he expected. It was the number of drivers. Lin Shi and Lin Xiaoxia, who scored the highest, were both inexperienced, while Jiang Ningmeng, who scored slightly worse, had had some experience.
But if you think about it, it's normal.
This may just be a normal love experience.
Judging from the way these people talk and act, they don't seem like casual people.
Besides, even if it was, it had nothing to do with him. He was just curious. Currently, Chen Shen really has no interest in women who score below 80 points and are not evaluated as having high looks by the system. Although, he is a rookie in some aspects, but he has high standards now.
Chen Shen, how did you know our Momo?
Lin Xiaoxia blinked her big eyes and directly asked the question that the three of them were concerned about. Chen Shen thought about it for a while, and then gave a more realistic explanation. It can be considered as a hero saving a beautiful girl.
Wow! Lin Xiaoxia's eyes lit up immediately.
She had only seen this kind of joke in movies and novels before, but now it was happening around her.
She wanted to hear it. Please tell me in detail.
She looked at Chen Shen with hopeful eyes. But what Lin Xiaoxia didn't notice was that while they were talking, Jiang Ningmeng pulled Lin Shi aside and showed her something on his cell phone.
Chen Shen was thinking about what to say. After all, it was still a bit embarrassing. It was true that he was a hero saving the beauty. But Chu Momo also suffered injustice in his own territory.
Ultimately, the problem seemed to lie with him. When Chu Momo saw that Chen Shen didn't say anything, she couldn't help herself and started telling the legendary story vividly.
As she talked on and on,
Chen Shen finally experienced what it meant to be immersed in the scene, to speak eloquently and even to dance with joy. Although the general direction of the matter is correct, the degree of exaggeration is too serious. In Chu Momo's words, she became a prince riding a white horse, radiating brilliant light, who came specifically to save her, a princess in distress.
That's a bit off. Chen Shen thought that Lin Xiaoxia would definitely not believe this kind of fairy tale.
But when he turned to look at Lin Xiaoxia, he found that the girl was listening with a look of longing on her face.
I can't say I have no doubt at all, I simply believe it without a doubt. After the story was told, Lin Xiaoxia looked at Chen Shen with eyes full of admiration.
What she didn't expect was that there was an unexpected surprise in the story. The commercial street behind the school turned out to belong to Chen Shen. After reading the contents of Jiang Ningming's phone, Lin Shi also looked at Chen Shen in shock.
100 million.
This handsome guy turned out to be the big shot who was talked about so much in the school forum. Although the three of them knew different things, it did not prevent them from looking at Chen Shen with shock. However, in addition to shock, there were also some complicated emotions in his eyes. They looked at Chu Momo's childish face and petite figure, and she looked like a junior high school student no matter how they looked at her. Although she is indeed an adult, she looks like a little lowly.
Does Chen Shen have any special hobbies? Are you guys going to the bar too?
Just when the three of them were thinking wildly, Chen Shen's voice brought them back to their senses. Lin Shi just nodded, and before she could say anything, Chu Momo spoke first.
Yes. The three of them are going to the bar, and they won't take me with them. The little mouth was pouted so high.
Lin Shi turned his face away helplessly, not looking at Chu Momo, but he was muttering in his heart. I just promised to take her with me next time, regardless of whether it's true or not, but now you're holding on to this. She was worried that Chen Shen might misunderstand something, so she had to explain.
That's not the case.
Chen Shen smiled and waved his hand, interrupting Lin Shi's words.
I understand.
If I were you, I wouldn't bring a little girl like her with me. Hearing Chen Shen say this, Lin Qi and the other two looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they felt that Chen Shen seemed to have a good personality. He was not at all like the top young master they imagined, arrogant and looking down on everyone. Chu Momo puffed her cheeks a little unconvinced. Why did everyone say this to her? It's not her fault that she is short and looks young. However, she dared to make a fuss in front of her three roommates. But he didn't dare to be so presumptuous in front of Chen Shen. He can only complain in his heart and keep his head down and pretend to be a quail on the surface. Lin Qi and the other two were staring at her well-behaved appearance. Was this still the overly lively Chu Momo they knew? It just so happens that Momo asked me to take her out to play. If you don't mind, why don't you come along? It will be more lively with more people. Chen Shen invited them in a gentle tone. Lin Qi and the others exchanged glances, flattered. They had this thought when they didn't know Chen Shen's identity. Of course, they didn't want Chen Shen to be the one who paid for the meal. They planned to pay for it themselves. But now, one person knew that Chen Shen was the owner of the university commercial street, and two people knew that Chen Shen was the big boss who donated 100 million to the school. They didn't even dare to hope to be together anymore. It's not that they don't want to be more precise, they know their own limitations. But now, Chen Shen actually took the initiative to invite them to join them, so they were naturally overjoyed. They knew that this was all thanks to Chu Momo, otherwise ordinary college students like them would not be able to catch Chen Shen's eye. Okay, thank you Chen Shen, no, thank you Chen Xiao. And thank you Momo too. They knew some of the things, so they were willing to call him Chen Xiao, and even felt that it was the most appropriate title. Which place did you originally plan to go? A nightclub or a bar? Chen Shen asked. Although he had never been there, he had heard of the difference between the two. As for the bar, people don't come out late at night just to drink and chat, right? If that's the case, then wouldn't it be good to buy some food in the dormitory? So, I just ignored it. Lin Xiaoxia and Lin Qi both looked at Jiang Ningmeng. Obviously, she was the planner of this action. Jiang Ningmeng glanced at Chen Shen nervously, then quickly looked away. We were originally planning to go to the bar, but we heard that the nightclub was a bit chaotic, so we didn't dare. Since you've never been there, Chen Shen said with a hint of temptation, do you want to go and see it tonight? Chapter 104, Is this how the nightclub is? The Magic City was brightly lit at night. Chen Shen drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class quickly and smoothly on the bustling roads. 10 minutes ago, at Chen Shen's suggestion, the three little beauties unanimously agreed to go to a nightclub to see the world. Chen Shen searched on his phone and suggested, how about we go to Principal Wan's M2 Club? Okay. Chu Momo was the first to respond, her little skin twisting and turning in the passenger seat with excitement. The other three also nodded in agreement. After learning about Chen Shen's identity, they were ready to give all decision-making power to him. Another half an hour later, the Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the M2 Club. The dark black metal frame exudes a low-key and luxurious luster under the neon light. On the huge LED screen, the M2 logo flickered to the rhythm of electronic sound effects. It's just past 8 o'clock, it's still early, and the peak period of nightclubs has not yet begun. During this period of time, except for the bars, most nightclubs are still in the warm-up stage. Even the M2 Club, which has an investment of 220 million yuan, is no exception. Looking around, there were only about a dozen people at the door, gathered in groups of 3 or 4 chatting. When Chen Shen and his group were about to enter, they were stopped by the security guard at the door as expected. The security guard had a stern face, his eyes fixed firmly on Chu Momo. Even though she had deliberately worn a black dress, her little face looked like that of a junior high school student. Sir, minors are not allowed to enter here. His eyes were always on Chu Momo, but these words were addressed to Chen Shen. I'm an adult. Even though Chu Momo was mentally prepared, she still stamped her feet anxiously. This looks even more childish and cute. However, the security guard was obviously immune to this cuteness and his expression remained serious, as he was afraid that this little kid would sneak in. ID card. Chen Shen reminded. He was foresight and asked Chu Momo to bring her ID card before they set off. At that time, his reminder attracted meaningful glances from Lin Qi and the other two. Apparently, they misunderstood the meaning of bringing an ID card. If Chen Shen hadn't reacted immediately and explained the meaning in time, I'm afraid that his label of Lolita complex will be confirmed by these 3 people.
Yes, I brought my ID card, look. I'm 19 years old. Chu Momo also reacted and hurriedly took out her ID card from her bag. The security guard took the ID skeptically and checked it several times under the light. He even took out the verification software on his mobile phone to scan it to confirm that the ID card was real and that the 19-year-old girl in the photo was indeed the kid in front of him. Please come in, the security guard reluctantly made way. Chen noticed that his eyes were still fixed on Chu Momo's back, his eyes full of suspicion. Obviously, he still couldn't believe that this girl who looked like a junior high school student had already grown up. The moment he entered the M2 club, Chen was a little confused. The scene before him was too different from the nightclub he had imagined. Soothing electronic music was played at the venue, with the volume maintained at a level that allowed people to have a comfortable conversation. The lighting is mainly dark blue, creating an elegant and mysterious atmosphere. Chen glanced around the room and found that there was no one on the dance floor. More than 70% of the booths are vacant. Several business people in formal attire were toasting and chatting. Their suits and ties seemed a little out of place in a nightclub. There were also a few foreign faces, and they seemed to be enjoying this atmosphere. In addition to these people, there were also some people taking photos and videos with their mobile phones. You can tell at a glance that these people are internet celebrities or bloggers who are shooting materials when there are few people around. What's left at the end are the service staff coming and going, which are even more numerous than the customers. Is this a nightclub? Chu Momo muttered softly, looking a little disappointed. She imagined a nightclub to be a lively scene with bright lights and blasting music. Just then, a slightly plump sales manager came up quickly. His face was filled with an attentive smile, and he spoke respectfully with a slight bend in his waist. Good evening, sir. What's your name? Do you have a reservation? The customer is God, this sentence is fully demonstrated in him. Surname Chen, no reservation. Chen found an empty seat nearby and sat down, motioning for him to continue. The sales manager quietly looked at Chen and found that his clothes and demeanor were extraordinary, and the 4 girls he brought with him were also very good looking. They should be the second-generation rich who are not short of money. The smile on his face instantly became wider. Mr. Chen, we have 3 types of booths: scattered tables, half-packed seats, and full-packed seats. Looking at the 4 girls following closely behind Chen, he moved closer to Chen and continued to introduce them. If you want to have fun, the first floor is the best place to be, facing the DJ booth. There is no partition, directly facing the dance floor, and the atmosphere is the most exciting. The semi-enclosed area on the second floor has a certain degree of privacy and is equipped with a low partition, which is more suitable for gatherings with friends. As for the VIP fully enclosed box, it is in an independent area, completely private, suitable for your private party, but the price may be a bit higher. For example, today, the minimum consumption is 100,000. The sales manager deliberately did not mention the prices for individual tables and half packages when introducing the service. For this distinguished guest who brought his own beautiful girl and seemed to have plenty of money, he felt that the expense of tens of thousands was not worth mentioning at all. Even if he really feels pain, he will put on a brave face in front of the girl and won't lose face at this time. Chen didn't know his little thoughts. Of course, even if he knew, he would just smile indifferently. Just as the manager thought, he really didn't care about a mere tens of thousands of dollars. Even if it is hundreds of thousands or millions, as long as the price is that, he dares to pay it. Who can blame him for the system's consumption multiplier cashback blessing? The more he spends, the richer the cashback. However, he did not blindly choose the most expensive fully enclosed box. They come here to experience the nightclub atmosphere. What's the point if they go to a fully enclosed box? Looking at the 4 women surrounding him, Chen thought secretly. The open-air tables are too open, and the fully enclosed boxes are too isolated, so only the semi-private rooms on the second floor are the most suitable. You can observe the dance floor from a high vantage point and take in everything, having a full experience. If you want to join in, just go downstairs. The low partitions can also prevent strangers from entering and exiting at will, and it is safer than open booths. Are there any good seats in the semi-private booths on the second floor? When the manager heard this, he thought to himself, isn't this the performance that is coming? But he did not agree directly and remained professionally cautious. Wait a moment, Mr. Chen. I'll check it out. After all, as a high-end nightclub, there is almost no shortage of customers in the good seats on Friday nights. Even though it was just past 8 o'clock, he couldn't guarantee it. If it was after 10 o'clock, he wouldn't even need to check, he could just reject Chen Chen with certainty. Chapter 105: The Old Witch is Going to Eat the Child. Soon, the manager received an accurate reply. His face was immediately filled with a smile and his tone was filled with undisguised excitement. Mr. Chen, you are so lucky. All the VIP seats were originally reserved, but the guest in the golden seat position just cancelled his reservation. As he spoke, he observed Chen Chen's reaction calmly. This position is opposite the DJ booth, with a great view. It's a first-rate location, but the price is a bit high. What do you think? Chen Chen was listening to Chu Momo's chattering. Upon hearing this, he just glanced at the manager and said lightly, "This is the right location." He didn't care that the price was a bit high. As long as there was a location, it was fine. Mr. Chen is so generous. Do you want to swipe the card or? The excitement in the manager's eyes was about to burst out. He really was not wrong, this was a man with plenty of money. Scan the code. Chen Chen took out his mobile phone from his pocket in a flat tone. The manager took out a tablet computer from behind him without hesitation and with a few quick operations, he brought up a dynamic payment code. Chen Chen looked at the tablet computer that was handed over. It was a fixed amount payment of 50,000. He raised his eyebrows, thinking that the sales manager's "the price is a bit high" would be an astronomical figure. But it turned out to be only 50,000? But on second thought, the minimum consumption for going to a nightclub is 50,000, which is indeed not a small amount for ordinary people. But, who made Chen Chen a cheater? He is the one who truly does not treat money as money. After scanning the QR code, the recipient will be shown as M2 Club, which is the official account, so there is no doubt about it. He had heard that if the recipient of the payment was a personal account or other unrelated merchant, it might be a scammer or a scalper. If you pay directly without knowing it, there are many hidden dangers. Although he doesn't care about the money, he is afraid of trouble. It's better to have less trouble than more. Chen Chen's fingers moved on the phone screen, entering the password while asking casually, "Are all nightclubs so elegant?" The word elegant made the manager visibly stunned. This word is considered a niche within a niche in nightclubs. However, he immediately realized that this Mr. Chen was probably visiting a nightclub for the first time. He apologized and explained hastily with a smile. "Please forgive me, Mr. Chen. We just opened at this hour, and most of the people here are business people and those who reserve seats in advance." After a short pause, he continued, "You came a little early. The atmosphere doesn't get lively until 10:30. The real carnival will not start until midnight. At that time, the dance floor will be full and the DJ will be at its climax." Chen Chen suddenly realized that he was too picky. He just said, "Why is this scene so different from what he imagined?" With a ding sound, the payment is successful. The manager's smile became even more eager. "Mr. Chen, please come this way. I'll take you there myself." Chen Chen did not stand up immediately, but raised his hand to check the time. It was only 8:10, and there were still more than 2 hours before the excitement started, as the sales manager had said. He turned to face the four girls. "You also heard what the manager said. We are here early. Should we go upstairs and wait, or go out for a walk and come back later?" Chu Momo counted on her fingers, doing addition and subtraction within 10. "It's still 2 hours, little brother, let's go out for a walk." She blinked her clear big eyes and turned to ask her roommates for their consent, and they all nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone agreed, Chen Chen turned to the sales manager and said, "Keep that seat for now. We'll go out and play for a while and come back later." The manager naturally wouldn't say no, but he also reminded Chen Chen, "Okay, Mr. Chen, but please come back before 10:30, otherwise the reserved seat will be cancelled." Chen Chen nodded and replied, "Got it." Then he took the four girls and walked out of the M2 gate again. The night breeze brought a little coolness. Chu Momo happily turned around in front of Chen Chen. "Brother, where are we going to play?" Chen Chen was also a little confused. He didn't know where to spend the next 2 hours. Lin Xiaoxiao on the side opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But after hesitating for a moment, he still didn't say it. Originally, the three of them planned to find a place to eat first and then go to the bar. But Chu Momo disrupted all their plans. Lin Xiaoxia just wanted to suggest that they go eat something first. However, the girl's modesty made her a little embarrassed to speak. After all, Chen Chen has already spent a lot of money on the nightclub tonight. If he opens his mouth again. She was sure that as long as she said it, Chen Chen would definitely treat her, but that was why she didn't dare to speak.
Lin Xiaoxia glanced at Chen Chen secretly, then quickly lowered her head. The discussions about gold diggers she saw on the forum flashed through her mind, which made her more determined to maintain her sense of propriety. Lin Xiaoxia comforted herself in her heart, just bear with it. When we get to the nightclub, there will always be fruit snacks. But... gurgle. She hurriedly covered her stomach and her face turned red with embarrassment. Chen Chen couldn't help but smile. Are you hungry? Didn't you eat dinner? Lin Xiaoxia blushed and responded softly, At this time, Chu Momo's conspicuous bag is definitely indispensable. She suddenly came up to Lin Xiaoxia, stretched out her little hand, and accurately touched Lin Xiaoxia's flat belly. She imitated Chen Chen's tone. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat, children? After saying that, he licked his lips deliberately. Lin Xiaoxia covered her vicious little mouth with her hand. But it's too late. Chen Chen's hearty laughter and Lin Qi and Jiang Ningming's suppressed giggles had already reached her, instantly making her feel embarrassed and annoyed. Her face flushed and she lowered her head to threaten Chu Momo fiercely. Do you believe me or not? I will make you become that kid. But Chu Momo was not afraid at all. She broke free forcefully, then hid behind Chen Chen and poked her little head out. Brother, an old witch wants to eat the cute Momo, please save me. Lin Xiaoxia gritted her teeth. Shoo. Mo. Chen Chen looked at them playing around, smiled and shook his head. Come on, get in the car. I'll take you to fill your stomachs. Chen Chen waved his hand, and without paying any attention to the noise behind him, he walked towards the parking lot first. Highline Terrace Restaurant. This is the place that Chen Chen carefully selected. It is very close to M2 and only a few minutes' drive away. When the Mercedes-Benz G slowly stops in front of the Escott Hotel, you can see the iconic 270-degree panoramic glass terrace on the 6th floor through the car window. It's said on the internet that this is a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities in Shanghai, and there's also a famous suspended swimming pool, but they say you can only take photos and not go in the water. When Chen Chen said this, he couldn't help but have an idea. I wonder how much money it would cost to break this rule and play in the water. Of course, it was just a thought, he wasn't so bored as to actually try it. Chu Momo immediately perked up and looked up through the car window. Really? Then I want to take a picture too. Chapter 106 Brother, let me tell you a secret. Chu Momo leaned on the car window and looked up excitedly at the 6th floor of the Escott restaurant, which was where the Highline Terrace restaurant was located. But it is not easy to get to this internet-famous restaurant. The surge in customer traffic on Friday night resulted in long queues in the hotel elevator. They waited a full 10 minutes before it was their turn. This is so popular, it really deserves to be a popular check-in spot. Lin Xiaoxia muttered softly, her hands still covering her stomach, afraid that her belly would make a sound that would kill her. With a ding sound, they finally reached the 6th floor in the elevator. As soon as the door opened, the waiter who was waiting on the side came over to greet us. Good evening, sir and madam. Does anyone have an appointment? She had a standard professional smile on her face. No, is there any position near the glass railing now? Chen Chen responded calmly. Chen Chen discovered that in seemingly all high-end places, the first sentence upon entering the door was a greeting, and the second sentence was to ask if anyone had a reservation. The waiter quickly glanced at the tablet in his hand. Yes, but... She looked at Chu Momo hesitantly and added cautiously, there are no additional protection measures in the glass fence area, so please pay attention to safety, sir. Chu Momo immediately got angry again. Although the waiter was speaking to Chen Chen, why was he looking at her? She felt that everyone was targeting her today and the world was full of malice towards her. Well, except for the handsome little brother. She had experienced this time and put her ID card directly in front of the waitress. Look carefully. I'm an adult. I'm 19 years old. An adult. She spoke word by word, her little face flushed red. The waiter was startled by this sudden movement and involuntarily took a half step back. The ID card was right in front of her, and she couldn't help but see it. When she saw the date of birth, her face was full of disbelief. She could not imagine how she could replace the little kid in the black dress with the 19-year-old girl with the same face in her ID photo. Chen Chen interrupted the farce in time. We have something else to do later, please arrange it as soon as possible. The waiter's face immediately returned to its professional and respectful expression. Yes sir, please follow me. She was worried that Chen Chen was in a hurry, but after hesitating for a moment, she opened her mouth and asked in a considerate manner. Do you need me to show you the night view on the terrace first?
This is one of the reasons why Chen Chen chose this store. 2 hours should be enough time. Looking at the expectant looks in the eyes of the women around him, he nodded slightly to the waiter. Well, take us there. The waiter led them to the 270-degree glass terrace. The golden roof of Gingan Temple appeared in front of the people on the left, like an ancient building sealed in amber. The traffic on Nanjing West Road left scarlet light trails under our feet. As we turned the corner, the iconic suspended swimming pool suddenly appeared before our eyes. The water surface was shiny black in the night, reflecting the broken outline of the city, making Chen Chen and the others feel as if they were standing on the back of the sky. The glass fence was only waist high, so the waiter deliberately slowed down his pace. The waiter suddenly stopped at the corner and said, "Sir or madam, this is the best spot for taking photos." Chen Chen looked around and saw the giant LED screen of Hang Lung Plaza behind him, emitting blue light that surged towards them like a tide. Chu Momo excitedly ran to the glass guardrail, her little face almost touching the glass. "Oh my god! This is so beautiful!" Chen Chen grabbed her hand, fearing that the little girl would fall out in excitement. After the girls in front of them had excitedly taken enough photos, the waiter led everyone through the restaurant. Other guests on the street couldn't help but look at them, curious about the background of this handsome guy with 4 beautiful girls. After they sat down, the waiter respectfully handed the menu to Chen Chen. "Sir, do you need me to recommend you something?" Just as he was about to speak, Chu Momo took the lead and said, "Brother, I didn't take pictures of the suspended swimming pool just now. Can I go take pictures now?" Chen Chen touched her head and nodded lovingly. "Go, be careful." The waiter reminded, "Madam, please note that the swimming pool is only for taking pictures and you are not allowed to go in the water." Chu Momo pulled Lin Xiaoxia and ran towards the suspended swimming pool. "I know Xiaoxia, come on, help me take a picture." Looking at the two girls' excited backs, Chen Chen shook his head helplessly. "You guys go too, just don't take too long." He looked at the abandoned Lin Qi and Jiang Ningmeng, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and smiled knowingly. The two looked at each other and were somewhat tempted, but it was not a good idea to let Chen Chen wait here alone. Chen Chen saw what they were thinking and smiled cheerfully. "It's okay, go ahead." After the two of them left, he turned to the waiter and ordered, "Bring out 1 portion of each of your signature dishes." The waiter quickly took note and asked respectfully, "Sir, would you like any drinks to go with the order? We especially recommend the Perrier Jouet Champagne series." After a pause, he added, "If ladies can't drink, we also have a very popular non-alcoholic pool party drink." Chen Chen thought for a moment. He still had to go to M2 later, so he might as well have a drink to warm up. But don't drink too much, save some space for M2. Open a bottle of champagne first. "Okay sir, it'll be ready for you right away." The waiter bowed and left. When the dishes were served one after another, Chu Momo and the other 3 finally came back from taking pictures. She excitedly held up her phone and showed it to Chen Chen like a treasure. "Little brother, look, how is my photo?" In the photo, she is standing by the suspended swimming pool, with the city night view behind her. It is indeed very beautiful, but... is this photoshopped? How can your short legs be so long? Chen Chen deliberately teased Chu Momo. Sure enough, Chu Momo immediately became angry. "No. This is the angle, little brother, do you understand the angle?" Lin Qi and Lin Xiaoxia couldn't help laughing out loud. Even Jiang Ningmeng, who had been very reserved, couldn't help but relax and covered her mouth with her hands to laugh. The bottle of champagne was almost empty, and Chu Momo's little face had already turned red. She suddenly leaned close to Chen Chen's ear and whispered mysteriously, "Brother, let me tell you a secret." "What?" "Actually, when I was taking the photo just now, I secretly touched the water in the pool and it was really cool." Chen Chen almost choked on the champagne in his mouth. "You." 3 words suddenly popped up in his mind. Naughty kid. This little Lolita looks childish, but I didn't expect she would dare to do anything. Chu Momo looked at Chen Chen's surprised expression and blinked slyly. Then he put his index finger in front of his lips. "Shoo, this is our secret." Chapter 107, Honest Man. When they were almost done eating, Chen Chen looked at his watch. It was exactly 10 o'clock. The peak hour of the nightclub is about to begin. It's time to go back. According to the manager, M2 should be bustling by now. Chen Chen drank the last sip of wine in the glass and told the waiter who had been waiting by the side to settle the bill. The waiter handed over the bill respectfully. Tomahawk steak, 888. Pan-fried goose liver, 198. Signature truffle pizza, 168. Molten chocolate cake, 128. Caesar salad, 98. Total price, $20.80 plus 15% service fee, total amount, $23.92. Chen Shen looked at the bill in his hand and couldn't help laughing. The environment here is good and the taste is good, but the price is really cheap. Even ordinary white-collar workers can afford to come here and enjoy themselves occasionally. After paying the bill, the waiter made a gesture of invitation. This way, please, VIPs can take the exclusive elevator. After listening to the waiter's explanation, Chen Shen realized that if the consumption is over 2,000 yuan, he can directly take the exclusive elevator and does not have to crowd the ordinary passenger elevator with ordinary guests. Chen Shen thought, this is the convenience brought by money, and it is often reflected in these details. When the 5 people returned smoothly to the downstairs of the Escott Hotel, the atmosphere on the street had completely changed. The neon lights became more colorful, and there were obviously more pedestrians on the street. Everywhere there are young men and women dressed up carefully and ready to start the nightlife. The women wore high heels, revealing their beautiful white legs. Men, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the whole street is filled with the scent of hormones. This is the real demon city at night. The dignified commercial street during the day has now completely turned into another world. It was just a few minutes' drive and the sight in front of the M2 Club surprised them all. The originally sparsely populated queue area is now packed with people, and the line has formed a long dragon of nearly 100 meters. There were 6 or 7 security guards in black standing at the door, strictly checking everyone's ID card and personal belongings. The metal detector beeps from time to time. Shu Momo's eyes widened, and she unconsciously grabbed Chen Shen's arm. Oh my god, so many people. Her petite body was trembling slightly, with nervousness and excitement. Just when Chen Shen felt that he had miscalculated, there were too many people now and he was having a headache about how long it would take for so many people to queue up. Suddenly, a familiar figure ran over from the direction of the VIP channel. It was the security guard who was at the ordinary entrance. He quickly came to Chen Shen and bowed respectfully. Mr. Chen, the manager has specifically instructed that when he sees you, he will take you directly to the VIP channel. Please follow me. Chen Shen didn't quite understand the rules here and was a little confused, but since he could skip the queue, he naturally couldn't refuse. He immediately called upon the 4 beauties behind him to follow him, and then followed the security guard to the VIP entrance. You have a good memory. You remembered me the first time we met? Hearing Chen Shen praising him, the security guard showed an embarrassed expression and answered honestly. Excuse me, Mr. Chen. I am actually quite impressed by this little girl. After saying that, he seemed worried that Chen Shen might be angry, so he secretly glanced at Chen Shen's face. Chen Shen understood immediately that he was being too sentimental. It was not because the security guard remembered him, but because he benefited from Chu Momo's help. Although it was a bit funny, he wouldn't get angry about it. But I still feel a little strange in my heart. Now his face is so obviously handsome, but the security guard didn't even remember himself, but had a particularly deep memory of a little girl. Of course, he could understand it. After all, Chu Momo's childish face and figure, coupled with her age of 19, the contrast was too great, and it was hard for people not to remember her. But even so, the security guard was a little too blunt in his words. Chen Shen changed the subject. I remember you were on duty at the regular entrance before. Why are you here at the VIP entrance again? Is the shift changed so fast? This is all thanks to Mr. Chen. The security guard gave Chen Shen a grateful smile. Chen Shen was confused when he heard this. What does this have to do with him? He looked at the security guard and waited for his explanation. Just now you found your location and left. When the manager chased you out, you were nowhere to be seen. He was worried that it was your first time here and you didn't know if you could use the VIP channel, so he asked me, who was on duty at the door at the time, if I remembered what you looked like. Later, the manager specifically consulted the store manager about this matter and temporarily transferred me to the VIP entrance to be responsible for waiting for you. When I saw you, I immediately notified the manager. He should come out soon. As they were talking, everyone had already arrived at the VIP entrance. Although it is only a few steps away from the normal entrance, it is completely separated by carefully arranged green plants. You can't see the inside of the VIP channel at all when you queue up. On the left is the ordinary entrance with a crowded crowd and a queue of nearly 100 meters, while on the right is the VIP channel with green lights throughout and luxurious decorations. These 2 doors separate not only 2 passages, but also 2 completely different nightlife.
He knew that these two doors probably separated more than just guests. Looking at the security guard's grateful eyes, he also understood that the system among them might not be a simple shift system. This temporary transfer is definitely of great significance to this ordinary security guard. In the hierarchical society of a nightclub, being able to move from the ordinary area to the VIP area is a temporary arrangement, but as long as you can seize this opportunity, then in the future. However, he suddenly thought of the security guard's honest answer just now. He smiled and shook his head. The security guard would not be able to seize this opportunity. It's not that honest people are bad, but being too honest is not likable. He didn't know how the sales manager had convinced the store manager. But he had to acknowledge the kindness and love of the person who thought of finding someone to pick him up. The security guard opened the cordon and the manager was already waiting at the door. Seeing Chen Chen, he quickly walked towards him, his face instantly filled with an attentive smile. "Mr. Chen, you are finally back. The A01 booth has been arranged and the champagne is on ice. Please come this way." The security guard closed the isolation belt neatly, his back straight, his face full of pride. Chen Chen smiled and shook his head but didn't say anything. After a simple security check, Chen Chen followed the manager into the VIP channel. When the door of the main hall was opened, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Chapter 108 Golden Sea Position, Box A01. The moment the door of the main hall was opened, deafening music came out from inside. The floor beneath their feet was shaking slightly, and everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Countless dazzling laser beams intertwined and shuttled in the darkness, and hundreds of people danced wildly to the deafening electronic music. On the DJ booth, the famous DJ was concentrating on operating the mixing console. The entire dance floor was like a pot of boiling lava, exuding suffocating enthusiasm. "Wow!" Shu Momo's exclamation was completely drowned out by the music as soon as it came out, but her wide eyes and the shining eyes in them were enough to show how excited she was at the moment. The manager led everyone up the black marble steps, and the dynamic LED light strips on the side of the steps gradually changed colors with their footsteps. When reaching the second flight of stairs, the manager suddenly stomped his feet 3 times in a row at a certain place. The light strip changed immediately, and the entire light strip instantly switched to a gorgeous rainbow light. "Mr. Chen, this is a hidden light show we prepared specially for VIP guests." The manager looked slightly proud. Without waiting for Chen Chen to respond, Shu Momo had already raised her hands to her heart, with colorful stars twinkling in her eyes. "Wow, it's really beautiful." Her sincere praise made the manager's smile even brighter. Chen Chen also nodded. "This light show is really beautiful." When they arrived at the reception desk on the second floor, Chen Chen didn't need to do anything as the manager had already taken the initiative to come forward and talk skillfully with the wine storage manager. A moment later he returned with a black card with gold foil. After handing it to Chen Chen with both hands, he explained to Chen Chen respectfully. "Mr. Chen, this is the black gold wine storage card exclusive to booth A01. Ordinary cards can only store wine for 3 months, but this card can store wine for a year. And next time you come, let us know in advance and we can waive the minimum consumption for you to pick up the wine." Chen Chen took the card without making any comment and put it in his pocket. Then, the manager led everyone to turn left, around the DJ console, and through a curved corridor dotted with neon lights. After walking about 10 meters, we arrived at box A01. Chen Chen took one look and thought to himself, he really deserves to be the Golden Sea position. This is a private room that can accommodate 8 to 10 people. There is a circular leather sofa and 2 large coffee tables with black crystal stone tops. Wine glasses and fruit plates had been placed on the table, and a sexy waitress was holding 2 bottles of chilled champagne and pouring wine into the glasses. The glass fence uses one-sided transparent glass, so you can't see inside from the outside, but you can observe the entire scene from the inside, perfectly separating the box from the outside world. Chen Chen looked down. This place was facing the DJ booth, about half a meter above the dance floor, and was a suspended platform. You can watch the whole show from every angle, including the DJ booth, dance floor, etc. After everyone sat down, the manager bent over and asked, "Mr. Chen, do you need to arrange some drinking companions for you to liven up the atmosphere?" Chen Chen glanced at Shu Momo, who was excitedly leaning on the fence to watch the dance floor, and shook his head. "No, this is good enough." The manager suggested, "Mr. Chen, our A01 has exclusive lighting, would you like to try it?" Chen Chen looked at the manager with a puzzled look. He immediately explained, "Look, there is a black touch panel on the inside of the coffee table. Just press and hold for 3 seconds to dim the lights in the entire venue.
Only Area A01 will flash red and blue laser beams. It is definitely the focus of the entire venue. However, it cannot be used more than 3 times per game. Also, you can add fireworks to A01, and the lighting technician will manually start the golden waterfall lighting effect, and the visual effect is absolutely stunning. Chen Shen knew that this was definitely not free. Of course, he didn't mind spending money on it. He just felt that since he brought a few girls here today, he didn't want to be too conspicuous to avoid any unexpected situations. Just when I was about to refuse, I suddenly saw a light of expectation in Chu Momo's eyes. Want to play? He pinched Chu Momo's tender little face. Chu Momo nodded rapidly, her excitement was so exaggerated. Chen Shen said to her, "Go and have fun." The manager saw that Chu Momo was about to press the button impatiently and quickly spoke out to stop her. "Beauty, don't press it yet, listen to me first." Chu Momo stopped moving and looked at the manager with some disappointment. Her eyes seemed to want to stab the manager who had affected her mood. The manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He hadn't finished his introduction yet. Who would have thought that this boss would act so decisively? "Mr. Chen, let me explain this to you in advance. The basic price of this light show is 5,000 yuan per session, and you will have a 20% consumption premium later." Chu Momo's face visibly collapsed, and like a deflated ball, she returned to Chen Shen in a listless state. She thought the price was too high and it would definitely not be completed, but who knew? Chen Shen doesn't care at all. As long as it can be solved by spending money, it's not a problem for him. He doesn't want to be high profile, but Chu Momo wants to play, so he just pampers her. If you want to play, go ahead and play. There was a huge difference between that nonchalant tone and the meaning behind the words. When the manager saw that Chen Shen was about to let Chu Momo start playing again, he was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Mr. Chen, maybe I didn't express it clearly just now. After you start the silent light show, all subsequent consumption will increase by 20%. So what?" Chen Shen didn't understand what he meant, but he felt a little impatient with his repeated obstructions. Mr. Chen, don't you need to order some drinks first?" The manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He naturally felt the change in Chen Shen's tone. "Isn't there some wine?" He pointed to the champagne on the table. Chu Momo pulled Chen Shen's clothes with a wronged look on her face, her pink lips pouting high. Chen Shen smoothed her soft long hair and signaled her to be patient. "Mr. Chen, these 2 bottles of champagne are for you and are not included in your consumption tonight," the manager hurriedly explained. Chen Shen didn't care whether it was a gift or a purchase, it was all trivial to him. The most important thing now was to let the little loli have fun. "Didn't you see that she was telling me that she was unhappy? Let it go up, it doesn't matter. Do you have any other questions? If not, then don't say anything." Chen Shen thought the manager should shut up. But who would have thought? The manager smiled awkwardly again. "Well, Mr. Chen, there is one more thing, the last one." Such a grown man is forced by Chen Shen to act like a wronged young wife. He was secretly shocked in his heart. This young Master Chen really did not care about the cost in doting on this little girl. However, he should be reminded that even though Chen Shen was a little angry, he still had to muster up the courage to finish his words. Chen Shen held his forehead and took a deep breath. "Speak. It's just that the flashing red and blue laser light is quite dazzling. Do you think you need sunglasses?" The box suddenly fell into a strange silence. "Want?" After a few seconds, Chen Shen's dull voice sounded. Chapter 109 Basic Light Show. "Okay, wait a moment, I'll get it for you right away." He felt as if he had been pardoned and ran out to get his sunglasses. Seeing the manager's funny look, Chu Momo burst out laughing, and all the grievances she had just felt disappeared. She hugged Chen Shen's arm and shook her little head proudly. Lin Xiaoxia and others looked at Chu Momo with envy. This Mr. Chen's doting on Chu Momo is simply outrageous. In order to make her happy, he didn't even care about the 20% premium. And now, at the corner of the empty corridor, the manager is experiencing complex psychological activities. First, I couldn't help laughing out loud because of Chen Shen's Wangjingza-like expression at the end. Then, he cursed Chen Shen for not treating money as money, this damn rich man. He actually didn't understand it. He could save a lot of money by ordering in advance, but in the end, he didn't. He had to spend the extra 20%. He smacked his lips and thought that it wasn't his money being spent, and he had already given enough reminders. As for whether Chen Shen was willful or not, who cared?
Finally, thinking of the generous commission that was about to come, he said, I really love this kind of rich people. After adjusting himself, he happily ran over to get sunglasses for Chen Chen. Soon, the manager returned to box A01 wearing some pairs of sunglasses. He respectfully distributed it to everyone in the box. This is a special version that blocks blue light. It can protect your eyes very well. After distributing it to everyone, he then obediently stepped aside. Chen Chen patted Chu Momo's little head gently, indicating that she could go play. Chu Momo stood up happily and walked to the black touchpad that she had been looking forward to for a while. But he suddenly stopped and looked back at the manager warily. When she found that he was not trying to stop her this time, she pressed her little hand on the panel. 3, 2, 1. Chu Momo counted silently in her mind and stayed on the touchpad for 3 seconds. The moment she counted to 1 in her mind, the entire audience seemed to have pressed the pause button. The music on the DJ station was suddenly cut off, and all the speakers made a humming sound of electricity. All 600 lights in the venue went out at the same time, and darkness swept in instantly. The crowd in the dance floor seemed to be immobilized by Sun Wukong's magic, and the flashlights of the mobile phones held high in their hands were like distress signals, flickering helplessly in the darkness. Suddenly, the 3 sets of industrial-grade laser lights on the top of the A01 deck suddenly lit up, and the cold white beams cut through the darkness like a scalpel. The champagne glasses on the table in the box instantly turned into luminous bodies, and the bright light shone in the excited pupils of several girls. A few seconds later, the strobe mode started, and the blue and purple lights flashed alternately at a frequency of 8 times per second. The people in the dance floor seemed to have become pale silhouettes, and everyone remained motionless in their previous posture. Another 5 seconds passed, and all the light beams suddenly turned dark red. All the staff, no matter where they were, turned to A01 and bowed. At this moment, in the M2 nightclub, all eyes were focused on this small booth, as if it was the center of the world. The 15-second light show ends. In the first second, the dark red emergency lights slowly seeped out from the cracks in the floor like underground magma, dyeing the entire space with a mysterious red glow. In the second and third seconds, the main lights on the ceiling lit up one by one, as if a sleeping giant was quickly waking up. At the fourth second, a heartbeat suddenly sounded on the DJ stage, beating at an extreme frequency of 180 times per minute. The powerful sound caused tiny ripples to appear in the liquid in the champagne glass. At the fifth second, all lights in the venue returned to normal brightness, but all light beams directed towards A01 were still 30% brighter than other places. 5,000 yuan, gone in 15 seconds, is it expensive? Very expensive. But Chen Chen knew that what was being sold was not the photoelectric effect, but the 15 seconds that more than 2,000 people in the store were forced to look up at you. As everything returned to normal, the entire nightclub seemed to come back to life. There were gasps and whistles from the people on the dance floor. Chu Momo excitedly rushed to the glass fence and looked down with her little face pressed against the glass. Even though the light show was over, she still saw too many people looking towards her. Brother, so many people are looking at us. She returned to Chen Chen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Xiaoxia and the other two couldn't help but move closer to the fence. This feeling of being the center of attention made them nervous, curious, and excited. The DJ has switched back to the blasting music and everything seems to be the same as before. However, the atmosphere of the entire nightclub was completely different. Although the girls in sexy clothes couldn't see inside the box, they still kept throwing flirtatious glances in the direction of A01. Guests in other VIP boxes were also whispering to each other, asking the familiar nightclub insiders who was in the A01 box today. At this time, in box A01, he waved for the manager to come over. His eyes, like those of Chu Momo and the other girls, were sparkling with excitement. He didn't care about it before, but after seeing the actual scene, he became excited. Manager, you just said this is just the basic version? What are the effects of other levels? When the manager heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and his smile became even more flattering. He didn't think that Chen Chen was just asking out of curiosity. Judging from Mr. Chen's previous bold actions, since he asked, he must have some ideas. The flesh on his face was almost wrinkled from smiling. Mr. Chen, the basic model is bronze level. You have experienced the effect yourself. The price is 8,888. Wait a minute. Chen Chen suddenly interrupted the manager's introduction. 8,888? Didn't you say 5,000 before? Chen Chen was a little confused. He didn't doubt that he had remembered it wrong. Yes, Mr. Chen, you have a good memory.
I told you it was 5,000 before. The manager nodded, the smile on his face did not diminish at all. That? Mr. Chen, I have the authority to give you a 30% discount. You can use the reserve fund to make up for the remaining difference and make up for the performance at the end of the month. The manager smiled in a silly way. Chen immediately understood and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This is a big discount given by the manager. The two of them are not related at all, and the purpose of giving himself such a big discount is very obvious. Chen looked at the harmless manager in front of him and said inwardly, "Old fox." Chapter 110 Old Fox. Smart man. Chen looked at the old fox in front of him with a simple and honest smile, and he couldn't help but laugh himself. This guy saw my potential and wanted to invest in me. However, there was one thing he didn't figure out before the manager decided to give him a discount. The only way he showed off his financial strength was the 50,000 minimum consumption. But 50,000 yuan should not be considered a big sum in this top nightclub. Old fox, what is there in me that is worthy of your attention? Chen asked directly. He was too lazy to beat around the bush with such a smart man. Mr. Chen, do you still remember what it looked like when you paid the 50,000 yuan? Chen originally thought that it was unlikely to be because of the 50,000 yuan, but who knew that it was actually the case? Next, the manager's explanation also cleared up his doubts. Mr. Chen, 50,000 is indeed not a lot, but I can still tell the difference between a person gritting his teeth and spending 50,000 and spending 50,000 casually after working for so many years. Chen understood, but he himself overlooked the details at that time. At that time, I casually scanned 50,000 yuan, and my casual attitude attracted the attention of the manager. So, they arranged for someone to wait for me in the VIP channel? And there's also this bronze level discount? Seeing that Chen was so straightforward, the manager did not hide anything. He still had an honest smile on his face. Mr. Chen, to be honest, it was not easy to get that security guard to the VIP entrance. I put a lot of effort into it with the store manager. The manager's move was indeed brilliant. All of his arrangements were openly made without telling Chen, and on the surface, he did it without asking for anything in return, only for Chen's benefit. But he also calculated that the news would definitely reach Chen's ears. Even if Chen didn't notice it, he would arrange for someone to reveal it inadvertently. After all, the effect of accidentally discovering attentiveness is much better than deliberate flattery. And now, since Chen has made it clear. Naturally, the manager would not miss this opportunity to show off his achievements. If you continue to hide it at this time, then what's the difference between you and an idiot? Chen laughed inwardly, but did not point it out. After all, he didn't mind this kind of mutually beneficial transaction. Since he is enjoying the convenience, there is nothing wrong with paying some money. Aren't you afraid that you've made a mistake? What if I'm pretending to be rich but just hiding it? The corners of his mouth curved slightly, as if he was smiling. There was a gleam in the manager's eyes, if he had been a little worried before. When the young Master Chen in front of him said this, there were only two words in his mind: it's stable. There's no such thing as 100%. I'll just take a gamble. If I lose, I can just work harder and make up for it by taking on more orders. But if I win the bet, I believe that you, Master Chen, will never treat me unfairly. He no longer pretended to be honest, and the smile on his face turned into flattery. Chen stretched out his finger and pointed at him, then suddenly burst into laughter. Good. What a sensible person. Interesting, this manager is such an interesting person. Sure enough, it is not easy to become a sales manager. He is bold and careful, has a sharp eye, and is experienced. He deserves to be in this position. After a long time, Chen stopped smiling and did not continue the topic. Go on with the introduction. He stretched out his arm, pulled Chu Momo, who was listening attentively to his conversation with the manager, and put her on his lap. As the little girl entered his arms, she stiffened at first, then her whole body went limp, and she buried her head deeply in Chen's chest. Her face turned red with embarrassment at Chen's sudden intimate action. How could she not understand the meaning of Chen's action? She just looks like a child, but she is not really a child. Chu Momo had a lot of fun tonight, and Chen always doted on her. As long as she wanted something or wanted to play something, Chen would never refuse. However, after so long, she has always been troubled by something. That is, she took the initiative, but Chen remained unmoved. Whether she hugged his arms or wanted to interact intimately, Chen did not give her any feedback. He has always been a gentleman, And she doesn't tea like Chen Chen's gentleman. She even wondered if it was because she looked too young that Chen Chen had no feelings for her. But now, Chen Chen's sudden action made all her worries disappear. But after she realized what was happening, she felt so intensely shy and surprised that she didn't know what to do. I can only bury my head in Chen Chen's arms like a quail. Ding, Zhu Momo's favorability +5. The system prompt sound suddenly sounded in Chen Chen's mind. He paused and looked down at the petite figure in his arms with a little surprise. To his surprise, the favorability level, which had remained static all night, actually increased by 5 points just because of his random action. He found it a little funny. What on earth was this little girl thinking about? I doted on her in every way and had a lot of fun playing with her, but her favorability didn't change at all. But for now, just this one frivolous interaction. The sales manager standing by kept his eyes straight, as if he couldn't see the scene in front of him at all. As a veteran in the nightlife scene who has been around for so long, he knows exactly what to watch and what not to watch. The Mr. Chen in front of him is his god of wealth. As for whether the girl in the other person's arms is a pure lowly or a sexy beauty, that is not something he needs to care about. He now has only one goal, which is to try every possible way and use every possible means to make Chen Xiao have fun. Have fun. The manager's face was filled with an attentive and flattering smile, and all his attention was on Chen Chen. In his eyes, this Mr. Chen is the only person in the entire nightclub who needs him to please him wholeheartedly. Chapter 111 God is Coming. The project does not exist. The manager had a polite and flattering smile on his face. He bent over and continued the introduction as Chen Xiao requested. Mr. Chen, the silver level effect will instantly turn off all the lights in the store. Then, 300 special optical fibers will drop from the ceiling of area A01, forming a colorful waterfall of light. He gestured in the air. This is not an ordinary optical fiber. Each one has a nano-temperature sensitive coating that can change color according to the body's temperature. He suddenly lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. At that time, all the mirrors in the store, including the ones in the bathroom, will simultaneously project your profile silhouette, and they will also come with the same filter as TikTok, but... He looked at Chen Chen's handsome face, which was almost flawless, and added in a flattering tone. But considering young Master Chen's looks, this filter is probably a bit redundant. At most, it can only add a little icing on the cake. The whole process takes 15 seconds and only costs 28,888 renminbi. Seeing that Chen Chen didn't react, he immediately took a half step closer. Chen Chen, there is also the gold class, which uses the German brown shark infrasound transmitter, which can make all the glass products in the venue, such as wine glasses, mirrors and glass coffee tables, produce high-frequency vibrations. He imitated the sound of the dragon's roar. That shocking feeling is like a real dragon descending. You can also choose to have your personal QR code projected on a giant 3-meter screen in the middle of the dance floor. He gestured with his hands, his expression becoming meaningful. The most exciting part is the last 2 seconds. You can specify any booth area, and the lights will suddenly dim by 70%. At the same time, the air conditioning outlet will blow cold air in that direction. That sudden chill will definitely be unforgettable. Same 15 seconds, price 68,888 renminbi. Chen Chen looked at the manager with a smile. This was a very clever move. This can't be called a light show at all, it's clearly a carefully designed provocative trap. Especially the last 2 seconds, which not only satisfied the sponsor's vanity, but also planted the seeds of conflict. Not convinced? Sure, then pay $68,000 to fight back. But no matter what, the ones who benefit in the end are the nightclubs that sit firmly in the background. But Chen Chen glanced at the well-trained security guards and thought that the background of this store might not be as simple as he imagined. If they dare to play such a big game, there must be someone who is able to control the situation. I looked up and saw my manager carefully observing my reaction. Go on. He was listening with great interest. Okay. For the platinum level, 188,888 renminbi, you can customize a slogan, which will be played synchronously for 10 seconds on the LED screens of the 3 giants on the Bund Citigroup building plus Aurora plus Ping and Wealth. Inside the box, a specially blended aroma will be released to ensure that all the girls in the room will see you with a beauty filter. The effect will last for 2 hours. As for the diamond level, the manager suddenly leaned closer with a lewd expression. The diamond level is also known as the revenge bomb. You can provide a dirty video, and then all the screens in the store will be forced to play it, even the toilets. Having said that, he chuckled again. Mr. Chen, you can also choose a target booth.
The champagne there will be heated to 45 degrees.
The taste, tsk, it's so bad that I'll vomit. After saying that, he retreated a little, and his face returned to that flattering smile. Mr. Chen, the revenge nuclear bomb only costs 388,888 renminbi. Chen Shen's pupils shrank slightly. This was beyond the scope of a light show. What kind of revenge nuclear bomb was this? It was simply a social death package. He couldn't help but imagine the scene in his mind.
The enemy looked at the screen full of negative information and wanted to vent his anger, picked up champagne to calm down, but ended up being disgusted to the point of vomiting.
How insidious, he sighed in his heart.
But I inexplicably felt a twisted sense of pleasure in my heart. However, 388,888 revenge nuclear bombs is not something that ordinary people can afford. Even a gold-level prank would cost 68,888.
To ordinary people, these figures are just fantasy. But, for some people, it's just pocket money for a night of fun. This is destined to be a feeling that not ordinary people can experience. That's it? Chen Chen asked. He thought this was the peak. Mr. Chen.
The manager's face flushed with excitement.
There is also a highest level, which we call God mode. Oh? Tell me about it.
Chen Chen was also very interested in what he called the God mode. Daring to name it after God, it seems that this money game is going to be played to an extent beyond imagination.
Mr. Chen, God mode is the Black Diamond level.
Once it's turned on, all the street lights on the entire Jing'an Temple Street will flash Morse code to spell your name. The cruise ship on the Huangpu River will sound its horn 3 times.
He paused deliberately and said, "Don't underestimate these 3 whistles. This is a courtesy from the General Administration of Customs. We will use AI to generate your God form with full special effects. God will come, and everyone in the audience will worship you."
The manager's gestures became more and more exaggerated. The most shocking thing is that your iris pattern will be laser engraved on all the ice cubes in the store, making everyone feel as if they are being stared at by you everywhere. Also, next time you come, you can designate any guest and M2 will expel him and prohibit him from entering.
Of course, to activate God mode, you need 1.888888 million RMB.
The manager bent over flatteringly, with anticipation glittering in his eyes.
But, this is definitely a small amount of money for you, Mr. Chen, right?
Chen Chen ignored the manager's expectant look and looked down at the little Lolita in his arms. I saw that Chu Momo had raised her head at some point, and was staring at him without blinking with her big wet eyes.
Those eyes were shining with water, full of anticipation. Want to play?
He gently stroked Chu Momo's soft hair and leaned close to her ear to ask softly. The distance was too close, and Chen Chen's lips accidentally touched Chu Momo's earlobe slightly. Chu Momo reflexively reached out to cover her ears, but touched Chen Chen's cheek first. The little hand paused for 0.1 second and then quickly retracted. Chen Chen noticed that the girl's ears and neck were all red. Under the ever-changing spotlights of the nightclub, the soft fur stood up like a frightened little animal. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. When she was hugging my arm and acting coquettishly just now, she was so bold, but now she's shy. Chen Chen suddenly had a bad idea and deliberately flicked her hot earlobe with his fingertips. Chu Momo immediately let out a whimpering sound like a kitten and buried her little face deeper in his arms. This lovely humming sound was very soft, and the music on the scene was very noisy. If Chu Momo hadn't been clinging to his arms. Even if Chen Chen had super hearing, he might not be able to hear it. So shy? He chuckled without waiting for Chu Momo to respond. Move a little closer again, turning the original almost zero distance into zero distance directly. He kissed Chu Momo directly on the ear and felt the burning temperature. Seeing that Chu Momo had no intention of refusing, she still stayed obediently in his arms. Finally, he couldn't help it and gently sucked the already hot earlobe. In just a moment, the tip of his tongue could clearly feel the rapidly beating pulse. The kiss lasted very short, only 2 or 3 seconds, and Chen Chen let go of Chu Momo's earlobe. But in just those 2 or 3 seconds, the tip of his tongue swirled playfully, and he even scraped it lightly with the tip of his teeth with evil intentions. Woo! Chu Momo tensed up instantly and froze in Chen Chen's arms, not daring to move. Then, her body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. The pair of small hands couldn't help but grab Chen Chen's clothes, and the knuckles even turned bluish white. Chen Chen knew when to stop and did not continue teasing her, but asked again in her ear. "Xiao Momo, do you want to try the highest grade one?"
P.S. All levels are imaginative and imaginative.
Readers who want to be more serious, please go to the beginning to deposit your brains.
Thank you. Chapter 112, Standard Equipment for High-End Nightclubs. Chen asked Chu Momo again in her ear, "Little Momo, do you want to play the highest level one?"
The numbness in Chu Momo's ears still remained.
I'm still immersed in the ambiguous little action just now and haven't come back to my senses.
The warm breath of Chen voice triggered a new round of tremors. She instinctively buried her face deeper into Chen's chest, as if she could avoid him that way. Although she could hear every word clearly, her brain was not working at all. In her confused state of mind, her instinct prompted her to respond to the little brother's questions. Chen looked down at the little person curled up in his arms and felt as if he nodded.
That should be correct.
Although the amplitude was small, it should be a nod. Seeing how cowardly she is now, I don't intend to ask any more questions. Anyway, this amount of money is just a small amount for him, and besides, he said to the manager who was still waiting on the side, "Let's have some fun and replace the image of God with that of this little girl." The manager was ecstatic and looked at Chen with a smile on his face as if he was seeing his own father.
Understood. God mode requires at least an hour to arrange. Since you didn't make an appointment before, I will arrange it for you now.
I guarantee that this lady will experience the most perfect God's coming.
Come back.
Seeing the manager running out in a hurry, Chen spoke out to stop him. The manager, who was about to rush to the door, stopped suddenly. He almost jogged backwards back to Chen, his waist almost bent in half, with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead.
Mr. Chen, do you have any other instructions?"
The manager's voice was filled with obvious panting.
"Why are you in such a hurry? Order our drinks first."
There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. This old fox must have been overwhelmed when he heard the order of 1.88 million. The manager's blood was boiling and he instantly sobered up after seeing Chen's look. Only then did he realize that he had made a fatal mistake.
He had even forgotten the basic service process.
At the same time, he also realized that Chen had not paid yet. If I had rushed out to arrange it in a hurry, and if Chen hadn't paid the difference, then the consequences. Even if Chen makes up the money in the end, he will still be considered derelict in his duty. The thought made him break out in a cold sweat, and the lining of his suit was soaked. He secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and when he looked up again his eyes were filled with gratitude and fear.
The attitude is also more respectful and more sincere. Thank you for reminding me, Master Chen. I lost my composure.
Chen raised his eyebrows without comment and ignored him for the time being. Instead, he waved to Lin Xiaoxia, Lin Qi, and Jiang Ningmeng, motioning them to come closer to him.
He didn't want to take advantage of them or have anything happen between them.
Instead, I wanted to ask them what they wanted to drink. After all, I brought them out to have fun tonight. The three girls looked at each other, disbelief written all over their faces.
Although they only heard the manager's introduction intermittently.
I don't really understand those fancy special effects, but I can still hear the price loud and clear.
Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even the last one is worth millions. These figures are simply astronomical to them.
Although they also knew that this money was nothing to Chen. But when I saw with my own eyes, Chen remained calm in the face of such sky-high prices. Even when they let Chu Momo experience the most expensive level, they were still shocked to the point of being speechless.
Of course, they also saw the intimate interaction between Chen and Chu Momo. I originally came here to protect Xiao Momo, but now.
However, looking at Chu Momo's dependent look, I wonder how much she must be enjoying it.
How could he need any protection at all? They should stop making that unattractive conspicuous bag.
Besides, even if, they wouldn't dare to do that. It's already brave of them not to be scared by Chen's aura. Seeing Chen waving at them to come closer, they moved over almost reflexively. I felt both nervous and expectant.
Could it be that Chen Xiao is also interested in them? Does he think Chu Momo alone is not enough? He wants.
I knew it was wrong to think this way and it was a betrayal to Chu Momo. But the strange thing is that when they saw Chu Momo's happy look in Chen's arms, they actually felt an indescribable excitement in their hearts. You know, these three were originally very simple girls. Not long ago, he was secretly following Chu Momo like a chicken protecting its chicks because he was worried that Chu Momo was being cheated.
But now it has become like this. We can only say that the extravagant environment has changed people. It often comes faster and more thoroughly than you think.
When Chen Chen saw the three of them approaching, he did not take the tablet handed to him by the manager, but raised his chin towards him.
I've heard of the Ace of Spades and the dragon suit. Tell me more about it. In response to Chen Chen's questions, the manager answered them all. He put away the tablet and smiled.
Mr. Chen, Ace of Spades is the standard champagne for high-end nightclubs.
The different colored bottles represent different grades and flavor characteristics.
There are 6 series in total: gold, pink gold, green gold, white and black and violet. Each series has its own unique characteristics.
The manager gestured professionally.
First is the Gold series, which is a classic in nightclubs. This series uses traditional brewing techniques, and you can taste the layers of flavors of ripe pears, honey and toast, with a hint of vanilla at the end.
The bottle is hand-wrapped with 24K gold foil, which gives it a luxurious feel. This series is also the most recognizable model of Spade Ace.
After a pause, he continued, the Pink Gold series is a romantic choice designed specifically for women. The champagne liquid is an elegant pink color, and the flavor blends the fragrance of strawberries, cranberries, and rose petals. It has a sweet taste and a prominent fruity aroma. The rose gold bottle adds to the romantic atmosphere, making it the most suitable for occasions with female companions.
The green gold edition is a favorite at electronic music parties.
The refreshing taste of lime and mint has a unique mineral feel, which is absolutely refreshing and stimulating. The fluorescent green metallic bottle is full of avant-garde feeling, which is especially suitable for music festivals or trendy events. Next, he introduced with some pride, the Violet series is not produced on a regular industrial line. In addition to the classic red plum and strawberry flavors, it also incorporates the elegant floral scents of lavender and violet, making the taste more complex. The pink and purple metallic glossy bottle is so dreamy and charming, and is usually only opened in the top VIP boxes. He lowered his voice slightly, we call the Blanc de Blancs Platinum. It is made from 100% Chardonnay. The freshness of citrus and white flowers is accompanied by elegant mineral flavors.
The silver metal bottle makes it look even more noble.
It is the first choice for high-end and high-standard social occasions. As for the Blanc de Noir series, the manager's tone became even more mysterious. We also call it the Black Gold edition, and it's our treasure. This one is made from Pinot Noir, and the mellow black cherry and dark chocolate are mixed with the smoky aroma of cigar wood, and the taste is so mellow and complex.
The matte black bottle with gold relief is rarely seen in ordinary nightclubs. It usually only appears in top VIP clubs and private parties of celebrities. Chapter 113: The Emperor's Dragon Suit.
After the manager finished introducing all the series of Ace of Spades, he paused for a moment, adjusted his tie, and then began to introduce the dragon set.
Mr. Chen, our Shenlong suit is divided into 3 grades, namely the small Shenlong suit, the big Shenlong suit and the Emperor Shenlong suit.
I will send the specific content of the actual dragon suits of each level to the author. The little dragon set includes the gold version, green gold version, pink version, violet version, and platinum version. There is 1 bottle of each of the 5 versions, with basic light signs, electronic screen blessings, and a professional marketing attendance service.
The price is 188,888 renminbi.
He raised his voice slightly. The big dragon set is a full series of 6 bottles, the small dragon set is 5 bottles plus a bottle of black gold version. In addition to the exclusive light show and DJ shouting blessings, it is also equipped with 2 models or atmosphere group members to add to the fun.
The price is 288,888 renminbi.
When talking about the top configuration, the manager's voice was also a little excited. The highest specification Emperor Dragon set, on the basis of the whole series, is paired with an additional 1.5L bottle of Louis XIII. The service includes private customized fireworks, full venue lighting control, supermodels or celebrities accompanying the table, and a lifetime black gold VIP card. The price is 588,888 renminbi. After the manager finished his introduction, he did not say any guiding words. He stood aside with his hands folded, looking at Chen Chen respectfully, waiting for Chen Chen's next instructions. Chen Chen looked at Lin Xiaoxia and the other 2 girls and said with a smile, how about we order an emperor?
This way we have all the wines and can try them all.
Lin Xiaoxia and the other 2 then understood why Chen Chen asked them to come over. While I felt relieved, a slight sense of loss also arose in my heart. This time the distance was closer, and I listened to the manager's introduction word for word. They had never tasted such high-end drinks before. I usually just drink a little beer, and at most some wine that costs about 100 yuan in the supermarket. This top-grade champagne that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars is beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. They thought that if it weren't for Chu Momo's help this time, Chen Shen would have treated them to a drink, and they might not have been able to taste it in their lifetime.
Facing Chen Shen's question, they could only nod mechanically. Give suggestions? Not to mention that they don't understand these famous wines at all. Even if they understood, how could they dare to make any suggestions in the face of this level of consumption? Seeing them nod, Chen Shen waved casually to the manager. I want a set of Emperor Dragon suit, plus the God mode I just mentioned. The manager's face was instantly filled with smiles, so exaggerated that his back teeth were exposed. He knew that for a distinguished guest like Mr. Chen, there was no need to use any unnecessary sales tactics. Low-end consumption is not even in his eyes. The manager calculated expertly, Mr. Chen, the God mode is 1,888,888 renminbi, the Emperor Dragon set is 588,888 renminbi, plus the 15% service fee, the total is 2,849,442 renminbi. You have already paid 50,000 renminbi, now you only need to pay another 2,790,000 renminbi. As he spoke, his hands skillfully brought up the payment code on the tablet. It was nearly 10,000 yuan, but he didn't mention a word and just wiped it out. He has the authority to offer discounts, but young Master Chen is not one to bargain. The money in my hands seemed to be blown by the wind. Although I know that Chen Shen doesn't care about this little money, he must have the right attitude. This small amount of 9,000 seems insignificant compared to the huge sum of more than 2 million. He thought that even if he didn't have the right to a discount, he would have to pay for it out of his own pocket. Isn't this thigh more delicious than the $9,000 one? Hold on tight, there are so many $9,000 waiting for him. Besides, his commission for this order is not low. These 9,000 yuan are also a small amount compared to the commission. Chen Shen glanced at the manager with a hint of admiration in his eyes. The money is insignificant, but the attitude of doing things really makes people feel comfortable. Just take out your phone and scan the QR code to pay. Ding, the host successfully consumed 2,790,000 yuan, triggering a 2x cashback, with a cashback amount of 5,580,000 yuan. Chen Shen felt the vibration from the phone in his pocket, which must be the notification that the cashback amount had arrived. He smiled knowingly, the system's cashback speed was still as fast as ever. The tablet in the manager's hand displayed the payment successfully received interface. He finally let go of the worry that had been on his mind to begin with. This expenditure of nearly 3 million was completed so easily. Now that Mr. Chen's money has arrived, it's up to him to take care of the rest. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment, I will arrange it right away. The manager bowed respectfully, then walked away quickly. There seemed to be wind under his feet, and his slightly fat body gave people a feeling of leaping for joy. In less than 10 minutes, the atmosphere of the entire nightclub suddenly changed. The lights in the entire venue suddenly began to flicker rhythmically. The volume of the background music suddenly dropped, and then the passionate voice of the DJ was heard. Attention everyone! Tonight's most distinguished guest, Master Chen, spent 588,888 in booth A01 to activate the Emperor Dragon suit. Let's salute Master Chen with the warmest cheers. As the DJ shouted, the lights in the entire nightclub gradually dimmed, and finally only a spotlight was left, shining accurately on the A01 booth. The ceiling's laser projection system projects the Ace of Spades logo into the air. At the same time, the sound system also switched to the Victory BGM specially customized for the Shunlong set. The shocking bass made the floor vibrate slightly. The attention of the whole audience was once again focused on booth A01. For security guards in black uniforms cleared the way in front to prevent outsiders from approaching and ensure that the passage was unobstructed. 6 supermodel-level waiters, all over 175 centimeters tall, wore custom-made silver sequin tight skirts, held different colors of spade champagne in their hands, and walked slowly forward with cat steps. They were arranged in the order of green gold, pink gold, violet, gold, platinum, and black gold. The spotlights were accurately shown on each of them. The beauties and fine wines all sparkled under the lights. Following closely behind were 12 beautiful women in sexy costumes, holding fluorescent signs, firework sticks, and trays of cold fireworks, and paraded around the dance floor. The DJ shouted passionately again, "Let us once again thank Xiao for lighting up the spade a full series of Emperor Dragon sets in the VIPA 01 booth." When this gorgeous team finally arrived at the A01 box booth, the models arranged the drinks into a carefully designed dragon formation. Except for the model who stayed to serve, everyone else slowly left the booth. At the moment when the lights in the venue flashed again, the DJ's voice became heart-wrenching. Tonight's king, Louis XIII, is about to arrive in booth A01.
Where are your screams? The whole nightclub was instantly boiling with screams and whistles coming one after another. A specially designed golden spotlight hit the passage leading to the A01 booth, indicating that a more stunning performance was about to begin. Chapter 114, Louis XIII Show. As a specially designed golden spotlight hit the passage leading to the A01 booth, the 4 bodyguards quickly returned to their positions, and then 6 more bodyguards dressed in the same attire came out from behind the bar. 10 well-trained bodyguards held hands and formed a human wall, completely separating the crowd of onlookers and ensuring that the next route was unobstructed. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, a hot foreign beauty slowly walked out. She wore a very revealing custom-made black backless maxi gown and a pair of white gloves. Holding a special anti-fall tray in both hands, the tray is inlaid with LED light strips all around, emitting a soft blue light. The Louis XIII crystal bottle stood firmly in the center of the tray. The moment this foreign beauty appeared holding the Louis XIII, the nightclub's spotlight shone directly on her. The bottle of Louis XIII seemed to be cast under a spell and instantly became the focus of everyone in the audience. The crystal-clear bottle seems to come alive. Under the strong light, the amber wine looks like melted gold, flowing slowly in the bottle with the steps of the beauty. The light passes through the thick wall of the crystal bottle and refracts into circles of swaying light spots around, forming a colorful halo like a rainbow after rain. The most eye-catching thing is the 24K gold lily at the mouth of the bottle. When illuminated by the spotlight, the golden flower can almost blind people's eyes. There is also a ruby inlaid in the pistil. As the beauty walks, the angle of the light keeps changing. From time to time, a red light would flash, just like the laser spotlights in the nightclub before. However, the red light reflected by this gem is countless times more elegant than the laser spotlight. The Louis XIII engraving on the bottle also shines, as if it is glowing by itself, making people unconsciously shift their attention here. As the foreign beauty slowly walked through the crowd under the tight protection of security guards, the nightclub's spotlights were precisely locked on the Louis XIII in her hand. The light spots reflected by the crystal bottle danced all over the walls, the ceiling, and the onlookers. It was as if a group of golden butterflies were dancing gracefully, so beautiful that it was beyond words. Following closely behind her came 2 equally beautiful Asian women holding up fluorescent signs. The sign on the left reads Louis XIII, which translates to Louis XIII. The content on the other side is King of Cognac, which translates to King of Cognac. Behind these 2 people, there seemed to be no end of sexy girls coming out one after another. The pieces of cloth on their bodies were extremely simple, and they held cold fireworks and firework sticks high in their hands. In addition, there are people carrying baskets of rose petals, and they will throw a handful upwards every few steps. The team followed the same route as the entire series of Spade Ace just now, slowly circling the entire venue, ensuring that people in every area could experience the noble luxury of Louis XIII up close. When the last person in the team finally showed up, looking roughly, the long line must have no less than 100 people. This team of 100 people displayed Louis XIII cards to the fullest. The moment Louis XIII was solemnly escorted to the box, an elaborate and luxurious ceremony was about to begin. The exotic beauty held Louis XIII in both hands, came in front of Chen Shen, bowed slightly, and spoke respectfully. "Dear guest, I am Anna, and I am honored to present this rare wine to you." Wearing brand new white gloves, she took the bottle of wine from the tray with such gentle movements as if she was holding a rare treasure. The authentic Louis XIII is made of baccarat crystal, Anna introduced professionally in fluent Chinese. You can see that the bottle is clear and has no bubbles, and the bottom has a clear crystal engraving, while the imitation glass bottle may be cloudy or have seams. She gestured to Chen Shen to observe the delicate engraving on the bottom of the bottle, and then guided him to appreciate the 24K lily at the neck of the bottle up close. The lily on the neck of the genuine product is delicate and burr-free, and every texture is carefully polished by the craftsman. The gold plating of the imitation product is easy to fade, or the workmanship is rough. Chen Shen touched it with great interest and found that it was indeed very smooth to the touch. He nodded with satisfaction. Anna frowned slightly when she saw this. Generally speaking, such treasures should be avoided from direct touching to avoid leaving fingerprints and grease, which would destroy the visual image of the perfect luxury item. However, Chen Shen was the owner of the bottle of Louis XIII. Even if he smashed it on the spot, let alone taking it directly, it would have nothing to do with her. Anna corrected her attitude, adjusted her expression, maintained a professional smile and continued her introduction. "Dear guest, please take a look. The seal of the genuine product is made of special matte metal, engraved with the words Louis XIII and a unique code. For counterfeits, it may be made of plastic, or the engraving may be blurred. As he spoke, he took a certificate and an ultraviolet lamp from the tray and handed them to Chen Chen. You can verify the authenticity mark on the certificate by using a UV light and then check the number to make sure it matches exactly. When Anna leaned over and brought the seal of Louis XIII close to Chen Chen, her body was almost pressed against Chen Chen. At a close distance, Chen Chen's nose immediately smelled a faint fragrance. But he couldn't tell whether it was the smell of perfume or body odor. I have to say, it smells pretty good, light and not too overbearing, nor pungent. He seemed to have heard that due to their body structure and eating habits, foreign women generally have body odor. Then this fragrance should be the scent of carefully formulated perfume. However, this has nothing to do with Chen Chen. He then focused his gaze on the lead seal. What he didn't notice was that Chu Momo in his arms was glaring at Anna with her cheeks puffed up, looking at the woman who was almost sticking to Chen Chen. Her big round eyes were full of dissatisfaction, and her brows were so furrowed that they could pinch a fly to death. She didn't expect that after being distracted for a moment, when she came back to her senses, there would be such a shameless woman standing so close to her little brother. She naturally also smelled the scent on Anna's body, but Chu Momo didn't think that the smell was fragrance at all. Slut. She commented on the smell and the woman in a low voice. Chu Momo pressed her face against Chen Chen's chest and rubbed it hard. I just don't know whether this is to remind Chen Chen to pay attention to safety or to find a more comfortable position for himself. Slowly, Chen Chen's familiar body temperature made Chu Momo relax, and she no longer paid attention to Anna. The intimate behavior that Chen Chen had shown her before appeared in her mind again. It was as if Chen Chen's warmth was still lingering on his ears, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to touch the hot ears. Then he started to giggle. Chapter 115 Be Bold and Speak Out. Ding, Chu Momo's favorability +3. When the system's prompt sounded clearly in Chen Chen's mind, he was checking the Louis XIII anti-counterfeiting mark. He felt it when the little guy in his arms was rubbing against him restlessly. But he didn't immediately look down to check on her. The bottle was still in front of him, and the little girl was in his arms and couldn't run away. But he had no intention of taking a closer look. Following Anna's guidance, he quickly checked the lead seal. Then he used an ultraviolet lamp to shine on the place Anna pointed out and found that there was indeed the customs anti-counterfeiting mark. The certificate is also made of special embossed gold stamped paper, and the code and seal are all consistent. After confirming that there was no problem, Chen Chen threw the certificate on the table and was ready to let her open the bottle directly, but found that she picked up her mobile phone and scanned something at the mouth of the bottle. Chen Chen stopped paying attention, turned his gaze away from the bottle and looked down at the little loli. But she found a familiar expression on Chu Momo's face, nymphomaniac. Chen Chen couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He was no stranger to Chu Momo's current appearance. Now the girl has her eyes closed, her fingers touching her ears, with a silly smile on her lips. That little face was flushed, and it was obvious that he was thinking about something unhealthy. He wanted to reach out and poke that tender little face, but just as his hand reached the face, he suddenly changed his mind. He leaned over and gave her a kiss on that rosy cheek. Ah! Chu Momo woke up instantly, exclaimed, and opened her eyes suddenly. It happened to meet Chen Chen's eyes. I found that brother Chen Chen was looking at me with an inexplicable smile on his face. Chu Momo immediately realized that Chen Chen had seen her immersed in her pink fantasy just now. She was so embarrassed that her ears turned red, and she hurriedly buried her face in Chen Chen's chest again. However, less than 2 seconds later, Chu Momo turned around timidly and called Chen Chen with evasive eyes, "Little brother." Chen Chen originally thought that this girl would be shy for a while, and when he was about to look up, he found that she turned back and called him. Although the music was not loud now, he could still hear clearly what Momo was saying. But he still leaned down and put his ear close to her lips. "I'm here, what's wrong?" Chen Chen's thoughtful action made Chu Momo feel warm at heart. "Little brother, you. She moved her mouth, but the words she wanted to say seemed to be stuck in her throat and she was too embarrassed to speak them out completely. Seeing that Chu Momo hesitated for a long time and still couldn't say anything, Chen Chen felt anxious for Chu Momo. He turned his head and encouraged her in a gentle and alluring voice, "What's wrong with me? Be brave and speak out." Chu Momo took a deep breath, and suddenly reached out to gently turn Chen Chen's head back, so that his ears were facing her again. He closed his eyes, made up his mind, stopped stuttering, and spoke out in one go. "Little brother, can you kiss me here?" Then, he tapped his lips lightly with his fingers. Chen Chen raised his head and looked at the little girl with her eyes closed and red face. He thought it was some big deal, but it turned out he just wanted a kiss. This girl seemed quite bold before, but now she looks so shy and there is no trace of her previous state at all. However, when he thought about it carefully, although Chu Momo seemed bold and proactive, she just hugged his arm and there seemed to be no other intimate actions. On the contrary, I let her sit on my lap, held her in my arms, and kissed her ears and face, as if every intimate contact would make this little girl shy for a long time. It probably took a lot of courage for him to take the initiative to ask for a kiss now. Faced with such welfare requests, it was naturally impossible for him to refuse. However, he didn't plan to follow Chu Momo's script completely. He had to give her a little surprise. At this moment, Chu Momo's heart was beating wildly. She felt both excited and nervous. But after waiting for a while, I felt that there was no movement, and I felt a little disappointed. Could it be that the little brother doesn't want to? She couldn't help but have this thought. I couldn't help but want to open my eyes to see what was going on, but as soon as I opened my eyes a crack, I found a dark shadow approaching me. She hurriedly closed her eyes again, shouting excitedly in her heart, "Here it comes! Here it comes! The little brother is really going to kiss me!" But when she felt the soft touch on her forehead, her body stiffened and many question marks instantly popped up in her little head. Is that right? That's not right. I was clearly referring to the mouth. Did you make a mistake, little brother? She was full of questions, and just as she was about to open her eyes to explain, she felt a gentle touch on her left eye again. Next, the right eye, the tip of the nose. Starting from her eyes, every time Chen Chen placed a kiss on her, her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. Chu Momo screamed crazily in her heart, "Aha, brother is so good. Is it the next one's turn?" She pouted her lips in anticipation, and gently raised her head like a bird waiting to be fed. Seeing the little girl pouting her rosy little lips, Chen Chen naturally knew what she was thinking. However, he had no good intentions at all now and deliberately skipped over those tempting lips. Then he gently kissed Chu Momo's small, round chin. Chen Chen raised his head and looked at the incredibly delicate and childish face. He was a little confused. How come this looks like this? A 19-year-old college student's face looks like a junior high school student. Chu Momo's little mouth was still pouting, and she was completely stunned. This is not right. Didn't we agree to kiss the mouth after kissing the nose? You can't afford to play with me, little brother. You are playing tricks. Chu Momo felt that brother Chen Chen did it on purpose. She was clearly pointing at his mouth and his mouth was pouting, which was so obvious. But he kissed every part of her face except her mouth. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She pouted angrily and wanted to open her eyes to protest. Little did she know that Chen Chen saw all of this and was just waiting for her to open her eyes. When Chen Chen saw Chu Momo's eyelids twitching, he immediately bent down. Just as Chu Momo opened her watery eyes, Chen Chen's mouth accurately covered her pink lips. Chu Momo froze instantly, and she didn't even have time to send out an accusing look. I was completely stunned by Chen Chen's sudden kiss. Her mind was blank, and even her round eyes were filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What was I trying to do? Chapter 116: The Beautiful Bus. Chen Chen didn't move, and she didn't move either. Chen Chen was enjoying it, while Chu Momo was in a daze. Fortunately, I reacted quickly this time. She quickly closed her eyes, and the deer in her heart almost fainted. My little brother is so bad, but I like him so much. Just when Chen Chen wanted to deepen the kiss, Anna's voice suddenly rang out. Dear guest, your Louis XIII is from the 2023 French original batch, with global serial number No. He suddenly stopped talking halfway through. As a foreigner and a professional in the nightclub, Anna doesn't care about kissing in public. She has seen many people who are even more open than this, and who directly know the strengths and weaknesses and explore the depths in public. But at this moment, when she saw the profile of the girl in Chen Chen's arms, her expression froze. Oh my god, this is too small, beast. Anna's emotions were surging inside, and her hand holding the wine bottle tightened unconsciously. In her opinion, the girl kissed by Chen Chen looked as young as a junior high school student, completely different from the petite woman she had imagined. Before, I thought Chen Chen was so handsome and rich, and I thought how great it would be to have a romantic encounter with such a handsome man. Anna was just envious of the girl who could lie in Chen Chen's arms, but now, she just wanted to call the police and ask Uncle Hat to take Chen Chen away. She didn't notice at all that her eyes were full of contempt when she looked at Chen Chen, and she couldn't keep the smile on her face. She also didn't know that the girl in Chen Chen's arms looked young, but in fact, she was already 19 years old, even a few months older than Chen Chen.
Chen Chen was interrupted by Anna's voice and no longer wanted to continue.
He raised his head with some displeasure, and noticed the change in Anna's eyes sharply.
His originally gentle eyes turned cold in an instant.
Although he never cared about other people's opinions, he naturally couldn't give a good face to others when they looked at him inexplicably in this way.
Besides, does this foreign beauty really think she has something important?
Although she was indeed beautiful and had a great figure, he knew how terrible this foreign girl was in private despite her glamorous appearance. When she just brought in the wine, Chen Chen saw that she was such a beautiful woman and wondered why the system didn't give any prompt. Based on his previous experience, this woman must have a score of over 80. And now it's right on the scene, there is no filter or beauty. Even with Chen Chen's keen eyesight, he can tell that she has not had any plastic surgery. So, out of curiosity, he checked her personal dashboard through the system.
Name, Anna Sergeyevna Ivanova. Age, 28. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Height, 92. Overall score, 90. Number of drivers, 87. Favorability, 60.
The overall score is 90 points, and the figure has reached 92 points, which has indeed reached the system's standard for evaluating high-looking opposite sex. However, the number of drivers of these 87 cars made Chen Chen unable to help but swear in his heart.
Fuck, what a great AC. This is like a bus. Out of curiosity, he looked at the 6 models standing in the box.
All of them scored above 80 points in terms of body shape, and one even reached 89 points. In terms of appearance, 4 people scored above 80 points, and the highest score was actually for the model with a figure score of 89 points.
But again, the number of drivers is even more bizarre. The lowest number is 27, the highest is 61. And the one who is 27 is still the woman with the best figure and good looks. But this is also very high. Brother Tonzi, why are there no prompts when these women clearly meet the standards for appearance and figure?
Host, only those of the opposite sex who are pure in mind and body and meet the standards will be evaluated as having high appearance.
Chen Chen understood.
It means that women with chaotic private lives are not worthy, even if their scores meet the requirements. Oh, it's really rare to find a woman who can remain pure nowadays. No wonder the previous girls all had 0 records.
Brother Tonzi's standards are quite high.
If it's not original, it doesn't even qualify to be actively evaluated by the system. Chen Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the big foreign horse standing there holding the bottle of wine. He felt a little annoyed and even worried that it would dirty his wine. He looked down at the little girl in his arms, and his tone suddenly became gentle. Momo, do you want to have some wine? At this time, Chu Momo had also recovered. Although she was still dizzy when we first kissed, after kissing her many times, she seemed to have developed some immunity.
Look, it recovered quickly.
Hearing the little brother talking, she unconsciously looked at Anna and the Louis XIII in her hand. Naturally, she also noticed something wrong with Anna's look.
She instantly got angry.
This slutty vixen actually dared to glare at her little brother. She no longer lingered in Chen Chen's arms and immediately sat up from his arms.
Little brother, are you really going to let me drive?
She turned to Chen Chen for confirmation.
Seeing Chen Chen nod, she couldn't help but feel excited.
Not only did I steal this slutty fox's job, but I also got to open this bottle of top-quality wine myself. When she was at home, her stingy father would never let her open wine of the same level as Louis XIII. Chu Momo was about to reach out her hand when she suddenly remembered something. She looked around, a little disappointed, and turned back to look at Chen Chen.
Little brother, after drinking the wine, are you still keeping this bottle for collection? Chen Chen was a little surprised. What do you need this thing for? Chu Momo's eyes lit up. I understand. Chen Chen. What did she understand? He didn't understand.
Chu Momo blinked cunningly, turned around and stretched out her hand to Anna, her tone instantly cold. Give me the wine. Anna subconsciously took a half step back, protecting Louis XIII in front of her, and had no intention of giving the little girl any attention.
Give it to me.
Chu Momo spoke again, her voice was not loud but unquestionable. Her brows were furrowed, and a frightening aura emanated from her body.
Anna felt a little panicked. The aura of this seemingly young girl gave her a strong sense of oppression.
That sharp look and strong attitude were definitely not the temperament that we thought an ordinary person could cultivate. Not to mention Anna, even Chen Chen was secretly surprised. The aura this little girl is showing now is totally different from the soft and cute little girl she usually is.
Momentum is something that cannot be seen or touched, but it can be clearly felt by people. This is not something that can be achieved simply by tightening your face, frowning, or raising your voice. Without a certain family background, it is impossible to have it. Lin Xiaoxia and the other two were even more stunned. The Chu Momo they knew was always the shy little girl who loved to act coquettishly. Chapter 117. Oops. My hand slipped. Even when she was angry, she was still adorable. Not like now, where she looks so strong. Chen Chen concluded that this little girl's family background was extraordinary. Anna's blue eyes instantly became misty. She bit her lower lip and looked at Chen Chen pitifully. This trick has always worked in the past. Many men would immediately soften their hearts and compromise when they saw her like this. Although she had just heard it, it was the man in front of her who asked the little girl to do this. But she still refused to give in. Just based on her exotic looks and her impressive figure, I don't believe that she won't arouse the desire of the man in front of him to win glory for the country. But Chen Chen is not an ordinary person, he is from class 2. Seeing the expression and eyes of this big foreign horse, not only did I not have any ideas, but I felt even more annoyed. Glancing at Anna coldly, Chen Chen directly uttered 2 words. Give it to her. Give it to me. Chu Momo repeated. Anna pouted unwillingly, her eyes became redder, as if she had suffered a great injustice. If others saw this, they would think that Chen Chen had bullied her. But in fact, she brought all this upon herself. A man who opens and delivers wine actually dares to show disrespect to the sponsor. He has no idea of his own limitations. Relying on her good looks, she can't tell the difference between a big king and a small king. Don't say that Chu Momo is a 19-year-old college student, a serious adult girl. Even if it wasn't, even if Chen Chen really had some special hobbies, it wasn't something that people like her could interfere with. They say everyone is equal, but this world is really cruel. There has never been any real equality. Anna finally realized the reality and tried to hand over Louis XIII with trembling hands. The bright light reflected from the crystal bottle seemed to be mercilessly mocking his arrogance. Just when Chu Momo reached out to take it, Anna suddenly retracted her hand subconsciously. Chu Momo looked up in confusion, thinking that this foreign woman was going to make trouble again. But unexpectedly, I found that a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes again. You're not wearing gloves, would put the bottle. Anna stammered, trying to explain. She held the bottle tightly in both hands, with deep reluctance in her eyes. Although this priceless bottle of Louis XIII does not belong to her, it would be great if she could open such a famous wine with her own hands. This is a career honor for any sommelier. How she wished she could open the bottle of wine with her own hands instead of watching it being treated like a toy. Give it to her. But Chu Momo didn't want to listen at all and snatched the bottle from her hand. The moment she got the bottle of wine, the fierce aura on her body instantly dissipated, and she turned into that quirky little girl again. Regardless of Anna's distressed and ugly expression, she made a face at her. He turned around and took a few steps back to Chen Chen. Little brother, look. She proudly raised the bottle of wine in front of Chen Chen. The wine bottle swayed under the light, and the golden wine flowed back and forth in the bottle, reflecting a charming glow. Chu Momo's eyes rolled around and suddenly a sly smile appeared on her face. She waved to Lin Xiaoxia and the other two standing aside and said, Xiaoxia, you guys come too. The 3 of them came back to their senses from their shock when they heard the greeting. Originally, the entire series of Ace of Spades shocked them so much that they were speechless. Now this Louis XIII makes them feel suffocated. From the decoration to the wine, every detail of this bottle of wine reveals nobility and luxury. Is this really something they can drink? They had never dared to dream of having this level of famous liquor before. If possible, they would like to put it at home and worship it. Lin Xiaoxia and the other 2 carefully approached Chu Momo, only to see her sitting on the sofa and opening the lead seal with swift movements. She held the bottle firmly between her legs, her fingers tightly gripping the 24K gold-plated stopper, which was the part carved with a lily. He slowly rotated the cork until he heard a slight click, then stopped and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Anna stood aside, her face turning pale and blue. She watched as the famous liquor worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was treated so casually, but she didn't even dare to breathe. He no longer had the arrogance he had before to judge Chen Chen from a commanding position. Chu Momo suddenly stood up, turned around and smiled sweetly at her. Sister, can I borrow the bottle opener in your hand? Louis XIII exclusive bottle opener is ingeniously designed, with a spiral hook and lever mechanism. When using, just insert it into the groove on the side of the cork,
rotate it and then gently pull it upwards to open it perfectly. If you don't have a special corkscrew to help you open the bottle, and you try to force it open with your bare hands, the cork may be too tight, which may cause the cork to break and the residue to fall into the wine. The gold-plated layer may also be scratched due to violent opening, seriously affecting the collection value. But Anna dared not disobey, as this special bottle opener was a matching tool for Louis XIII. She handed over the bottle opener reluctantly. Her movements were stiff and looked very forced. However, what made her collapse was that after Chu Momo took the bottle opener, she actually threw it away. With a click, the exquisite Louis XIII corkscrew fell accurately into the ice bucket. Chu Momo blinked innocently. Oops. My hand slipped. How about, just use your hand to open it? Chen Chen almost couldn't help laughing out loud. This girl was obviously making fun of Anna. He nodded in agreement. Whatever you like, anything is fine. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, Chu Momo actually started to open the bottle with her bare hands. Her slender fingers tightly gripped the cork, and her little face turned red. She also made a strong groaning sound in her throat, obviously using all her strength to suck milk. With a crisp and low click sound, the cork came out. The dry ice spray that had been prepared long ago gushed out instantly, and thick white mist swirled and rose around the booth. For a moment, the entire booth seemed like a fairyland, filled with fairy air. At the same time, the cold flames all around exploded with a bang, and brilliant flames appeared faintly in the mist. It's breathtakingly beautiful. Chu Momo used too much force and her body staggered and leaned back uncontrollably. Chen Chen quickly reached out and held her waist to help her steady her body. Success! Chu Momo cheered and raised the wine bottle to show off in front of Chen Chen. The little face was rosy with pride, and the eyes were bright as if filled with little stars. Chapter 118 Chu Momo equals Scheming Woman. Just as Chu Momo was trying to open the bottle, the DJ station had already tacitly cut off all the music. The entire nightclub fell into a brief silence, with only the whispers of the more than 2,000 guests. As Chu Momo pulled out the cork, the sound system accurately and synchronously played the click sound of opening the bottle. All LED screens instantly switched to the Louis XIII bottle opening special effects animation. Countless pieces of colorful paper fell from the ceiling, interweaving with the dry ice mist that erupted again, creating a dreamlike scene. The DJ's passionate voice resounded throughout the venue through the top-notch sound system. Let us give the warmest cheers to congratulate the VIP in booth A01 for successfully opening the top-of-the-line Louis XIII Dragon set worth 588,888 renminbi. The whole nightclub was instantly boiling with screams and whistles coming one after another. Countless envious eyes were cast towards booth A01, and everyone stretched their necks to see the scene inside booth A01. However, the carefully designed one-way glass fence blocks out some views, and nothing can be seen when looking inside from the outside. Chu Momo picked up the special Louis XIII crystal glass. The lily carved on the glass sparkled under the light. She picked up the bottle of wine carelessly and poured Chen Chen half a glass first. The golden liquid slowly slid down the edge of the cup. Instantly, a mixture of honey, floral and fruity aromas filled the air. Then Chu Momo poured some for Lin Xiaoxia and the others, and finally poured some for herself. He casually put the wine bottle on the table, and the surrounding ace of spades suddenly pale in comparison. This isn't a bottle of wine, it's a work of art with its own light show. Anna stood aside, looking at the famous wine being treated so casually, her mouth twitching with heartache. What made her most upset was that Chu Momo raised her glass and cheers. Chu Momo smiled happily, Lin Xiaoxia and the other two smiled reservedly, and Chen Chen cooperated with them in an indulgent manner. After a few people clinked their glasses, they raised their heads and drank it all in one gulp just like drinking beer. Hey, this wine smells so good. And it's not spicy at all. Chu Momo opened her eyes wide in surprise, and her pink tongue unconsciously licked her lips. She thought she would feel the stimulation of alcohol and was ready to pay the price for her coolness. But who would have known that the moment the wine touched the tip of the tongue, the aroma of candied fruit and elegant floral scent would instantly fill the mouth. The silky taste completely overturned her understanding of spirits. She was a little surprised and turned around to distribute the remaining wine in the bottle to everyone. But he accidentally poured some more into Chen Chen's and his own cups. The strong woman who was so domineering just now turned into a scheming woman who was sneaky and cunning in the blink of an eye. Chu Momo held the wine glass and handed it to Chen Chen. Little brother, you drink. He took it with a smile, his eyes swept over Anna's twitching mouth, and then cooperated with the little loli's actions. He deliberately took a sip slowly and said, well, it tastes really good. Then, under Anna's twisted gaze, he raised his head and drank it all in one gulp.
Anna almost fainted from anger. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of wine were wasted like this.
At this moment, Chu Momo suddenly came up with a new idea. She picked up the empty bottle and examined it carefully under the light with pretended curiosity.
Little brother, how much do you think this bottle can be sold for?
She tilted her head with an innocent look on her face.
Chen Chen didn't know what this little girl was up to, but he still raised his eyebrows and asked back, why? Want to sell scrap? No way. Shu Momo pouted and retorted.
Then he lowered his voice mysteriously and said, I heard that some people like to collect these empty bottles.
One bottle can be sold for tens of thousands.
As she spoke, she suddenly raised the bottle, as if to take a closer look at it against the light.
But the next second. Bang!
Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the bottle of Louis XIII worth tens of thousands of dollars in Chu Momo's mouth fell to the ground and was smashed to pieces by her.
Oops. My hand slipped again. She clapped her hands and gave Anna an innocent smile. I'm sorry, sister.
Anna shuddered violently, and she felt as if this little girl would smash her like a wine bottle in the next second.
She finally understood what kind of little devil she had provoked. Chen Chen looked at the debris all over the floor and couldn't help laughing.
He hugged Chu Momo into his arms and tapped her delicate nose with his finger. Naughty. Chu Momo snuggled into his chest and made a face at Anna, who had an ugly expression on her face.
Then he mouthed silently, You deserve it.
In the blink of an eye, she regained her innocent look and nestled in Chen Chen's arms.
Everyone else in the booth was stunned.
This is not a simple little loli at all, she is clearly a little devil in angel's clothing. Just as this dramatic scene came to an end, two people walked in from outside. The sales manager from before was following behind a middle-aged man, and both of them had unconcealable nervousness on their faces. When the strange man came in, his eyes were immediately attracted by the crystal fragments all over the ground, but he only stayed there for a moment. Then he quickly put on a smile again, pretended to be unaware, walked quickly forward and bowed to Chen Chen.
Mr. Chen, I'm Wang Jinghua, the manager of M2. I'm late. Please forgive me. I was just arranging matters related to the light show.
He stood up, his expression suddenly became serious, and he yelled at the sales manager behind him.
What are you still doing here? Don't you see the broken glass on the ground? Arrange someone to clean it up quickly. If young Master Chen and the ladies get hurt, can you bear the responsibility? The smooth switching between the two expressions perfectly illustrates what it means to speak differently to different people. Chen Chen watched his performance silently.
It was sheer nonsense to say that the store manager knew nothing.
Judging from his skilled manner, he is probably one of Anna's 87 pilots who brought glory to the country. But these are actually not important.
After all, Anna just didn't recognize her own identity, and she didn't violate the heavenly law. But the key lies in whether the little loli in my arms has calmed down. It's funny to say that it was Anna who offended me, but this little loli acted even angrier than me. He reached out and interrupted Manager Wang, who was about to continue speaking. He lowered his head to look at Chu Momo in his arms, stretched out his hand and gently pinched her little nose, and asked lovingly, How is it?
Are you relieved?
Chu Momo's face was flushed, and she really enjoyed Chen Chen's favor. She nestled in Chen Chen's arms and nodded her head obediently. Seeing that Chu Momo had calmed down and was not going to punish Anna anymore, Chen Chen raised his head again and his tone returned to being indifferent.
Manager Wang. Chapter 119 I'm not wrong. They are the ones who bully us. Yes. Please give me your orders, Mr. Chen. Manager Wang nodded and bowed, smiling and responding.
Chen Chen casually pointed at Anna and the models. Let them go out, I don't want to be disturbed by others.
Didn't you hear what young Master Chen said? Get out, all of you.
Manager Wang turned around, changed his expression, and shouted harshly. When Anna heard the manager's order, she didn't feel humiliated, but seemed relieved.
He lowered his head and walked out quickly.
He was so anxious that he almost sprained his ankle when he reached the door. Although the other models felt somewhat unwilling, they had no choice but to catch up quickly, fearing that if they walked too slowly they would cause trouble. After everyone left, Manager Wang smiled and said, Mr. Chen, the God mode you requested is being prepared urgently and will start on time at 12 o'clock. Chen Chen raised his hand to look at his watch and found that there were still more than 40 minutes.
Got it. You can get busy too.
After a pause, he added, the sales manager can stay. He was quite impressed with the sales manager, saying he was sensible, smart, and most importantly, had brains. If he had been there just now, things would never have turned out like this. He would have probably solved it as soon as it started. With him around, Chen felt that he could worry less and have a good time. He has things to do tomorrow, so he doesn't plan to play here for too long. Since the light show doesn't start until 12 o'clock, let us end this nightclub trip right after watching it. The store manager was a little stunned, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly.
Was Chen Xiao going to kick him out as well?
But he immediately adjusted his expression, smiled and nodded. Okay, Chen Xiao, have fun, and let me know if you need anything.
Are you kidding? How could he dare to get angry when facing this guy who can easily spend 2 or 3 million?
I'm afraid that now if Chen farts, he will have to say it smells so good. Before leaving, Manager Wang glanced at the sales manager, then backed out of the booth with a smile. But the moment he came out, his flattering smile immediately turned gloomy. However, this was not directed at Chen, but at the few women who had just come out of the booth and did not dare to leave. They were standing straight outside waiting. Manager Wang turned around and looked inside the booth, then gave stern instructions to the 4 security guards at the door.
Guard them all. No one else can be let in without Master Chen's permission.
The volume was very high, ensuring that Chen in the booth could hear him expressing his loyalty. The security guard was very smart, even if he didn't know what was going on inside. But the store manager has given instructions, and they are such clear instructions, so just follow them.
Understood.
The 4 of them answered a few degrees louder than the store manager. In the booth, Chen glanced outside casually, with a smile on his face. Of course he could tell who Manager Wang was talking to.
He didn't react, but lowered his head and continued to talk to Chu Momo.
Manager Wang led the girls to the office and slammed the door. He sat down in the leather boss chair with a gloomy face, took out a Zhenghua cigarette from the gold-plated cigarette case, lit it, and took a deep puff.
Tell me, what's going on?
He exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at them with sharp eyes. The gazes of several models were all focused on Anna at the same time, with a look that said it's all her fault. Anna lowered her head, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. Manager Wang flicked the ash off his cigarette, then pinched his brows tiredly. You guys go out first, he waved at the female models. Remember, watch your mouth. After they all left the office, the room suddenly became quiet.
He sighed and asked Anna again. What's going on? Can you tell me now?
Since there was no one else around, Manager Wang's tone softened a lot. But who would have thought that Anna would just sit down on the reception sofa next to him without even saying hello? Manager Wang frowned, but said nothing.
Anna couldn't see Chen and Chu Momo, and seemed to have regained her confidence.
She suddenly raised her head, her tone very dissatisfied, and she actually started to complain to the store manager.
Manager Wang, I am not wrong. They are the ones who are bullying us. What I'm asking is what happened.
Manager Wang suddenly roared. He slapped the desk so hard that the teacup jumped. Anna shuddered, looking at the suddenly furious man behind the desk with some fear. Before, Manager Wang always spoke softly to her and tried to please her in every way, but at this moment, Anna saw only cold anger in his eyes. Little did she know that in the eyes of the store manager, she was just a high-end plaything. And Chen is the real god of wealth. If his superiors knew that Manager Wang neglected a distinguished guest like Chen because of a woman, the lightest thing is to pack up and leave. If it's more serious, the C-doesn't need a pile of his bones. I was opening a bottle of wine for Mr. Chen at that time. Anna finally got scared and confessed everything honestly. Seeing that the girl in his arms was very small, definitely not an adult, I couldn't help but glare at Chen Xiao. The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became. Then the little girl was not happy about it. Knowing that I was a sommelier, she deliberately ruined Louis XIII and targeted me. In the end, she even smashed the bottle. Anna's original intention was to gain sympathy, implying that Chen had a special fetish and that she was the righteous party. But before she could finish her words, Manager Wang suddenly stood up with a frighteningly dark face.
Fuck, you glared at Master Chen? Who the hell do you think you are? You still dare to glare at Master Chen? Do you know who he is? How dare you?
Anna was so frightened by this sudden rage that she trembled all over. She could never have imagined that Manager Wang, who usually tried to please her in every way, would now yell at her because of a customer. She stammered, Mr. Chen, who is Mr. Chen, what is his identity?
Ha!
Manager Wang sneered and loosened the tie around his neck.
I don't know either. Anna was stunned by this unexpected answer. Before she could react, she heard manager Wang add, "All I know is that he spent nearly 3 million in our store in just 1 hour. I also know that if Master Chen wants to kill me, it won't be much more difficult than killing an ant. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being targeted?" The manager's words made Anna tremble all over. "Isn't it more than 500,000? She widened her eyes in disbelief. "More than 500,000? Manager Wang looked at Anna sarcastically. "That's just the money for the Shunlong suit. Why do you think I didn't go with you to toast Mr. Chen? You must have heard of the God Mode light show, right? 1.88 million. Master Chen opened it as he said, "Just to let that young girl you mentioned have fun. By the way, let me tell you another piece of news. The so-called underage girl is actually 19 years old. When she entered the store, the security guard checked her ID card." Chapter 120: The Temptation of Showing Off. Anna collapsed to the ground. She originally thought she had one last straw, but her self-righteous reason was ruthlessly revealed by manager Wang. She slumped on the ground in an imageless manner. Her already revealing backless custom dress was now in disarray, exposing large areas of skin. But the greed of the past was no longer in manager Wang's eyes, only cold anger remained. He unbuttoned his suit irritably and found that his shirt was soaked with cold sweat. Although Anna was the one who caused the trouble, as the store manager, he couldn't escape. When he thought of the cruel methods used by the real top leaders, he felt suffocated and had physical cramps in his stomach. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath. "I originally thought it was just poor service, but who knew this stupid woman would dare to glare at the god of wealth? That's our ancestor." Manager Wang's eyes scraped at Anna lying on the ground like a knife. This beauty who once made him unable to stop in bed now made him feel nauseous. "Listen." He stepped forward and grabbed Anna's hair, forcing her head back. "I don't care what method you use to get the forgiveness of Mr. Chen and his female companion, otherwise." Manager Wang leaned close to Anna's ear and spoke in a soft voice, but to Anna it sounded so creepy. Her whole body was shaking violently, and her carefully made-up face had been ruined by tears. Anna finally understood that in this money-oriented world, no matter how high-class she appeared, she was still a plaything that could be discarded at any time. In the booth, the cleaning staff had already cleaned up the debris on the floor. Lin Xiaoxia and the other two held the crystal glasses and looked at the golden liquid in the glasses with dazed eyes. This liquid exudes an enchanting fragrance, and every sip of it is worth 1,000 gold. They wanted to admire it for a while longer, but the wine seemed to have an amazing temptation that made them unable to help but take a sip every once in a while. The Louis XIII in the glass was soon empty, but the empty glass still exuded a charming fragrance that made them intoxicated. And Chen Chen was leaning over and saying something in Chu Momo's ear. The little girl laughed like a silver bell from time to time, and her pink cheeks gradually became flushed. Sometimes she would pat Chen Chen's chest coquettishly. That shy look of wanting to refuse but also to accept is definitely Chen Chen playing some sweet words and teasing the girl. The sales manager keenly noticed that the three girls traveling with Chen Xiao had finished their drinks. Chen Xiao had already finished his wine in one gulp, so his glass was empty. There was only one wine glass left on the table, which still contained half a glass of Louis XIII. He guessed that this should belong to the little girl in Chen Xiao's arms, because she had been flirting with Chen Xiao and had not had time to drink it yet. He had been standing quietly by the side, but took 2 steps forward without making a sound. Taking advantage of Chen Chen's opportunity to look up, he cleverly interrupted and asked, "Mr. Chen, do you need to open the ace of spades now?" The sales manager grasped the timing just right and didn't make Chen Chen feel disturbed at all. He glanced at the table and noticed that the cup was almost empty. He was so busy flirting with the little girl that he forgot about the drinks. "Open them all." He waved his hand casually and instructed the manager in a calm tone. The manager was startled when he heard this, and asked hesitantly, "Mr. Chen, is it all 6 bottles?" He carefully explained to Chen Chen. "Mr. Chen, after opening the bottle of champagne, the bubbles will disappear very quickly. The best time to drink it is only 2 hours, otherwise the taste will be greatly reduced." After swallowing, he continued to suggest to Chen Chen, "Mr. Chen, how about opening 1 or 2 bottles for you first?" Chen Chen curled his lips. He understood that the manager was worried that he and others would not be able to finish the drink and waste it. Louis XIII is 1.5 liters, and there are 6 bottles of Ace of Spades, each with 750 milliliters. Chen Chen and the 4 girls, the 5 of them definitely cannot finish it. But he was not afraid of waste. It was not worth mentioning to her where to waste it.
Although his money didn't come from the wind, it came more easily than if it came from the wind. If a strong wind blows the money towards you, you have to bend down to pick it up.
But what about him? The system has thoughtfully deposited the cashback amount into his bank card.
If you have money, don't be afraid of wasting it, just spend as much as you want.
Full open, he lazily leaned on the sofa, his fingers gently entwined in Chu Momo's hair. Try what each one tastes like.
This time the manager didn't say anything, but walked forward and prepared to open the wine. Giving a suggestion once is thoughtful, but if you continue to say something after it is rejected, then you don't know the rules.
But I couldn't help but mutter in my heart, Mr. Chen is so arrogant.
Just as the manager was about to pick up the gold edition of Ace of Spades, he heard Chen Chen suddenly speak again.
Wait.
Upon hearing this, the manager immediately stopped what he was doing and waited respectfully by the side. He thought that Master Chen had changed his mind, but he saw that he just lowered his head and asked the little girl in his arms lovingly.
Momo, do you still want to play?
The manager was secretly shocked by the content of this pampering. It seems that this gentleman is not feeling sorry for the wine, but is trying to make the girl happy. What surprised Chen Chen was that Chu Momo did not nod in response enthusiastically, but shook her head slightly.
She nestled in Chen Chen's arms like a lazy cat, refusing to move at all.
Then she acted like a spoiled child and snuggled in Chen Chen's arms, obviously not interested in opening the bottle. Seeing that Chu Momo was not interested, Chen Chen was about to ask the manager to continue opening the wine. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that Lin Xiaoxia and the other two were looking at him eagerly, their eyes filled with eagerness to try. But his expression looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated.
Chen Chen smiled and asked Lin Xiaoxia and the other two, do you want to try it?
The three of them instantly showed surprise in their eyes and nodded hurriedly. Chen Chen turned to the manager and said, then please tell them. Before he could finish explaining, he felt Chu Momo in his arms suddenly break free from his arms.
Let me do it. Xiaoxia, let me demonstrate it to you.
She rushed to her sisters impatiently.
Chen Chen felt it was funny.
The little girl was lying lazily in his arms and refused to move. As soon as she heard that she was going to teach her sisters how to open a bottle of wine, she ran faster than a rabbit. Apparently, the temptation of showing off in front of the sisters in the dormitory is more attractive than the arms of this little brother. Upon seeing this, the sales manager tactfully placed the flute-shaped champagne glass respectfully on the table. Then he bowed slightly and stood aside, the smile on his face still intact, as if it was not him who had his job taken away. He was standing by, ready to help at any time. After all, for him, making sure his guests have a great time is his most important job.
Chapter 121 Little Loli's Imported Wine.
The best drinking temperature for Ace of Spades is 8 to 10 degrees, and it usually needs to be chilled in an ice bucket for more than 30 minutes. By now, the temperature has already reached the perfect temperature. Although Lin Xiaoxia and the other two understood 9 out of 10 things, they still didn't understand one thing. But their faces were full of eagerness to try, and they were like students listening to a lecture, staring at teacher Chu Momo eagerly. Chu Momo chose a pink color she liked from the ice bucket, which is the pink gold series. He carefully wiped the bottle with the velvet cloth beside him, and gave Lin Xiaoxia and the other two scientific teachings while wiping. When you take it out of the ice bucket, you should first wipe off the water stains on the bottle with a clean cloth. This will not only prevent the bottle from slipping, but also make it more ceremonial. She handed the velvet cloth to her sisters, and the three of them chose a bottle each in an orderly manner. Lin Xiaoxia got the Platinum series, Lin Qi got the Violet series, and Jiang Ningmeng got the Gold series. Look carefully, Chu Momo tore open the tin foil on the bottle mouth, revealing the delicate metal wire cage inside. She deliberately slowed down her movements as she loosened the wire buckle. Just loosen it here, don't take it apart directly. She pressed the cork with her slender fingers and gently rotated the bottle. Pay attention, don't rotate the cork, but let the air pressure in the bottle slowly push the cork out. Hiss with an elegant sigh, the cork slowly came out. When it is pushed out by the air pressure, it will make a sound similar to a sigh instead of a bang sound. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 identical voices were heard, and Lin Xiaoxia and the other two also successfully replicated the task. After the bottle was opened, Chu Momo took a flute-shaped champagne glass that the manager had placed on the table. Just as I was about to pour the wine, I suddenly remembered something and my eyes lit up. She excitedly said to Lin Xiaoxia and the other two, that was a more elegant way to open the bottle. Then his expression changed to a sly one. There is another super cool way. First shake the bottle vigorously, then aim upwards, quickly pull out the cork, and with a bang, the champagne bubbles will gush out. It's just like what's shown on TV.
You must have seen it. How about it? Do you want to try it?
Shu Momo was eager to make a move, but Lin Xiaoxia and the other two shook their heads at the same time.
It's cool, but it's a waste of such expensive wine. Even though they don't spend their own money, they will still feel bad. Seeing that they disagreed, Shu Momo was a little disappointed and could only demonstrate the standard way of pouring wine. Using this flute-shaped cup can well preserve the bubbles and aroma. Pour a little first, then wait for the bubbles to subside, and then slowly continue to pour in. It can effectively prevent the wine from overflowing. After she finished speaking in one breath, she no longer cared about whether they were sisters or not, picked up the wine glass and ran back to Chen Chen. Lin Xiaoxia and the other two looked at each other, and finally, they all laughed at this traitor who had forgotten his loyalty for the sake of beauty. Shu Momo took the initiative to sit on Chen Chen's lap, and she carefully sipped the pink and gold ace of spades in the glass. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. This taste was completely different from Louis XIII. No matter how delicious Louis XIII tastes or how rich its aroma is, it is still a strong liquor with an alcohol content of 40 degrees, so it is more or less irritating. The Spade Ace Pink Gold Edition is a sparkling wine with a sweet taste, a particularly obvious fruity aroma, and a low alcohol content of only 12.5 degrees. Shu Momo didn't hesitate at all and reached out to pick up her Louis XIII crystal glass from the table. She blinked her big eyes and said to Chen Chen, "Little brother, you drink this one." I want to drink Spade Ace. This pink gold is so sweet, like soda, so delicious.
As she said that, she stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her lips. Chen Chen reached out to take it, but this time he didn't drink it all in one gulp. Instead, he took small sips slowly. After tasting it carefully, he found that this Louis XIII was mild and not irritating to the throat, with a mellower flavor and an extremely complex taste. As for the Le Fleur Musigny Grand Cru red wine that Chen Chen drank before, which cost 500,000 yuan a bottle, although the price was much higher than this, he felt that it was a bit too delicate and he felt that the taste was too light. Of the two wines, Chen Chen prefers the cheaper Louis XIII. As for the issue of alcohol content, it is not worth mentioning to Chen Chen now. His systematically enhanced body functions allowed him to metabolize alcohol at an astonishing level. He didn't dare to say that he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but there was definitely no problem drinking 999 cups. What's interesting is that Chen Chen can clearly feel that after the alcohol enters his body, it is immediately broken down by the super-fast metabolism. Last time in Yunjin Pavilion, he also drank a lot, but he was still as normal as ever. And now, even after drinking 2 glasses of 40-proof Louis XIII in a row, he was still conscious and not drunk at all. Glancing at the booth, Chen Chen noticed it with his sharp eyes. Lin Xiaoxia, Lin Qi, and Jiang Ningmeng all drank 2 small glasses of Louis XIII. Although he is no longer staggering, there is a kind of confusion in his eyes. On the contrary, Shu Momo, the little girl who looked frail, had a blush on her face but her eyes were bright and clear after drinking half a cup. However, the blush on the little girl's face seemed to have never gone away since she had close contact with him. This made Chen Chen curious. Was her blushing due to the alcohol or the intimate interaction between them? His eyes fell on Shu Momo and found that she was sipping the pink gold ace of spades. Her eyes were narrowed into 2 crescents in enjoyment, and her pink cheeks were puffed up, so cute that Chen Chen wanted to bully her. Looking at Shu Momo's appearance, he was also a little curious about the taste of pink gold. He leaned closer to her and said, "Is it so delicious? Let me have some, too." Shu Momo was really generous to her little brother. When he heard that Chen Chen wanted to drink, he just wanted to pick up the glass and hand it to Chen Chen. But his eyes rolled around and a sly smile appeared. I saw her tilting her head back and taking a sip of wine, then she puffed up her cheeks and came closer with her rosy little face tilted up. She hummed vaguely, her beautiful big eyes full of anticipation. Chen Chen was stunned. Is this still the shy little girl he knew? Has she been possessed by someone else? Now he is so bold that he dares to let me drink imported drinks. But on second thought, how can I refuse the benefits that are delivered to my door? Don't miss it. He immediately leaned down and accurately captured those 2 cherry lips. The moment their lips touched, a sweet wine mixed with the unique sweet fragrance of a young girl flowed into their mouths. The wine was a little warm, the same temperature as Shu Momo's mouth, and had a more unique taste than iced wine. Just as he was intoxicated by this sweetness, an accident happened that made his heart beat faster. Chapter 122, Feeling Weak? I will fight poison with poison. Chen Chen had just finished his drink and was still enjoying the sweet taste, not wanting to leave, when an even more heart-pounding accident occurred. He felt a timid little tongue suddenly touch his lips lightly, and then quickly escape. Chen Shen felt this fleeting contact keenly, and the smooth touch simply fascinated him. He pretended not to notice anything, and sure enough, the little fugitive cautiously poked his head out again. This time he did not give the other party a chance to escape and accurately brought him to justice. As their lips and tongues intertwined, the fruity aroma of champagne and the sweet fragrance of the girl blended perfectly, making Chen Shen feel that it was more delicious than anything else in the world. Chu Momo was caught off guard by this sudden counterattack, and her tongue, which had originally taken the initiative to attack, was now at the mercy of others. Her long eyelashes trembled constantly, and her fingers grabbing Chen Shen's clothes clenched tighter and tighter, and her whole body softened in his arms. The little face, which was already full of blush, was now even redder and could bleed. Chen Shen took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress his impulse. With red eyes, he looked up and around. Lin Xiaoxia and the other two were seen talking to each other excitedly about the ace of spades they had opened. The manager's eyes look at his nose, and his nose looks at his heart, and he looks like a person with only ears but no eyes. Seeing him like this, Chen Shen's evaluation of him increased a bit. Manager. Chen Shen greeted him. The manager's ears moved obviously and he heard that it was Chen Shen calling him. His expression immediately changed to a flattering smile. Mr. Chen, if you have any questions, please tell me. Chen Shen was very satisfied with his attitude and nodded slightly. He raised his chin and pointed to the 2 bottles of wine remaining on the table. Pick one, it's yours. There was a flash of surprise in the manager's eyes, and then it turned into surprise in an instant. But this ecstasy only lasted for a few seconds before quickly returning to its original state. Chen Shen looked at the 2 remaining bottles of wine, black gold and green gold, on the table, thinking something. He didn't want to test anything, but he really felt that this manager was quite to his liking. It's just a bottle of wine, not worth much, it's just to make both parties happy. As he thought, the manager chose the more valuable black gold without hesitation. But his next move surprised Chen Shen. After the manager took the black gold out of the ice bucket, he did not put it away, but opened the wine skillfully. Then he took 2 flute glasses from the side, poured wine into them, and handed one of them to Chen Shen with both hands. Mr. Chen, I don't have anything to offer you, so I can only offer you a glass of wine with the wine you gave me. Thank you for not despising me. If you need me in the future, Master Chen, just ask. I will do my best to help you. I will never refuse. The manager was so smooth with these polite words. Chen Shen saw through it but didn't say anything. He just took the wine glass with a smile. When clinking glasses, the manager lowered the rim of his glass very low, almost touching the foot of Chen Shen's glass. That humble posture, those sincere eyes. Chen Shen almost believed that he was really willing to go through fire and water for her. However, his reason told him that it would be enough to just listen to some polite words and feel good about it. If you really take it seriously, who knows what kind of joke it will become. The manager drank the glass in one gulp, but Chen Shen just took a small sip and then put the glass down. The manager was not annoyed at all and still smiled. The fact that Chen Xiao was kind enough to drink a sip was already a huge honor for him. How could he really dare to expect the other party to toast like him? Chen Shen smiled slightly. This manager was really sensible and had a perfect grasp of the ways of the world. I gave him a bottle of wine, he picked the best one and opened it directly to toast himself. This is a really clever way of using someone else's flower to offer to someone else. He held out his hand, interrupting the manager's impending flattery. Okay, stop talking. I'll give you the other bottle as well. Then he waved his hand gently, signaling the manager to go play somewhere else. The manager was a little embarrassed. He had received such a great benefit, and he had to flatter her a lot. Although it is very uncomfortable, Chen Xiao's order is now an imperial decree. He could only resist the urge to flatter and stepped aside holding the green gold ace of spades. The smile on his face was uglier than crying. Chen Shen placed the flute cup next to the Louis XIII crystal glass and lowered his head to look at Chu Momo in his arms. The little girl seemed to have no bones in her body, leaning limply on his chest. The rosy little face was pressed against his heart, and her long eyelashes were trembling slightly. However, Chen Shen noticed that Chu Momo's eyes were narrowed into a slit, and the little girl was actually peeking at him. Even when Chen Shen lowered his head to look at her, Chu Momo did not close her eyes. She must have been very confident that her disguise would not be discovered by her little brother. But who is Chen Shen? His eyes are like a scanner. In his opinion, Chu Momo's disguise was full of flaws and he saw through it at a glance. Chen Shen reached out and pinched her little face that was full of collagen. It was hot to the touch and felt very good, and I couldn't help but pinch it twice. Then he smiled and said, "Okay, stop peeking. Do you want to go to the dance floor and dance?" When Chen Chen caught her peeking, Chumomo not only did not open her eyes, but closed them instantly. But when I heard the word dance, I couldn't help but open my eyes again. Dancing? She couldn't help but repeat herself. Well, dancing, do you want to go? There was a gleam of eagerness in Chumomo's eyes, but as soon as she tried to sit up, she fell back limply. She pouted at Chen Chen aggrievely, "I want to go, but I feel weak and have no strength." Chen Chen pretended to be in deep thought, then smiled wickedly, "Weak body? No problem, I have a solution." This aroused Chumomo's curiosity, and she wanted to know what method the little brother had. He stared at Chen Chen without blinking, and then found that he was leaning over at an extremely slow pace. Looking at the way he pursed his lips, it's obvious that he's going to kiss me again. You, what kind of method is this? Chumomo hurriedly stretched out her hand to block his approaching face. I haven't had the energy to kiss the body for a long time, but I still want to continue? Doesn't that mean she won't be able to move until the end? Chen Chen chuckled and spoke nonsense in a serious tone, "You don't understand. This is called fighting poison with poison. It is very effective after personal testing." Then he pretended to be enlightened. You don't think I want to kiss you? At Chumomo, you have such dirty and obscene thoughts. Chen Chen shook his head with an exaggerated expression. Chapter 123. Look in the mirror and see if you deserve it. Chumomo was embarrassed and angry, but she didn't know how to refute. What made her speechless the most was that her body seemed to have regained some strength. Is it really possible to fight poison with poison? Did it work? She began to doubt her life. However, Chumomo only suspected that she had guessed wrong for a second. Afterwards, she still firmly believed that the young man was just lying with his eyes open. He was either teasing her or trying to take advantage of her. She pouted her lips, stretched out her fist and punched Chen Chen lightly. "Little brother, you are the worst. You just want to take advantage of me." Chen Chen suddenly frowned and looked at her with his head half turned sideways. "Look at what you said, am I that kind of person?" That serious expression made Chumomo's heart tighten. She thought he was really angry and hurriedly wanted to explain. Boo! But who knew that Chen Chen suddenly attacked, kissed her hard on the mouth, and that sly smile appeared on his face again. See clearly, I want to take advantage of my little Momo, so why would I need to find any excuses? After saying that, he deliberately raised his eyebrows at Chumomo. Chumomo felt embarrassed, angry, and happy. In the end, he just snorted, "Humph, it's not yours." She suddenly felt full of energy and sat up from Chen Chen's arms. He grabbed Chen Chen's hand and rushed out, urging Chen Chen excitedly as he walked. Go. Let's dance. Chen Chen let her pull him, and did not forget to tease her. "See, my method of fighting poison with poison is effective." Then he moved closer to Chumomo's red ears and said, "Besides, it's not mine, whose do you want it to be?" Chumomo blushed and pretended not to hear, but she unconsciously tightened her grip on his hand, and even her steps became lighter. As soon as the two of them walked out of the booth, the security guard at the door immediately bowed 90 degrees. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Although the security guards did not know who Chen Xiao was, they had been told that there were only two men inside, Chen Chen and the manager. The manager and the others know him, so this unfamiliar handsome guy must be Chen Xiao. At this time, Chen Chen and Chumomo's attention was not on them at all. Because a few steps away from them, there was a familiar woman standing there, and that person was Anna. After the foreign woman came out of the store manager's office, she stood outside the booth. She didn't dare go in, fearing that it would cause even more annoyance to the people inside. Of course, the security guard wouldn't let her in even if she wanted to. So she could only wait here like she was being punished. After seeing Chen Chen, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, and she instinctively wanted to step forward. But because he had been standing for too long, his legs became numb and he staggered and fell to his knees. So, she just knelt like this. Although the posture was a bit humiliating, it also made her attitude of admitting her mistake appear more sincere. Manager Wang's threatening words kept ringing in her mind. She knew that it was definitely not just a verbal threat, but a real death ultimatum that could make her disappear from the face of the earth. Anna knelt on the ground and moved forward until she was 2 steps away from Chen Chen, then stopped. Before I could say anything, tears started flowing. It's true, even though this big foreign horse is a bus. But just looking at that delicate face, when she cries, she really has a kind of pitiful and beautiful feeling. But Chen Chen just looked at the woman coldly.
He had seen many beauties and was not so hungry that he would eat anything he wanted.
Anna raised her face with a choked voice. Mr. Chen, I was ignorant before, that's why I made you angry. I was wrong, I hope you can forgive me. She took out a black card from her chest and handed it to Chen. Mr. Chen, this is the room card for the 888 presidential suite. As long as you can forgive me, you can ask me to do anything. She raised her head with tears in her eyes and looked at Chen pitifully. If an ordinary person saw such a beautiful foreign girl actively inviting him, he would do whatever he wanted. I'm afraid he just couldn't help but want to win glory for the country. But Chen was not moved at all. He knew very well that this woman must have received some kind of threat, which was why she was so humble. And her posture clearly showed that she was scared and just realized she was wrong. Chen just looked at Anna without saying anything, neither saying forgiveness nor not forgiveness. But Chu Momo was a little anxious at this time. Seeing Chen staring at Anna, she thought he was really moved and wanted to have something happen with this foreign woman. She let go of Chen's hand, took a step forward, and reached out to grab the electronic room card from Anna's hand. Then he pretended to observe carefully, but in fact he was watching Chen's reaction out of the corner of his eye. She noticed that Chen was smiling, but Chu Momo was not sure what this smile meant. Was he happy because he interrupted Anna? Or do you think you are happy that you received the room card for him? Not sure. Then try it a little further. Thinking this in my mind, I threw the room card far away. Sister, why are you so dreaming? Do you think this little brother is a garbage collector? How can you think of sleeping with this little brother? Pause for a moment to catch your breath, then continue outputting. Just apologize if you want to. Why are you doing all this trouble? Why don't you look in the mirror and see if you deserve it? After a burst of output, he did not look at Anna's reaction, but quietly observed Chen's expression. I breathed a sigh of relief when I noticed that the smile on his face was getting bigger and bigger. With his hands on his hips, he raised his chin proudly and turned his gaze back to Anna. I saw this foreign woman shivering like a drowned dog. I swear to God, Anna came here this time to apologize sincerely, regardless of the cost. But what she didn't expect was that her physical assets, which had been so successful before and made her so proud, seemed so insignificant in front of this man. What frightened her even more was the increasingly doting look in Chen's eyes when he looked at Chu Momo. That's clearly condoning everything this little girl says and does. In addition, she had personally experienced the aura and methods of this little girl before. Naturally, I understand that this is not a simple lord. Therefore, even in the face of such an insult, she did not dare to show even a trace of dissatisfaction. Anna lowered her head and said timidly, "This sister." "Who is your sister? Do you really take yourself seriously when I call you sister?" Chu Momo's face sank and she scolded. Anna lowered her head even more, almost burying it in her chest. Although her expression could not be seen, the words she spoke were even more humble and submissive. "Ma'am, I really just want to ask for Mr. Chen's forgiveness. I can do this at any cost." Faced with Anna who didn't fight back or retaliate when being beaten or scolded, Chu Momo was a little at a loss. She looked at Chen for help, her big eyes filled with confusion. It would be fine if Anna resisted, because with Chen's support, she could kill her. But being so submissive made her feel at a loss as to what to do. Chapter 124. Chen is jealous. Chen was amused by the little girl's cute reaction and reached out to ruffle her hair. But when he turned to look at Anna, his eyes suddenly turned cold. "Grow your brain in the future, not everyone has my good temper." He gave all his tenderness to Chu Momo, so all that was left for Anna was coldness. In fact, this woman didn't commit any serious mistake, so a little discipline would be enough. There's no need to beat her to death. I believe the lesson she learned this time will be enough for her to remember for the rest of her life. Chen reached out and took Chu Momo's little hand, his tone instantly filled with tenderness and doting. "Let's go." Chu Momo followed Chen obediently, but couldn't help looking back. Anna was seen slumped on the ground, sobbing softly and then bursting into tears. It was a catharsis after surviving a disaster, as if to wash away all the previous fear with tears. After a long time, the crying gradually stopped. She slowly raised her head, staring at a certain direction, and a hint of resentment appeared in her tear-red eyes. That direction was not where Chen went downstairs, but the store manager's office. At the edge of the dance floor, Chu Momo was like a nimble butterfly, twisting her body to the deafening rhythm of the music. Every time she swayed her body, the ends of her hair drew shining arcs under the laser lights. Although it was her first time in a nightclub, she was not at all nervous. She studied music, and her mother taught her some dance moves when she was young, so dancing on the dance floor was a waste of her talent. Coupled with the sense of security that brother Chen brought her by her side, she threw away her last few concerns without a trace. In contrast, Chen stood there like a piece of wood, with all the muscles in his body tense. "Little brother, please relax." Chumomo held back her laughter and pulled up his stiff hands, then she leaned close to Chen's ears and shouted with the sweet scent of champagne. But these words had no effect at all. Chen still stood there at a loss, unable to perform even the most basic movements. He smiled awkwardly at Chumomo. "I really can't dance." But as soon as the words came out, they were drowned out by the deafening subwoofer and didn't come out at all. Although Chumomo didn't hear it clearly, she could guess roughly from Chen's expression. She suddenly had an idea and pulled Chen's hand to her waist. "Look into my eyes, don't worry about others, just follow the rhythm." But it's not very useful. Even with Chumomo leading him, Chen still can't let go. He is now like those rural children who have just arrived in the big city in the movie The Metamorphosis. Every movement was filled with caution and restraint, for fear that any action he made would draw strange looks from those around him. But the time for change soon came. As the music reached its climax, the crowd around began to sway wildly. Chen was surprised to find that more than half of the people on the dance floor, like him, did not know how to dance. They all twisted their bodies as they pleased, and there was no pattern at all in their movements. This unrestrained atmosphere gradually assimilated Chen's nervousness, and his tense body finally relaxed a little. He tried to twist his body following Chumomo's movements, initially just swaying left and right. "Yes, that's it. Don't worry about the movements, just move." Chumomo cheered in surprise and spun around holding Chen's hand. Chen's collar had been loosened at some point, and the strands of hair on his forehead were wet with sweat. But the way he smiled was like a rebellious teenager who had successfully skipped class for the first time. When the next heavy bass sounded, Chen had already let go completely. He imitated the people around him and twisted his body irregularly. Although it was completely random, it was full of energy. He successfully led Chumomo's original standard dance moves astray. Chen's sudden change of action made her laugh so hard that she fell backwards. Chen suddenly hugged the slender waist and did an impromptu spin in the already boiling dance floor. "Ah, little brother, you've learned bad things." Chumomo exclaimed with a red face, holding his shoulders tightly with her hands. The two looked at each other. In this deafening music, in this huge crowd of people dancing, it seemed that they only had each other in their eyes. As the music switched to a relatively soothing slow rock rhythm, Chumomo suddenly let go of Chen's hand, took 2 steps back and stood still. She winked playfully, made a photo-taking pose with her hands, and pointed it at Chen. "Brother, I want to see you freestyle." Chen has completely entered the state. Although he doesn't know what free dance is, he can imitate it. He wiped the sweat from his forehead in an exaggerated manner, and then imitated the person next to him to do a robotic dance move. Although the coordination of his limbs is questionable, he has great momentum. "Wow! One more." Chumomo clapped her hands in applause, then hopped around behind her like a happy little sparrow. Encouraged, Chen completely let himself go, not caring about his image at all. He began to twist his body freely. It was free dance, so he had to do it the way he wanted. That tall body made this clumsy but cute pose, and sometimes it would imitate the movements of the people next to it. The funny movements made Chumomo laugh so hard that she held her stomach and bent over. Not to be outdone, she suddenly tossed her hair and said, "Little brother, look at me." That petite body, coupled with sexy movements, instantly attracted a lot of strange but surprised gazes from the surroundings. Seeing this, Chen frowned with jealousy and pulled her into his arms. "Don't show it to others." He took Chumomo and spun in circles on the spot. The little girl's black skirt fluttered up, and her crisp laughter blended into the music. The two of them were very close. Chumomo buried her hot little face in Chen's chest, creating the cutest height difference. Listening to the little brother's steady and strong heartbeat, at this moment, she felt as if there were only the two of them left in the noisy nightclub. Just when Chumomo was immersed in this sweetness, she suddenly felt Chen holding her waist and moving quickly to the side. This sudden movement woke her up from the charming atmosphere. She looked up blankly, only to find that Chen no longer looked like the considerate and gentle boy he was just now. He now exuded coldness and glared at the direction she originally came from. Chumomo hadn't figured out the situation yet, and subconsciously looked in the direction he was looking. "I saw a man, probably in his 20s or 30s, dressed in a shabby manner, lying on the ground, holding his stomach and wailing in pain. Chu Momo connected the dots instantly and guessed that this person must have had bad intentions, and Chen Chen protected her at the critical moment. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but cast an angry look at the wretched man on the ground.
Chapter 125 Double Kill.
Chen Chen never expected that there really are people who are so blind. The two were hugging each other sweetly just now, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed this drunk man suddenly staggering towards him. He reached out to touch Chu Momo with bad intentions, with a lewd smile on his face. His anger instantly rose up. Anyone who dared to touch him was seeking death. In a flash, Chen Chen grabbed Chu Momo's waist and dodged to the side, then kicked her hard. With a dull bang, the drunk man flew backwards and fell heavily 2 or 3 meters away.
Ah!
A pig-slaughtering scream immediately came out of his mouth. The sound was heart-wrenching and shrill, even drowning out the deafening nightclub music. Suddenly, the entire edge of the dance floor became commotion, and several men who were obviously drunk surrounded the person who had fallen to the ground. One of the men with a shaved head suddenly walked up to Rueikai's companion, pointed at Chen Chen and started shouting, "Boy, are you fucking tired of living? How dare you touch our anchor? Do you know who he is?" The other people also stood behind the man with a crew cut and joined in the fun, cursing him. Chu Momo was just a little girl after all. When she encountered a few drunk men shouting at her aggressively, her nervous hands unconsciously grabbed the corner of Chen Chen's clothes. Chen Chen protected Chu Momo behind him and then curled his lips into a sneer. He flexed his wrists. "What? Are you in the same group? Are you going to help him?" He took a step forward, wanting to clean up these dirty things together. But he found that as he took a step forward, the people on the opposite side all took a step back. The man with the crew cut looked fierce on the outside but was actually weak on the inside. He was trying to maintain his last bit of strength, but his voice was trembling. You don't be so arrogant. Wu Gu is a regular customer of M2 and knows the store manager. If you dare to attack Wu Gu and M2, you'll have to bear the consequences." After saying that, he said to the people behind him, "Just watch, I'll go call someone." And then he ran away. Although these people looked drunk, they were all quite clear-headed. One ran away, and the rest stood still, their faces turning pale and blue. They exchanged glances with each other, and in their hearts they had already cursed their companion who had deserted the battlefield. But I had to stay where I was. Angkor on the ground was still groaning in pain, curled up like a dead dog. These people are in a dilemma. They no longer had the courage to continue confronting Chen Chen. After all, the aggressive ones were afraid of the stupid ones, and the stupid ones were afraid of the desperate ones. The person in front of them was obviously a ruthless guy, and the lesson from the previous incident was still lying on the ground. They couldn't help but shrink their necks. They retreated together tacitly and moved to the side of the fallen man. However, although they all behaved like cowards, they had no choice but to stay where they were. This is not because they care much about brotherhood. The main thing is that the person who was kicked to the ground by Chen Chen was their god of wealth. He was the only son of the Wu family, and he was born in old age. The family runs a garment factory with assets of tens of millions, and their livelihoods depend on the orders from the Wu family. If anything happens to this spoiled old man, they will run away. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on the backs of several people, and they were mostly sober. Although they were all scared to death, they still stared at Chen Chen, fearing that this evil star would run away. Chen Chen looked at these cowards with disdain. They didn't dare to go up, and they didn't want to run away. They even wanted to ask the store manager for help. How ridiculous. He turned around and hugged Chu Momo into his arms. Feeling her slightly trembling body, he immediately whispered to comfort her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Not long after, the man with the crew cut came hurriedly with manager Wang. As the man with the crew cut said, the Angkor on the ground is indeed a frequent visitor to M2, and he spends tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands every month. Normally it is the account manager who maintains the relationship, but now that someone has been beaten in the store, it is understandable that he has to step forward. When manager Wang arrived at the scene, he saw the man lying on the ground at a glance. Now Angkor no longer wails. I don't know if it is because it no longer has the strength or it has recovered a little. But he was still holding his stomach, curled up, his face pale, and cold sweat on his forehead. Chen Chen kicked the man angrily, and the kick was not light. The man must have been in pain for a while. After a quick inspection, manager Wang found that there were no vital injuries. I also breathed a sigh of relief. If anything happened to anyone in M2, it would be difficult to deal with. The man with the crew cut didn't dare to disturb manager Wang when he squatted down to inspect. Now seeing him stand up, he immediately came forward and pointed at Chen Chen by taking advantage of his power. The store manager, it was him, who beat Wu Ge like this without any reason. Manager Wang was also very angry at this time. Fighting is prohibited in M2, but this man actually dared to do it. He simply did not take the rules of M2 into consideration. Looking in the direction of the crew-haired man's finger, a figure that seemed somewhat familiar appeared before him. Manager Wang didn't recognize him, but that was normal as he had only seen Chen Chen once in a booth. But the lighting in the booth was dim at the time, with only occasional laser beams serving as illumination, so the face could not be seen clearly at all. Now, the visual conditions on the dance floor are almost the same as those in the booths, and with so many people around, it is even harder to see clearly. The manager felt that Chen Chen's figure was familiar, which showed that he had a strong memory. Manager Wang did not associate this inexplicably familiar figure with Chen Chen in booth A01. However, his naturally cautious character also prevented him from saying anything rude. "Sir, could you please explain the situation?" He took a step forward, and although his voice was loud, his tone was only inquiry, not questioning. Chen Chen noticed the movement behind him and calmly turned to face Manager Wang. Manager Wang's expression changed, and cold sweat suddenly covered his forehead. Although he couldn't see Chen Chen's face clearly under the dim light. But the moment the other person turned around, he clearly saw the petite figure in a black dress standing behind Chen Chen. He recognized who this girl was at first sight. It became immediately clear who this man was. No wonder he seemed familiar to me just now. It's really like one wave of troubles just comes after another. Manager Wang was feeling very bitter. He felt that his life was so miserable. Why do these bastards have to pick on this guy when they can pick on anyone else? Manager Wang didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and kicked the man with a crew cut as well. Double kill. Chen Chen looked at the two people lying side by side on the ground, and the prompt sound effect of the double kill in the game suddenly appeared in his mind. Manager Wang was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at the man with the buzz cut and cursed, "You bastard, who gave you the courage to frame Mr. Chen?" There was an obvious tremor in his voice. Others thought it was due to anger, but only he knew that it was due to fear. He originally wanted to teach the guy with the crew cut a lesson, give Chen Chen a way out, and let the matter go. But I never expected. He's right, I was the one who beat that person. Chen Chen had a playful smile on his face and watched Manager Wang's performance leisurely, but he didn't cooperate at all. Chapter 126, Dog Eyes Cannot Recognize Mount Tai. He's not wrong, I was the one who beat him up. Chen Chen admitted bluntly, his voice frighteningly cold. When Manager Wang heard Chen Chen's words, his face turned pale and blue, which looked particularly funny under the flickering light. Fine beads of sweat quickly oozed from his forehead. Mr. Chen, you must be joking. It must be these blind people who offended you, so you. Manager Wang's voice trembled and his waist unconsciously bent to 90 degrees. Chen Chen sneered, his eyes like a knife sweeping across the two people wailing on the ground and the few followers who dared not speak. Shu Momo held the corner of his clothes tightly, and Chen Chen could clearly feel her fingers trembling slightly. Mo, tell Manager Wang what happened just now. Chen Chen tilted his head and asked softly. The gentleness of his voice was completely different from the coldness just now. Shu Momo took a deep breath, her voice was small but clear, that person want to touch me, so you took action. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Master Wu who was lying on the ground. Chen Chen's eyes flashed coldly again, and he turned to Manager Wang, did you hear that clearly? Manager Wang nodded repeatedly and finally understood why Chen Chen took the initiative to hit people and was unwilling to give up. This Mr. Wu actually wants to make a move on Mr. Chen's woman. He is simply fed up with life. Manager Wang realized belatedly that his attitude of trying to smooth things over might have offended Mr. Chen, whose background was unknown. But he also felt wronged. God knows, his original intention was to help Chen Chen exonerate the charge of actively hitting others. Manager Wang didn't dare to argue, he could only turn around and yell at the security guard, drag these people out, and don't let them set foot in M2 from now on. The security guards took immediate action, roughly lifting Mr. Wu and the man with the crew cut from the ground, and the other henchmen were also pushed out. By this time, Master Wu had recovered and he struggled to raise his head. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Manager Wang, my father is. Shut up. Manager Wang interrupted harshly, his voice so sharp that it broke. Who does your father think he is? Even if he came in person, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the guts to act rashly in front of young Master Chen. Mr. Wu didn't believe it. He wanted to shout something, but the security guard covered his mouth. Chen watched the scene coldly and suddenly said, "Wait." The security guard stopped immediately. Chen walked up to Master Wu and looked down at him. "Are you dissatisfied?" He was seen twisting his body in the security guard's grip, trying to break free. But his body, hollowed out by alcohol and sex, was no match for the strong security guard. His struggle was futile. "Let him go," Chen ordered in a calm tone. The security guard obediently let go of his hand, and Mr. Wu was caught off guard and fell to the ground with a thump. Just as he was struggling to get up, buzz! The sound system that had been temporarily shut down suddenly restarted. A faint mumbling sound came from all directions. At first the sound was very small and weak, and then it gradually became louder and louder. 12 o'clock, here we are. At the exact moment, the whispers finally became the deafening sound of an oracle. But immediately, the sound suddenly disappeared completely, and all the lights dimmed at the same time. The sound of dry ice mist spurting out came from above the DJ booth. Then a face of a girl with closed eyes suddenly appeared in the mist, followed by her head, clothes. An image of God is fully projected by a laser projection system on the ceiling. But the face that should have been majestic now had Chumomo's childish face, which looked a little weird. This funny yet sacred scene brought the entire audience into silence. People unconsciously raised their heads high, as if they were really worshipping God. Swish! The spotlight suddenly turned on and focused on the A01 booth again. Everyone immediately knew that it was that Master Chen was going to do something again. Everyone looked towards the spot where the spotlight was focused with fanatical and expectant eyes. Let us congratulate Master Chen in booth A01. He spent 1,888,888 and successfully summoned his female companion, the Supreme God. Descends. The DJ's voice was dull at first, then became higher and higher, and when he talked about the coming of God, it even broke. After a short silence, the DJ's high voice sounded again. God has come down, looking down upon everyone, and everyone is worshipping him. As soon as he finished speaking, all the screens in the venue lit up at the same time, and countless Chumomo versions of God opened their eyes. The eyes of God generated by AI appear compassionate yet superior. In an instant, cold flames on the ground shot up into the sky, and pieces of paper rain fell from the air. Someone vaguely heard 3 consecutive whistle sounds coming from outside. It was the cruise ship on the river blowing its whistle, as if to welcome the arrival of Chumomo, the god. On the outer wall of M2, the huge LED display screen also shows the same Chumomo shape as the one inside. The crowd still queuing in a long queue at the door looked up at almost the same time. The street lights along the entire Gingan Temple Street, which had been lit normally, suddenly began to flicker regularly. If someone knows Morse code, they will be able to translate it into that the street lights are flashing to spell out the 3 words Chumomo. The street lights flickered for 3 full minutes before returning to normal. Mr. Wu was trembling all over at this time, and the fear in his eyes almost overflowed. He finally knew who the young man in front of him was. This person is the owner of booth A01 tonight. Now the entire nightclub is under Chumomo's divine glory, and this girl who was being worshipped as a god is exactly the one he had the audacity to want to tease just now. 1.88 million, Chen Xiao threw it out just to make this cute girl happy. So how rich is this young Master Chen, and how powerful is he? Master Wu didn't dare to think too much about it. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he felt. But he knew that it was definitely beyond his reach. He is just spoiled by his family, but he is not mentally retarded and he still has the necessary judgment. Plop! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Master Wu knelt down on the ground trembling all over, no longer as rebellious as before. Instead, he groveled at Chen's feet. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I'm so blind. Please be magnanimous." Chen frowned in disgust and kicked him over again. When he turned around again, he looked at Chumomo gently again. "Momo, how do you want to deal with him?" Chumomo bit her lip and thought for a few seconds before shaking her head at Chen. "Let him go. I don't want to see him again." Chen waved his hand, and immediately 2 security guards came forward, and Mr. Wu was dragged away like a dead dog. Chapter 127 Chen's Fear. The people watching the fun around the dance floor exclaimed in amazement. Some speculated about the identities of Chumomo and Chen, while more people were shocked by Chen's thundering methods. Someone secretly took out his mobile phone and wanted to film secretly, but was quickly stopped by the security guard, and willingly deleted the video under the security guard's gentle persuasion. Manager Wang wiped his sweat and came up to him flatteringly. Mr. Chen, what happened tonight is all my fault for poor management. I prepared a little gift.
Chen ignored him and lowered his head to ask Chu Momo, do you still want to play?
Chu Momo shook her head, with a little fatigue on her face. I want to go back.
Okay.
Chen held her hand and turned to Manager Wang, his eyes turned cold again. Take care of your place.
There will definitely not be a next time. I promise.
Manager Wang bowed repeatedly. Chen's expression eased a little. Let's go out first. You arrange someone to go to the booth to inform my companions.
Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll go right away.
After saying that, he trotted towards the booth area and really went to notify them in person. Walking out of the nightclub from the VIP channel, Chu Momo felt the cool breeze blowing across her cheeks. She let out a long sigh, and her tense body finally relaxed.
Thank you, little brother.
She said softly, then took the initiative to dive into Chen's arms, softened like a kitten, and greedily sniffed the scent on his body.
Chen gently stroked the little girl's back. Are you scared?
Chu Momo nodded, then shook her head. I was afraid at first, but with you by my side, I'm not afraid anymore.
Chen's heart softened. Don't worry, I will always protect you. Ding, Chu Momo's favorability +2. Two voices sounded almost at the same time.
He put his arms around Chu Momo's waist and pulled her tightly into his arms. The two of them hugged each other like this, with the charming lights of the nightclub behind them and the dazzling stars of the city in front of them.
No one spoke, but it seemed to be more powerful than 1,000 words.
Further away, Master Wu, who was thrown out of the nightclub, sat slumped on the side of the road, with several of his followers surrounding him like lost dogs. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number with trembling hands. Dad.
I seem to be in trouble.
Before the two of them waited for Lin Xiaoxia and the other two to come out, two Maybach S680s parked in front of the VIP channel. The car door opened silently, and the uniformed driver got out of the car neatly, folded his hands in front of him, and stood beside the car in a standard welcoming posture. Chen just glanced at them casually and did not associate these two luxury cars with himself. Just as I was about to look away, a burst of messy footsteps suddenly came from the VIP channel.
Chen and Chu Momo separated and looked inside curiously.
Lin Xiaoxia and the other two were now staggering, each of them being supported by two waitresses holding their arms. The store manager and the sales manager were taking care of the customer one after the other, and they kept reminding him, slow down, be careful, pay attention.
Chen lowered his head, and Chu Momo looked up in tacit understanding.
They looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes.
They wouldn't drink all the open wine, one bottle each? Chen's tone was filled with disbelief.
Chu Momo turned her head to look at the three drunken sisters and couldn't help but tsk twice, her eyes full of admiration. If it was really as Chen said, with half a glass of Louis XIII each and a bottle of Ace of Spades each, it would be strange if they didn't drink too much.
Chen was thinking more and felt a little heavy-hearted.
If Chu Momo hadn't called me today, but had followed me secretly. Looking at the situation of Lin Xiaoxia and the other two girls, the probability of being picked up is definitely very high.
How dangerous would it be for Chu Momo, a lone girl, in such an environment?
He was a little scared and suddenly turned Chu Momo's shoulders to make her look at him.
Little brother? Chu Momo didn't understand and looked at Chen in confusion with her head tilted.
Momo, don't go to unfamiliar places by yourself.
If anything happens, call me immediately. Remember?
Upon hearing this, Chu Momo smiled broadly at Chen, with dimples faintly visible at the corners of her mouth.
Little brother, are you worried about me?
She deliberately moved closer to Chen.
Chen did not deny it. Of course, I have to take a good look at my Momo.
He stroked her delicate cheek with his fingers, his tone full of extreme seriousness. Chu Momo's face immediately turned red, and she turned around to run away. I'll go see how the three of them are doing.
This time, Chu Momo didn't refute at all.
Chen smiled, and when he saw that she wanted to run away, he grabbed her wrist and said, Did you remember what I just told you? Chu Momo raised her head and looked at Chen's serious expression.
She stopped laughing and nodded heavily. Okay. I understand.
I will report everything, big or small, to my brother first. After saying that, she blinked her big eyes and said, Now, little brother, can you allow me to go see them? She kept her promise, reported on the spot, and asked for approval. Chen couldn't help but laugh. This girl's ability to learn and apply what she has learned is really first-rate. He let go of her hand and patted her perky little butt. Go. The wonderful touch from his palm made him secretly raise his eyebrows. This little girl looked skinny, but she had plenty of flesh where it should be. He. Chu Momo exclaimed and gave Chen Chen a coquettish look, but happened to see Chen Chen's thoughtful expression. Suddenly, like a frightened little rabbit, he ran away quickly with a red face. Chen Chen looked at Chu Momo's back as she jogged over. He shook his head and smiled, then followed her. Chu Momo came up to the three of them, reached out and gently pushed aside Lin Xiaoxia's messy hair, only to see that her cheeks were flushed and she was mumbling something incoherently. The situation of the other two people is not much better than Lin Xiaoxia. Distance looked at the condition of the three sisters and blurted out questions. Why are they so drunk? The manager at the side explained with a bitter face. Miss, your three friends not only drank up the 3 bottles of wine, but also. He thought of the empty black gold bottle with some distress. They also drank up the bottle of black gold that Chen Xiao gave me. How could he not feel aggrieved? That was the black gold given to him by Mr. Chen. It was his black gold. But it was Chen Xiao's friend who wanted to drink, and he didn't dare to say no. The baby is sad, but he dare not say it. Fortunately, the green gold was not placed on the table, otherwise it would not have been saved. Chu Momo covered her mouth in surprise and turned to look at Chen Chen. The two looked at each other and read the same thought in each other's eyes. Good man, the previous guess was still a bit conservative. Chapter 128. This money is worth spending. Just then, Manager Wang came forward, bending over with an attentive smile on his face. Mr. Chen, considering that you drank tonight, I specially arranged 2 cars to take you and your friends back. He said this respectfully, and pointed flatteringly at the 2 Maybachs parked not far away. Chen Chen thought about it and did not refuse. He had indeed drunk a lot of alcohol and was unable to drive. If I call a designated driver, there won't be enough seats in the car. Just leave one behind and have someone drive my car over here. He took out the car keys and told Manager Wang the location and license plate number. Magic A.CC666, the seemingly ordinary license plate number gave Manager Wang a shock. He knew Chen Chen's name and immediately understood the deep meaning. CC is the abbreviation of Chen Chen's name. This is definitely not an ordinary license plate number, but a carefully customized exclusive number. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary wealthy people, it is just an ordinary small bomb number. But it is impossible to obtain a license plate that matches the name so accurately. I'm afraid the difficulty and cost will not be much different than the full bomb number. Thinking of this, Manager Wang's evaluation of Chen Chen improved a little bit. He had no objection at all to Chen Chen's action of asking him to run errands. Instead, he felt happy about it. When the sales manager saw Manager Wang leave, he immediately came to Chen Chen. He still had a professional and flattering smile on his face, but he seemed more sincere than Manager Wang. Mr. Chen, may I have the honor to leave you my contact information? Next time you come, let me know in advance and I will make sure to arrange everything for you in advance. Chen Chen has always had a good impression of this sales manager and readily gave him his cell phone number. The manager felt as if he had found a treasure. He quickly took out his mobile phone, saved the number, and called back to confirm. When the phone rings once, hang up immediately. Mr. Chen, this is my number. Please save it when it's convenient for you. If you need anything, just let me know. Chen Chen nodded and saved his number in front of the manager, noting M2 sales manager. At this time, Manager Wang also made arrangements and came back jogging. Mr. Chen, why don't you send these 3 ladies to the car to rest first? He pointed to the Maybach with its door open not far away. Chen Chen thought about it and it made sense. It was indeed not appropriate to let these 3 girls wait drunkenly at the entrance of a nightclub. Okay, let's go. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxia, Lin Qi, and Jiang Ningmeng were each supported by 2 waitresses, he didn't have to worry about anything. He took Chu Momo's hand and walked towards the Maybach. But after taking only 2 steps, he stopped again. Chen Chen suddenly remembered that when he was watching movies and reading novels before, there seemed to be scenes of tipping. There were also videos of people taking place in nightclubs and bars, and some even threw money around on the spot. These protagonists waved their hands, money flew everywhere, and people around them cheered. When Chen Chen had no money, he said that this behavior was purely mentally ill. But now he is actually ready to do something. Since I have money, why not? This thought flashed through his mind, and Chen Chen had already taken out his cell phone. Manager, WeChat ID is the same as your mobile phone number, right? He asked casually. The sales manager was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. This meant that Mr. Chen wanted to add him on WeChat.
This was much closer than just leaving his phone number. Yes, Mr. Chen, how about I skin you? He quickly took out his mobile phone. No need.
Chen tapped the screen a few times. I added you. The manager hurriedly unlocked his phone and opened WeChat, and indeed found a prominent friend request in the contacts list. His hands were shaking with excitement. This was Mr. Chen's personal WeChat. With an excited heart and trembling hands, I finally added Chen's WeChat, but before he could send me a greeting message, ding, a transfer information suddenly popped up. The manager stared with wide eyes at the astonishing figure of 100,000 yuan. He was completely confused. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Chen had casually put away his phone at this time, and the system notification sound of the 3x cashback of 300,000 in his mind was automatically filtered out by him. He didn't care about this little money at all. Keep it. He waved his hand casually and said calmly, the 6 beauties have worked hard. Wait for the next person to spend 10,000 yuan for me, and the rest is your hard work fee. Chen's words were like a depth charge, instantly causing huge waves. The sales manager and the 6 waitresses all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. This was simply pie in the sky. The waitresses were ecstatic. They didn't expect that they could get a tip of 10,000 just for simply helping a customer. This was no different from getting it for free. The manager once again marveled at Chen Xiao's generosity. He had seen many wealthy guests, but it was rare to see someone who could casually give a tip of 100,000 yuan like Chen Xiao did. In addition, the $1 million light show can be shown whenever you want, the Louis XIII dragon set worth hundreds of thousands can be ordered whenever you want, the ace of spades worth tens of thousands can be given away whenever you want, and now there are tips. Where on earth did this super rich man come from? He must be his benefactor. He is his financial sponsor. Okay, Mr. Chen, don't worry. The manager smiled at Chen so sincerely and brilliantly. He suddenly realized something and immediately looked at the waiters. What are you still standing there for? Thank Mr. Chen. The 6 girls finally woke up from their dreams, and with bright smiles on their faces, they shouted to Chen, thank you, Mr. Chen. Seeing that they were about to bow, Chen hurriedly stopped them, as they were all supporting others. Okay, help him into the car. Chen still looked calm on the surface. But inside I felt an inexplicable sense of joy. He secretly thought that the money was well spent no matter where it was spent, and he gave it full marks for its emotional value. Chen tried hard to suppress his smile and turned around, but Chu Momo still noticed the fleeting smug curve at the corner of his mouth. Chu Momo rolled her eyes quietly. She immediately guessed the man's dirty thoughts. He pretended to be a gentleman on the surface, but in his heart he didn't know how much he enjoyed the sweet compliments from these little girls. She took the initiative to step forward and took Chen's arm, and deliberately brought his arm to her chest. The soft touch made Chen's heart flutter. He subconsciously lowered his head to look at Chu Momo, just in time to meet Chu Momo's eyes that seemed to be smiling. There was a cunning light flashing in those eyes, as if saying to Chen, pretend, keep pretending. Chen suddenly felt guilty as if his little trick had been discovered. Cough. He coughed twice pretending to be calm, then reached out and patted the hands that were holding him. But he accidentally deviated in the wrong direction, and his palms suddenly felt warm. Chu Momo immediately let out a cry. Chapter 129 hesitated at least, for 3 seconds. Chen glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and found that the little girl really didn't dare to stare at him anymore. Now he is following closely with his head down and neck shrunk. Chen noticed with his sharp eyes that under the moonlight, the crystal earlobe was now so red that it seemed to be dripping with blood. But even though she was so shy, she hugged her arms stubbornly and refused to let go. This trick is really great. Chen smiled and gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Question: how can I get rid of the little girl's shrewd look? A. Let her feel shy or embarrassed, then she won't have the energy to stare at you. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Since there's no way to avoid the little girl's sharp eyes, just let her take care of herself. You see, now she doesn't even dare to raise her head, so how can she have the energy to expose him? Chen felt that his method was very clever. He not only gained an advantage but also achieved his goal. He raised the corner of his mouth in satisfaction and rubbed his arm over there deliberately. Chu Momo immediately shuddered as if she had been electrocuted, but she still held on to him stubbornly, just burying her face even lower. Chen suddenly felt that the $100,000 was well worth it. Not only did he buy inner vanity and the admiration of everyone, but he also got the little girl to be so well behaved.
No matter how you look at it, he made a profit from this deal. The luxurious interior of the Maybach S680 glows with a low-key metallic luster under the light. The non-foldable armrest box in the center of the rear row is particularly conspicuous. Chen Chen estimated that only a petite loli like Chu Momo could barely sit in this awkward middle position. Of course, he definitely wouldn't want to let the little girl suffer this. Several waiters helped Lin Xiaoxia and the other two to their seats one by one and considerately fastened their seatbelts for them. Chen Chen looked at the interior space of the Maybach calmly and felt that it was really good. This is completely different from his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. One is wild type, the other is comfortable type. No wonder those business tycoons have a special liking for Maybach. Imagine, the driver drives the car, the pretty secretary takes the lead, and he sits in the car. Wow, so delicious. Get one. Gotta get one. Chen Chen immediately made a decision in his mind that when he had time, he would definitely get one to play with. Just as he was secretly thinking about it, his G-Class also drove over. The rough square box shape forms a sharp contrast with the elegant Maybach in front of it. It was as if two beautiful women with completely different personalities and looks were winking at him at the same time. What? You said choose one? Chen Chen said he wanted both. Even if the two can't fly together, they have to stay at home. Manager Wang watched the seemingly low-key Mercedes-Benz G slowly approaching, and his eyes lingered on the license plate magic SCC666 for a moment. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. How low-key. But it was also really low-key and luxurious. Seeing that the car was parked, Manager Wang immediately trotted forward and respectfully opened the door for Chen Chen. The attentive look made the sales manager feel inferior. Why is the other person the store manager and he is just a manager? Chen Chen found it funny to see the store manager Wang, who was groveling like a lackey. Of course he understood the other party's thoughts. It was simply that Manager Wang saw that he was generous and thought he was a kid from a wealthy family with a strong background. But only he himself knows that now he is just a nouveau riche with a little money. But money makes the world go round. If you have money, it means you have everything. He now understands this truth better than anyone else. Therefore, he did not feel flattered at all, but instead felt that this was how it should be. Seeing the car door open, Chen Chen gentlemanly let Chu Momo get in first, and then he got in the car himself. After sitting down, he immediately felt a comfortable wrapping sensation from the leather seat, which made him relax his body unconsciously. Let the car behind catch up with us. Chen Chen instructed Manager Wang in a calm tone. Manager Wang nodded and bowed. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Next time you come, I promise to arrange everything properly for you, and there will definitely be no more blind people to spoil your fun. Chen Chen nodded slightly and said nothing more. Manager Wang tactfully helped Chen Chen gently close the car door. Then he stood behind the car, smiling and waving goodbye. Manager Wang waited until the two cars were out of sight before he put down his aching arm. He reached out and wiped the sweat off his forehead, muttering to himself, "Who is this gentleman? Drive towards Shanghai University first." Chen Chen's tone to the driver was obviously much gentler than that to Manager Wang. After explaining the destination, he lifted his butt and moved slightly to the right. This brought him closer to the little girl next to him. "Momo, are we going to the hotel?" he asked Chu Momo. "Hotel? Hotel." Chu Momo raised her head abruptly, her eyes widened, and her ears instantly turned red. Is this what she meant? Is the little brother inviting her? She looked at the handsome face so close to her, but for just a few seconds, she quickly lowered her head. Chu Momo just felt like there were two little people quarreling in her mind. The little devil in red clothes urged her in her left ear, "Hurry up and agree to it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Be reserved, girls should be reserved." The little angel in white stomped her feet beside her right ear, at least hesitate for 3 seconds. "So, do you agree? Or do you agree? Or do you agree?" Just when she was struggling between conscience and desire, she suddenly realized that the little brother moved towards her again and stuck directly to her. The warmth between the two of them was transmitted through the thin clothes, making her freeze. "Xiao Momo? Why aren't you speaking?" Chen Chen's smiling voice sounded in her ears. The warm breath brushed across her sensitive earlobe, and Chu Momo couldn't help but shiver. I am in the bar, hotel, a little scared." Chu Momo's tongue seemed to be knotted, and she stuttered for a long time before expressing her meaning.
Chen Chen was stunned for a moment, then he immediately understood.
A man's mind is filled with money and sex.
This is not just talk. He is particularly sensitive to these things, so it is normal for him to understand the reason immediately. Chen Chen knew that he had not expressed himself clearly and caused the little girl to misunderstand. What he meant was that it was too late and it was not convenient to go back to school. Or they could just book a room in the hotel and let Lin Xiaoxia, Lin Qi, Zhang Ningmeng, and this little girl rest there. Looking at Chu Momo's blushing face, Chen Chen discovered that although this girl was extremely shy, she did not show any resistance at all.
Chapter 130. How painful is it the first time? Chen Chen curiously checked Chu Momo's favorability. He was shocked when he saw it. This little girl's favorability towards him has reached 79 points. It is only a little bit away from 80 points of obedience. No wonder this little girl, apart from being shy, accepted all her intimate actions tonight. It turns out that it has come to this point.
He chuckled and had no intention of increasing the intensity of his attack on the little girl.
He leaned over to explain in her ear, "What are you thinking about?" "I mean to go to the hotel and have a rest."
When Chu Momo heard this, she did not realize that she had misunderstood as Chen Chen had expected.
Instead, my head started buzzing.
She felt as if all the blood in her body was rushing to her cheeks.
Hotel.
Still sleeping. What the little brother said, isn't this what she was thinking just now? Her little head had already started to imagine some indescribable scenes. A big bed, two small people, ambiguous lighting, and two figures getting closer and closer.
Woo!
Chu Momo shook her head violently, trying desperately to get rid of those images that were not suitable for children and had not passed the review from her mind. But instead of being obediently thrown out of my mind, these color thoughts became even more outrageous. I heard that it hurts the first time.
How much does it hurt?
She secretly glanced at Chen Chen's strong arm muscles and swallowed unconsciously. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I cried because of the pain?
The little brother is so tall, will it be too heavy for him to press down on me? I have such a small body.
She subconsciously pinched her slender wrist, looking worried. Suddenly, she thought of the gossip of her sisters. Oh, they all say that men are like silver guns and candlesticks, good-looking but useless.
Chu Momo looked at Chen Chen suspiciously, then suddenly shook her head in self-blame. No, how could I think about my little brother so much?
But, if it's true, how should I comfort my little brother so that it will seem more natural? If Chen Chen knew about the wild ideas in Chu Momo's mind, he would definitely be so angry that his teeth would itch. I must let this little girl experience for herself the power of 2-hour start. It wouldn't be over if Chu Momo wasn't allowed to get the same sick leave as Ai Xiaoing. Unfortunately, he was completely unaware of this and was still gently watching the little girl in his arms as her expression changed strangely.
Xiao Momo, he was about to speak. Hotel. I can do it. Chu Momo suddenly raised her head and blurted out.
Chen Chen was stunned, thinking that this little girl's reaction was a bit too much.
Little brother.
Chu Momo immediately regretted the moment she said those bold words. But what was said could not be taken back, so he just lowered his head and gave up. But the sound that came out of his mouth was not much louder than the humming of a mosquito.
What's wrong? Although Chen Chen didn't understand Chu Momo's reaction, he still responded gently.
You, be gentle when you do that, I'm afraid of the pain. By the end of her speech, her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. The little face was buried low, with only the red tip of the ear dripping with blood exposed.
Chen Chen could even vaguely see wisps of mist rising from Chu Momo's head.
Chen Chen was stunned again, and then he suddenly realized, could this little idiot still be thinking? He tried hard to hold back his laughter, pretending to be serious and pinching Chu Momo's chin, asking her to look up and face him.
My little Momo is so brave?
Chen Chen gently stroked his hot cheek with his thumb, but
Chu Momo's eyelashes were trembling with nervousness and she didn't dare to open her eyes. We are really just going to sleep tonight. Chen Chen finally couldn't help laughing out loud.
He reached out and rubbed Chu Momo's head. I mean to send you to the hotel to rest. With the looks of those 3 drunks behind you, it would be strange if the dormitory manager would let you in.
Woo!
Chu Momo finally realized how big a misunderstanding she had caused. She was so embarrassed that she threw herself into his arms and acted like an ostrich. The little hand pounded Chen Chen's chest in annoyance, mumbling in a muffled voice, it's all my fault for not speaking clearly, little brother.
You are so mean, I will never talk to you again.
Chen Chen's heart melted by her adorable look and he wanted to tease her a few more times.
but suddenly I felt a wetness in my chest. Momo?
He gently held up her little face, and then he found that the little girl's eyes were red and tears were gradually gathering in her eyes.
I just feel so ashamed.
Chumomo sniffed hard, her voice clearly filled with tears.
Chen Shen panicked immediately and quickly hugged the man tightly. It's not shameful, it's my fault. He hurriedly wiped her tears. My Momo is the cutest, everything she thinks is cute. This clumsy consolation actually made Chumomo laugh.
She burst into laughter and punched him lightly with her little fist. Little brother, you are the worst. Chen Shen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw him smile. He gently wiped away the remaining tears from Chumomo's eyes, and suddenly said seriously, But
since Momo is looking forward to it so much, I will definitely satisfy you next time.
Chen Shen leaned close to her ear and whispered with evil intentions. Little brother. The blush on Chumomo's face, which had just faded a little, came back up again, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to cover his mouth with her hand. Chen Shen laughed and hugged the little girl who came to him on her own initiative, thinking that this misunderstanding was really wonderful. He gently stroked Chumomo's smooth hair, already looking forward to the next time. When the time comes, he will definitely make this girl's wish come true. After telling the driver an address, Chen Shen hugged Chumomo and closed his eyes to rest. The little girl was surprisingly quiet at this moment, lying obediently on Chen Shen's legs, without any of her previous liveliness and activity. After an unknown amount of time, the car slowly stopped in front of the familiar 5-star hotel. It is only less than 10 minutes drive from here to Shanghai University, which is very convenient. When Chen Shen came here with Su Chua last night, he was impressed by the service and facilities here, so he chose this place without hesitation. We're here. Chen Shen patted Chumomo's back gently, and they got out of the car one after another. The cool breeze blew in the evening, and Chumomo unconsciously leaned towards Chen Shen. Chen Shen held her slightly cold little hand and led her to the Maybach parked behind. In front of the car, Chen Shen let go of Chumomo's little hand. Momo, wait here for a moment, I'll go find someone to help your classmate get in.